start, it involves a lot of other things too. And anyway, if you're tuning in right now, if you're coming in, they broke 3 things already. And the one of them, now remember, the one of them took 150 million people. And then when they came out with absolute interference, another 100 million. Absolutely 9-0. I don't know how many that was. And scientific proof, which Doug Frank was in. So, and then we called them. Do you know the company? And if they're part of it, I'm going to call them out. The verdict's still out on this because this one's a big company. But I even took out the insurance on the first thing. $56,000 insurance so they would have techs watching that 24/7 and switch to the next railroad track. That went down the first 5 minutes and they switched, but that one don't work. That one teched. And then they switched over here to one that wasn't even part of them, and that one's getting blocked. And now we have the 4th one, and this is going to work. So if you're out there, pray, but we don't need that. Well, I mean, we are going to get down, but pray that it gets up sooner. One of the things we've had in our country is the power of prayer. And when you look at that, everybody quick pray. It's ready. Thank you, Lord. God bless. Thank you all. And I want to before I say, I want to thank all of you for coming. And it's going to be amazing, everybody.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was Mike Lindell. He just left the stage. They are about to reset. We're going to start over 9:52, so 52 minutes behind schedule. But as you heard, frankspeech.com actually got hacked today. They went through 3 different barricades, 3 different precautions that they've got set up to prevent being hacked. Somebody doesn't want this information to get out. Fortunately, Right Side Broadcasting Network was able to live stream that entire kind of opening monologue, opening session, and a lot of truth bombs were dropped. We heard that a certain company, and at this point, I'm just going to avoid saying the name. You guys know who I'm talking about, but is suing Newsmax and OAN. They are not here, which was interesting not to see them. They've got name plaques, but they are not presently here, so that could explain why. He also mentioned that at 7 p.m. tonight that he will share information that will change the world. So a lot going on here today. Mike Lindell is absolutely killing it already. What an incredible event. We're so anxious to see all of this information, for it to be brought forward, to come to light. And I want to remind you guys, he is doing this. He's not a politician. He's doing this because he wants to, because he thinks that what he's doing is right. He's led by God, and I want you guys to go support him. I want you to absolutely blow him away when MyPillow sees these sales coming in. You saw what that company is doing to MyPillow, attempting to sue them. They need to leave that company alone. Use code RSBN at mypillow.com. Again, that's code RSBN at mypillow.com for up to 66% off your entire order.
They just got sued by Dominion again. They've been double sued now. Just kind of like me. I don't know. Dominion's running out of. They must have. I think if they have a lawyer for every lawsuit, 200 and some lawsuits, that's nuts. But anyway, so we're hooking up the link for everybody. And once again, RSBN. If you guys are watching on RSBN, we've been telling everybody out there that if you just tuned in, now you can get to frankspeech.com or Lindell TV. But we're waiting to get great affiliates like OAN hooked up. And it'll be, I don't want to say, let's see, we'll say 5 minutes, and if it goes to, we'll see if Facebook puts a fact check up there and says false news. All right, we ready?
Working absolutely hard right now, unbelievably hard behind the scenes to make sure that as many credible news outlets right now can take this coverage live. So we're patiently waiting for them to begin this program, about an hour behind schedule right now. But again, we are just waiting to make sure OAN and other networks are able to get this stream live. Very thankful for Right Side Broadcasting right now and their technology, everything they've invested from your donations and your support into this company to be able to kind of fight against these scenarios. We are live streaming right now. I'm so proud of our tech team for just handling it like absolute professionals. Again, please go to mypillow.com. Let's blow them away. MyPillow has been under attack because, well, there's really no reason. There's absolutely no reason. They're under attack. They shouldn't be. Mike Lindell, of course, is the CEO, but that is a company of hundreds of employees, if not thousands, and they are just incredible people. We've had such meaningful times and experiences at the My Pillow factory headquarters. We've gone there like 3 times now, and we've met so many of their wonderful employees, and they don't deserve to be going through this and to be, canceled by box stores and other corporations that are trying to cancel Mike Lindell. So let's show them that we don't need the left's money. Our patriots know how to show their support, and that's by going and supporting mypillow.com. Use code RSBN. Again, best code out there, up to 66% off your entire order. You can bypass all of the major middlemans and go straight to the wholesaler. They love to see it, and that's why they offer you such great coupon codes. So for the next 3 days leading up to this event, make sure to use that code RSBN. And I really just want Mike and his team to see that our viewers are the best in the world. I'm so excited. I love seeing the amount of sales coming through from our viewers. I mean, there's such a direct correlation between what RSBN stands for and what Mike Lindell stands for, and the amount of money he invests back into putting these things on. I mean, shoot, I'm just like, take my money, take my money. You should see my bedroom, Brian. It's a My Pillow factory at this point. Cameraman is back there like nodding his head. He came over one time because we had a flight, we had a long layover. He was like, you're not kidding, like, you stand behind these products. He needed to take a shower, and he was like, even your bath mats, towels, bathrobes, pillows, duvet cover, 3-inch memory foam mattress topper. I got the pajamas, I got the slippers, and it is all so cute. Most of my color is blush pink, and I am hounding them all the time. I'm like, when are y'all gonna have new releases? Like, I need more stuff, because I already have everything. I'm obsessed with it. I love it. You guys check out their inventory. Go to mypillow.com, use code RSBN, up to 66% off your entire order. Let's support other patriots.
I'm just observing what's going on in here. We've got a couple, I noticed some local media have come in here, which is very surprising because I called them out earlier how there was no local media at this event. Here's one of the biggest, I would think, media election integrity meetings that we've ever had, and there's no local presence, but they're now here as well. It seems like the room has filled up a little bit more since we started here about 9 o'clock Central Time when this thing was supposed to kick off. And as you heard earlier, it was compromised about 3 times. Now they finally have a 4th method of getting this message out there. Thanks to Mike Lindell for giving us a great shout out, saying that, hey, yes, we have had, I guess, little glitches here and there, but thanks to the technology that we have supporting our network, that we were not compromised on that. There's things that are going on behind us that we don't know, but we're going to go through this, and we're going to continue to bring this message to you. And as Liz said earlier, at 7 o'clock tonight, Mike Lindell announced he is going to make a big announcement that will be huge and very impactful, and he says it's going to shake the world. We cannot wait to bring that to you as well. And if there's ever a time that you can phone a friend right now, send a text message that says, hey, you've been doubting all this stuff that Mike Lindell's been saying, you've been doubting all the naysayers about the election. Well, now is the time to watch this broadcast. Go download our app, go to your Apple store, your Android store, download RSBN, have it on your phone. It's free of charge, and you can watch and listen wherever you're at right now. I've got friends and family right now that are at work. They're all watching us via our app because they're like, I can't believe what's going on. I heard that all this is, the cyber attack is going on. And so this information's got to get out, and there's only one way to do that, and it's right here at Right Side. We appreciate you guys doing that because it is about big tech censorship, and that's one thing that we're under the. And this is a great example because I look like Mike's about to take the stage, but you know what? If you think this is a left or right issue, it's not. It's freedom of speech. It's tech censorship. And if you think that it's just censoring conservative viewpoints, that can go the other way. Mike Lindell, everybody, at the Mike Lindell Cyber Symposium. I'll turn it over to him.
Make sure hers on too. Test. All right, everybody. The company, and I don't know, I guess I'll have some explaining to it, but it was called Limelight. Both their things went down. Those are the ones I paid for having insurance, and they went down. So we'll find out, right? But we're not with them right now. We're live streaming, and we're going to start our program. OEN got hooked up. If everybody could take your seats. This is the way it would have started. What I have Kendra Reeves is going to lead us in a prayer to start this out, the prayer for our nation. And Kendra, go ahead.
Would you guys join with me in prayer? And thank you so much for being here and all your time and effort and energy. We really appreciate every one of you. So, Father, in Jesus' name, God, we just praise you, God, for bringing this together, God. We give you all the glory. God, we ask for you to order all this today. Order it, God, according to your will. Let your will be done and your kingdom come, God, to our lives on earth as it is in heaven, and everything involved with the technology and getting your word out, God, and getting the truth out. God, your word says that we will know the truth and the truth will set us free. I'm asking for the truth to be revealed today. God, in the next 3 days, Lord, I'm asking you to uncover. I'm asking you to bring forth anything, God, that we need to see, Lord. And we just want your truth, God. You are truth. God, we worship you. We praise you, God. We thank you, God, for this nation, God. You founded this nation, God, for religious freedom. And we acknowledge, God, that we are one nation under God. And we give you the glory, God. And we praise you and we thank you. And I just want to say a quick prayer. I felt led like to acknowledge these things and just ask for mercy and say a little bit from Daniel. This was a prayer from Daniel. Chapter 9. O Lord, you are great and awesome God. You always fulfill your covenant and keep your promises of unfailing love to those who love you and obey your commands. But we have sinned and done wrong. We have rebelled against you and scorned your commands and regulations. We have refused to listen to you and to your servants and your prophets. And then later on it talks about asking God. It says, oh my God, lean down and listen to us. Open your eyes and see our despair. We make this plea not because we deserve help, but because of your mercy. We are crying out for your mercy on our nation, God. We have turned our back on you in many, many ways, and we're asking you to forgive us. I'm repenting of that with people, God, that want to repent here and just say, we have taken you out of our society, out of our schools, out of our media, out of our lives, and we have turned our back on you, and we call that sin, and we're just asking you to forgive us, have mercy on us, and listen and act. It says, O Lord, hear. O Lord, forgive. O Lord, listen and act for your own sake. Do not delay, oh my God, for your people. And we just thank you and praise you, God, ahead of time. Give you all the glory for everything you're going to do over these next 3 days. In Jesus' name, amen.
Now we're going to have Brandon House come up here. He's going to lead us in the national anthem, or the Pledge of Allegiance, or both.
Would you join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God. Please join me in singing our national anthem. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hail at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, prove through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
All right. Great job, Brandon. Okay. Now, if everybody can be seated, and I want everybody around the world, what you're going to see next in this video, I want everybody, you share it, you get it out everywhere. From Australia, I know you're watching even in China right now. And you get out this video everywhere before they take it down even. Go ahead and put it up on YouTube and Vimeo and all that. Just, right now, you got to share this everywhere. So let's start this movie.
To delve into irregularities in the U.S. election results. Detailed logs documented entries into the tabulation system for the election itself, and the team saw many anomalies in areas of extreme concern. Then in November 2020, multiple groups of concerned Americans came together because they all observed something incredible in the 2020 general elections. The groups united to launch a full-scale investigation led by former members of the U.S. intelligence community, the Department of Defense, NASA, the U.S. National Laboratories, private investigations and cybersecurity companies, and legal firms from around the country. The discoveries gained through intense forensic research left everyone involved deeply concerned about the future of our nation and our world. While the U.S. media will undoubtedly discredit this information as far-right conspiracy theory, the fact is the people involved in this investigation represent all colors, all creeds, and all political parties. To ignore this message is to surrender to a government takeover that will gravely affect the lives of every man, woman, and child of every nation. If there ever was an authentic, nonpartisan issue, this is it. In 1970, Henry Kissinger said, "Who controls the food supply controls the people. Who controls the energy can control whole continents. Who controls money can control the world." This concept is critical to understanding the thinking of those who seek to cripple and control America. To achieve their goal, they've got to disrupt families, divide races, destroy small businesses, dismantle the middle class, and distort the American dream of owning land, a home, and everything necessary for the pursuit of happiness and sovereignty. In collusion with our foreign adversaries, these treasonous few are working hard to tear down the last standing wall between them and their agenda of global domination. That wall is you, the American people. By focusing on specific election system vulnerabilities, our investigation confirmed that the entire U.S. election system is under the total control of private equity firms and foreign money. UBS Securities LLC New York and UBS Securities Company Limited Beijing injected hundreds of millions of dollars into Staple Street Capital, the current owner of Dominion Voting. UBS currently holds the intellectual property of Dominion as their equity collateral. Up until December 2020, UBS Security LLC New York listed 3 senior Communist Chinese Party members as being on the boards of both UBS Securities LLC New York and UBS Securities Limited Beijing. The companies owned 75% by the Chinese government. Seidel, the parent company of Clarity Elections, located in Madrid, Spain, a data management and early election night reporting company, went bankrupt in May of 2020 and was subsequently purchased in a closed private equity deal by an Irish company called Paragon. The election sites for numerous counties in the U.S. go to a Clarity Elections web address. The counties don't own or control their voting data, and the positions of president, secretary, treasurer, and CEO are all occupied by one man, Jonathan Brill. Brill also happens to be a part of Seidel's senior management team and has run campaigns for Democratic Party candidates. Our investigation also revealed that contrary to the current political narrative, the election systems and their equipment were connected to the internet, making them infinitely hackable.
Voting machines themselves are not connected to the internet.
No voting machines are connected to the internet.
The devices are not connected to the internet.
They do not connect to the internet.
Those things are not connected to the internet.
The Department of Homeland Security says the 2020 election was the most secure in American history.
The 2020 election was the most secure in U.S. history.
That's what they say now, but just a short while ago, the political narrative was very different.
In 2018, electronic voting machines in Georgia and Texas deleted votes for certain candidates or switched votes from one candidate to another.
We brought in folks who, before our eyes, hacked election machines.
Workers were able to easily hack into an electronic voting machine. It was possible to switch votes.
Even hackers with limited prior knowledge, tools, and resources are able to breach voting machines in a matter of minutes.
Remote access software, which would make a machine like that, a magnet for fraudsters and hackers.
Unfortunately, Dominion has recently been thrust into the national spotlight as part of a dangerous and reckless disinformation campaign aimed at sowing doubt and confusion over the 2020 presidential election. First, there were no switched or deleted votes involving Dominion machines. Dominion is not and has never been a front for communists. The company also does not have any ties to China whatsoever, including no ties, including investment or source code transfer. Let me be clear. Voting systems are, by design, meant to be used as closed systems that are not networked, meaning they are not connected to the internet.
Sounds like some of these machines are showing the tabulators can and are connected to the internet.
Throughout, you're going to, particularly where a vote is cast on election day, those machines tend to and should not be connected to the internet, certainly as a best practice.
But some have the capability, don't they?
Some may have modems that are typically disabled, but in certain states, I believe in Wisconsin, some are temporarily activated to transmit some counts.
But those tabulators are connected on election day because that's how they transmit the data to the counties and also into the unofficial.
In some cases, yes, sir.
Yeah,
that's right.
Okay.
Through forensic analysis of election management system computers in Antrim County, Michigan, affidavits from numerous election officials in Georgia, as well as the operator's manual for Dominion's Democracy Suite 5.5, our teams have gathered indisputable evidence that the entire system can indeed be connected, hacked, and manipulated. And in fact, it was. Here's what triggered this investigation back in 2018. This is the Allied Security Operations Group primary finding in the 2018 governor's race, where a direct flip of 560 votes was made from Matt Bevin to Andy Beshear. So that was exactly 560 votes was deducted from Matt Bevin. 560 votes were added to Andy Beshear. This race was decided by a little over 5,000 votes. So this one switch represented about 25% of the margin of the vote.
Andy Beshear is declaring victory because he is the leading candidate over a Republican incumbent governor in a state Matt Bevin won by 10 points 4 years ago and a state Donald Trump won by a ton.
Here's an example of election anomalies that took place in 2020.
So now we would take the ballots and we would scan them. It's going to feed these ballots through the scanner. So what we're going to do is we're going to take and we're going to overvote.
What do you mean by overvote?
Overvote is when if there is multiple people in a section where it says only vote for one.
So you're scanning the same ballots twice. That's already been scanned once.
I've already scanned them once.
Yeah, so you're scanning the same
ballots twice. You just accepted every one of them. Every one of them went through the system. There it is, the fifth batch.
Okay.
It's pending adjudication. I think I want to vote for Biden. Let's let Biden win this one. And complete.
So you made a vote for someone where someone did not vote?
I did, didn't I?
And you're the election supervisor?
I'm the election supervisor. I am the person that sits and does the adjudication.
All right, board, I want y'all to step outside.
Initiated by a court order, the Michigan investigation team obtained forensic access to a DS200 tabulator, the machine that counts the votes. A Telit 4G wireless chip manufactured in Taiwan was discovered embedded into the motherboard. The voting machine tapes clearly indicate modem engagement and transmission of election data. Some of the anomalies that we noticed in the 2020 general elections, that 5 key states all stopped counting at a certain time in these key battleground states. These were all where the software, Dominion machines, ESNS machines were used, the Smartmatic, the GEMS software. So when the vote stopped counting, and this has been noted in other countries as well, President Trump was significantly ahead. When reporting and counting resumed, there was a massive spike occurred that favored Joe Biden. The next major observation the teams made was that there were significant financial transactions from private and nonprofit organizations that had a severe impact on the 2020 general election. As revealed in a Time magazine article in February of 2021, individuals and organizations have been plotting to fortify the election since at least 2015.
This is the inside story of the conspiracy to save the 2020 election, but it's massively important for the country to understand that it didn't happen accidentally. Democracy is not self-executing. There was a conspiracy unfolding behind the scenes, one that both curtailed the protests and coordinated the resistance from CEOs. Both surprises were the result of an informal alliance between left-wing activists and business titans. They got states to change voting systems and laws and helped secure hundreds of millions in public and private funding. That's why the participants want the secret history of the 2020 election told, even though it sounds like a paranoid fever dream. A well-funded cabal of powerful people, ranging across industries and ideologies, working together behind the scenes to influence perceptions, change rules and laws, steer media coverage and control the flow of information. They were not rigging the election. They were fortifying it.
This network influence diagram really shows the interrelationship of money, people, and influence and control between key players and key organizations. Now, there were over 200 nonprofits that we found in this network that are all connected. What's even more troubling is that all of those 200 organizations have received substantial funding from a single source.
Of all the financial titans and philanthropists of the 20th century, none are more complex or mysterious than George Soros.
You're a Hungarian Jew who escaped the Holocaust by posing as a Christian.
Right.
And you watched lots of people get shipped off to the death camps.
Right. And I would say that that's when my character was made.
My understanding is that you went out with this protector of yours. Christian.
Yes.
Went out, in fact, and helped in the confiscation of property from the Jews.
That's right.
I mean, that sounds like an experience that would send lots of people to the psychiatric couch for many, many years. Was it difficult?
Not at all. Not at all.
Like Carnegie, J.P. Morgan, and the Rockefellers, he amassed billions through ruthless business decisions, only to turn around and give away most of his fortune to advance his own personal philosophy.
I am basically there to make money. I cannot and do not look at the social consequences of what I do.
Do you believe in God?
No.
This is not the first time that Mr. Soros has been implicated in a plot to destroy a nation. His cover organizations have been banned from several countries for doing exactly what they're currently doing to America. The Philippines, Russia, Turkey, Poland, Pakistan, as well as Soros's own homeland of Hungary, have learned the hard way the true intentions of this ruthless multi-billionaire.
És egy percig sincsen kétségem afelől, hogy Soros György és a vele együttműködők mindent megtesznek, minden alkalmat megragadnak, hogy azokat a kormányokat, amelyek...
The growing emergency unfolding at the southern border.
Thousands of Central American migrants are vowing to continue their march to the U.S. border.
Has surged in recent weeks, alarming officials who are strapped for resources.
And overwhelmingly elected with George Soros's money, and they're a major cause of the violence we're seeing because they keep putting the violent criminals back on the street.
I'm not sure we need to bring George Soros into this.
I was going to say you get the last word, Speaker.
He paid for it. I mean, why can't we discuss the fact that millions of dollars he spent?
I agree with Melissa. George Soros doesn't need to be a part of this conversation.
Okay. So it's verboten.
All right, we're going to. Okay, we're going to move on.
It was in 2006 when Soros said, "The main obstacle to a stable and just world is the United States." Translated into truth, that sentence would read, "The main obstacle to destabilizing the world is the United States." While Soros is often accused of unfounded conspiracies, that should not detour from the heinous crimes against humanity that he's actually guilty of. Many of those crimes he keeps hidden in plain sight. According to a white paper called U.S. Programs 2015 to 2018 Strategy, Soros's Open Societies Foundation began funding radical operations in Arizona and Georgia in 2015 with the goal of subverting the 2020 presidential elections. Through massive campaign contributions and nonprofit funding, Soros owns and controls countless public officials, university professors, teachers' unions, mayors, district attorneys, judges, congressmen, senators, secretaries of state, sheriffs, governors, and electronic voting machine companies around the world. In 2010, George Soros shocked even his most devout loyalists when he declared that China has a better functioning government than the United States. While the Chinese people should be considered friends and allies, the Chinese Communist Party is anything but. The CCP has been plotting to take over the United States for the better part of this last century, and their unconventional warfare principles are barely recognizable to the U.S. population.
America's top intelligence official even went so far as to say, and I quote, "If I could communicate one thing to the American people from this unique vantage point, it is that the People's Republic of China poses the greatest threat to democracy and freedom worldwide since World War II."
While we were sleeping, their poisonous seeds planted long ago have taken root and are now in full bloom within U.S. soil. The Chinese government and their operatives are buying up the United States at an alarming rate. Through cover organizations and individuals, they're purchasing American farms and businesses in mass volume. In addition, the CCP has co-opted the U.S. entertainment industry. Chinese firms own several major U.S. entertainment companies and control more than 8,000 American theater screens. Hollywood movie scripts are often reviewed and censored if they pose any threat to the image of the Chinese Communist Party. And many professional sports teams and players are controlled in great part by the CCP.
The pandemic sped up a trend that was already years in the making, and it's brought about another change: the Chinese government's growing influence over the content of these films. That has people worried, including members of Congress, as they point to a growing list of examples of Hollywood seemingly bending to China's will.
Now, here's a case in point. If you're a Hollywood actor, whatever you do, don't call Taiwan a country. Here's WWE star John Cena apologizing for doing just that.
我很抱歉对我的错误，对不起，我很抱歉。你必须了解，我很爱、很尊重中国跟中国人。
And that's the fear now, because you're now making movies for 16-year-olds and China. And that's it.
LeBron James taking on Houston Rockets general manager Daryl Morey, whose tweet supporting protests in Hong Kong set off a firestorm between the country and the league.
China announcing this morning they're pulling NBA games from their airwaves.
I don't want to get into a feud with Daryl, but I believe he wasn't educated on the situation at hand. Just be careful what we tweet and we say.
Why would the NBA take $500 million plus from a country that is engaging in ethnic cleansing?
They are a customer of ours, and guess what, Megan? I'm okay with doing business with China.
One of the stark realities of this past year is the clear and present threat that China represents to the United States of America and to the daily lives of Americans. And it's not just about exporting a pandemic. China has also potentially compromised Joe Biden's family.
Joe Biden, while he was vice president, took billions of dollars in bribes from the Chinese government in the form of payments to his son Hunter's businesses. In exchange, Biden was soft on Chinese military and economic aggression.
This is the reason why I've held the view for so many years and continue to hold the view that a rising China is a positive development. They're not bad folks, but guess what? They're not a competition for us. Yeah, I think that the biggest competitor is China.
Joe Biden had a bit to say today, suggesting that China wants to own America by 2035.
They literally have a stated goal of toppling America as the world superpower. How on earth could Joe Biden, with a straight face, negotiate with a government who's put billions of dollars into his family's businesses?
And finally, new rule, you're not going to win the battle for the 21st century if you are a silly people. And Americans are a silly people. Half the country is having a never-ending woke competition deciding whether Mr. Potato Head has a Don't tickle me. We are a silly people. Do you know who doesn't care that there's a stereotype of a Chinese man in a Dr. Seuss book? China. You think China's doing that? Letting political correctness get in the way of nurturing their best and brightest? You think Chinese colleges are offering courses in the philosophy of Star Trek, the sociology of Seinfeld, and surviving the coming zombie apocalypse? Those are real, and so is China, and they are eating our lunch.
China is going to eat our lunch? Come on, man. Last night, I was on the phone for 2 straight hours with Xi Jinping. And, you know, if we don't get moving, they're gonna eat our lunch. When he called to congratulate him, we had a 2-hour discussion. He's deadly earnest about becoming the most significant, consequential nation in the world.
China is currently making big moves to gain control of U.S. port facility operations and already controls the Panama Canal. They're building 5G networks throughout Europe and the West, which can be used to feed personal information and sensitive data directly to the Chinese Communist Party. The Chinese government uses commercial software and apps to spy on U.S. citizens and extract their private information.
The CCP doesn't ask them for information. They don't need to. They have access to the information.
There seems to be a great disconnect. I mean, the American people, at least the kids who are on TikTok, have no concern about what we're talking about here.
Their ignorance of the threat does nothing to diminish it.
It's estimated that at least 80% of American adults have had their private information harvested by China. Big Pharma has exported the vast majority of their production to China. Currently, 97% of antibiotics in the U.S. come from China. 30% of personal protective equipment, such as face masks, come from China. 80% of U.S. imports of rare earth minerals come from China, which are vital for smartphones, electric cars, defense, and other technologies. In 2017, the U.S. produced 0 rare earth minerals. China, on the other hand, accounted for more than 80% of the world's supply. In lockstep with the Mexican drug cartels, 97% of fentanyl, one of the most addictive and deadly drugs, is smuggled into the U.S. from China. People's Liberation Army hackers are executing unconstrained penetration, surveillance, theft, and offensive cyber attacks on U.S. businesses, critical infrastructure, intelligence apparatus, and yes, even the U.S. election system. To ignore this message is to surrender to a government takeover that will gravely affect the lives of every man, woman, and child of every class, culture, and nation. Our goal is to reach and revive the heart of humanity while there's still time. This is your wake-up call.
We have put together, I think, the most extensive and inclusive voter fraud organization in the history of American politics.
Hello. Well, what do you think? I want to tell you, in that movie it said they were going to take over by 2035. They came about, what, 14 years early. Everybody out there, before we talk here, you need to share that far and wide. We're going to run that a couple of times a day here for the world. This is Colonel Waldron. He retired, but he runs it. He runs a red team. I had to find out what a red team meant. and they do a lot. Can you tell us some, Colonel, about, you guys can all chime in too about the movie. We're going to talk a little bit about what's going on in the world.
Yeah, that movie was really the culmination of over a year's worth of work from, about 12 to 15 folks full-time, and then an aggregate injection as, whatever you want to call them, digital warriors or extended networks of folks who do a lot of boring drudgery for researching. And it's, researching publicly available information to from everything from court cases to financial records to foreign financial transaction databases that are on the dark web. It's really connecting dots, following the money trail, and looking at all that list of Soros contributions. That was all from Federal Election Commission reports, digging through all that information, all that data, all that cyber, if you will. Everything is connected. Is in the realm of cybersecurity. Cyber is not necessarily a thing. It can be a thing. It's a means. It's a conduit. It's the way that people communicate. Every one of you out there right now have got multiple devices that are connected. Your phones and your computers are air-gapped, but they're connected. And sorry, I didn't mean to make you laugh. But the efforts. I happen to be the guy sitting there talking, but the efforts are from some folks in this room, some folks who are sitting in the audience, folks around the country, and folks around the world that aggregate this information to give the American people a picture of what's really happening, understand the Chinese doctrine of unrestricted warfare, understand the color revolution that's happening in our country, and that's really what brought us to begin this research. So it's a threat. It's a threat to our republic, and I disagree with a lot of folks, especially the Time magazine article that says democracy is not self-executing. We live in a republic. We're a nation governed by laws and agreement on those laws. And I feel that our republic is in jeopardy. We've lost the blind justice system. There is a bifurcated system of justice. We have a legislative branch of our federal government that is out of control and non-functional unless it's spending our money and wasting our money. And we have an executive branch who I firmly believe is placed illegitimately. And we've got to wake people up and realize that if we don't keep our country, and just like Ben Franklin said, then we don't deserve it.
Right. Thank you, Colonel. We're gonna start picking apart that movie a little. But one of the things I seen up there, did everyone see Chris Krebs? Said it was the safest election ever. Well, let me tell you, about 3 or 4 months ago, we put it in, I think it was one of our absolute movies. He was on with Adam Schiff. I believe it was on MSNBN, or MSNBC. One of the Facebook fact checkers can check that. But they, when they interviewed him, remember this was like in March or something, said, "What's the greatest threat to our country right now?" And Chris says, "Bar none, a cyber attack from China right down to the local races." I thought he copied again what I had. I'm going, why didn't you bring this up in November, Chris? This is the great cover-up. And anybody that watched this movie, I'm talking to the journalists out there, the CNNs, the journalists, the people, not the Daily Beast and the Salon and the Business Insider. Did you guys watch that? You guys are living the American dream. We skipped right over socialism to communism. It's here. And you guys are sitting there and you're part of this because what? Because it's a job and you can't. There are some journalists over there that want to report stuff, but they can't. I'm telling you, there was New York Times and Washington Post did a big 3-hour interview with me to do an article. Both of them, they wouldn't let him run it because it was too good. And when it was too truthful. And that's sad.
I think Mike changed that.
And that's what my appeal is. And we're going to hit because the media and the cover-up. And I'm talking about Facebook. You know, you work for Facebook. Lead Stories is here. You're the fact checkers. Shame on you. Shame on you. Shame on all the journalists that are out there that are just sitting there going, you know what? It's my job. No, you're destroying it because this is the big cover-up. This is the cover-up. You just seen everything in that thing is, what do you say, Phil? A year of research, 12, 15, all these guys, full-time. This is what these guys do. They did such a deep dive and just went in and found all this out. And it goes deeper. You start talking, when I spent my money on investigations, millions upon millions of dollars now in the last months, 7 months, it's like a blur. But all the money spent investigating, I would get so far and then I'd be attacked. They hire bots and trolls and they attack retailers and they attack this. These are enemy of the people. And the media, if they don't change, they're the enemy of the people. They are the enemy. They're the ones that stop this, and they change the narrative. There's the truth just got put on there. That's why you've got to get that video out far and wide. This is disgusting what they're doing. These are guys that live the American dream. We're not talking about parties here either, everybody. We're talking about covering up for China, the greatest crime in history. You see it in that movie. I caught that right away. It should be by 2035. Well, you know how you get it faster? You know how you take it faster? You take an election. Because then you got everything. You can decide everything you want to do. Wear a mask. Don't wear a mask. Take a shot. Make you take a shot. They can make you do anything. They're going to make you do anything. And it starts, they took away, the first thing they do, you take away our freedom of speech. That's what they almost won. They almost had it gone. You go back to January 9th, when I got there and started raising my hand. Everybody else was living in fear. Oh, we can't do this. Dominion will sue. We can't do this. I got to stay low. They're saying everybody's bad. Everybody's bad. You did this. You talk about the election, and you're taking away your livelihood on Vimeo and YouTube. It was all part of the attack, but it was all part of the cover-up. And it starts with them guys right back there, the media.
Yes, sir.
The media. And you know what? I'm going to say it right now before we get into discussing. Shame on you, Fox. They're disgusting that they haven't talked about this election. At least we know where CNN and all these terrible outlets come from, but at least they attack, and then we can at least get the word out that you get the word out that at least, hey, Dominion, China took the country, is coming after us. And then they put all their bad stuff in there, which is, we've grown to say anything they say you don't believe. Facebook fact checkers, they can put it up now, then you know it's true. You know Lead Stories put some over there. It's as true as it's it. It's disgusting. The media, when we're going to every day out there, I'm going to tell you, we got 3 days we're going to be here. Every single story, I got 5 people, 5 companies just watching for some disinformation to come out there. So they're going to drop it, and we're going to stop the program and go right to calling them out. Because you guys are here, you're seeing it live. They can't do that. They soundbid me the other day. CNN did a hit job on me, 8.5 minutes. That was a 2.5-hour interview, everybody. 2.5 hours I sat there. This was a week ago because they hadn't called me in months. And they never brought up absolute proof. They wanted to do a hit piece on me before we even got here to start brainwashing all of you out there. And I'm talking to people that are, for me, my audience is everybody, especially a Democrat. We're all people, not the party, a Democrat, maybe even the party, or you're working for someone. Why? Why would you let our country, why would you let this happen to our country? Why? A lot of you people that came here today are coming here for hit jobs, and to come to attack. And you know what? When you attack today, just know when you attack the next 3 days, you're going to feel pretty bad because you were as guilty as anyone, the people that did this. Every single one of you media outlets, every single one of you journalists, from Zach to Swin to all of them, I could go down the list. Shame on you, just because you're, you could go ahead and be a Democrat or a liberal, but why are you trying to destroy our country? We have one enemy right now that took our election, China. Sure, they use people that were here. We'll melt down the machines and make bars out of them. Don't worry about that. Let's worry about this election, because if that election, right now you've seen on that movie, in 2035 they had planned. It's here in 2021. It's it. If we don't address that, everybody, you see that on the screen on that movie, everybody, that ain't going away. You can sit there. There's a lot of politicians here that came here, over 200 are their delegates. You can sit there, and all the ones that are out there that want to run for office, if this don't change, you ain't going to win. I was going to run for governor of Minnesota. What did I say after when this started happening in November? I said I wouldn't run to be a dog catcher if those machines are still here, because I ain't going to win. All the money and resources we spend on elections in our country, for our sacred elections, on both sides campaigning, and all the wasted money. And you know what? You're going to see when we do this, nobody's vote counted. It was all set ahead of time. Dr. Frank is going to show you that when he shows you the algorithms they use from the 2010 census report. This is proven even without the data I got over there that's running on the live stream from the election night of November 3rd. All you guys that are here, all you media, it was mostly a lot of bad media here. They're not even live streaming. I'm sure they're not live streaming it, but they're sitting here waiting for a hit job. That's all they're doing. And you know what? Don't be afraid to talk to them. If you know what, if they talk to you and they soundbite you, we're going to call them out. That's what they do at CNN. They soundbited me. If you all see, right? If you all seen the thing where it said, "Oh, how about a hug?" I said to that Drew at CNN. You know what he said before that? That's not on there. He said, "Mike, you know, you're going to do this. You're putting out conspiracy, and you're going to lose. Aren't you worried you're going to lose your company and your reputation?" I go, "Where have you been for 7 months? They've been attacking me. What are you? Do you live in a cave, or you probably were watching Fox? They don't report nothing." I said the other day they should be a weather channel. Then the next day I changed my mind because they wouldn't report an oncoming storm. It's disgusting. It's disgusting. What happened to reporting the news? Fox, let me tell you, you couldn't even report that we were having this event. That ad, I put the ad out, it's out there, everybody, and put it out there that we're having this event. Wouldn't that be news? I've been getting attacked for 79 months. And so have a lot of other patriots out there, people out there fighting for our American dream, to hold on to that hope. And Fox doesn't report that? But boy, they're sure good at reporting Arizona early, aren't they? That's disgusting. Our whole media, I'll tell you what, everybody, and everybody watching in the world, we're going to have a surprise here. We got another country coming in, and he's going to do a speech here. He's going to talk to you. They're very worried in their country of what you just seen in this movie in 2022, and it's Brazil. And I'll tell you, he's coming. He will be here. And when he comes up, he's going to tell you all. And just take him. I've been getting calls from countries around the world. They're all afraid because if we don't, this is it. We're the last stand here. They take the U.S. and the lights go out here. They go out everywhere. Reagan said that. And every single country is watching. That's why by the time this is over, we're going to have 1 billion people watching. Because what we have to show you, 7 o'clock tonight, noon tomorrow, you don't want to miss any of it. It's just about all the data you see rolling over there. We got way more than that. Apparently they didn't listen to you in November and December when everybody, 100%, you could ask anybody. Democrat fans, well, of course they did it. The deviations, right? But who covered it up? The media. The media, Facebook, Twitter, and then instead they went into attack mode if you did try and say something. Then first you couldn't talk about machines, and then you couldn't talk about vaccines. Then you couldn't talk about the border. Then you couldn't talk about Jesus. This is where we're headed. And I'll say that now. Yeah, I see that. The video link. Here. No, I got to say it. You guys, if you want to share that video, you go to frankspeech.com. Everybody should be on there anyway. Or LindellTV.com. They're asking where to find the link. That movie. You take it and you share it everywhere, everywhere, everywhere. We're going to watch it again. We're going to put it up again. We're going to do it again. This video is so powerful because that's where we're going. And there's who's behind it.
It's just not up yet, right?
Yeah.
But it will be up because you wanted to announce it here.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So you guys comments on the
I think you brought up the idea of the red team. Can you, especially since this is a cyber conference, what is the significance of the red team? It's important. It's an important thing to bring out. Yeah.
Yeah. So a red team is in the military. A red team is a tool for the commander to look at a situation from the perspective of the enemy. Several weeks ago, Mike asked us to put together a red team and begin to start looking at some of the information and collating the information, aggregate, tying it to other things.
We're talking about the electronic information that we're going to be distributing.
Correct, the electronic information. So we pulled together a small team, lots of different skill sets, mostly military folks who have been in the electronic attack business, the cyber business, some security folks, some civilian folks who've got a lot of information systems experience, coders, and really began to put that team together and come up with a plan to exploit, to analyze a lot of the information and tie that back together to known points. You know, how does this correlate to what we already know? The Edison Research JSON data, information from the Antrim County, Michigan forensic analysis. Hopefully soon with the Arizona forensic analysis. And there's several other forensic analysis who've gone on around the country. Some of them are still maintained under a court protective order, but all of those things moving forward and to correlate to what happens in real world in your states. And that's what we began to pull this team together to start analyzing the data set, correlating it, and making it useful for actions in states and counties, legal actions, attorneys general to use for law enforcement in their states. And that's really the goal of this team that was put together, is to really look critically at the data, to try to poke holes in it, to try to prove, disprove, validate, invalidate, and
Bill, can we talk us about, I want to talk about China in this movie. I mean, you guys seen this trail from George Soros, all the stuff they did up there and all the companies that are involved. That was amazing, just the list of how, you got to wonder, everyone listed up there, they don't care about our country, the American dream. It just blows my mind, these companies that were part of it and people behind it. And the money, everyone heard the George Soros, whatever. Did everyone see up there? Really, with that gal arguing with, was it Newt? Yeah. Did you guys see that? You bring up his name, and what do? Go pull the pin. You know, just quit talking. What do you mean we're not going to talk about him? Who does the journalists out there think that we can talk about? What about our free speech? That's why they take that first, everybody. That's why they take that first. I mean, what do you think of that?
Well, I'm a former prosecutor, and I've never seen evidence to this degree. I've prosecuted thousands of cases. And I'm telling you right now, they've got the goods. I admire Mr. Lindell's heart and his courage, his fearlessness. My profession has been destroyed. Sorry, I'm a lawyer. But when I hear about real-time lawsuits being filed even this morning, add me to the list. I know defamation law. I know evidence. I like trials. So add me to the list. We need more of our lawyers to stand up, stand for something. This evidence is conclusive. I've never had a case with this kind of evidence, ever. If we could just get through these gatekeepers.
Get through the media.
Let us present the case.
Today, that's why everybody that's coming in right now, that's why we were delayed starting this morning. We had an attack of epic proportions. They attacked, I had backup to backup to backup. And they attacked it so they wouldn't get out there. I want to tell you, you talk about lawyers. I'll remember when My Pillow turned her back around and we sued Dominion for our free speech. And Alan Dershowitz was on that lawsuit with me, and he said, Mike, this will be the most important case in history for our First Amendment right to free speech. And let me tell you what he meant by that. And by the way, when our lawyers filed that in Minneapolis, the lawyer that filed it, they fired him. They fired him that morning. He had to go. Done. And they had already proved it. They said, oh, he didn't ask the higher up to take the case. You didn't hear about that, though, did you? No, they didn't, because my terrible paper in Minneapolis, the Minneapolis Star and Tribune. By the way, we're going to have elections. We're going to have mock elections in here, and we're going to have, who's the worst paper in the country, and you all get to vote on it. Who's the worst news out in the country? Who's attacked more than anyone in the country? Who's worse, Twitter or Facebook? We're going to do this, because we're going to show you how voting machines work, and we're going to show you how routers work, and we're going to show you how packet captures are captured in routers. We're going to show you in real time what they look like, and then you're going to know why they're holding back the routers in Arizona. It's disgusting how deep this goes. And everyone says, well, Mike, why didn't you get the media the other day when they're attacking me? You go, why didn't you get the word out? Why didn't you come out with this evidence sooner? Where have you been? I've been trying for 5 months, but I wanted to make sure the stuff was the way it was. It was just a build-up for this. Because everybody out there, even, all your media of the world, they knew I had some because I just, didn't shut up. Jimmy Kimmel goes, of all the people, all these experts and, Chris Krebs and all these people, and Bill Barr says it was a good election. Give me a break. They go, why? And he goes, why would a pillow guy end up with this? That's what Jimmy Kimmel said. I said, I don't know, because I got the biggest mouth. I don't know. They gave it to me. On January 9th, by January 9th, everybody, nobody was talking. And I was brought something that explained things. It explained things. One of the things it explained, I couldn't figure out, and I'm going to get into this a lot later when Dr. Frank talks, but I looked at deviations. It's what I do, math, every day. I look at deviations. I took calculus in the 8th grade. Yeah, everybody, CNN's going to look up, yeah, but he dropped out of college in 1 month. True, CNN. So, okay, so what, no, I don't. So anyway, what I was saying there is I looked at the deviation. I just want to tell you one, and this will be a prelude that you can look forward to. As we go through every state, I couldn't explain, like Nevada, all these non-residents that voted. And I go, people are good people. How could, let's say it was 20,000. You have to live there for a month. 20,000, I go, nobody went and committed a crime. And I go, this had to be done by a computer or something. Well, it was. And that's when on January 9th, I got some that anybody, when Jimmy Kimmel said, Mike, would you do it if it had been reversed? I said, of course. I said, our American dream is gone. Doesn't matter who's in the office if they pick our winner like China did. And I like you bring up with the lawyers, isn't it disgusting that lawyers either lived in fear, or how do you explain that? What do you think happened?
Well, one of the things that came to mind is just how Soros and his cronies have gamed the system. They've got a game theory. They know who to go after in which counties, in which states. And so this is a pervasive threat. This is an information war. And so what we've done is we try to take the fight from the court of law, because it's broken, to the court of public opinion. And that's what we're doing. And you have to understand that just like in my trials, when we had bought and paid for experts on the other side, over here with your mainstream media outlets, you have bought and paid for experts. Speak of the devil, I think I saw Harry Hursty here earlier this morning as an example of that. We're going to get the truth out. So the profession, this is a we the people movement.
Boom.
This is a we the people movement. The lawyers aren't going to save us. We need you all. I wish I could give you more sunshine about lawyers saving us, but what we've seen are doors that have closed. The rules of evidence haven't been followed. We haven't had evidentiary hearings. We've basically had any case. I'm Professor David Clements. So for Dominion folks, if you want to file a lawsuit, David Clements, New Mexico.
Yeah. And how about, I want to ask, because I think, how about the judges? One thing that was in was I really believe that the judges that were put in, one thing Donald Trump did put in so many judges and then the Supreme Court justices. And I really believe when we get past this now and break through the media wall, the block, the absolute cover-up that they have done, I believe when we get through that, all those judges out there, because we are, what you said before, we're one nation and it's a lawful republic. You got to follow the laws. But you've got to go to the courts, and then they got to be, I don't know that judges didn't look at stuff. I mean, that's such a...
No, they dismissed virtually 99.9% of the cases on a legal doctrine known as standing.
Right.
They didn't get to the merits. And what's troubling is when you have a president of the United States who's on the ballot, and he is told that he has no standing, communism is here. If you follow the precedents from Bush versus Gore, there's no reason why the president shouldn't have had standing. The fix was in.
Yep.
Can you see it?
Yep. And but when we get through that, once again, the media wall, the big cover-up, the shameful thing. Do you know when he said, when Alan Dershowitz said it'd be the most important case for our First Amendment right of free speech? I want to tell you what's going on right now in Washington, D.C. Dominion sued, by the way, they just added a couple more today in real time this morning because they knew Newsmax was going to be here in OAN. And they sued them again this morning. I think that's two for OAN. They sued them twice now. They're heroes, by the way, OAN. Heroes. But I want to tell you, in Washington, D.C., I went there, and I don't know, 6 weeks ago, I think, and they put all the hearings in a bucket. They had Sidney Powell, I think, and Rudy Giuliani, and we all got out there in front of that federal courtroom, and I was the only one outside. All the media was there, all the news media. And I went up there, of course, that's what I do, and I'm sitting there, and Fox was there, and all this other media was there. And I go, and I'm telling them about this symposium. They're going, Mike, your lawsuit. I said, don't you get it? That's called lawfare. This is what Alan told me. He said it hasn't been used in our country since 1798. And they put that back then. I think they did something against newspapers. There were probably a lot more than just suing them, right? So they were, kind of like old mafia days, right? Racketeering. You do this or else. Well, that's what they did. The Dominion, Smartmatic, they come in, and instead of doing that, they sue people or threatening to sue. So you take a homie. It's never happened before. It's disgusting what they did. And you're going, I kept saying on TV, I'm going, gee, why? If everyone said there were rocks and knives in my pillows, what would I do? I'd bring them to my factory and say, look inside, it's beautiful, patented fill. And they don't do it. Because there's rocks and knives in their machines, everybody. It doesn't take when you get not 50, not 100, but 200. But let me tell you what that judge did when we went in there. And this is what he's sitting on right now. If anybody knows, if you're watching, that judge is making the most important decision I could ever think of right now that's made out there. Because if he rules that those cases move forward, the Dominion, that those cases move forward, if that happens, let me tell you, you can tell what the floodgates had open. When I can go on TV and say Mark Zuckerberg did this, and I can get sued, or I say, I don't like, it's my opinion, right? So it's your voice of free speech. You know how many people are going to talk? Nobody. It's over. It's over. Then they can do their hit jobs, and you can't even talk back because they have more money, and they're going to sue you, and it's done. Am I right on that?
Yeah, those are known as SLAP suits, strategic litigation against public participation. This case against Mike Lindell, Sidney Powell, it'll never see the light of day in trial because they know they will lose. Right. This is to bury them with discovery. It's to get a gag order. I'm surprised they haven't tried to get that yet. But this is to silence people, hope that the enemy wins in 2 years, 3 years, as long as it takes to tie them up in the court system. They're going to hope you forget. That's right. That's the tactic. Mm-hmm. So you need to get yourself real trial attorneys that are ready to fight back, that love this, because I'm waiting for the day when we can stop with this gamesmanship through the media.
Well, here's the news for Dominion today. And I've been telling everyone that they go, Mike, what are you going to do about that lawsuit? My own in-house lawyers at my pillow. I go, don't you get it? This ain't about the money. These guys, it's just what he said. They're pushing it out 2 years so we forget about the 2020 election. They don't care about the billions of dollars. That's just, they put a big price tag up there to scare people. The first one against someone started in Colorado. I think it was November 9th. They started there. They didn't let up. They got a team of lawyers. This guy said something. Okay, we'll let that slide. Bam. You think they didn't sue Newsmax and OAN just this morning because they knew they were going to be here? And then they got our power thing shut off? They shut it off so this wouldn't have existed. Then your CNNs and all your left-wing media that are ruining our country, the cover-up, they could have did their reports. I could already see the headline. Frank's speech, 25 people showed up. They couldn't even get their technology, couldn't even get their microphones to work. And guess what? OAN and Newsmax got sued for even thinking about airing it. That's what was going to happen if we didn't have backup to backup to backup today. You think about that. I had 4 backups. We got on the 4th one. So everybody around the world, you need to know we got to go through this, and this is a big thing with the lawyer thing. And all your lawyers out there and the judges, but this is a good point right here on this one point. We cannot live in fear anymore. Do you know, let me tell you, you can't. I'm going to tell you about here, where we're at today in Sioux Falls, South Dakota. When we had this here, there was attacks just right out of the gate, bots and trolls. They attacked the venue stuff. They attacked the media here. They're going, we can't have it. Mike Lindell's going to have something in our town. And they almost backed out. I talked to a person, I won't name his name, and I go, you know what? I go, it's like saving money for a rainy day. I said, the Patriots, for us to stand up, it's pouring right now. It's it. There is no time in history if you can't sit back and go, oh, I don't want to be a part of that. What do they try and do out there this last 2 weeks? They tried to make it like like we're trying to overthrow. You're trying to overthrow the government. Mike Lindell's the #1 threat to the country. Did everybody read that article? The #1 threat. I sell pillows. They sleep good. Give me a break. That's what I do. Let me tell you something. I didn't, the story is, for me, everybody, I was an ex-crack addict. I didn't think politics affected anything we did. I really did. I come out of crack addiction. God freed me of that on January 16, 2009. I come out, I wake up in the morning, I go, what did I miss? All the stuff that was going on. I could not believe it. And then I ended up meeting Donald Trump in the summer of 2016. He reached out to me, this ex-crack addict from Minnesota, to talk about, it was just him and I in the meeting. We talked about, first thing he says, you always wear your cross, Mike. Are you a Christian? I say, yes, Mr. Trump, and this is a divine appointment. But one of the things in that room we talked about, he says, you make all your stuff here. He goes, I want to bring the manufacturer back for the entrepreneur in this country. And all the decisions that from that meeting that he told me, I walked out, he's going to be the greatest president ever. I didn't know him. I didn't know anything about politics. But I did see in December of 2019, everybody go, eat to your happy place, right? Do you know how everybody felt in this country? I don't care if you were a Democrat, Republican, liberal, conservative, blah, blah, blah. Your lives that went up a little bit, some a lot. Entrepreneurs, it was the biggest consumer confidence. Entrepreneurs were taking chances again. They were taking chances because they weren't in fear. Everything was going on the uptrend. You know, you had secure, everything was secure, our country was secure. These things manifested from political decisions. I realized that, you know, at that point I got thrown into it going, politics affects everything we do. Everything. Every single thing you do, they can make you do anything, make laws, especially if you don't have a republic, a democracy, if you don't live with a constitution. But they affect everything. We're living it now. But in December of 2019, everybody can bring yourself back there, and then all of a sudden, boom, flip it where we're at now. Who would have thought we'd be here? But I will tell you this, the stuff we're going to talk about, by the time we're through at these 3 days, there isn't one person on the planet that's going to go, we're attacked by China, and it don't matter. The Democrats warned us of these machines, but nobody listened. And every single person is going to go, wow, we got to do something. Because it's scary. It's scary. We've all seen it on that movie. And they've taken everything. And so this is the time to not be in fear. Ever. If everybody, when you talk about the lawyers, that's just one segment where, you know, they don't want to touch it. It's bad enough journalism, you know, they're the start. Terrible journalists. But then when you got people that don't want to stand up, I don't want to be the one that doesn't wear my mask if I don't, you know, I don't want to be the one in New York City that they, if I don't have a vaccine, I have to check people and you can't come in and eat. Do you know that there's like, I think it's like 30-some% of blacks and like 30-some% of, I think, Hispanic haven't got the vaccine in New York, so those restaurants, they can't eat. They're making them so they can't eat. This is crazy, isn't it?
Absolutely.
I mean, and we're going to just go, okay, follow sheep over a bridge. It's just, you know, it can't happen. And you know what? We're going to make that decision a lot easier for everybody by the third day of this. You're all going to go, hey, we're all in this together, Democrat, Republican, because we are one nation under God.
Amen.
And Pat, I don't want you to say his word comment on there.
I appreciate it, Mike. My name's Patrick Holbeck. For those of you who don't know, I'm from Michigan. And Mike, you hit something really important, and that word was fear. And it's talking about how we're approaching having civil dialogue about things that are uncomfortable nowadays. And I just want to highlight that, Mike, you could have hired a spin machine to go off and look at what was going on with the evidence that's going on. Instead, you hired a red team, all right? And you invited cynics and skeptics of all shapes and sizes to come out to this event today after putting out a $5 million bounty. That's what happens when you're not living in fear. That's what happens when you're going to go off and encourage people to go back into that civil dialogue. Now, you've heard a lot about Mike talking about the media. Why is that? Why is the focus on that? Because we have lost the ability to have a civil discourse about something of paramount importance to our country, which is the integrity of our elections. And we can't even talk about it anymore. So that's why you have to have an event like this to go off and get the word out, because that's the only way you're going to get a blip on the radar to discuss this. That's why we went out to Antrim County not too long ago, and we said, you know, the only way we're going to get people to listen is to get 2,000 people out in the middle of an orchard to talk about election fraud.
That's why I put frankspeech.com up. When I put that up, I spent millions and did something that couldn't be done, and just these guys pulled this off. Then when we did absolute interference, and we put things in place. Look at how hard they broke this morning, but you know what? It's just a platform to get it out to the world. We have one of our audiences out there as we've been going through the weeks here in Australia. They are so worried in Australia. They're so worried in Italy. They're so worried in Brazil. They're worried around the world. Why? Because their elections are going to be stolen just like ours is. But we caught them, everybody. Do you realize we're in the glorious time in history because we're the ones that caught it? Look what happened. If this would have happened in December, and they would have been put in, and Donald Trump would have been put in on December 14th, we would have never known about the machines and about this attack by China. They'd have just done it better next time. It's a miracle that didn't happen. Do you know what? I want to tell you, as we're on there, I want to tell you, before the runoff in Georgia, I prayed on January 4th that we would lose both of them, me being a Republican. I said, I hope they take them both. And everyone's going, Mike, why would you do that? I'll tell you why. If I was their marketer, I would have said, they won't shut up about the election. Give them a Republican back. So then everyone in the country would have been just like sheep and go, Mike, let up on it. We got the Senate. We'll be fine in 2022. But what happened when they took them both? They got greedy. Greed overrides evil. They took them both, and that's why you're here. Everybody's heart sunk and go, what? And we thought that was just Democrat. We didn't realize that was China. It's scary, but that's what happened. But that's a miracle. Remember, God's had his hand in all of this, and these things, we're going to look back. We're going to look back at each thing and go, wow, if that hadn't happened, we wouldn't be here when we get to that great place. And so it is the fear. You can't live in fear.
Exactly. And I want everybody to come into this event, and I think everybody here believes the same thing. Be skeptical, all right? We appreciate if you don't go cynical first, and we'd like you to start at skeptical. But look at the data you're going to be getting here. What we're doing, I mean, when we first started this, I mean, actually, Colonel Waldron, I think it was like 2 weeks after the election, we started talking about the need for a concept of operations to go start throwing mud up against the wall, see what evidence fits into what slots in regards to how we believe this election was messed with. And some stuff bears fruit, some stuff doesn't bear fruit. But the key is we're having that discussion. We need to keep having that discussion. So please ask the questions, ask the tough questions, and keep moving down the road. Because I'll tell you, I started out big-time skeptic. I started out a skeptic when I heard that Joe Biden got 81 million record votes while campaigning from the basement, right? I'm definitely a skeptic of that. I'm skeptical when they say that there's no internet connection, right? Because I actually saw it. I traced the Cat 5 cables underneath the tables between the tabulators and adjudicators in Detroit at the TCS Center. So I'm a little bit skeptical that it wasn't connected to the internet. I'm skeptical whenever I see a spreadsheet. I want to go off and look into it, break out the numbers, because I'm an engineer. That's what we like to do. Right. So I'm skeptical of all this stuff. But you know what? We have to have that dialogue. That's why we're here today, right. And that's why the media concerns that we have are so important.
I'd add one thing. You need to think of yourselves as jurors. You're jurors in this room. For the folks that are watching online, the streams, you're jurors. So if this is a presentation of evidence, you just use your common sense. There's certain things that are going to jump out to you, and the things that don't make sense aren't going to be true. The things that do make sense will be. You have the right to inquiry. You have the right to ask questions. And something's happened over the past 9, 10, 11 months where your thinking has been supplied for you by some expert talking head. They're so afraid of you asking questions and doing what we're doing right now, and that fear has manifested itself this morning to try to derail this event. I got news for you. It's not.
Professor, can I ask a question, Professor? It seems like the biggest objection from the electronic voting systems are the protection of their intellectual property. How common is it, in your experience, that intellectual property lawsuits, they look at computer code, they look at, is this copied code? Is this a violation of Microsoft's intellectual property or some other company's electronic? Is that a valid argument in your legal experience? Is there a way to handle that information so that
great question.
People can look at it and determine?
Oh, it's easy. What you do is you get an in-camera hearing with the judge. The attorneys come there, it's not on the record, and you can verify whether or not there's some evidence that suggests that there's fraud. Because if there was fraud, you can't hide behind IP law, right? If your fraud is part of the scheme and the cover-up, how is it fair to say, hey, sorry, you can't get to us. We've got a patent. We don't want you to know how we're perpetuating our fraud against you. Isn't that convenient? So there are ways to do that. You can take your argument to a judge. You can protect the secrets. And if anything were to happen, the attorneys would be severely sanctioned. So I don't know why that hasn't happened, but it's something that I've seen hundreds of times.
One of the things that I've been going around the country for months talking to groups, met several of you there, and everybody always asks me at the end, they say, who are the they? Who are the they? You know, they do this and they do this and they've hacked the election. Well, you've been investigating that pretty aggressively for some amount of time, and it seemed like in your video you specifically said left-wing activists and business titans. Are they the they? And can you elaborate on that a little bit?
I think just from observables, we saw Zuckerberg specifically putting money in heavily Democratic areas. I mean,
So that's a business titan.
that's a business titan, correct?
I got to interrupt here. They just told me Como had a press conference and he's resigning in 2 weeks. But let's call that for what it is. I mean, you know, that maybe people stood up for the things that they were going to do to small businesses with those vaccines, you know, but we can't let that be the whole news of the day, because what you're seeing here in these next 3 days is going to save the country. This isn't, what I want to say is, by the time you watch these 3 days, there ain't going to be any fear, because everybody will be on the same page. I don't care if you're a Democrat, Republican. We are all people. And they're just because the Democratic Party got picked for this, because they warned us. Remember, I got to keep telling you that. They the one that warned us. You know,
In 2018.
They warned us, and we didn't do anything. And then it's kind of funny because people have asked me, well, Mike, why didn't the government then capture the internet, capture the packets through the internet? Why didn't they do that? Well, they said they weren't online, so I'll give them a break. Why would you buy flood insurance if there's no rain? That's what, you know, so I'll just give them a little out there, right? But
So back to the day.
To continue the day, up in the video, we collected 210 or so nonprofit organizations that are directly linked, and it's the Tides Foundation, the Ford Foundation, Open Societies Foundation, Organizing for America, Act Blue, Media Matters, all of those organizations who have I call them, we termed it the Sorosian Alinsky Marxist, that Marxist worldview that is seeking to destroy the middle class, destroy small business, and destroy the ability to make decisions and earn a living to make America a better place. I believe that, you know, Soros and the Open Societies Foundation, they truly want a global order. They want to eliminate the middle class or the elite class. So they're really going to be like China. Look at China right now if you want to see where they want to go. They want a super elite class of the billionaires club and the Politburo or the party, and then the workers to support those super elites. And that's really what I believe that they're trying to achieve. Shutting down, lockdowns, really cripple small businesses and people that employ the great majority of Americans. And if you don't have a job because the company, the small business that you work for is out of business, then you're forced to take a government handout. And it's maybe like an addiction. I don't know, but it's that.
Yeah, no, and I want to tell you, what I'm seeing now, there's, you know, you have 30-some% of Democrats, and it's almost 100% of Republicans believe this election was hacked and taken. But I'll tell you why. What they're doing, what they did, just think of this. When a political decision, like Donald Trump, it made all those decisions for December 19. Now I tell all my friends this is what will open their eyes, even though the terrible media keeps brainwashing, keeps pumping this garbage down. But just think of Inauguration Day. That day, you get rid of 50,000 union jobs. 50,000. 13 of them at least have committed suicide. No, they were promised. They're up there working on that pipeline. Who did that help? Did it help Democrats? Did it help Republicans? Did it help any people? No, it helped somebody overseas. And it's not that gas price going up. It affects everything right now. You got a small business country, the price of rice went up, I'll tell you, on everything. Because everybody's paying for not just the $2,000-some worth of gas per person, but everything you buy. There's no, just like you said, they're destroying it and destroying it and destroying it. When you see decisions like you open up a border, That's what I want people. I'm really talking to Democrats or liberals out there. If it doesn't make sense, there's another agenda. If it doesn't help either party or either side, there's another agenda. What did that help at the border? I deal with my Lindell Recovery Network. By the way, it's a platform. If you got addiction out there, go to LindellRecoveryNetwork.org. It's free. It's free. I put millions into it. It's free. I give it away because people are hurting right now with what's went on. One out of 4 of our youth have thought of suicide the last year and a half. 1 out of 4. So if you have anybody you know there, send them there. It's free. But I want to say, what sense you open up the border, and you could go right down the list. How did that make sense? Fentanyl, more people dying, human trafficking. You see, we're supposed to be in the middle of a China virus. They're bringing, come on in, bring a new one in. It's crazy. It didn't help anyone. If it wasn't broke, if it wasn't broke, why did you try and destroy it? You got to look at that. And that's a deviation. That's a deviation. Even if you're a Democrat over here, you're going, why'd they do that? My speech is always over here because what they've done, that narrative when they've controlled the media, we're going to keep going back to the media all 3 days because the win here is to get what we're going to give you, the information out on the big platform, the frankspeech.com. It's built. It goes around the world. I want 1 billion viewers. And it's because if we don't have our voice, I want everybody again, in November and December and January, do you know the evidence they have? 50,000. The evidence is, Pat, the evidence for all of them, for your Sidney Powells, your Rudies, for all of us, we're watching the evidence pile up. You could have convicted the whole country with just taking one sliver for each thing. And why did they not convict? Or, why did we not, nobody did anything? Because of the media. They control it. It's the biggest cover-up and scam in history.
And Mike, behind every one of those pieces of evidence, there's a human story behind each and every one of them. There are people that put their lives, their careers out on the line to do this sworn testimony. We had people crying before the testimony, before the Michigan House, worried about what it would result in, not just to their family, not just to them, but to their family and their kids. We had Wayne County Board of Canvassers docs during their meeting telling everybody where their daughter went to school so that she could be hassled there. We have devolved into a point where it dovetails back to that fear thing. Are we going to, a lot of people gave a heck of a lot more for the rights that we enjoy here than just being called names or being lambasted on the media.
They fought for this country. They fought for this great country.
Now it's time for the
We're
witnesses.
in a facility with all these great veterans.
Right. That's where we are right now.
This Alliance Center. The people that fought for our country, and what is the media doing? You would think, why were you a journalist for them? Why would you, destroy our American dream? What are they going to do? Wouldn't it be sad one day they wake up and go, gee, I wish I had a second chance.
Well, one of those
There's
rights
no
is,
second chance.
One of those rights is freedom of the press.
Yeah.
And we've already seen how they've taken out reporters like Cheryl Atkinson and what they've done to actually use some of the same technology we're talking about in elections to go off and spy on actual reporters. Guys, this is not America. This is more like the Chinese
and those are hired groups. You guys got to realize this isn't a massive, one party just is out there doing all this. No, you just seen the movie. We've been invaded. We skipped right over. When you go to our colleges and they go, teaching this socialism, they think socialism is having a cup of coffee with their friend. Well, now they're learning real fast because we skipped right over socialism and communism. It's here now. They actually probably did it too fast, everybody. If I was a marketer for them, once again, I would have told them on Inauguration Day, I would have gotten in a room and said, okay, nobody's going to do anything bad till they shut up. We'd have opened up the states. They could have opened up the states and, made everything good. And everyone would have said, wow, they're doing great, right? And then all of a sudden they could have crushed us. But once again, they got greedy. And right now we're in a race. Do you know how much damage they've done already? Just think of it. The damage they've done in this country in these short months. That's why, no matter what, I had to get this up now because the whole world's got to know. So when we get done with this, when you heard me say, hey, we're going to bring it to the Supreme Court and it'll be 9-0, those 9 people, those 9 justices, they live the American dream. They have families, they have grandchildren, they have children, they have neighbors, they have friends. They're here to protect our country. You know, anybody that knows them, you know, watch this movie, have them watch this whole thing. They should be calling tomorrow, going, hurry, 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 get here. Seriously. And you know, all of them, and everyone says, here's another marketing thing. Here's how they screwed up too. You know, when it was 7-2, when they voted that they wouldn't even accept it, right? Now, the Constitution, they were supposed to look at it. But they didn't accept it. They voted 7-2. Now, if I'm a Democrat, I'm going over here, I'm saying, wow, because the Democrats thought they won. All of them did at that point. They're going, wow, those justices Donald Trump put in, they're fair. You know, so when it comes out 9-0, and that because this is non-subjective, this is evidence that this China attacked our country, and every one of them, they're going to stand out like a sore thumb. It's not going to be 8-1 or 7-2 or 5-4. This isn't about a party. It's about our country. And everybody can see it every day, the damage that keeps going here. And you know what? You blame anybody that works for the media. I'll tell you what, Jim Acosta called me. This is about a month ago. Calls me up. I go, Jim, what can I do for you? Mike, it was some hit job you did on CNN. But I go, Jim, do you realize they said, I'm having a symposium. Why don't you tell people about that? He goes, oh, Mike, you got it all figured out, huh? I go, Jim, this is about your country. Don't you care? You're not going to have a job. You're not going to have a job. You know, who are you going to go out there to do hit jobs on? No, seriously, who are you going to go, you know, you guys shut off our great president, Donald Trump. You shut him off so you didn't have him to attack. You know what? You know why I didn't put ads on, I put the Frank speech ad up for this event. I went to put it up on Fox. They were the only one that denied it in the country. Shame on them. You know, trying not to talk. But let me tell you, I didn't put it on CNN and MSNBC because it's all relevant. How much you pay? They don't have an audience. They're losing that because we're tired of their disinformation and their lies and what's going on. They're part of this destruction of our country. And I'm going, this ain't a party thing of who, this isn't about this. I told them, I'm going to tell it again. I told it probably in the thing we were doing, but while we were waiting to get back online. Jimmy Kimmel, everyone says, Mike, why'd you go on Jimmy Kimmel? You shouldn't do it. You shouldn't do it. I do, for one thing, I pray about things I do. And I'll tell you what, I went there because I went there and I'm going because I knew that the word would get out. If they're keeping me down not to talk about it, at least if I got attacked, it would get out. But I walked in there and Kendra and I were in the green room out in California. And I heard from the producer he had read my book. And that made me feel pretty good. I felt some confidence there because it's a story of the American dream. Going from a crack addict to sitting up here on the stage for the world, you can't make that up. That's all God. Amen. But I went out on stage and I get out there and I'm telling you, Jimmy Kimmel was torn. As he's doing that and we're going through it. He was torn. When we went to break, commercial, he said to me, we had this conversation. I said, Jimmy, they attacked you last summer. Maybe, remember, he did blackface in the 90s or something. And I said, they attacked you last summer and they were going to wipe you out. I said, we have it in common. He looked at me and he said these words, Mike, the difference is I did something bad. All you did was back a man you believe in. And he said that. And we had that conversation. At the end, it wasn't a fist bump. He shook my hand. And I'm going to tell you, I have a lot of respect for that man. That in that moment, because we talked about it, and one of the things was, we're not a divided country. We are not a divided country. That's the big lie. By the way, the big lie is the big lie. You come in here trying to tell us we're racist. We're not racist. Amen. Give me a break. You divide and conquer. That's what they're doing. They were not racist. Democrat people aren't against them or Republican people. We want officials that are elected for the people, without party agendas and personal agendas. Isn't it funny how they're bubbling up? I could really go on, but I'm going to go on that later. My favorite people like Brian Kemp and Doug Ducey. We'll talk about that later. Disgusting.
Hey, Mike, you're bringing something up that's really, really critical to understand about information warfare. In information warfare, there's a principle of information dominance. And in the U.S., the progressive left, or however you want to phrase that, has achieved a position of information dominance. And what that allows is a narrative warfare, to control the narrative and control the pace of the narrative so that it shuts down anything that's not what the machine desires. That narrative warfare you saw up there when Harf said, we don't want to talk about George, we can't talk about George Soros. We shouldn't talk about George Soros.
Right.
What Senator Colbeck said, if we don't have the ability to have that discourse about politics, about academics, about the situation of just imagine if our founders didn't get in together and pound this out, this marvelous thing that we have, this republic, we wouldn't be here in this grand experiment that is the United States of America. The information dominance and the control and the narrative warfare, the conditioning of kids. I have my first grandson, and it's the phone, cell phones. That conditioning, that leash, that is a way to control information. If I had had that power in an iPhone or a Samsung or whatever you're looking at, as a psychological operations officer downrange in theater in Iraq or Afghanistan or wherever else, that is such a powerful tool for influencing, for shaping, and really what's happening with we look at the organizations, we connect key communicators across that progressive spectrum, and you see guys like Brian Stelter and CNN and Media Matters. Those are organizations that are well founded, and they go back to 2000, as far as back as 2010 that I'm aware of, with Eric Holder's Justice Department using legal deferred adjudication to shift money from the U.S. Treasury to organizations that Congress had said the government will not fund, ACORN being one of them, all these things. So using the power and the unrestricted, unbridled power of the federal government and the endless stream of money that they pull out of your pocket and out of my pocket to fight their wars. It's crazy, but again, they're using the power of the Department of Justice, of the elements of government, to fight against the American people, and it's very troubling. But they use that to control the narrative, so that people are, like Mike mentioned, afraid. They're afraid to stand up. They're afraid to say, like, something's not right here. I may not know what it is, but something's not right. And that's really where this discourse has to go, as far as bringing America back to our republic and back to the founding documents.
Can you expand a little bit on? Oh, sorry. Sorry, I missed that.
I was just going to ask. We have to ask the question of why is it that we're losing the information war? Right. Yeah. When you get into these circles, the greatest tool of the mainstream media, the snake news, is platform suppression. That's their tool. Conservatives have substance. So we spend 98% of our time talking in terms of substance. When it comes to content and distribution, we're not so good at that. We use about 2% of our power. That's why we've got second-tier freedom journalists, citizen journalists that are covering this event, and none of the big five. Now, the progressive Marxist is the exact opposite. They have no substance. They are all content, all distribution. So if we want to engage in this information war and do a better job, we need to have the infrastructure, the technology. We need to have containment. We need the right platforms where we're not shooting over our shoulders in retreat, where we can take a breath, start something like we're doing today without any problems, but the appeal to the conservative movement out there, for the people that believe in truth, you got to stop imitating and being a copycat of the Marxist technology. Where are our opposites of Zuckerbuck? Where are our opposites of Jack Dorsey? Where are our patriot entrepreneurs to help us fight this information war? Because unless we get a hold of content and distribution, we're going to be in a fallback position. So remember that, folks. We all agree on most of the stuff. We've got the substance. The other side doesn't.
Patriot entrepreneurs are the target.
Yeah.
Because without them, the rest of the patriots don't have a chance.
One of the things that you brought up in here is, and one of the things I've been learned a lot. I mean, I'm a scientist, and like this last year, I've learned more politics and military stuff than the whole rest of my life combined. But I've been interacting with a lot of military guys like you, and this really is a war. And like, I'll be having a discussion with you guys, and you'll say, well, really, this is why you're using this tactic, and this really is a war. In fact, it's a bloodless coup. Yes?
It is a war. It again follows the Chinese doctrine of unrestricted warfare, which in China will not fight us force on force. They won't fight us where we are strong. Why would they? Why would they oppose a strength? They're going to attack where we're weak. We're weak in our legal system, our financial system, because of our openness. And
because of our openness.
Because
so
of
our
our
openness is our strength, but it's also our weakness.
The strength that can be turned as a weaknesses. And this asymmetric warfare, these principles of asymmetric warfare, you know, I had a conversation in Texas with a group of folks, and we were talking about, hey, don't sell these legacy ranches to Chinese-backed private equity firms. Don't sell these businesses. And they said, well, we got to make a living. I said, well, at what cost? At what cost? It's to your family, to your heritage, to our country. Don't let China-backed money invest into your business. Yeah, you need capital, but at what cost? They will take. And one of the articles up there is that if you move business production to China, you have no intellectual property. The Chinese government owns it. This is a vulnerability, and they've been doing this for years. They'll use this technique called boxcarring. I hope no one has ExpressVPN on their phones. Again, might get sued, Mike, but it's a Chinese-backed VPN, a virtual private network. So a VPN just creates a tunnel for the information that you think is important and want to protect, and it hits a boxcar when it gets to a junction, and it starts filling that boxcar with data, and they'll sift through that data, private information, intellectual property, business dealings, and they'll use that information. And even if it's encrypted, even if they don't have it, quantum computing is coming sooner rather than you think it. 3 to 5 years, nothing that you do will be private unless we make some substantive changes in our cybersecurity. That's coming. Just be aware that's coming. If you think you've got money in a bank that's protected in 3 to 5 years, you better think again. If you've got a company that's protecting some intellectual property, I mean, you really need to be thinking about this moving forward. But this is what they'll do. They'll pull all that information and they'll boxcar it. So even if they can't break the encryption now, they'll break it. They've got, we call it Apartment 1. It is a huge, huge building in the PLA, People's Liberation Army, that all they do is hack, break encryption, and steal data. And China uses that. I mean, they've copied, I believe it was Boeing jet. They've got a commercial jet that basically they copied and stole from a U.S. Airplane manufacturer, and they use that theft to leapfrog us in technology. Now, whether they can maintain it or sustain it, where they have that entrepreneurial engine in their upper Politburo class, that remains to be seen, but they use it. They're stealing America. They're stealing the Republic.
Right, and with that said, I'm going to go through now what we're all going to do, and then I'm going to go through right now. We're going to break out all the cyber forensic experts that are here. You're going to break out in 4 groups, but I want to tell you before you leave what we're doing today. So we're going to have the panel up here all day, everybody, all the way till 9 o'clock tonight. There's some coming at 7 o'clock, everybody, that the whole world will not want to miss.
7 o'clock.
The cyber forensic guys, you guys will go till 5 o'clock now in the breakout rooms. You're going to be, if you see over here next to the stage there, the data, from the 2020 election, and you're going to be given. Colonel Phil here is going to bring you around. On your cyber forensic badge, there's 4 different colors for breakout rooms, and that was random, just random. And you guys can be in those rooms. You're free to go anywhere, get food. There's all free food back there. You all know that. For lunch, whatever you guys can do. You guys don't have to stay in the rooms. You guys can do whatever you want till you're in those rooms till 5. The rest of you, I'm going to tell you another thing that's going on. Right over here in the back wall, by 1 o'clock, there's going to be set up a cyber center. You're going to be able to put in any state, and it's going to show you what the big lie was, and then you're going to say, and then it's going to go what the truth was. And you're going to put in counties that are set up based on the data, what happened in the 6 swing state counties. I know a lot of you are going to go Maricopa, Fulton County, right? You put that in there, and that's going to come out. On the main stage here, we're going to start a map. And as soon as the cyber guys go, I want to put a map up of what the big lie was that it ended. Do we have that map? It's the big lie that where it ended. But then we're also going to have throughout the day, you guys, there's a mock election here. All of you can vote throughout the day. I'll let you know what time the first election starts. Pat's going to be running that election. You can come in, you vote. And what we're going to show you vote. Once we fill up the votes, let's say it's 20 to 10 or whatever it is. And we're going to do votes like Fox against CNN, just so we have something to vote on, right? Who's the worst outlet in the country? Is it Fox or CNN? So let's say it was 20. Let's say it was 20 to 10. Okay, that Fox won, right? The worst company or the worst news outlet. Now we're going to have a hacker hack it and flip it. Exactly, flip it. And they're going to do it. There's routers, so they're going to do it through. There's 3 points of contact and where they can attack. So and Pat will explain that in there if you have any questions. But we hack it. And now, boom, now CNN's the worst one because they flipped it on Fox, right? 20 to 10. We're not going to stop there. What we're going to do there then is go, oh, yeah, it comes out the other end. Yep, 20 to 10. Well, that's a real good demo, right? We all know that, but the machines weren't supposed to be online. So then we're going to do is we're going to grab the router. And we're going to have a cyber guy randomly picked. We're going to come to you 4 rooms. And you guys can, whoever wants to read that packet capture, we are going to go random to 4 rooms, and anyone will, draw a name if they want to do it. They're going to bring them in. We're going to put them in a room with no device, and they're going to sit in that room and wait until we grab the packet capture from the router. Doesn't take long. So we pull this packet capture. Now, you and I won't be able to read it. These cyber guys would probably. But we're going to say, now we're all going to know how many votes were flipped, the exact time, everything. Now we're going to pull the cyber guy out of the soundproof booth and say, here, read this packet capture out of the router. And he's going to take him about maybe 3-5 minutes. We've had it tested with a couple of them to read it. And he's going to go, you flipped 20 votes from Fox to CNN, 20 votes at exactly this moment in time, and out of this computer and this IP address. And then you're going to all go, no wonder they don't want to give those routers up in Maricopa County. Okay? So right now, Colonel Phil is going to go with one of these, I think with Janet here. Colonel Phil's going to go with Janet. All you cyber guys, if you go, I think you go that way towards the front entrance, and you can go to each one of the breakout rooms. And like I say, you can come out anytime. That's just your room, so you can have that. The data is going to be brought down to you. You're going to be fed data through the internet, right?
Yeah. Can I quantify a little bit or what?
Okay, all right.
So that we got a little bit of a peak data of a small slice. I think it was 9 o'clock Saturday night. We had about a 3-hour virtual look, and this is a unique data set. It's a unique file structure that's operating in. And we got to see some of the extraction of the data. I'm not sure what you're going to see today, and that's probably by design.
Yeah, and we're putting in. You're going to see. We're going to start with the alligator's tail.
Yeah. So we've seen enough that we've seen plausibility, but there's, we haven't proved or disproven anything.
Red
so
team.
Red team. Yeah.
Red team.
And so that's where we are.
Right. And I want to tell you on the screen, if you go to Frank's speech, everybody at home, on the screen, there's data that's running there. And what do you call that data? That's data that's been somewhat
parsed. Parsed. I think that's a hex file.
Yeah.
Or binary.
Yeah. So you're seeing that. So if you're at home and you're a cyber forensic expert at home, you can freeze that screen, go to frankspeech.com, go down to the third or fourth thing. We're going to run that for the month of August. We're going to keep running these things. So you're at home, you can freeze it and pull it out there, go, wow, this was the 2020 election. You're going to see things in there that the rest of us couldn't see. I just wanted to do that to see the magnitude of the billions of lines of data that came out of there from this election. So they, Phil's taking us, so you guys are free to go there. It'll take quite a little time. We're going to have, right now, I guess we're bringing up, I think Dr. Frank, he's going to do a presentation here. What he's going to do, it's called, when I met Dr. Frank, now he's a physicist. He's one of the smartest men in this country. He is. He's one of the smartest men in this country. The story behind him is, I met him in a divine appointment, but the story goes, I met a gal in Pennsylvania and her election got stolen. It's Kathy Barnett. She had ran for Congress, and she was ahead. That night, she was up by 70%. She went to bed, and she woke up and she lost. This woman almost went, I think she did go door to door. Did you vote for me? It's traditional 70%. Did you vote for me? I mean, she just dug in. I met her at a divine appointment at some rally, and then what she did, she had met Dr. Frank, and he had never been in election stuff, and he was a physicist from Ohio. So he goes over, and I didn't know this at the time, and he goes over to help her. She goes, this doesn't make sense, that these numbers, it was deviations beyond belief. So we go to film absolute, I think it was absolute interference. And we're sitting in the studio. Now, I had never met him before, and I had all these information from around the country, everybody pouring me stuff every single day, thousands of stuff. Hey, I got evidence of this, I got evidence of this. But my focus was on the machines, the big steel. It was on this, this big, there's no way that dead people voted and non-residents voted. I said, the non-residents alone, I'm going, that's impossible. And that many people wouldn't commit a crime. It had to be done by computers, right? Or machines. So anyway, we go to film this, absolute interference, and Dr. Frank is sitting next to me, and he starts in, and he shows me this algorithm you're all going to see here based on the 2010 census report. And I stopped it at 5 minutes in, and I'm dropping it. I'm going, it's completely separate from the data you see over here, the captures of the data from the election, from the internet. This stuff is based on, you can all see it at home. You can do it yourself. He's going to show you something that blew my mind, where I don't care, pick your state. Pick any state. What he did, he went over to Pennsylvania and he found out there was a pattern, and he remembered it from a class he was teaching. And this pattern was the same pattern in every county, that the same percentage of 25-year-olds voted as 40-year-olds. Pick a number, 30-year-olds. It didn't matter. And he went back over in the middle. He goes, well, it couldn't have happened. He goes, that's impossible. Every county has the same exact pattern. This little thing here you're going to see. But one of the interesting things is he went over to his home state. It couldn't have happened in Ohio. Donald Trump won Ohio. But it was 7% he won by. Instead, you're going to see it was 15%. And it was every single county in Ohio he went through, and it was the same there. So when we did scientific proof, by the way, all you media out there, anyone watching in the world, go to frankspeech.com, watch scientific proof. This is completely separate. This is 100% evidence that it was done with an algorithm through machines. And it has nothing to do with capturing anything on the election. It's what they did. What you're going to find here in his demonstration, it explains so much. It explains like, gee, in my home state of Minnesota and Iowa and Nebraska and Colorado, there's counties there where more people that voted than live there. Well, you know why? Because in 2010, since then, the population down, they moved to the city or they died. So you use voter rolls from the 2010 census report. We had one anomaly in Colorado we couldn't figure out because I was really into it, these deviations. One of them, it was in Colorado, a county, and that county, only half the people voted. It hadn't happened anywhere in the country. They had used the same algorithm, but this one half. What were they, just didn't want to vote? It didn't make sense. Well, we found out since 2010, they built a prison there, and half the county was in prison. So, I mean, he's going to show you. It's so interesting, and it's so amazing, and it explains so much because, people that went out there, when you talk about these machines and what they use, those voter rolls, when you couldn't explain when people went to vote and they said, oh, no, you've already voted. You know, up that happened, it was a huge number. Or people went there and tried to find their vote after the fact and said, you didn't vote. This wasn't people going out there and everybody going, hey, let's have 20,000 people from Nevada go out and vote even though we don't live there anymore. It didn't make sense. No, people are good people. You're going to have some bad eggs, but nobody did that. So what they did is they used the 2010, you're going to see voter rolls, so those people don't live there anymore. I'm going to have a presentation just on Georgia, what happened in Georgia. Remember the call with the president, with Brad Rassenberger? Brad's going to have explaining to do when this 3 days is over. Absolutely corruption. When the president said, you had this many dead people voted, you had this many that don't live here anymore, this many minors that voted, whatever, not the minors, but just, he went down these silos. And they go, just find one here. Which one? We only lost by 11,730. Well, he said, well, those aren't the right numbers, Brad said. And the president said, well, where are the real numbers? Who gave us these? The president's person said, he did, sir, meaning Brad. Brad gave him those numbers. And you know what he said? Well, they're still the wrong numbers. He goes, well, when do we get the right numbers? They don't have them to this day. What is Brad Rassenberger and Brian Kemp covering up? They don't have a party agenda, do they? They don't have a party agenda. Otherwise, they would have looked into their audits for their state. They would have stood behind the people and said, hey, let's check into this. So that only leaves one thing, a personal agenda. A personal agenda. And you know what? Brian Kemp bought $107 million worth of Dominion machines in 2019. You think he had a little personal agenda there, Brian? If y'all remember, I got kicked out of the Republican Governors Convention because Doug Ducey and Brian Kemp were afraid I would talk to him. I was invited there. Now we're going to talk about the terrible media. I was invited to that convention. Here's the real story behind it. I get down there. I got my things. We're all going to head to the governor's mansion. And the guy comes up to me and goes, Mike, you've been kicked out. And he goes, you've been uninvited. I said, what do you mean? He goes, it's something to do with Brian Kemp and Doug Ducey. Well, and I said, the whole event? He said, yeah, the whole event. Well, let me tell you a little side thing. Doug Ducey's the president of that or the Governors Association, and Brian Kemp is in charge of election integrity of that committee. And it's disgusting. So I called up a bad media and I called up Political. I called up Political and I said, hey, you want to do this? Can you believe they kicked me out of the Governors Association? And I got my credentials. I wouldn't give them my credentials back, right? Because I knew they were going to put what they were going to pull. So Political calls up the Governors Association. And they say, well, you've got to be a governor to be invited. In other words, I was like a wedding crasher, right? Well, I called all the other media. Now get this. All the other media, and I showed them. You think this would be a story. I called the bad media, the Daily Beast, all these places. I called them up. And I showed them my credentials. I sent it to them. I was email invited and the credential to get into that mansion. And you know what? Now, once you think, then they called them up and they lied and said I wasn't invited. But they see my credentials. Now, if you're a hit job media, once you go after the Republicans and say, they kicked out Mike Lindell, he really did have credentials. But instead, they attacked me. They buried it. You think about that.
got something we want to show you off stage here.
Okay, I guess we have something off stage, but so we're live streaming though. So you want to talk?
Well, I think we're set up for a break, and then maybe we're going to talk a little bit right when we get back there. We're going to go into...
No, we're not going on a break. Put up that movie again. Run the movie. There's no breaks. We're streaming 72 hours, live streaming. So around the world, this never stops. You guys can go eat, that's fine, but I ain't eating. I'm staying up here for 72 hours before they ruin our signal.
Ladies and gentlemen,
What's
lunch
that?
is now available in the back hallway. Thank you.
Yeah. We're going to put the movie up again. If everybody missed it, I want to go put the movie up.
Tabulation system.
And then when we come back from the movie, we're going to have Dr. Frank stream or go. He's going to get on there and do his presentation. So is the movie going?
Came together because they
You
all
guys, this is the movie y'all heard about this morning. With this movie, everybody out there, this is going to be shown around the world. I want you to go share it. You get on Frank's
the
speech.
Department of Defense, NASA, the U.S. National Laboratories, private investigations and cybersecurity companies, and legal firms.
All right, thanks for joining us. We are live in Sioux City, South Dakota for Mike Lindell's Cyber Symposium. We're going to cut to this movie here in just a second. This aired earlier in today's broadcast. We want to thank everybody for watching us over the last really 2.5 hours. We've had some incredible moments here. Of course, we got off a little late from this due to a couple cyber attempts to hack into the system here. That was successful. They had to go back to a fourth backup plan, and that's what ultimately has gotten this presentation underway. But we're glad you're joining us. They're taking a quick lunch break here where breakfast is served, lunch is served to all the attendees here in this space. But we want to thank you for joining us. And if you've been following us the last 2-3 hours, you know what you've heard. And we are anticipating a major announcement coming up at 7 o'clock from Mike Lindell and his security cyber team here. They have a breakout session as well where people are basically going around and going into these mock election areas that are basically simulating an election, and he's going to prove just how easily it was to hack into the system. But before we get back to the movie on screen, I want to remind everybody, this is all possible because of you, because of your generosity and your donations and your support for our friend Mike Lindell. Of course, he's been on this ever since the election concluded in early November on this election integrity and pushing forward for the truth. So now it's our duty as consumers to push out and support him as well. Go to mypillow.com, mypillow.com, mystore.com on there, thousands of products, and go and use the promo code RSBN at checkout, and you'll get up to 66% off your entire order. And it is imperative that right now we support Mike Lindell and all of his efforts. And of course, he has funded all of the investigations into election integrity. His company has been out on the line. He has been out on the line. He has faced lawsuits, several lawsuits here in the last 6 months. It is time that we can support him and do it financially by buying some of his quality products there. So go to mypillow.com or mystore.com. Pick out thousands of products there to choose from. Always advocate putting an American flag in front of your home, your business, your apartment, wherever you live. I got one in front of my house, and I bought it from mystore.com. So go onto the website, put in the promo code RSBN at checkout, and you'll get up to 66% off your entire order. Now, as I pan the crowd here real quickly, you'll see there's various people here, not just all, let's just say, pro-election integrity or people that are supporting election integrity. You've got some skeptics here, and that's what Mike Lindell wanted to do. He wanted to invite those that would be a little skeptical to getting into the election integrity conversation. So that's what he's invited here. He's got cyber experts that are going to actually look at some of this content and prove of what happened on November 3rd. He had a great film. I want to cut to this film right now, and if you missed any portion of today, you can go back and rewatch this as our coverage started about 9 o'clock Central Time. Once again, 7 o'clock tonight, major announcement, Mike Lindell. Let's turn it over to the movie.
In 2018, electronic voting machines in Georgia and Texas deleted votes for certain candidates or switched votes from one candidate to another.
We brought in folks who, before our eyes, hacked election machines.
Workers were able to easily hack into an electronic voting machine. It was possible to switch votes.
Even hackers with limited prior knowledge, tools, and resources are able to breach voting machines in a matter of minutes.
Remote access software, which would make a machine like that, a magnet for fraudsters and hackers.
Unfortunately, Dominion has recently been thrust into the national spotlight as part of a dangerous and reckless disinformation campaign aimed at sowing doubt and confusion over the 2020 presidential election. First, there were no switched or deleted votes involving Dominion machines. Dominion is not and has never been a front for communists. The company also does not have any ties to China whatsoever, including investment or source code transfer. Let me be clear. Voting systems are, by design, meant to be used as closed systems that are not networked, meaning they are not connected to the internet.
Sounds like some of these machines are showing the tabulators can and are connected to the internet.
Throughout, you're going to, particularly where a vote is cast on election day, those machines tend to and should not be connected to the internet, certainly as a best practice.
But some have the capability, don't they?
Some may have modems that are typically disabled, but in certain states, I believe in Wisconsin, some are temporarily activated to transmit some counts.
But those tabulators are connected on election day because that's how they transmit the data to the counties and also into the unofficial.
In some cases, yes, sir.
Yeah.
That's right.
Okay.
Through forensic analysis of election management system computers in Antrim County, Michigan, affidavits from numerous election officials in Georgia, as well as the operator's manual for Dominion's Democracy Suite 5.5, our teams have gathered indisputable evidence that the entire system can indeed be connected, hacked, and manipulated. And in fact, it was. Here's what triggered this investigation back in 2018. This is the Allied Security Operations Group primary finding in the 2018 governor's race, where a direct flip of 560 votes was made from Matt Bevin to Andy Beshear. So that was exactly 560 votes was deducted from Matt Bevin. 560 votes were added to Andy Beshear. This race was decided by a little over 5,000 votes. So this one switch represented about 25% of the margin of the vote.
Andy Beshear is declaring victory because he is the leading candidate over a Republican incumbent governor in a state Matt Bevin won by 10 points 4 years ago and a state Donald Trump won by a ton.
Here's an example of election anomalies that took place in 2020.
So now we would take the ballots and we would scan them. It's going to feed these ballots through the scanner. So what we're going to do is we're going to take and we're going to overvote.
What do you mean by overvote?
Overvote is when if there is multiple people in a section where it says only vote for one.
So you're scanning the same ballots twice. That's already been scanned once.
I've already scanned them once.
Yeah, so you're scanning the same
ballots twice. You just accept that every one of them went through the system. There it is, the fifth batch.
Okay.
It's pending adjudication. I think I want to vote for Biden. Let's let Biden win this and complete.
So you made a vote for someone where someone did not vote?
I did, didn't I?
And you're the election supervisor?
I'm the election supervisor. I am the person that sits and does the adjudication.
All right, board, I want y'all to step outside.
Initiated by a court order, the Michigan investigation team obtained forensic access to a DS200 tabulator, the machine that counts the votes. A Telit 4G wireless chip manufactured in Taiwan was discovered embedded into the motherboard. The voting machine tapes clearly indicate modem engagement and transmission of election data. Some of the anomalies that we noticed in the 2020 general elections, that 5 key states all stopped counting at a certain time in these key battleground states. These were all where the software, Dominion machines, ESNS machines were used, the Smartmatic, the GEMS software. So when the vote stopped counting, and this has been noted in other countries as well, President Trump was significantly ahead. When reporting and counting resumed, there was a massive spike occurred that favored Joe Biden. The next major observation the teams made was that there were significant financial transactions from private and nonprofit organizations that had a severe impact on the 2020 general election. As revealed in a Time magazine article in February of 2021, individuals and organizations have been plotting to fortify the election since at least 2015.
This is the inside story of the conspiracy to save the 2020 election, but it's massively important for the country to understand that it didn't happen accidentally. Democracy is not self-executing. There was a conspiracy unfolding behind the scenes, one that both curtailed the protests and coordinated the resistance from CEOs. Both surprises were the result of an informal alliance between left-wing activists and business titans. They got states to change voting systems and laws and helped secure hundreds of millions in public and private funding. That's why the participants want the secret history of the 2020 election told, even though it sounds like a paranoid fever dream. A well-funded cabal of powerful people, ranging across industries and ideologies, working together behind the scenes to influence perceptions, change rules and laws, steer media coverage and control the flow of information. They were not rigging the election. They were fortifying it.
This network influence diagram really shows the interrelationship of money, people, and influence and control between key players and key organizations. Now, there were over 200 nonprofits that we found in this network that are all connected. What's even more troubling is that all of those 200 organizations have received substantial funding from a single source.
Of all the financial titans and philanthropists of the 20th century, none are more complex or mysterious than George Soros.
You're a Hungarian Jew who escaped the Holocaust by posing as a Christian.
Right.
And you watched lots of people get shipped off to the death camps.
Right. And I would say that that's when my character was made.
My understanding is that you went out with this protector of yours. Christian.
Yes.
Went out, in fact, and helped in the confiscation of property from the Jews.
That's right.
I mean, that sounds like an experience that would send lots of people to the psychiatric couch for many, many years. Was it difficult?
Not at all. Not at all.
Like Carnegie, J.P. Morgan, and the Rockefellers, he amassed billions through ruthless business decisions, only to turn around and give away most of his fortune to advance his own personal philosophy.
I am basically there to make money. I cannot and do not look at the social consequences of what I do.
Do you believe in God?
No.
This is not the first time that Mr. Soros has been implicated in a plot to destroy a nation. His cover organizations have been banned from several countries for doing exactly what they're currently doing to America. The Philippines, Russia, Turkey, Poland, Pakistan, as well as Soros' own homeland of Hungary, have learned the hard way the true intentions of this ruthless multi-billionaire.
És egy percig sincsen kétségem afelől, hogy Soros György és a vele együttműködők mindent megtesznek, minden alkalmat megragadnak, hogy azokat a kormányokat, amelyek...
The growing emergency unfolding at the southern border.
Thousands of Central American migrants are vowing to continue their march to the U.S. border.
Has surged in recent weeks, alarming officials who are strapped for resources.
And overwhelmingly elected with George Soros' money, and they're a major cause of the violence we're seeing because they keep putting the violent criminals back on the street.
I'm not sure we need to bring George Soros into this. I was going to say you'd get the last word, Speaker.
He paid for it. I mean, why can't we discuss the fact that millions of dollars he spent?
I agree with Melissa. George Soros doesn't need to be a part of this conversation.
Okay. So it's verboten.
All right, we're good. Okay, we're going to move on.
It was in 2006 when Soros said, "The main obstacle to a stable and just world is the United States." Translated into truth, that sentence would read, "The main obstacle to destabilizing the world is the United States." While Soros is often accused of unfounded conspiracies, that should not detour from the heinous crimes against humanity that he's actually guilty of. Many of those crimes he keeps hidden in plain sight. According to a white paper called U.S. Programs 2015 to 2018 Strategy, Soros's Open Societies Foundation began funding radical operations in Arizona and Georgia in 2015 with the goal of subverting the 2020 presidential elections. Through massive campaign contributions and nonprofit funding, Soros owns and controls countless public officials, university professors, teachers' unions, mayors, district attorneys, judges, congressmen, senators, secretaries of state, sheriffs, governors, and electronic voting machine companies around the world. In 2010, George Soros shocked even his most devout loyalists when he declared that China has a better functioning government than the United States. While the Chinese people should be considered friends and allies, the Chinese Communist Party is anything but. The CCP has been plotting to take over the United States for the better part of this last century, and their unconventional warfare principles are barely recognizable to the U.S. population.
America's top intelligence official even went so far as to say, and I quote, "If I could communicate one thing to the American people from this unique vantage point, it is that the People's Republic of China poses the greatest threat to democracy and freedom worldwide since World War II."
While we were sleeping, their poisonous seeds planted long ago have taken root and are now in full bloom within U.S. soil. The Chinese government and their operatives are buying up the United States at an alarming rate. Through cover organizations and individuals, they're purchasing American farms and businesses in mass volume. In addition, the CCP has co-opted the U.S. entertainment industry. Chinese firms own several major U.S. entertainment companies and control more than 8,000 American theater screens. Hollywood movie scripts are often reviewed and censored if they pose any threat to the image of the Chinese Communist Party. And many professional sports teams and players are controlled in great part by the CCP.
The pandemic sped up a trend that was already years in the making, and it's brought about another change: the Chinese government's growing influence over the content of these films. That has people worried, including members of Congress, as they point to a growing list of examples of Hollywood seemingly bending to China's will.
Now, here's a case in point. If you're a Hollywood actor, whatever you do, don't call Taiwan a country. Here's WWE star John Cena apologizing for doing just that.
我很抱歉对我的错误，对不起，我很抱歉。你必须了解，我很爱、很尊重中国跟中国人。
And that's the fear now, because you're now making movies for 16-year-olds and China. And that's it.
LeBron James taking on Houston Rockets general manager Daryl Morey, whose tweet supporting protests in Hong Kong set off a firestorm between the country and the league.
China announcing this morning they're pulling NBA games from their airwaves.
I don't want to get into a feud with Daryl, but I believe he wasn't educated on the situation at hand. Just be careful what we tweet and we say.
Why would the NBA take $500 million plus from a country that is engaging in ethnic cleansing?
They are a customer of ours, and guess what, Megan? I'm okay with doing business with China.
One of the stark realities of this past year is the clear and present threat that China represents to the United States of America and to the daily lives of Americans. And it's not just about exporting a pandemic. China has also potentially compromised Joe Biden's family.
Joe Biden, while he was vice president, took billions of dollars in bribes from the Chinese government in the form of payments to his son Hunter's businesses. In exchange, Biden was soft on Chinese military and economic aggression.
This is the reason why I've held the view for so many years and continue to hold the view that a rising China is a positive development.
They're not bad folks, but guess what? They're not a competition for us.
Yeah, I think that the biggest competitor is China.
Joe Biden had a bit to say today, suggesting that China wants to own America by 2035.
They literally have a stated goal of toppling America as the world superpower. How on earth could Joe Biden, with a straight face, negotiate with a government who's put billions of dollars into his family's businesses?
And finally, new rule, you're not going to win the battle for the 21st century if you are a silly people. And Americans are a silly people. Half the country is having a never-ending woke competition deciding whether Mr. Potato Head has a dick.
Don't tickle me.
We are a silly people. Do you know who doesn't care that there's a stereotype of a Chinese man in a Dr. Seuss book? China. You think China's doing that? Letting political correctness get in the way of nurturing their best and brightest? You think Chinese colleges are offering courses in the philosophy of Star Trek, the sociology of Seinfeld, and surviving the coming zombie apocalypse? Those are real, and so is China, and they are eating our lunch.
China is going to eat our lunch? Come on, man. Last night, I was on the phone for 2 straight hours with Xi Jinping. And, you know, if we don't get moving, they're gonna eat our lunch. When he called to congratulate him, we had a 2-hour discussion. He's deadly earnest about becoming the most significant, consequential nation in the world.
China is currently making big moves to gain control of U.S. port facility operations and already controls the Panama Canal. They're building 5G networks throughout Europe and the West, which can be used to feed personal information and sensitive data directly to the Chinese Communist Party. The Chinese government uses commercial software and apps to spy on U.S. citizens and extract their private information.
The CCP doesn't ask them for information. They don't need to. They have access to the information.
There seems to be a great disconnect. I mean, the American people, at least the kids who are on TikTok, have no concern about what we're talking about here.
Their ignorance of the threat does nothing to diminish it.
It's estimated that at least 80% of American adults have had their private information harvested by China. Big Pharma has exported the vast majority of their production to China. Currently, 97% of antibiotics in the U.S. come from China. 30% of personal protective equipment, such as face masks, come from China. 80% of U.S. imports of rare earth minerals come from China, which are vital for smartphones, electric cars, defense, and other technologies. In 2017, the U.S. produced 0 rare earth minerals. China, on the other hand, accounted for more than 80% of the world's supply. In lockstep with the Mexican drug cartels, 97% of fentanyl, one of the most addictive and deadly drugs, is smuggled into the U.S. from China. People's Liberation Army hackers are executing unconstrained penetration, surveillance, theft, and offensive cyber attacks on U.S. businesses, critical infrastructure, intelligence apparatus, and yes, even the U.S. election system. To ignore this message is to surrender to a government takeover that will gravely affect the lives of every man, woman, and child of every class, culture, and nation. Our goal is to reach and revive the heart of humanity while there's still time. This is your wake-up call.
We have put together, I think, the most extensive and inclusive voter fraud organization in the history of American politics.
Welcome Dr. Douglas G. Frank to the stage.
Am I live? Check. All right, who wants to hear about algorithms? So when I was giving the talk before the president's speech in Wellington, I remember standing and looking at, 20,000 plus people on a hot Saturday afternoon. How many of you have ever been to a Trump rally? They're pretty rowdy. Can you imagine I'm standing at the podium looking at 20,000 plus people on a rowdy day, 80 degrees hot Saturday afternoon, and I'm supposed to teach them math. And that was quite intimidating. But what was fun about it was that, is my presentation going to come up? Oh, there it is. what was fun about it is that, there it is. Afterwards, somebody posted a meme that said, Dr. Frank teaches the largest math class in history. And it was pretty fun. There were these two big jumbotrons behind, and I was kind of expecting it to stay rowdy, kind of like this. And then as soon as I started talking, it just got instantly quiet. And it was weird. It was like a silence came over, and you could hear all the oohs and ahs from 20,000 people. It was awesome. All right. Hi, Susie. Okay. So we call it the key because algorithms and polynomials are hard words to understand. And people are having fun talking. All right. So Mike already introduced my, just thinking about this strategically. Mike already introduced me, talked about my work in Pennsylvania. Until March, all of my work on the election was kept mum. It was kept mum by legal reasons and by legislative reasons. And so until, nobody really knew anything about it until March when Mike made scientific proof about me. And then suddenly 10 million people knew about me. And we made that movie Scientific Proof. So that's how I got involved with Mike. And since then, I've been traveling the country talking about this. Let me just say something about this. This is a fluid situation, isn't it? I wasn't even supposed to talk for another 2 hours. This whole thing is like a military op. And I was sitting there next to Colonel Waldron. For the last 3 days, it's been like a roller coaster ride. These data we're bringing in are not trivial to work with. It's quite a challenge because of the way they were collected. And so, like, there were moments of panic and moments of elation, panic, and then right in the middle, we got revelations of countrywide magnitude. So it's like we're trying to get ready for this, trying to get ready for the cyber guys, trying to get ready, and then suddenly we get new information coming in that's like massive. So I'm teasing that tonight at 7 o'clock. There's some really important information. So you can imagine this whole situation is fluid. So I was talking with Waldron about it, and he says, yeah, Doug, he says, what you do in the military is you plan an assault, you plan the whole thing, and then you arrive and nothing is as you planned it to be. He says, so you always just, as a military op, you just keep moving forward. So that's what's going on. All right. So I'm in 2 of those movies. I'm in Scientific Proof. That's with me and Mike talking about it for the first time. And then Absolute Interference. Okay. That's when I was talking before the president's speech. It was a great day. All right. You can see this presentation, something close to it, a shortened version of it on Lindell TV or frankspeech.com. And so if there's something you want to interact with a little more carefully, you can go back and look at it. All right. Yes, he's just a pillow fighter. Okay. So one of the things that I've learned this last year, I learned a lot of political lessons and legal lessons. First political lesson I learned is that our legislatures are not going to save us. And I learned that in Pennsylvania. Our legislatures don't have the leadership and strength to save us. There are good legislators. And it seems like as I've been traveling around the country, there are 1 or 2 real patriots in every legislature. And we've been starting to work with them. And you're here. Some of you are here. And so that's really what you need to look for in the coming weeks and months. Who is it we've been working with as we launch in each state? So, for example, last week we launched in Wisconsin, and I don't know if you noticed, but Janelle Branchin, who's leading that effort, she's already issued all these subpoenas. She's been working with our legal teams. We've been coaching her. We've been giving her all the data. So, in other words, we've been helping to equip her to be successful. That's different than the first time. Remember when Rudy came out and when Sidney Powell came out, that whole kind of wave kind of fizzled out a little bit. This time, all of our ducks in a row first. We're working with the key legislators so that when we launch and release information, it's successful. The effort's successful. So that's what's new. But so the first bitter lesson I learned last year was that politicians alone can't save us. The legal system lets us down because I was in those lawsuits that were headed to the Supreme Court from Pennsylvania, and all those fizzled out. So by the end of March, end of February, I was pretty frustrated because I had figured out the election in December, and I'm like, this whole country's being stolen, and nobody knows, and I wasn't allowed to talk about it. So then getting introduced to Mike was like a big change for me, being completely mum, and then suddenly 10 million people knowing the answer here. So that was a big change. But what the third lesson I learned, because I was modeling COVID all year long, that's how I met several of these politicians, was that the people who were involved, the people that were engaged, the people that were making a difference were our super moms. Exactly. And you know, that doesn't mean you have to be a mom. You could be a grandma. You could be a single lady. But it just seemed like everywhere I looked, it was the moms that were kicking butt. And sure enough, you know, once the 10 million people heard me, my phone started ringing. And it was always some mom from some state who would say, would you please come help us? Would you please come help us? And I would play a little bit coy because I can't answer all those phone calls. I would say, well, which ones are the ones working? And I'm telling you, those mamas with the mama bears, man, they distinguish themselves pretty quickly, and they don't let up, and they're like a dog with a bone. And I've noticed several of our super moms are here. You guys are the real heroes in this. You guys are going to be the ones that win. All right. And yes, they're on fire. Okay. So here's how our elections are being stolen. In a nutshell, this is how our elections are being stolen. Someone before the election decides what they want the outcome to be. Okay? It's a decision ahead of time. And then they make projections and they say, well, we think this is what's going to happen. So they want to regulate that at a county level to make sure they get the outcome they want. So what they do is they inflate the registration databases. Now, this is before the election and during the election, and after the election, they're manipulating the database. But beforehand, they make an estimate of what they think it's going to happen, and they inflate the registration databases. So the beginning big hack, most of the hack of the election takes place at this point, beforehand. They inflate the registration databases. The reason they do that is because it gives them a credit line of phantom voters. Think about it. It would be a really stupid cheat to have an election happen, and then afterwards you count the ballots and they don't match the machine. That's too easy. A recount is too easy of a thing to catch. So what they do instead is they print a bunch of ballots and put them in. That way when the machines count the ballots, they don't have to cheat the machine. The machine's job then is not to flip votes, even though we do have cases with that. The machine's job is just simply to report progress. How are things going? Is it going as we predicted? If not, adjust it. And when you write a computer algorithm that does that kind of adjustment, it's comparing to some target value. So there's a target value, and then the computer's constantly checking and saying, how's it going? Is it matching what we planned? Is it matching what we planned? And then it's constantly making adjustments. So that's why the machines are so important. And yes, absolutely, the machines are connected to the internet. Okay, and then before the elections, they also have to program the machines. And just to tease it again, I've been going around the country talking to people in different states, and every once in a while I come across a county clerk who says, oh no, Dr. Frank, we follow all the guidelines, our elections are totally secure. So I bring out the data, I show them the evidence, and they're like, oh, we were hacked, huh? Yep, you were. And then they're not happy. They're very unhappy. And in several states now, across the country, people like that have said, hey, Dr. Frank, why don't you bring your team in and let's do a complete forensic audit of our machines. So you think that Maricopa is an audit? How would you like to do an audit where you have access to everything and nobody knows? We go in, we take complete images of all the machines, of all the digital software that are in them, of all the routers, of everything. Before, during, and after the election, we record the activity during the election, all of that, at the bequest of the county people. We have those. And so it's always kind of comical to me When people say, oh yeah, but our machines aren't connected to the internet. We have an air gap between our machines. I just feel, you know, it's like your phone has an air gap between your phone and the internet. Yeah, right, okay. It's not real, especially since we're able to record the entire elections through the internet during the election, okay? We know they're connected. So anyway, get ready tonight. By the way, if someone knew that we had a complete recording of their election and it was going to expose a bunch of officials, what do you think might happen? Maybe we might have a few people that might want to come forward. Okay. Anyway, so before the elections, they programmed the machines, yes? Okay. Then, during the election, the databases continue to be hacked and tracked. We've got several situations where during the actual election, we were downloading the registration database from the county levels and keeping track. And it's amazing. You can see them adding voters, removing voters, adding voters who request ballots and receive ballots even though nothing has happened. We've got records of all that happening in real time during the elections, okay? So that's what's happening during the election. And then after the election, you saw Patrick Colbeck sitting here. He's been working in the state of Michigan for months and months on this. He has a term for this. He calls it the eharmony.com phase. Because what happens is during the election, they create all these voters, and then afterwards you have to put names onto them so that way they can survive a subsequent audit. So he calls that the eharmony.com. So you notice that the whole point here is that throughout the entire election, there are computer algorithms operating. There's just every county in our country is essentially hacked, every one. Okay? Now, the PCAPs and the electronic recordings we have show that there are 3,009 so far. We haven't even been through all 37 terabytes. It's just too huge of a job. It's one of the reasons why we're having the symposium, so we can bring in a bunch of cyber experts and they can help us. But we've got 3,009 of our counties already hacked. We've got evidence that they were hacked during the election. So there's just no way that people are going to do that. It's a computer algorithm that's always operating, that's doing all that work. Okay, so that's the point. Now, don't be afraid of that word algorithm. Algorithm is a word that we like to use in science because it's just like a recipe. It's a set of steps you do in order, but we like the word algorithm because it usually means that there's some equations mixed in and some numbers mixed in. Even though there are numbers in recipes, right? But there aren't very many equations. But you get the idea. That's what we call it. So don't be afraid of the word algorithm. Now, how would you know if an algorithm was operating? So here's a simple way to know if an algorithm is operating. Pretend you have a 20-sided die, and you roll it 83 times. 83 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all up to 83. And you get a series of numbers. You notice you got a set of numbers there. And you write them down. And so then you go over to the next county over in your state, and you roll it 83 times again. And you get the exact same 83 numbers in the same order. Is that normal? No, that ain't natural, buddy. And what happens is then you go to another county in your state, and you get the same 83 numbers in the same order, right? You know that's not real. You know there's some kind of algorithm operating. Something is controlling what's happening. That's not natural, yes? What if you go to every county in your state and they're all the same? Then you know that's not real, right? That's how you can know. Now, you don't have to be a math genius. You just know, gee, 83 times in a row? That's not right. There's a reason for 83, I'll tell you later. But for now, that's it. Now, that's the first thing. Now, let's say we're here in the state of South Dakota. What if I step over the border into Nebraska? Is it next south? Yeah, okay. I was just in Nebraska a couple weeks ago. A couple of supermoms, awesome down there. Yeah. Let's say we go into Nebraska and we start rolling the die, and as soon as we step over the border, instead of it being the same 83 numbers, it's a new set of 83 numbers. But every county in Nebraska has the same set of 83 numbers. You see what happens? And then let's say we step over the border and go into Iowa, okay? And then we have a whole new set, yay, Iowa. Then we have a whole new set of 83 numbers, but it's the same in every county. Okay, what you would know at that point is that the numbers are being decided for each state, and that they're being controlled in each county. Does that make sense? Okay, that's what's happening in our elections. The elections are decided ahead of time by state, and they're controlled at the county. Okay, so this is how I figured this out. I'm going to show you. This is fun. So, because I teach at this special school for really bright kids, genius kids, it's pretty fun. It's like, I call it recess. I go there a couple hours in the mornings during the week. I like to teach my differential calculus class. I like to pick a real example from real life, because I can teach them all the calculus they're supposed to learn in that year. It probably isn't a semester. So I stretch it out and I put in real life examples, and we actually apply the calculus as they're learning it. So I always pick something. So this year, I picked, notice this year in September, I picked the United States Census. Why did I pick that? Well, because the 2020 census, all the talk is about the 2020 census. So how do you analyze data like this? So I was teaching them how to use calculus on the planning to teach them on the 2020 census when it came out. But all I have is the 2010 census, right? So I was studying the 2010 census, and I prepared this graph in September before the election. Yeah? And it's a good thing, because I think if I hadn't been doing that, I wouldn't have figured this out. I think it's a divine appointment. Okay. So you notice that in the census what they do is that back curve, the blue curve, that's from 2010. That's the 2010 census. And that's the last detailed census of the whole country before the election, right? And then you notice that what they do is each year, the United States Census just shifts it 1 year. Only they don't just only shift it, they attenuate it for mortality, because, 90-year-olds don't just become 100-year-olds, right? Some of them die off. So that's what the census does. These are data from them. This is not me doing anything. I'm just showing you what they provide. And I'd been studying this, and so all this was fresh in my mind when Kathy Barnett asked me to go to Pennsylvania and study her data, because her election had been stolen. So this was all fresh in my mind. Okay, so let's just talk about her district. Pennsylvania District 4, one of the most corrupt in the country, another divine appointment. Okay, one of the most corrupt in the country. And notice what I got across here is a graph. This is 0 to 100 years old, and then here's 0 to 12,000. How many people of each age are there? Now, and you notice, you can kind of see there's some wiggles and bumps. Here are the baby boomers, and then people pass away. But you notice not everybody gets to vote, right? Because you have to take out the 0 to 17-year-olds, and not everybody above 18 gets to vote. There's about 4% of people you have to take out. So this is who's registered. I mean, this is who'd be an eligible voter in Pennsylvania District 4, about 550,000 people. Well, here's who's registered to vote in Pennsylvania District 4. And when I showed this to the Board of Elections people and the legislature in Pennsylvania, they all said, what? No, that can't be right. It should only be 60 or 70% of the people registered. Yeah, the election people themselves don't know this has happened. Do you understand? So, in other words, 98%, nearly everybody's registered, and they didn't even know it. Okay. And so that's a warning flag, yeah? Warning flag that they don't even know. This is who supposedly voted in Pennsylvania District 4. And whenever I show this to people, they say, gee, Dr. Frank, from about 50 years up, those curves look really a lot alike. The red curve just looks a little smaller than the black curve. What's up with that? Yeah, I agree. Something's wrong with that, huh? In fact, if I multiply the black curve by 86%, you notice it superimposes right on the red curve. Pretty well, huh? It's surprisingly well. So, of course, I, as a scientist, I know something called the correlation coefficient, this R number. I'll tell you about that a little bit. But and definitely that's a warning flag that it's so high. Because the way correlation coefficients work, this is an older, I used to usually talk about correlation coefficient. Let me tell you about correlation coefficient. So if a correlation coefficient is 1, then that means it's a perfect correlation. It means one set of data predicts another set of data perfectly. If the correlation, if it's R is 0, that means it's completely random versus each other. If it's -1, that means when one goes up, one goes down. So anytime you have a correlation coefficient near 1, which this is, that's not natural. It's something that's going on that's making the two agree with each other. in medicine, in anything to deal with people, if you get correlation coefficients in 0.7, 0.8 range, you're doing amazingly well. Because anything to do with sociology or medicine, anything to do with people is usually really low. In physics, if you're between 0.8 and 0.9, you're doing amazing. To get 0.99, that ain't natural, buddy. Okay. All right, so here we go. This is Pennsylvania District 4, except I'm showing you now the census. This is the 2010 census. I'm about to compare it to Pennsylvania District 4. But this is actually the 2010 census right here. What I did was I shrunk it, though, so that it's the same size as Pennsylvania District 4. You know, it's not millions of people, it's thousands of people. Now, notice when I shift it 10 years to the right, because it's not 2010 anymore, it's 2020, right? If I shift it 10 years to the right, and I include the mortality, just like the census does. Let me just go back so you can see me do that. I'm just going to shift it to the right and include a little mortality. See what I did? Because, why would I want to do that? Well, because it isn't 2010 anymore. It's 2020. So now when we add who's registered in Pennsylvania District 4, this was my first clue that they were using the census to inflate the registration rolls. Now, if you think about that, it totally makes sense. Let's say you want to add a bunch of people to a county. You want to add a bunch of phony voters. Are you just going to add 1 million 60-year-olds? No, that would stick out like a sore thumb. You have to add a certain number of each age. Well, how many do you add? What do you compare to? The census. And you use the best census available, the 2010 census. You shift it 10 years, you attenuate it to the size of the county, and you fill up to there. Does that make sense? And if you do that, if you fill up to there, you notice it's going to take on the shape of the census. And a couple of the distinguishing features are these two peaks on the side and this peak here. You'll see those in every county in the country in the registration database because they're filling up to the census. So it's like a fingerprint in every county. And I've done thousands of counties now across the country, and it's in every county. Okay. So, and you notice that ain't natural, buddy. Okay. So now I'm just going to teach you a little math. I'm going to make up a pretend county, and then I'm going to show you some real data. So here is, this is the census, back to the real census again. And you notice that it basically is about 4 million people of every age, and then people naturally remove themselves from the voter rolls. Okay, that's a joke. Ha ha, okay, you didn't laugh. Okay, here we go. So anyway, I'll try that again. So you notice there are about 4 million of every age, and then people naturally remove themselves from the voter rolls. Thank you, thank you. Okay, good. All right. So here's my pretend county, And you notice I've given 15 people of every age until they're about 60, and then they naturally remove themselves from the voter rolls. Okay, so that's a pretend county. And it has 1,275 people in it. And the reason I picked that number is because if you take out the kids, 0 to 17-year-old, you end up with exactly 1,000 people in my imaginary county. And my super moms are always saying, Dr. Frank, you got to make the math easy. So that's how it's easy. We have 1,000 people in our imaginary county, yes? All right, and you notice that there are about 15 people of every age, and then they die. Okay. Now, a certain percentage of those are going to be registered to vote. Okay? And I just picked this number, 13/15, or 87%, because it fits with some other data. But I'll tell you the story. When I first was developing these slides, I have a dear friend who was my roommate in college who worked for Newt Gingrich for 30 years. I was practicing on him and showing him these slides. And he said, oh, Dr. Frank, he says, that's a really bad example. Why is that, Mark? He says, well, there's no way a county has 87% registration. I've already shown you much more than that, huh? So in other words, a guy who's a political expert, he's been doing it for 30 years, thinks this is ridiculous. But boy, did he have something to learn, didn't he? Okay, then a certain percentage of those that are registered will vote. And so that's, if I assume that's 70%, then you notice you get your population here, and then you have who's registered to vote, and then who actually voted. Make sense? Okay. By the way, if you know, let me go back to that. Go back. If you know the blue curve, and you know the percentage, you can get the black curve. If you know the black curve and you know the percentage, you can get the red curve. If you know any of the curves and you know the percentages, you can get any of the other curves. That's how I was able to leave Pennsylvania with a set of algorithms in my hand, not knowing anyone who was registered in the state of Ohio, and I predicted every county in the state of Ohio before I even knew. Yes? And Mike was talking about that because I was bragging about how great Ohio was, right? Oh yeah, we got it figured out in Ohio, we have secure elections. No, I was able to predict them all. Then I realized, nope, this is everywhere. And I have to admit, you know, as a scientist, you're supposed to be skeptical of yourself, and I was. I could predict all these counties in Florida, and the state legislature, in Pennsylvania. And so the state legislators, they said to me, well, Dr. Frank, have you tried any other states? And I said, well, no, I think I've been assuming all the corruption is here in Pennsylvania. And they said, well, why don't you try another state where you think there isn't any corruption? So, okay, I'll do Ohio. You know, and then I was able to predict all of them, and that was like, And okay, I'll try Florida. I tried Florida. Nope, 14 counties in Florida. Oops. North Carolina. Oops. Colorado. Oops. Everywhere I was going. And so I was starting to doubt myself a little bit. Like, wait a minute, is there something else going on here that I'm not thinking about? Because how can I go around predicting this everywhere, especially in states that I think, you know, Trump won? Come on. There isn't, you know, you would think there's no manipulation here. Then I meet Mike Lindell, and he talks about his electronic evidence and the fact that at the time he had 2,800 counties worth of incursion data. Oh, now I understand. There are computer algorithms operating in every county in the country. No wonder I can predict it everywhere. So it was nice that I met him. All right. Now, here's a real county. This is Hamilton County, Ohio. This is right near me. This is Cincinnati. It's a big county. So these are real data now, not make-up data. You notice we got age across the bottom again and how many thousands of people of each age. You can see the millennials and the baby boomers nice and clearly. Yep. This is Ohio now, not Pennsylvania. Here's who's registered to vote in Ohio, in Hamilton, Ohio. Oops. When I showed this to the Board of Elections director in Cincinnati, she was shocked. She's like, how did that happen? Exactly. Do you know why these people don't know this has happened to them? Because these are big data sets. These are hard to work with. And what's happened is the election companies give them software that allow them to work with their databases. The software that they're given doesn't do this. The software that they're given just gives them totals and lists. And so they're not used to even being able to do this. It takes a data geek. It takes a scientist. It takes somebody that likes graphing and exploring data to begin to do this. So just showing them this is a shock. By the way, just why we're here, you see these two peaks on the side and the peak in? That's the census, isn't it? It's the breadcrumbs of the census peeking its way in. All right, so that's supposedly who's registered. That's a warning flag. And then, by the way, I'm not the only person to figure this out. In October, Judicial Watch published an article before the election showing that 353 of our counties in the United States, in 29 states, had voter registration more than the population. Why did we let this happen? We were being told that our election was being hacked, but we all didn't listen. We didn't understand, yeah? Okay. So back to Cincinnati. Here's who supposedly voted in Cincinnati. Do you notice a pattern? Just like in Pennsylvania, from about 50 years up, it's about a perfect match. So let's just compare that to make that easy for you to see. And if we give that number, I just chose the same number there that I did in Pennsylvania, 86%. If we call that number the registration key, think of it like a code. You've got one set of data, and you have a code, and you have a key to break that code that allows you to convert this set of data to this set of data. And so that number would be 86%. That's like a key. It's like how do you convert this to this? You use that key. Well, and the fact that that repeats the same thing that happened in a different state. This is Ohio now. The first thing I showed you was Pennsylvania. So, but we wouldn't have to have only one number. We wouldn't have to just have 86%. We could have a percent for every 18-year-old, a percent for every 19-year-old, a percent for every 20-year-old. We could have a different percent for every age. That would be 83 numbers. You've heard 83 before. 83 numbers, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, all the way up to 100. You could have 83 numbers. So let's say we had 83 numbers, and we could call that the key instead of just one number. It's a collection of 83 numbers. And if we do that, this is what you get. The black curve is what I would predict you would get. The red curve is what we actually observed. And when I show this to people, they wisely notice, but hey, Dr. Frank, if you can just get 83 numbers, you should be able to make it fit perfectly. How come it doesn't quite fit perfectly? Well, the answer is because I didn't use Hamilton County to get my percentages. I used Franklin County. And I used those percentages for every state in the state of Ohio. And it's the same in every county. And this is what those 83 numbers look like. From 18 up to 100, 83 numbers, 83 percentages. And when I show this to people, they're like, but wait a minute, that's a smooth curve. You mean the percentages from 18 to 100 vary smoothly? Yes. In fact, that's called a sixth-order polynomial. We scientists like polynomials to describe things. And what's so fun about that is if I had put these data into Excel, which I did, I made this graph in Excel, and I right-click on it and I say, add a trend line, then it'll say, well, what kind of line would you like to put in? Would you like it to be a second-order polynomial or a third-order polynomial? And you start adding. There's a little scroll button, you click on it, fourth order, fifth order, sixth order. When you hit sixth order, it won't go any higher. It's stuck there because sixth order is as high as Excel goes. And guess what? Every state in our country, I can predict this way with a sixth-order polynomial. In other words, as Gail Golick, my friend from Arizona, said, America was stolen by an Excel spreadsheet. Okay, so let's go back to this again. So you notice once I know the percentages, if I know one thing, I can get all the others, yeah? So all I have to do is go into any state, look at one county, and I can predict all the others. Because every state has its own key. Just like in the state with rolling the die 83 times. It works in every county in that state, but when you go into a new state, it's a new set of 83 numbers. So every state has its own key. Make sense? Okay, so I had to pick a state, so I just picked Ohio, just to kind of let you see. Now, what I'm going to do in this set of 88 slides, they're going to go by really fast. It takes 1 minute to play. What you want to look at is you can look at the R factors, how good it's correlating, or you can look at these bottom two graphs, or you can look at the black curve. Let's just review what they are. The blue curve is the population of a county. The black curve is who's registered in that county. The red curve is who supposedly voted, and the blue curve underneath is my prediction. Now, what's fun about these set of data is I'm going to make the prediction two different ways. I'm going to make the prediction based upon the population. Pretend I don't even know who's registered. I'm just going to make a prediction based upon the population. And then I'm going to make a second prediction if I did know who was registered. So I'm going to show you two graphs for every county. And they're going to play boom, 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 boom. It takes about a minute to play or something like that. And what you're going to be looking for is these bottom two graphs. And you're going to notice that the population prediction isn't quite as good as the registration prediction, but it makes sense. Because if I have to start from here to get to here, I have to go through two numbers. So it's harder to predict. I can go straight from there to there. That's one way of predicting, or I can go from the black to the red. So I'm going to predict in both ways for you. And here we go. I'm going to play it. Hold on. Here we go. Boom. So I'm starting to play. So this is all of them. And I know it's a lot. But I just want you to see that every county is predictable two ways. Okay? Now, I've been doing this across the country, and what I like to do is I like to get the data for a particular state and do all the analyses, and then we release it in the state, and people get all freaked out. And they say, hey, we got a problem. Yeah, you got a problem, okay? And then I'll come out there and I'll meet the super moms, and we have We have a few events. I meet with a few key legislators. We plan our event. A couple weeks later, there's a big event. The public is all worked up about it, and we have a movement going. Right now, I've done that in 13 states in person, and I'm working with 30 total states. Our super moms are kicking butt, I tell you. I saw you, Tony, Pennsylvania, and Lacey, Washington, and Susie, Indiana. Okay, all right, here we go. Yes, I agree. All right, so here's the thing. I've explained this to you. You kind of know. Now, this is really just a top-level analysis. I've got all kinds of other analyses that go down. In fact, if I've got analyses that'll take you right down to the precinct level, and you can knock on doors and find phantom voters. But this just gives you the overall view so you can kind of know what's happened. Now, how do you explain this to your friends? Yes? Constitutional offices. That isn't what these predictions are, okay? Keep in mind, to predict them, I have to be able to get in the minds of the people who decided ahead of time what they wanted the outcomes. Oh, that's easy. It's not as easy as you think, because sometimes the people getting elected are, you wonder, why would they elect that, you know? But that's a whole nother discussion, okay, which we need to have that discussion. Okay, so I've just explained to you how our elections are being stolen. Now, how do you explain this to your friends? It's hard without the graphs. So I told you about rolling a die 83 times. Here's another way to explain it to your friends, and I developed this metaphor with my supermoms. Let's say you're in the state of Ohio. Imagine you're in the state of Ohio. Easy to do for the ladies in my state. Okay. And let's say the 2020 census just came out. 2020 census. And you look at it, and it says that 10.0% of the people in your county have blonde hair. 10.0. Even blondes can understand that. 10.0%. I'm married to a blonde. It's okay. All right. 10.0. One of the smartest ladies I know. 10.0% of blondes, people have blonde hair. And then you go to the next county over and you look at the census, the 2020 census, and it says 10.0% of the people there have blonde hair. And that's a little puzzling because you're Amish and they're Mexican. You know, as a county, it's kind of strange that they would be exactly the same percentages. But you keep looking around the state, and every single county has 10.0% blonde hair. That just doesn't make sense, does it? You would think something's wrong with that. So you look at the next state over, you go to Pennsylvania, and 13.4% of the people there in the very first county have blonde hair. Now, wait a minute. Everybody in Ohio was 10.0%, but then now suddenly it's different, and every county in Pennsylvania is 13.4%? So you go to Florida, and now every county there is the same but different than the previous. You know something's wrong with this, don't you? You go over to Colorado, and it's a new percentage, but every county has the exact same percentage of blonde hair. You know that can't be right? That just can't be. You know that it's being decided at a state level and controlled at the county level. Yes? So that's a way to explain that. Now, but it's worse than that, really, because you remember that 10.0%? Imagine if that was just for 18-year-olds. What if you have a different percentage for 19-year-olds, and a different percentage for 20-year-olds, a different percentage for each age all the way up to 100? And they were all the same in every county in a state. And it didn't matter whether you were a large county, small county, urban county, rural county, black county, white county, green county, doesn't matter. The same percentages in every one. You know that isn't real. That's not natural. So that's a simple way for you to explain to your friends. Just use the blonde hair analogy. Now, the reason I'm going around the country is because I'm a firm believer in the people. If they're given the truth, they can be depended upon to meet any national crisis. Is this a national crisis? Yeah, I think we just lost our country. Mr. Lindell in the movie Scientific Proof, when we did that together, about 15 minutes in, he said, it's a good thing we lost the election or we wouldn't know we lost our country. I wouldn't have even looked at this. Yeah, that's another divine appointment. The great point is to bring them the real facts. And bringing them the real facts is what I'm trying to do and what Mr. Lindell is doing. Now, the problem is I learned the bitter lesson that legislatures aren't going to save us. I learned the bitter lesson that our legal system isn't going to save us. No one is coming to save us. We are the people we are waiting for. And if I've learned anything from last year, politicians don't start parades, they join them. So you have to be the parade. And it's not that the politicians are evil, it's they need you. There are good politicians who need you to start the parade and need you to be in the parade, need to build the parade so that they can accomplish their legislative agenda. I've seen several politicians here this week, and they're going to be heroes, but we need to equip them, and we need to start the parade for them. So that's what I'm doing. I'm going around starting parades. So I'm a physicist, so I like to use metaphors. So let's pretend that this piece of aluminum is just a piece of aluminum. This is the United States, this piece of aluminum. And here is me spreading the truth. That's not the microphone working. That's really annoying like that. And I can make that really loud and really annoying. It's kind of annoying. And it's all pervasive. So this is America. This is the truth resonating in America. We just have to make it really annoying. We just have to make it unbearable. We just have to keep getting louder and not let them silence us. So that's it. What's going on? Are you joining me? So, have you noticed that this is a fluid situation? I wasn't supposed to talk for another 2 hours. So, and I see the professor coming up. We had a great interview. We've had 2 great interviews.
That's right.
One of them was called Divine Appointments.
Yes.
And the other one was with Draza. By the way, Draza Smith, she's another math geek. Why isn't she here? She's in the situation room, pounding out the data with the other red team. And it's a lot of work. So anyway, we got it. Before, she needs to be on the stage at some point or another, because she's cool. There are other mathematicians that have been doing great work across the country. It's not just me. And what's been so fun for me is that all of it has come together. You know, my predictions, their predictions, my algorithms, their algorithms, it all leads to the same undeniable conclusion. So even if there had never been a cyber symposium, even if there had never been a Mike Lindell with 37 terabytes of electronic evidence, we have mountains of mathematical evidence, mountains of statistical evidence, mountains of hard evidence that there was an election steal that had taken place. This is just the icing on the cake and kind of the nail in the coffin. Yes?
Is he great or what?
Thank you.
Yes. And like what he said, it's the same thing. It all is the same cyber attack. And I just wanted to interrupt that for a second before we talk about his info. I don't know if you know this. This is just in for the news. We, by the way, we're going to talk about 2 things, but today's the first coordinated China attack, cyber attack on Israel. They just hit Israel. The government and private organizations were targeted.
Whoa.
It's the first large-scale Chinese cyber attack on Israel. It was reported by FireEye cybersecurity firm, and it's Israeli paper reported it today, August 10th. So it's happening all around the world, everybody, and they're probably trying. We're in a race here. What Dr. Frank just said is you have mathematicians. We got another one coming tomorrow. We've got all this. We're going to show you all the cyber evidence that's rolling now on frankspeech.com. If you go scroll down, it's rolling and it's rolling and it's going to keep rolling. We have 6 states up there. That's data from the 2020 election where the cyber forensic experts are in all the breakout rooms and they're breaking it down and they're going to see it is from the 2020 election. This is real, and it happened, and they're taking our country. I want to tell you what they did, though, because we always want to call out the fake news here, the horrible, horrible media we have in our country and around the world. And the reason I say around the world is because we have the president's son, Eduardo, coming here, Bolsonaro, if I say it right, how do you say it? Bolsonaro. Yeah.
Bolsonaro.
Okay, Bolsonaro. He's going to be coming here to speak in a couple hours, but the same thing's going on in their country. Okay? But we're going to first call out the media this morning. So we all know what happened. They attacked our media. I had 3 backups here. They don't want the word out. This is the fight. The fight is, you can have all the best. We've got a physicist here, one of the smartest people in the country. The stuff he's won in awards is beyond belief. He wasn't into elections. You just heard his story. He wasn't into elections. He's just like me. I wasn't into elections. I was into pillows. He was into teaching classes.
He's an old softy.
Yeah. But he did figure out that they said you just seen those algorithms. It's machines. When him and I first met, I had all this data, all this stuff from the election, and he's going, how do I explain this? This had to be done by machines. It could only be done by machine. So when I met him, it was like a perfect match. You know, his explained, how did they set that algorithm? Remember when we all went to bed 11 o'clock or wherever we seen Donald Trump had won? And then all of a sudden, 3 in the morning, everything stopped, flipped over on its head. Well, that couldn't have been done. It had to be done by machines. And but I just want to say that, like Newsweek, this is this morning. This is the big lie is the big lie. And you had Newsweek did this hit job here, and see if you can read between the lines here. Mike Lindell delays cyber symposium after saying he was hacked. Okay, now let me tell you that. There's 2 things wrong with that statement. One is delays it. Doesn't it sound like we're putting it off, right?
Yeah, we didn't delay it.
It could be weeks, right? Could be weeks, could be months, heck, after saying he was hacked. What's it, I just said it. We were hacked. Not once, but twice. I just found out 40 million either bots or people came in at once. 40 million. I was just up with the cyber forensic expert. So a lot of them were attacks, whatever they did, but that's a lot of people that came on there. And this will be our whole thing of this frankspeech.com and this 72-hour streaming. We're going to be streaming live the whole time. They tried to take a commercial. Did you see that for the breakout rooms? That ain't happening on my watch. We're streaming. We're going 72 hours because this is going to get out there. You never know it. And plus, I want to keep calling these guys out for these what they've done to our country. The whole technology was attacked, Lindell announced to a live crowd gathered in Sioux Falls, South Dakota. We need to get the word out, he added, because they blocked the thing. Really? Is that why we need to get the word out? We need to get the word out because we've been under attack by China. Hello? I mean, Newsweek. Let's see who wrote this. John Jackson for Newsweek. John Jackson, everybody. Is that a journalist? Does he care about our country? He doesn't care about our country. He watched that 18-minute movie. I would hope he did, but I'll bet he didn't. If he did, how could he write this? It's terrible. And this is what we're going to do all week, and we're calling their names out by name. That was John Jackson. So anybody now that Googled my name, because I just Googled my name. You guys want to see what's going all day? Google Mike Lindell or Symposium, and then hit the news button. If any of you see some hit job, go report it at the front desk out there, and we're going to call them out. We're going to call them out. They're enemies of our country. All of them are. They're enemies. Anyone that's trying to be part of this is horrible. We have to get this out. We have 3 days to do it. I'm going to tell you tonight at 7 o'clock, you need to tell everyone, if you're watching around the world, to be on here. If you've seen one thing of this, you better be on here at 7 o'clock p.m. tonight, Central Time. Everyone's got to be on for this. Everyone. We got. I'm going to see if there's any other ones here. I think we're good for now. But we're going to call every single terrible journalist out. Jim Acosta, would you like to call me? I'll take your call direct. Okay. So you all seen Dr. Frank's algorithms. Now, doesn't it scare you when you could go do it yourself in every single state and every single county? You check the first county, the same percentage of 25-year-olds vote, or pick a 70-year-olds or 50-year-olds. That's how they set the algorithm. They set it. That's what I told you earlier on. That's why when you had, this is one of the things when I met him, it was the answer. I'm going, wow. That's why when he told me it was a 2010 census report, that's why when you had your Arizona or your Nevada, let's take Nevada. I don't know how many people, I don't have the number right now, but let's say there's 15,000, 20,000 non-residents that voted. I thought to myself, it kept bothering me through November and December. People are good people. That's just, they didn't just all say, you know what, I'm going to jump over here. I'm going to commit a crime. Election fraud is a crime. It's a crime. It's the worst crime because it's stealing from everything we do. It's the worst crime there is. People that are out there that have actually committed this, we're not talking about the big ones that are out there, the China attack, but there's people that participate in this. I said it earlier today, Dominion. They sued 2 people this morning. They sued OAN, and they sued Newsmax, and they sued Patrick Byrne. They did that before this started this morning to try and scare them. So they were going to take us down, which they did. We got delayed started. But then, so they do that. Here's the way they had it all planned. They take us down. They come out with the headline, Mike Lindell delays cyber symposium after saying he was hacked. And then they sue these people. So then we try and do it again. If they wouldn't have had backup, try and do this again in a day or 2 or a week. Now these 2 are sued, and then you got other networks afraid to even come here and film this. I mean, even news, the news that actually talks, like OAN, Newsmax, RSBN, all these people that put the word out there. And then you got people like Fox that don't do anything. I'm still, shame on Fox, It's disgusting. This is what we're up against. This is the fight. If we don't get our voice back these 3 days, and this isn't heard around, you can have the best evidence, which we do in the world, and it ain't going to matter. It's not going to matter, everybody. We've seen it happen in November and December. Are you kidding? We had more evidence to convict everyone in the country. Just take one piece for you, one piece for you, one piece for you. How could there be that much evidence and that much crime? Because it was done by computers. It was a cyber war, and it's a cyber attack by China. And they just did it to Israel. It's just reported. And there's, Brazil, when he gets here today, that's what's going to happen in Brazil. That's what they're trying to change. He's going to talk to you all about that. You got countries like Australia and Italy, all these countries that are they're afraid because communism has moved in there, the CCP. It's horrible. So anyway, back to with your presentation, Dr. Frank.
Yes, sir.
Anybody at home, you don't have to even watch. You don't have to watch the rest of the show with the cyber stuff. That's the whole election right there. When you're going to learn what PCAPs are and everything today in the mock election, we get that. It's just getting real close. We're going to do our first mock election. But he showed you a mathematical thing that's it's impossible. There's nothing. It's absolutely impossible. It had to be machines.
And one of the things you noted early on, which is really fun about it, is that anybody who has some math skills and access to data can reproduce it. And since I did that movie with you, at least a dozen groups independently across the country have reproduced my work, including some secretaries of states. They've reproduced it. So it's not like I've got some outlandish theory. Right. Yeah. They can reproduce it themselves, and it's mostly data.
It's mathematics, and all you got to do is look at it in the data. So every state, there's 46 states represented here today. Either politicians or their thing. Thank you all. 46 states. That's incredible. Alaska's here, They came a long way, but people care. That's awesome. 47. Yay, Connecticut. Yes. He knew. Hey. Because there was only 4 yesterday: Hawaii, Connecticut, I believe Delaware, and Rhode Island. And Connecticut is here, so 47 states represented. Every one of the states, every one of you need to carry it back to your state and do the simple, very simple, get the data from your, where do you get it? Tell them where you get it.
Well, it depends. When I first came out, when you first made scientific proof about me, you could still go to most of your Secretaries of State's websites and still download it, but they're on to us now.
Whoa, the Secretary of States are corrupt. Tell me it ain't so.
And now they're all hunkering down, and they're taking down their ability to do that. So it's harder and harder. So if you're in a state, ask us. We might have the data, and we can get it to you to help you.
And isn't that something that, you think of this, how deep the cover-up goes. The Secretaries of State's office, I've took down data that we all deserve. We all have the right to, don't we?
Oh, it's by
do we?
law.
You're a lawyer.
Yeah, we sure do.
We have the rights to it. Tell them about that, what they're doing to it. With these Secretary of State, starting with the worst one in the country, Brad Rassenberger from Georgia.
So we need to think in terms of structure or an architecture. When you see the map and the data that Dr. Frank showed you, I used to prosecute drug trafficking organizations. This looks like a vote trafficking organization. DTOs operate regionally, counties. We're seeing regional crimes being committed across the country. So the question is, who's giving the orders? So drug trafficking organizations answer to a cartel. I think we're starting to figure out who the election cartel is. We saw that wonderful video earlier. And what Dr. Frank has done is he's provided wonderful mathematical evidence that shows the existence of that election cartel. Makes sense, doesn't it? So the other thing that I put out there is, from a foundational standpoint, Dr. Frank is an expert's expert. That means I could get him into a court of law and he can offer an expert opinion that I couldn't give as a layperson. The question I want to ask the Snake News media is, where are your experts? Where is the open forum to have an exchange and debate the math? They don't do that. They send out hit pieces, publish them, but they never want to confront our witnesses. They don't want to confront them. In a court of law, we have the confrontation clause. We're accusing people of fraud because it happened. So put your best out there. It's very telling when no one wants to go toe-to-toe with these mathematical geniuses. So think about that. Use your common sense. Again, you are the jury. So use your common sense. Why is it that they're hiding? They're ducking you, Dr. Frank. That ain't natural, buddy.
That ain't natural. Mike talked about the news in Israel today. I got off a plane in Nebraska, I think it was just last week, and there had this big billboard, a digital billboard, and it said, the largest threat to small business in America is cyber attacks. And I just felt like it was perfectly, ironic that I'm getting off the plane and that's the first billboard I see. And of course, it's some firm trying to sell you cybersecurity software, right? It's an advertisement for them. But if you think about it, it's the largest threat to small business. Well, America is it's the most powerful nation in the world. If you were going to hack something, that's the thing to hack. Now, the difference, if you think about it for a small business, is usually there's like a server. You really just need to protect like one server or something like that, or maybe your website. But think about it. In a typical state, Mike was asking, where do we get these data? In a typical state, who has access to this registration database? Who has access to the routers? Who has access to these various things? It's not just one central computer you have to defend. Think about what a state has to do to defend itself. It has to protect the Secretary of State's office. It has to protect the Department of Health because they add and remove people when they die. They remove people when they die. They're supposed to anyway. Lately, they've been bad about that. The Department of Motor Vehicles, they have Motor Voter since 2008. It's been easy. Just go in, register for a license, and bam, you're automatically registered. They add people. And then, of course, the local counties do. So that's at least 4 places in a state that have access to the database. But think about it. Access in every county. Okay, there's like multiple points of entry, and getting into any one of those gives you access to all of them. So I was asking the Secretary of State in Ohio, I said, I offered him a deal. I met with him about a month ago, 2 months ago, I guess now. time flies. And I said, look, Mr. Lindell is in possession of 37 terabytes of electronic activity during the elections. I've demonstrated that our election is corrupt. I would love to work with you. We'll find all your vulnerabilities. We'll bring in our expert teams. We'll fix the state of Ohio, and you guys can lead the nation in election reform. Let's go. Hooray, hooray, hooray. And they're saying, no, no. We know our machines are not connected to the internet. We know we're safe. We know we're secure. I said, look, you have a choice. I said, you have a choice. You can either work with us now, and we'll point all the, or later, when the Cyber Symposium happens, you'll have egg on your face. Which is your choice? You can do it now or later. They said,
they choose.
And they said, oh no, Dr. Frank, we know we're not connected to, we know that we're safe. And I'm like, how do you know this? They said, oh, we buy these Center for Internet Security developed systems called Albert. They prevent internet hacking attacks. I just thought, wait a minute.
Who owns them, China?
And then, but wait a minute. They have machines that can't connect to the internet. Why do they need devices that protect them from internet hacking during the election? I can't imagine why that would be. But anyway, so so the thing is, but yeah, okay, I'm going to save one more piece of news for a second reveal. Tonight, 7 o'clock, big reveal. Okay, there's a reveal for the state of Ohio too.
Yeah, and what we're talking about, you guys, what we're talking about here, and we're gonna throw it out there on the third day, is the solution. You start with melting down the machines and make them into prison bars. They're gone forever, everybody. They are gone. You can't have them anymore. And we're going to show that, and we're going to show this over the next 3 days. You can't, even if they can sit there. Here's a good example. They said, why did our Democrats warn this? Why didn't our government capture this data, these packet captures? Because they were told they weren't going to be online. Well, why would you need to take flood insurance if there's no flood coming?
That's a great.
I mean,
great point.
it is a good point, and it's like, why are they covering up? You just talked like he just met with what it was the Secretary of State.
Secretary of State of Ohio.
Secretary of State. I want to tell everybody, every single state got hacked. Every single one. Every single one. We're going to get up here as soon as when we're going to start doing state by state. And what you're going to find, I'll give you a first clue that we're going to have up here. We'll go by a state. We'll flip up. Let's say it's New Hampshire. Now you're going to have the big lie, the totals that came out from the election night, or the election that they lied to us and said it was. And then you're going to have the truth. And when you see that truth for the state of New Hampshire, that blue goes bloop, red. Yes, Donald Trump won the state of New Hampshire. But we're going to go through state by state with the data. The data that keeps going, which their forensic experts are in all the breakout rooms going through all the data from the election that I've been telling you about for 5, 6, 7 months now. On January 9th, where I got that first piece of evidence that explained everything to me. Wow, finally it explains. So I knew it was done by computers or machines, but this was just a blessing, a gift from God that people started bringing me stuff, and this fit. And then all these heroes that gathered this stuff during the election, which our government should have been doing. Guys, it goes so deep, it's just unbelievable. When you say to break in, so here's China, these attacks coming from China. You realize some of the computers let in, some are blocked, or they break in. But we do know you can't explain Dominion and stuff covering it up. They just sued 2 more people this morning. It's all the machines too, by the way.
You mentioned New Hampshire, and Marilyn Todd's here from New Hampshire. Where are you, Marilyn?
Yeah, Marilyn.
She's a super mom. She has gathered so much data that correlates so well with what we're doing. Well, what I want to bring up is, remember when we made scientific proof, most people don't realize this, but it was the first time Mike had seen most of these data, and he was quite excited about it. It was pretty fun for that interview. And I remember at one point, you asked me a question. You said, gee, why did you study Ohio? And you said, well, because, and I said, well, it's because they had asked me. And then you asked me this question, and it was sort of like Remember when O.J. Simpson had to put the glove on, right? A lawyer never asks a question he doesn't know the answer to, right? A lawyer should never ask. Professor Clemens says better than me. You should never ask a question you don't know the answer to. But Mr. Lindell says, well, wait a minute. What do you think Ohio actually was? And then I could tell, like, after he asked that, he's like, oh, man, did I just step in it? I hope he gives the right answer. Do you remember that? And then I said, I think it's 16%. And he said, all right, that's exactly what the electronic data say, remember? Because the official number was 8%. And so the electronic data confirmed. So our data were going hand in hand.
Mine showed 16%, his showed 8.
It was
It was 8% reported.
Yes, but I said 16.
Both of ours matched.
Exactly.
Every single thing. There's only one truth here, everybody.
Yes.
A capture is a capture, is the real.
Yes.
When our election was hacked in every state by China, when they were hacked, everyone, no matter, I don't care if you come in the other direction in Arizona, and you come in and you do audits, and you do these audits, the paper, the machines. When you do an autopsy, you got to do everything. But they won't give the packet captures. What? But even when they do find what they probably have right now, we already know 100 and some thousand votes were flipped in Maricopa County. I already know that. I'm sitting up here. I'm just waiting. Now those audits will come in, and when we get through in these 3 days, every single state's going to want an audit. Every single state's going to want an audit. Everyone. It'll be like the song, from the lakes of Minnesota, and that song that Lee Greenwood sings, all across our land, we want it back.
I like Mike's obviously a marketing guy, and I like the phrases he comes up with. Like he says, yeah, at the end of the election, we're going to melt down all the machines and make bars out of them. That's a good marketing line, isn't it?
And we're going to on Thursday, it'll be revealed a way, and you know what? Here's a good thing. Here's another fake news, terrible media, terrible journalists. I announced about 2 weeks ago that we were going to reveal a way to a replacement for the machines. I've seen it. I believe it's hack-proof. You can't go online, and it's a combination of that this group came up with. And you know what they put in the news? Mike Lindell is monetizing his thing. He's going to run pillow ads, and he's going to get his technology. It's not mine. We're giving it to the American people. There's no charge on Thursday, everybody. And then when they say that stuff, he's monetizing. We've had, since I've lost everything, we keep losing. Now, my 2,500 employees, I have not had to lay one off yet. And it's because we are reaching out. We've shifted our stuff to people, happen to go direct to the consumer. And if I didn't have money to absorb that and just shift and it'd be done. Think if they're doing this to me, and they're doing it to small businesses across our country that can't stand up and don't have a voice. They're by the tens of thousands, and for different reasons. You came up with this mask mandate thing or this vaccine thing, or you got taken off YouTube because you complained about something. You said, I don't want to do this. Or Vimeo, or Google, any of them. You say something, this isn't fair. You're gone. There, you're erased. You're erased. And they keep doing this. It's become a little whack-a-mole game for them. Oh, shush. And this is what it comes down to. When we get done with this, everyone's, we all stand up together. And they can put that thing, Mike Lindell's the biggest threat to America, blah, blah, blah. This is insanity, everybody. I'm talking on there. I'm talking to everybody. Democrats, Republicans, liberals, conservatives, it don't matter. When I walk the streets, here's the big lie. I was out in California for 2 weeks, about a month and a half ago. I walk the streets. I don't have all this protection on me. I probably should have coming up to this. But the people, and they're recognizing me. I couldn't find one person in California that comes up and, is upset because I'm trying to get to the bottom to save our country for all of us. I told Jim Acosta, Jim, I'm doing this for you. This is the American dream. You're living a dream. You get to hit people every day. You do a hit job. It's what you like, I guess. But there's my point being is anyone out there can be anything and do anything they want to be if they want, if they want to make something of themselves. But that's gone. That's going to be gone. So it's the big lie that we're a divided country. This is you've never heard me. CNN the other day, when I did that interview, he started attacking me that I said about Biden and Kamala Harris. And the Democrat, I said, you're lying. You guys all seen it. I said, you're lying. I never said one bad thing about the Democrats. I did. I haven't, because they just used that party. Democrats weren't. And this is all of us. We're all people. I have friends that are on both sides. We're not a divided country. That's what they want us to think. We're divided with racism and all. No, we're not racism. So that's, that's where we're bringing. We're bringing evidence. We have to get it out there. And this is, you can't argue with mathematics, right?
No.
I mean, you're a lawyer. Okay, now, from a lawyer's perspective, would you win a court of law if you took these mathematics and you brought it into a courtroom with people? I'll bet you anyone that watched that is going, if that's true, because then maybe someone would say, well, I'd have to go get those things from the Secretary of State in my state. You just heard, what did they do? Sorry, you don't get to see it.
Well, what I would say is, if I don't seem nervous, it's because I'm not. I haven't had one law professor, one trial attorney that wants to have this discussion. Dr. Frank meets the rules of evidence. He gets to sit in a chair. He gets to testify. You, the juror, gets to weigh his credibility. That's the way it works. And the bad guys can get their bought and paid for experts. They can testify and they can poke holes. They won't even let us have that. So to put this into context, I've tried murder cases. You've got murderers that get experts. They get their bought-off witnesses. They all get to take the stand. Yet red-blooded Americans who just want a fair election can't get those same protections. That's what we're talking about here. So yes, under a rule of law, his work comes in. And then we're going to start getting into this conversation about PCAPs. So this is something that I would want you to think about in terms of these packet captures. I've had it translated to me by Lady Draza Smith. It's basically it's a conversation. That's what it is. It's a recording. And some of you are going to go, I'm not a tech person. I don't understand tech. Well, I've had cases where we've had bad guys who were recorded, and we had to authenticate those recordings. And guess what? I didn't know who that person was, but someone else did. And we've got white hats. We've got people that understand the conversation. And that's all you need, folks, in a court of law. To authenticate it, then it comes in. Then you, the juror, guess what? Rinse, repeat. You weigh the credibility. So the amount of candor and courage that Mike Lindell's demonstrating to have these packet captures here is an amazing thing. So all of this, if the court system wasn't broken, gets in. Doesn't mean that we have a verdict yet. You get to decide. The American people get to decide if this evidence meets the burden of proof. So what is that burden of proof? In a criminal landscape, you're talking about beyond a reasonable doubt. In a civil landscape, you're talking about preponderance of evidence. I have never had a case with this kind of evidence. We're talking about beyond a shadow of a doubt. I've never had this kind of conviction about 100%. What I've seen. It's 100%. Now, I hate it when he says that because he doesn't have to. He doesn't have to. You understand, this is about getting evidence out there. And you don't have to prove 100% to get you to hear it. It's a very low standard to get it to you to listen to. But he's right. If we could just get the snake news out of the way, he would come back with the same abiding conviction that your election was stolen. And everyone on this stage that you're going to hear from has risked their reputation in some ways. I have no fear about what we've got here. So take stock in that. Be encouraged.
Yeah, thank you. And if you all watched when absolute proof, absolute interference, and absolutely 9-0, that was to try and get the word out that, hey, I have something. And I think back into absolute, I think, interference, I said, I wanted to do a national poll. Everybody, just come in. And I didn't even want you to come in unless you said, I'm 100%. They're guilty. And they did this. Well, but I couldn't get it out there. The media blocks it every time. You don't even get to it. It comes out, you put something out, it's a blip on the radar, and what do? When you got social media where you can't send it viral, think of that. You know, they can do anything they want. Crooked Google can just stop. The biggest enemy of the United States right now that is obviously the China attack, but the media. If you can't get the word out, you're going to hear from another country today. You're going to hear from another country in an hour or so. Around the world, this is going on. If you get the voice, if you get the media, look at, like you said, you'd win a case every time with everything we have.
If I got a jury of regular American folks, Democrats, Republicans, Independents, I'd bring this case home. There's no doubt. Like I said, when I say that we've never had evidence like this, when you have your red team and you've got mathematicians across the country that have verified this, when you have over 5,000 sworn affidavits by people that don't have a dog in the fight that are saying, I will risk prison under a penalty of perjury to tell you what I saw and what I heard. Don't you think those people should have the right to be heard? Right. You put the case together. Right? So a brick is not a wall. You got the math brick. You've got the hacking cyber interference brick. You've got the personal knowledge affidavit bricks. And you start building that wall. And then pretty soon, all of us see that wall for what it is. It's solid. You can touch it. And once you've seen it, there's no way to unsee it. So do the work. You just have to apply your own thinking and not let the snake news do your thinking for you.
And spread the word. We got 3 days, everybody. 3 days. And the media starts in again. They're going to try this 3 days to stop this from getting out there. But I can't say it again. I can't say it enough. Remember, when I was on Jimmy Kimmel, this is very key. When he asked me, would I do it if the shoe is on the other foot? And I said, yes, of course I would. I said, this is our country. It doesn't matter who's in there as president right now. They came and took this. China took our election. This is it. There's no tomorrow. I'm serious. There's no tomorrow. Now you say, well, Mike, did they, sure you would do that. The Washington Post and another one came to Minnesota. They came to Minnesota after Jimmy Kimmel. They questioned everyone I could know, my ex-mayor. People that probably, some of them don't like me, they questioned people on all sides of the party. They asked him, would Mike Lindell really do that? Come on. Every single one of them said, yes, he would. Because I would expect any of you, if you knew what I had, I don't care where you are in your walk, or you're far left, far right, middle, whatever, all this political garbage. If you had what I had and you knew that this country was attacked, wouldn't you do what I did? I wouldn't have had my pillow. It wouldn't matter. It'd be gone. American dream is gone. And I'm speaking to people, the journalists out there that are blocking this and writing stuff like John Jackson. Mike Lindell delayed his cyber symposium. Did he say he was hacked after saying he was hacked? The media is the enemy of the people. Social media and the media. That's what they're doing. If you have that, they have everything. We've got to wake up. We've got to tell everybody. That's what I've been saying for 2 weeks. Tell your friend. Tell your friend. Tonight at 7 o'clock, you need to tell far and wide. This is something you've never heard before, something you've never seen before. That's huge. I mean, this is just some of the stuff we're going to drop. And not just the cyber forensic experts looking at all these, the data that I have. And we're going to start putting up in a minute here, we're going to start putting up states. We got 25 states to go through today. In between all the news that's absolutely it's earth-shattering. It's going to be awesome. Because you know what? After this 3 days, never again. I really want the media to think and lay in bed tonight on your MyPillow, and you lay there, and you go. Now you know what they're going to put? Mike Lindell does a shout out for his pillow. It's all we knew this is why he had it. Yeah. They're disgusting. And they're gonna find this hit. But you know what? If you're a journalist and you're with the Politicals and the CNNs of the world, or the New York Times or Washington Post, Daily Beast, the Business Insider, It goes on and on. I'm not even down to the next level. The salons, these ones that are up and coming, they just, whoever can sensationalize and do the biggest hit. I want you to lay in bed tonight after what you watched, especially that movie that everybody should be sharing. Share that movie. It's on frankspeech.com, 18 minutes. Share it around the world. And you lay there tonight and you think and you pray to God. God, am I doing the right thing? Because you're going to have to answer. Because if we lose our country, if it falls here, it falls the whole world.
Yeah.
God's given us grace for such a time as this. We're in the greatest time in history to be alive. You know why? Because we are here and we have caught this. We caught them and we're going to right the ship.
Yeah. So Mike is setting the stage. Everyone here has seen a Rocky movie, right? Everyone's seen Rocky. What the last 8 months or 9 months has felt like is the first 2/3 of a Rocky film. Rocky's down on the mat. What he's foreshadowing is you're going to start seeing these packet captures coming in, and that's a jab. Rocky's getting up. It's another jab. What we're going to set into motion this week is that third act. And we all love the last 5 minutes of those Rocky movies, right? So it's time to start punching back, and it's coming. So excited.
Absolutely. And when we get to the third day, everybody, too, remember we have the replacements. We have the answer to get rid of the machines. But we're going to show you what our pathway is to get this election taken down and get this China out of our country.
Yeah.
Mike, I just got a question from somebody. They were saying, how many people would it take to do the corruption that we've seen? In other words, how many people in America? And because usually when I explain the algorithms, people are saying, well, gee, you'd have to have a corrupt person in every county. And no, you don't.
No, you don't. Yeah. And that's a good point.
Yeah.
When you get into cyber forensics and cyber attacks, you only need one person.
Yeah. One person
only
could do the
need
whole world.
one person. One. This is where we're at. In our world we're living in now, in the age we're in with computers, and the thing of, you have cyber attacks on a gas line, and they patch it, protected, a white hat hacker, they come in there, and then you have cyber attacks on our credit card companies, our businesses. Israel just got it today. I just announced it on both businesses and government. But you know what? They were smart. If you've seen the movie, it said they were talking about taking over our country in 3035, the CCP. You know what? It's pretty easy when all you got to do is do it in the election, because if you take an election and you own the election and no vote ever matters again, then you can make decisions on everything. You can order this. Things like, let's shut down the 50,000 union jobs. You can order borders opened up. And that fentanyl and human trafficking come in. You can make nonsensical things like they did in California when they put up things during this China virus. They made them build outside enclosures like Minnesota at the restaurants. Made them build it. We had to eat outside in the snow. Whoever had the highest snowman put their plate on top of it. It's crazy. And California, though, I'll give you one example. I went out there to visit a friend of mine, and this was after the Super Bowl. And there's this beautiful restaurant. You still couldn't eat inside. And it's by building another building onto it with plastic and stuff. And we talked about the Super Bowl. He goes, yeah, I put all this money into the Super Bowl. You know what they did to him in California? They said, no TVs in the buildings for the Super Bowls for the restaurants. Are you kidding me? So they all went home and inside houses. Minnesota, you know what they did at Thanksgiving? They said we couldn't have more than 8 people in our house. I could be off Facebook fact checkers. It might have been 9. All I know is part of my family couldn't go there. And then at Christmas, they gave us a little more. This is insane.
How nice of them.
And I'll tell you, I'm bringing up right now, I'm going to do this for you. Talk about that vaccine that's not FDA approved. Let me tell you about that. Anybody, if you think the vaccine and you want to take it, good for you, Special K, good for you. But don't worry about what I'm doing. Because if it's supposed to be so good, you shouldn't care. You're trying to help me. Oh, thank you. I don't need that help. If me and a bunch of people don't take that, that's our business. We'll take that risk. I, for one, think if I take it, I'm at risk of dying. It has not been. And let me tell you about the vaccine. Last summer, you've seen things get attacked like hydroxychloroquine, the stuff that they brought me, Seradivir. There were many, many. A friend of mine's son just died. He was at 182 IQ. There was over 30 things that worked. Do you know what our government did? The reason you couldn't get that vaccine approved, you couldn't get it approved for emergency use if there was something else out there. So they had to make it so there was nothing else out there. That's what they did to us. But you know what? For some reason, the media, if everyone's seen, I was attacked on Anderson Cooper for 18 minutes on CNN. All I was a guy, these guys brought me this, and I'm going, it works. I took it, my pillow we never had to go home for 14 days. We took it, we were fine. It's disgusting. Anderson Cooper attacked me for 18 minutes. Go look it up. Go look it up. And why? Because I'm a guy, an entrepreneur that has a story from a crack addict to where I'm at, and I cared. I cared about the people. I was so excited. Brought that in the White House, and me and Ben Carson, the president, leaked out of there. He said, it was something to help. Can we bring it to a hospital to do an IND? A simple thing, right? Simple request. We want an IND to try it. We've got the hospitals lined up. It leaks out of there to the press, to the news media. So they set up a hit job, and they squish it. Now, I went on CNN, and I went on there for a reason. I knew I was going to get hit, but I'm going, you know what? As soon as I go on that, I'm going to go over there and show them the safety data that was already there, but I didn't want to give it to CNN. I was going to go over to Fox. And boy, they would have got it, right? Go on CNN, get attacked. Here we go. Look at this. You know what Fox did? They wouldn't have me on. Same thing they're doing now. Shame on Fox. This is what the media, they're all like that. You got heroes today. OAN and Newsmax got sued just for being here today. It was this morning, everybody. It's, the media, and then I'm going to keep saying this. These 3 days, it's not just about the evidence. I got that. You guys, I've been telling you I got that. It's over for the evidence. In November and December, we had more evidence than we ever needed in world history. More than anything. You could have tried 5 million clients probably and just go, we're going to use this evidence for you, this for you. It was over. Why didn't it win? Why didn't it get anywhere? Because of the media. They did it whatever they wanted. Boom, boom, boom. And it was all a big plan when you sit in a twilight zone and go, okay, of course 20-some thousand people can't vote that don't live in the state. No, yes, they can, The best one is when the president, with Brad Rassenberger in Georgia, and he starts listing off all these things, non-residents that voted, dead people that voted. Those were real numbers that came from the Secretary of State's office. We all heard the tape. He said, just find a couple of them. What he meant was, you take any one of those piles, any 2 columns or 1 column of people that can't vote, and they only lost by 11,370. And that's all he was saying. So what did they do? On live, we all heard it. He says, the Secretary, Brad says, they're the wrong numbers. He's the Secretary of State. They said, the president says, where's the right numbers? Or where'd we get these numbers? And his gal said, we got them from him. We got them from Brad. And the president, when are you going to give us the real numbers? This stuff happened, and it was like Twilight Zone stuff. But I want to tell everybody, that's a miracle of all time that all that happened. Because if all of that didn't happen, we wouldn't be talking here. They'd still have the machines, and our country would be gone.
Yep.
At least now, there's not just hope. It's all here. We got all the evidence. How do we do these 3 days? If we don't get the word out now, this is our one shot. This is it. These 3 days of this symposium, it's it. Millions of eyes. I just checked at one point in the beginning, 40 million people were on there. Now, again, some were bots and trolls coming in from all over the world and attacking, and they're coming in. If we don't get the word out and get it past the bad media, get it out there, and it could be hard. FrankSpeech.com, everybody give that to. There's a reason I got it. So they can't take it down like Vimeo and YouTube. Right now, let's see. You put up right now the news. Let's just check. Mike Lindell refuses to leave the Cyber Symposium stage for 72 hours, but lunch is available in the hallway. That's it. This is their news, people. Let's just see who wrote that. Is that, hey, by the way, you guys all day long, help yourself, okay? It's free. I bought it. I paid for every. By the way, they can't say, Mike Lindell did this to make money. I put millions of dollars into stuff. I've got over $15 million in this. It don't matter. People say, Mike, you just keep pouring money. We don't have a country, so I don't have a company then. My employees, nobody has it. Does it matter? It doesn't matter if we don't have a country. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. But let me tell you who wrote this article. This was the headline. Can you believe that? It's from MSN.com, and it says, it's written by, we got to make sure we call out the guy. Or the Solar Quotes. Okay, Stephen Douglas. Stephen Douglas, are you here? Stephen Douglas. Okay, yeah, he's in the lunch line. Now let me tell you what he put. Mike Lindell is hosting a cyber symposium on election fraud today in North Dakota. North
Dakota.
Yeah, that's what he put. This guy put North Dakota. So is that fake news? He can't even, he's picking on North Dakota. What is he doing? This guy, let's really call him out. This is disgusting. Where's our Facebook fact checkers now? Stephen Douglas wrote this 1 hour ago. You know, let's see, you all been here. We've been live streaming in North Dakota on election fraud. Okay, this is on a crime of history. This is about China. He should put an attack by China on our country, but he puts election fraud. Much like the launch of his social media platform in the spring, there have been technical difficulties that he and his friends are calling hacks. You listen to how disgusting that is? What a scum. No, that's scum. He's scum. He's a traitor to our country. The day started, this is what people are hearing out there that aren't here. This is what they're hearing. The day started with Dominion dropping some new lawsuits. And if you want to see Lindell react to anything else over the next few days, stay tuned because he's already passed up lunch, proclaiming he would not stop streaming for the entire 72 hours. He's right there. One thing, I haven't had lunch yet, okay? Oh, and yes, we are streaming around the world for the next 72 hours. We're going to flip. There's everyone in the world. We're at 9 o'clock tonight, at 9 o'clock, the cyber forensic guys will be done at 5. They can come in here and watch the 4 hours between 5 and 9. You won't want to miss that ever. This is historical tonight. And then at 9 o'clock and 9 in the morning, we're flipping this on its head. And now we're going to go, gee, since we were attacked, we lost like an hour in the beginning. So what I'll probably do, probably go an hour here, and then we'll just add it on to the third day. We're not going to let them cut any time off this thing because of their hacks and what they've done. I just think this is disgusting. This just shows you what the media does. You know, you're out there now. I got, people sitting out there, and they look up the Symposium, and this is the garbage they see. Mike Lindell is legit upset that some people want to break for lunch in his side. Okay, this is Justin Baragona. Okay, Justin Baragona. Mike Lindell is legit upset that some people want to break for lunch in his cyber symposium, yelling that he's going to stay up on stage for 3 days straight. There's no breaks. You guys can go eat. That's fine, but I ain't eating. I'm staying here for 72 hours. Do you remember me saying that? Does anybody remember me saying that?
No. You can sleep. We'll cover for you.
Well, the only true thing in there is I haven't eaten.
That's Lacey from Washington.
There's so much. Here, I'm going to read this. Once again, this one's written by Justin Barragano. Oh no, now we're back to the other guy, Stephen Douglas. Stephen Douglas, let's not forget his name, everybody. Then he writes, there is so much incredible comedy in that 1-minute clip. Lindell's handed a paper, and then his assistants tried to pull him off stage to show him something which may or might not have been lunch. We know that lunch is involved because the guy says it's time for a lunch break. Lindell is having no part of that. There are no breaks. We're streaming 72 hours. This is disgusting. We're talking about something for our country and world, and this guy is doing a hit piece. Now, why? Let me tell you something, Stephen Douglas. You know what? The United States is at stake. Why'd you do it, Stephen? Why did you write this? Why did you write this? What's wrong with you? What is wrong with you? Are you going to write? You're going to write what Mike said now about youth? I'll tell you what, Stephen. Go write an article right now. You're probably in our audience because you're here, but you're not going to show your face, I'm sure, because you guys are all cowards. You're cowards. You're media cowards, all of you. You're cowards. Not only fake news, but you're cowards. All of you back there, cowards. All the fake news and these journalists that sit behind and send in their hit jobs. This is what we're doing. This is a battle. We win this. We have all the evidence. You guys, that's a given. We have it all. If we don't break this media, and bring them back to reality, whatever they're doing, some of them must be paid off. Let's just try and figure, why would Stephen Douglas do this? Let's ask ourselves, does he not like our country? He doesn't like Mike Lindell because I was a Christian conservative. And I realize I had never voted in my life. Do you guys know I was an ex-crack addict, an ex-addict. I met Donald Trump. And it was so common sense. I go, wow, that's what politicians should be, for the people, and do stuff that when they have a problem solution, that they make decisions based on helping people, all people. That's the way it should be. But we lost that with our election now, or not because we lost Donald Trump, because they took it with machines. China's here. So you got to ask yourself, is Stephen Douglas a communist? I don't know. You got to look at when you have a deviation.
Let's bring him up.
When you have deviations like this, a deviation, why would this guy do this? Why would he do this? Either his boss won't let him write with the truth, or he's part of the attack, or he just likes because I got his name called out. He didn't expect that, so it couldn't have been that. But this we're going to do. So we got to ask anybody that knows Stephen Douglas, say, why would you do such a thing on a historical week of 3 days? We're trying to save our country. This isn't a Democrat or Republican thing. This is our country. This is the world. If they take us now, you want to be Venezuela? Is that what you want? Stephen Douglas, talk to some people that are in Venezuela now. The machines took their country in 2003 or 4. And they're sitting down, they never get it back. Their hope, I've talked to some, their hope is that they've been praying for years that in our country that we catch them. Because this is a global thing, everybody. This is you're going to see Brazil is going to be here. We're going to have many countries that are worried. I'm going to pull one more just in case.
While you're doing that, I just was notified my TikTok account came down. So
they took your TikTok down. By the communist TikTok. They just took his TikTok down. You guys see what they're doing right now? What they're doing, everyone that's up here, because the more we get into it, and I'm telling you, 7 o'clock tonight, everybody in the world, you better be tuned in. Because you know what? They're going to keep clawing. They're going to keep attacking what I put up on frankspeech.com. By the way, if you're overseas and you can't get in there, go to lindelltv.com. I've got backups to backups, but this is getting out. Our message is getting out. Yeah, it's getting out, and we're going to get it out there in spite of these. But we're going to call out all the things, the people that have done that. They took away your TikTok.
Yeah,
I don't care.
This is why we let you in here. We didn't put names on your tags. We didn't put names on you because you know what? They'd have probably attacked and took your Facebooks down, but we need them to get out there.
One thing to think about, folks. See, what we're doing is we're calling the snake news bluff. Because there's another component we haven't talked about at all. You've got the air game, right? As Bannon has coined it, that Mike's in charge of. If you don't believe the data that you just saw with Dr. Frank, let us get our full forensic audits. Let us do our canvases, right? Either he's telling the truth and we can back it up, or we can't. So ask yourself, why is it that in certain states you've got attorney generals like Dana Nessel who are weaponizing our rules against attorneys to get them to lose their law license?
Okay, here we go. This is a Media Matters, written by Zachary Pleat and Eric Kleefeld, okay? And hold on. It says, here are the right-wing outlets that promoted Mike Lindell's cyber symposium of the election lies. This was before we started, everybody. Right-wing pillow magnet Mike Lindell, one of the most loyal purveyors of the big lie that the 2020 presidential election was stolen. Let me tell you right now, the big lie is the big lie.
Yeah.
While he might seem like a comical figure, you know, but it goes on down. Mike Lindell says, and then it tells about pulling my ads from Fox News. Let me tell you why I pulled my ad from Fox News. Let's talk about that. By the way, where's Fox? They're not here. They couldn't be a weather channel because they wouldn't report a storm
They're lost.
coming.
This is history.
Maybe they will report this. You know, Fox, if you're out there and you're watching, maybe you could kind of redeem yourself. But let me tell you, when I wanted to get this out, we have this one shot for the whole world to hear the evidence and hear what really happened and show everything, the 100% evidence.
100%.
Okay. Now, so what I said, you know what? If Fox won't have me on to talk about anything, I'll buy an ad. I don't know if you all seen the ad. It's up there. It's a 1-minute ad talking about the cyber symposium. I gave it to all the media, ABC, CBS, CNN, Fox, everybody, because I was going to pay, which I have millions of dollars in those ads. And I gave it to Fox, and Fox tried to delay. It comes back, we're not accepting the ad. So I'm supposed to sit here and go, you know what? You're part of the cancel culture. I'll tell you what. You think my money matters? It don't matter, because I won't have a company. So I pulled my ad from Fox, and everyone's going, where are you going to spend that money now, Mike? You know, no, you don't get it. We're direct response. That cost my pillow $1 million a week by me pulling them ads. But it doesn't matter, because we got one shot, and everyone out there reporting on this and sharing it to frankspeech.com to get up there. You think I needed a social media platform to put out like this? No, I built it because we were losing our voice. Your Twitters, your crooked Jack Dorseys and Mark Zuckerbergs of Facebook, they're criminals. They are criminals. They're going to be the first ones when we melt down the machines and make bars. But I'm just going through a couple of these because we're going to do these. CEO Mike Bill, this is Yahoo News. They're horrible, everybody. Yahoo News, by the way. They're the ones, but they attacked me. Now realize, everybody, if I didn't have them, I did for 5 months, just like when they attacked Donald Trump in the summer of 15. You know, it's all I had. That's all I had. Every day I had to break stuff. Mike Lindell lost 4 more retailers, and all them journalists would call me. They're all on my phone, every one of them. Mike, you lost 4 more retailers. Did you hear about China and again attacking us with Dominion? Every day I had to do this. Because it was just to keep getting the word out. That's all I had, because Fox, you ain't going to hear from them. It's disgusting. We counted on them. They turned on us, the night of the election? They said, oh, Arizona's good. No, it was way before that. When you can't talk about vaccines or anything or things that work when we're in the middle of a virus that's killing people, and there's stuff out there that worked, and Fox was the first one to say, let's hunker down. You got to ask them. When this is all over, you got to ask them. They got to be held accountable. Why? Why would you not report the news? But here's what the part. Yahoo News. Mike Lindell, CEO, delays start of cyber support, claiming he's been hacked. Mike Lindell, CEO and pro-Trump conspiracy theorist, delayed the start of his cyber. What is that? I want to ask you one. What does that, Donald Trump or Biden or any of this have to do with this? This is that they hacked our country and they're here. And anybody out there that's a Democrat, you're the ones you've got to really open your eyes and unveil and really sit and listen with the next 3 days and listen to what we're talking about. This isn't about, here, I'll give you an example. Here's a cover-up. Brian Kemp down in Georgia. I mean, you guys just look for deviations. He's down in Georgia after Georgia gets stole in the epic proportions through the machines. They have more machines than any state. Could be wrong. Be able to check Facebook fact checkers. And what does he do? A couple months ago, Brian Kemp now he's all about election integrity, talking about paper ballots and worried about the mail-in ballots. That's a cover-up, you guys. It's the machines they got them. It's the computers. When they can take a whole country with one press of a button, that's where it is. That's all deflection and lies. But this guy puts on there, we need to get the word out because they blocked this thing. And anyway, Yahoo basically copied another. A lot of times they just prey off each other. This is what we're going to do. We're going to call them out. And so this whole symposium, this whole symposium, it's not just to show you the evidence here, right here in this room. It's you got to get out. Everyone's got to get out and tell everyone, get here and watch it. When I got this done, I said a thing, and they made fun of that too, the media. It was about 3 weeks ago. You can look it up, Mike Lindell, Elvis Presley. When I was a kid in 1973, Elvis did a thing called Via Satellite Hello from Hawaii. It was seen by over 1 billion people. This is back when we had live stream to 1 billion people. This is back when we didn't have, we had TVs with bunny ears and black and white. You turn to watch the doc, go out. Well, during that time, how did they get the word out? Overseas, everywhere around the world. He never played overseas. So the word spread. Somehow it spread where 1 billion people, I think it was like 1/4 of the world's population watched it. Well, I made that analogy. This is a little more important than a concert. If nobody sees this in the next 3 days, it's just going to be like everything else because the media will destroy us. We get one shot at this, and so all I'm asking everybody to do, keep telling everybody every day, don't read this garbage. Don't read this garbage. I got a guy in here named Zach. He wants me to do an interview with him. All he does is hit jobs. Garbage. Maybe absolutely, this is too important. There ain't no interviews I'm doing. It's right here. We've got to get the word out. We've got to get the word out.
I've got a suggestion. You should do an interview, but you should have them sit up here with us.
Yeah. Yeah, there we go.
Every one of you coward
that is a great idea.
Journalists, you want your interview? He's right here, but you got the ticket.
That is a great idea.
Is to sit here at the table, look these people in the eye.
And do your interview, and then we'll see what you write. Zach, you want to be the first one? Where are you, Zach?
Come on up.
He's a coward. He ain't coming up. No, we want bad media.
Yeah.
No, I want the media here, the CNNs of the world. They have 8 people here. I give them credit. CNN has 8 people here. Fox, 0. By the way, we're going to do a mock election. The election room's going to be over here. I don't know if it's ready. Is the election room ready? Okay, come on up here. You guys, we're going to, come on up. We're going to do an election room. We're going to show you if Pat here is running the election room is over there. Where is it? Over there?
Right over there.
Okay, you guys, what we're going to do, you can take your time anytime. You just go in there and vote, and we're going to vote. Who do you prefer? The worst, who's more to blame for our country right now, CNN or Fox? That's the first vote.
This is the remote.
So you're going to go in there and you're going to vote. You're going to vote CNN or Fox. You're going to vote. What did you need? Okay. But you're going to vote CNN or Fox, and you're all going to go in there and vote. And I'm going to tell you, there's 5 minutes left for the election, but then we're going to go in there, everybody, and we're going to have a hacker hack it, and we're going to flip the vote, whatever it ends up being. So let's say CNN was the worst, and Fox was over here. Whatever it was, we're going to ask, how many would you like flip? We're going to hack it and flip it in real time.
Hey, Mike.
Okay, on live TV.
We're going to go over, I'm going to give an overview of everything that's out there.
Okay. Yep, and you can do that in a second. But I'm going to tell you this. But one of the things I wanted to do is the routers. We're going to bring a cyber guy. We're going to go pick one of them back there. We're going to bring a cyber guy in, and he's going to capture, one of them in the other room doesn't know anything about it. We're going to capture the packet that's in the router. You're going to learn from Pat what all that is today. We're going to capture that packet, and the cyber guy is going to come in, and he's going to tell you exactly what happened. There's no way you can know it. You see the stuff over here, that data going over there on the thing? The stuff that's there, we can't read, but cyber guys can. A lot of you in the audience. So go ahead, Patrick. Tell them.
Yeah, we're going to be going through just an overview of elections overall, where some of the security breaches are, and best part is we're going to walk you through something that our development team put together literally in about 12 hours. So if you want to talk about expedited development timelines, I know who to contact whenever that happens. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Patrick Kolbeck. I'm a former Michigan State Senator. Please don't hold that against me. I was term limited. But before I was a state senator, I was actually an engineer. And as an aerospace engineer, I worked on the cabling design for elements of the International Space Station. And I also am a certified Microsoft small business specialist. And the only reason I bring that up is because I've got a bit of a weird background, because I got one foot in public policy and understanding how the elections are supposed to work and what the laws are regarding that. And then I'm also a bit of a technical geek. So when you start talking about the keyword cyber symposium, you know, I can talk cyber. Not as good as some of the guys that put together this development that's out there, but I'll tell you, what they pulled together was amazing. They have and we'll go through exactly what they've got kicked into gear here in just a little bit, but one of the things that's driven me for these last 9 months is that I was actually there at the TCF Center in Detroit. Matter of fact, courtesy of my good friend Janice Daniels and good friend Debbie Haas at Election Integrity Fund, this is the actual election challenger badge that was worn by our poll challengers out at the TCF Center in Detroit. I was there from about 5 o'clock in the evening on election night to after 5:30 the next day, so it was a marathon session. So for those of you who are privy to all those photos of the pizza boxes over the windows, I was there. I was one of the folks blocked out of getting back in the into the voting area because of some bogus COVID rules that were put into place. I was challenging I was training our next batch of poll challengers, highlighting what they could expect going into what was happening at all the different counting areas. I was there when the van came in at 3:30 in the morning to drop off a bunch of unsecured ballots. And I was there crawling around on the floor, checking Cat5 cables and seeing how they were connected, as we were talking about before. And I can tell you, these computers were connected to the internet, which is why the data that Mike is showing up here, Mike's data, is so important. There's no cyber symposium without cyber data. There's no cyber data without internet connections. So the whole topic of internet connectivity is a big one. And I didn't realize how big it was at the time. I was just focused on protecting the chain of custody regarding our elections. That's a very important topic that nobody ever seems to want to talk about, but I don't know about you, I was always very curious. I wanted to know how in Detroit at the AV Counting Board, they took a ballot that was counted by a tabulator. Sometimes it was needed adjudication, so there was an error, and it had to go to what was called an adjudicator workstation. And then those results were transmitted out to all the media outlets that are here, right? How does that ballot follow through that chain? What's the handoff like for every single one of those handoffs? I wanted to verify that it was being done with integrity. And every single election official that I talked to, I asked them, are these connected to the internet? And I already knew the answer, but I asked them, are these connected to the internet? And they said no. I even asked one former state representative, David Nathan. I go, David, come on. Please, all you have to do to verify whether or not these are connected to the internet is roll your little mouse over the cursor here, roll your mouse over the internet connectivity icon, the bottom right, and it'll pop up with the word saying connected to the internet. You know what? He didn't do that. And I go, well, why can't you do that? You go, you're just going to have to trust me. I go, well, that's the whole idea of a poll challenger, is that we're challenging these assertions, right? And under our state law, I'm supposed to be able to ask those questions. All right, instead they said, talk to the hand. All 3 election officials that I talked to in that context said, talk to the hand. So I went back afterwards, diagrammed out a network topology diagram. I'm a geek. That's what I do for fun. So I get back till like 1 o'clock in the morning. I'm diagramming out what I saw there and put it into an affidavit form because I couldn't take pictures while I was there as a poll challenger. They banned it. And as soon as I would have pulled out my camera to do that, I would have been kicked out of the TCS Center. But you know what happened a couple months ago? We actually have footage from the walkthrough that happened at the TCS Center before, and guess what they validated? They validated my network topology diagram and the fact that these were connected to the internet. All right, so you don't hear that anywhere. So that's why this is important. Remember, this is a cyber symposium. The idea of internet connectivity is very important. And what we're going to walk through over in that mock election center is very important as well, because we're actually going to show the PCAPs like Mike was talking about. We've got experts that can walk you through, as you're casting a vote, how's that information being communicated all the way through the system. That makes sense to everybody? Is that something you want to go off and see? Yep. All right, good stuff. Now, this is just a homegrown system, and I'm going to walk through this in just a little bit, but I want you to understand that this is not specific to any one voting system company. They all have a common backbone known as SQL Server. How many people here love to play in SQL Server land? I believe it or not, I never thought this would come into play in my life. I used to deploy Microsoft Project Server all the time, and I would play in SQL Server every once in a while to move databases around. I never thought it would come in handy to go off and determine whether or not we had an integrity in our 2020 election. But God's got a sense of humor sometimes. And why this software is so important, because there's a special module in it called the SQL Server Management Studio. This SQL Server Management Studio, its ability is to go off and manipulate the database to provide whatever results you want. You can edit the results of an individual data table. You can go off and swap out one database with another database. You can execute scripts that modify the data in those databases as you see fit. And guess what? That software is not part of the certified software installation for any of our voting systems, yet we found it not just in Michigan, but in other states as well, installed on these databases. That should be a concern to everybody in this audience, because now we have non-certified software being installed on systems that led to a quote-unquote certified election. That's a big deal. How many of you guys even heard that SQL Server Management Studio is installed on these computers? Okay, better yet, how many people did not hear that they were installed? Now, hopefully you guys understand why Mike is so adamant about what's going on with our media. Everybody should have known that. Everybody should have known about the fact that these ESNS systems have a built-in 4G wireless modem on the motherboard, right? Everybody should know that stuff, but they're not talking about it. That's what drives me. Here I am 9 months after the election, I'm still talking about election fraud. Why is that? I put my whole professional career on hold just to make sure people get the truth out, because frankly, nothing else matters in our country. I don't care about 2022. I don't care about 2024. We have to fix what happened in 2020. Which means we need to have a frank and open discussion about what happened in that 2020 election, which is why the data that Mike's sharing is so important, which is why the information that I've got back there on little palm cards provided by organizations like the Election Integrity Fund with these poll challengers. It's the grassroots, it's the everyday meddling kids from Scooby-Doo parlance that were the key to getting this information out, because we were let down by our election officials and we were let down by our elected officials. So it's been the meddling kids, and Mike's our the Fred in our Scooby-Doo Inc., our Mystery Incorporated folks. He's got the van, all right? So we're all going around the van checking out all these different things that are going on. And I'll tell you, he's been invaluable in that context. But so has everybody else who has fed the information necessary to keep this going. So I want to thank each and every one of you that are here to help get that information out. It is critical. All right, so I'm going to walk through what we're going to talk about here today, the overall election process. And when I'm talking about election walkthrough, I'm just putting in context what we set up over in the mock election area. When you're considering securing an election, you have to consider what happens in preparation for the election, not just what happens on election day. So a lot of folks will sit there, including the CEO of Dominion, will sit there and say, hey, you know what? None of this stuff was connected to the internet during tabulation. Oh, that's a nice little caveat. I don't care when it's connected. I got an issue, right? But preparation is a big deal because that's when you're going off and configuring your election equipment, right? That's when you're going off and telling them that a oval dot 1 inch down and 3 inches across corresponds to a vote for Biden or for Trump or whatever. That's when all that configuration is done. So that election day preparation is just as important as what happens on election day. You're supposed to have public accuracy tests that occur that verify the accuracy of the election. The EAC or the Federal Election Commission standard is 1 error in 250,000 scans, right? Because that's the purpose of having a machine. You want something that's reliable. It executes on a regular basis, a reliable basis, right? In Antrim County, they identified an error rate of 68%. And I'm a little rusty on my math because I've been studying this Common Core math thing for so long. But 1 over 250,000, I think, is a little bit lower than 68%. What do you guys think? Who's the math genius out here? Yeah, so there's something wrong on the face of it right there, right? All right, so election day, and then, you know, you can play with these systems anytime before you actually certify the vote. There's all kinds of games that are played after election day. So don't think that, oh, since we don't see any timestamps of anything changing on November 3rd, then we're good. They don't stamp those elections till, in the case of our Wayne County, where I live, which is a home of Detroit, they don't certify that election for 2 weeks afterwards, and sometimes longer. There's a lot of room for them to go off and play games in the interim. And so I'm here to say, this life cycle that we're talking about election, if you think it's just about election day, think again. It's a lot longer than that. Now, we're going to simulate election day when we get back there, and maybe it could kind of bleed over into a little bit of the after the election stuff and see some of the games that are going to be played, but that's where I want to make sure everybody understands that. We're going to have a few different roles here. So we're going to have a voter. That's where you guys fit in. All right, we're going to bring you in kind of like a ride style at one of the big amusement parks. We're going to bring you in like groups of 10 or so, and you're going to come in. We're going to check for your ID, just so you know. It's not picture ID here. I don't know what South Dakota's laws are, but we may be violating them. Yeah, all right, picture ID. In Michigan, it's just optional. You know, we tried to get a picture ID, but we couldn't, you know. Thanks. So we're going to get it. We're going to get you to show your picture ID. Then we'll give you a ballot. We'll cast it and then walk through. We've got a poll worker that's going to be going off there taking the ballots and scanning them in. We got a clerk, and then we got this guy in a hood. And we're going to show how you can change the votes in a basic election system here that they developed in 12 hours and show how that can be manipulated through tools like this SQL Server Management Studio that nobody seems to want to talk about. That's non-certified software, yet it's finding its way onto a lot of our election systems. That should be something everybody should be talking about, right? All right, so the basic process is cast a vote, scan a ballot, tabulate it, transfer the vote tally. That's the way everything's supposed to work, right? One of the things that we have a lot of clerks that are well-intentioned that swear that this was the, quote, most secure election in history, right? They're very adamant that what they're doing, they've executed everything to the T, they've dotted the I's, crossed the T's, and everything that they've done, and they're swearing that this has been a secure election. And I'm telling you, it's very, very possible that they are exactly genuine in those assertions that they believe that that was the most secure election possible. But I'm telling you one thing here, that sometimes they don't know what they don't know. All right? How many clerks do you know that would be, you know, inquisitive enough to pop open the chassis on their voting machine and then have the chutzpah to be able to go in there and see, this is a 4G wireless modem. What's it doing on my motherboard? How many clerks do you know that do that? Nobody does that. Nobody. Even the geekiest clerk I've ever met would never do that. I'm a geek as it is, right? And I wouldn't even think of doing that. I'm assuming that we're getting certified equipment that has a nice little EAC sticker on the side, so it's got to be good, right? This is where one of the folks in the back here, Sean, just highlights that our security model around certifying the configurations of our election system are based on a compliance model. It's kind of like the FAA with their parts on it. Rather than actually going in and digging into every single part and making sure that you've only got certified software installed on that machine or you've only got certified hardware configurations, they just say, well, if it came from this guy, it's got to be good. That's dangerous, right? Especially because I see little evidence that they're putting any rigor into the hardware certification, and on the software side of the fence, I'm not seeing a lot of rigor applied in that context either. So when I was in the grassroots, I FOIA'd all 83 counties in the state of Michigan for a software audit for each one of their voting systems. Guess how many replied and gave me the information? Yep, everybody said 0. Maybe we'll have that as one of our mock election votes here. 0 or 83? It was 0. Maybe we can use ranked choice voting. So this is a big deal, all right? So they're not getting us the access to this information, and that's probably most concerning about all this. If what we were talking about was completely false, if this was truly the most secure election in history, why not open the door and let us go off and take a peek at what's under the hood? Why wouldn't you do that? There's an old political adage that if somebody's busy making a fool out of himself with false accusations and false assertions, you let them talk, right? You just let them talk. But when they're telling the truth, and the truth that you don't want to hear, they will shut you down. And that is what's happening here. To the extent that we've got our state governments being weaponized against individuals, including myself, where even Republicans are going off and saying, you know, we don't want to deal with this whole election fraud thing anymore. Let's move on, focus in on the 2022 elections. The same people who say that there is no issues with election fraud in the 2020 election all of a sudden decide that, hey, you know what, we need to pass a bunch of new legislation to make sure we protect the integrity of our elections. Well, if nothing's wrong, what the heck are they trying to fix? Right? Think about it. All right, I know we're living in a 2 + 2 = 5 world now, so maybe that doesn't register sometimes, but you know what? It's about time that we got serious about protecting the integrity of our election. We're going to give a small window into how those elections are executed, just to give you an idea how vulnerable these electronic voting systems are. I'm a big, Dr. Frank coined the term vote Amish. So if you guys want to start a hashtag vote Amish, I think that's appropriate because it's not that electronic voting systems aren't convenient. They are. The issue with electronic voting systems is that we don't have the ability to go off and make sure that we can certify the integrity of each of these elections properly before casting a vote with it. Plus, here's a big difference, and it's kind of like the national popular vote versus electoral college discussion, right? We have natural firewalls called precincts. So if you've got corruption in one precinct or 2 precincts or 3 precincts, oh well, we got corruption in that 1 or 2 precincts, right? But once you put that into an electronic mode and you network that information together, now all of a sudden you're enabling one person from their basement, maybe Hunter Biden, you know, with his 6th laptop that we haven't seen yet, somebody in their basement can go off and hack an entire election. Now, I'm not proposing one person would do something like that. I'm more proposing like a whole building in Beijing that would be going off and doing that. But you centralize those elections and centralize the ability to manipulate the votes. Now, all of a sudden, you are making some of these broad scenarios around election fraud much, much more plausible. And if you go vote Amish instead, now all of a sudden, you're making it much more difficult, and you're going to have a lot more folks that are going to be more akin to saying, this isn't right, and they'll become whistleblowers in what happens. There's a lot more people to go off and call out what happens. And wouldn't it be nice to have some whistleblowers coming out on some of these electronic voting systems? Wouldn't it be nice to encourage them in Project Veritas mode with James O'Keefe and those guys? Wouldn't it be nice to have some of these guys get a conscience and say, this ain't right? All right, that's what we need to be happening. So, all right, this is modified a little bit from this is an old presentation, guys. So, configuration control applies to PowerPoint presentations as well as software and hardware configurations on your voting systems. And this is case in point. Bottom line is, I hope you guys are concerned about the integrity of our voting process. If you want to go off and see it on how an electronic voting system, modern system works today, just come on back there. We got some technical experts that are brilliant. They'll be able to walk you through some of this, and I just encourage you to stop on by. We're going to be, as Mike was talking about, we're going to be doing mock elections throughout the events here today, or throughout today, tomorrow, and the day after here, just to have some fun, give you guys a chance to go off and delve into it, and have a little bit of fun, but also hopefully learn a little bit about how vulnerable these election systems really are. This is a network that we've got set up. And I want to point out how many hackers are still left in here versus out in the breakout rooms. All right, well, many of you guys know some hackers, right? So our tech guy said, you know what? Let's issue a little bit of a challenge, shall we? There's a Wi-Fi network in here called Minion Wireless. And if you are a hacker, you know how to get through that and connect to that wireless system. Use it to get into our mock election system. So that is a challenge for everybody that's here. Call it audience participation. All right? So the hackers get to go off and do that. And then the rest of us, please just join us there throughout the day. This is casual. You go take a little break or whatever, and you just want to go in and vote. Stop on in there, and about 10 at a time, we'll just bring you in there, walk you through a vote and through the election process, and you guys can ask questions to all the folks that are back there. Does that sound like a plan? Sound interesting? Okay, guys. Well, I think, let me just double check here. I think we're all set. There is a lot to do with this electronic voting system. I hope you guys delve into it. If you go up to my website at letsfixstuff.org, I'll go off and highlight the fallacy of the term air gap. How many of you guys have heard the term air gap? You guys know what air gap means? It means that the vendor wants to tell his client that these aren't connected to the internet. That's what air gap means. That's all it means. And what they'll do is they'll cite jargon like air gap to the clerks they got to ask the next level question saying, wait a minute, how is it secured? Okay, you're using a VPN. All right, well, who's securing it? Who's providing the credentials for this? Where are those credentials stored? Can somebody hack those credentials? Well, I mean, anybody who's been to a hackathon has gone off and seen some of what's available to go off and get access to it. Control the ports traffic that are open to somebody. That doesn't keep out a hacker worth their salt from getting in the system. Once you're in the firewall, you're in that whole network. Anything that's connected to it, including a Nest thermostat, as we found out in Georgia, right? You can get into anything on that stuff. You can get in and have some fun in that network and go off and play with the results yourself. That's why electronic voting systems are so concerning. So, since this isn't the exact presentation I was hoping for, I think that wraps it up here. I think we're going to have a special treat here next. Somebody that is not an engineer talking about non-technical stuff, but what really matters regarding this past election. You may know him as Steve Bannon. And I'll tell you, the War Room highlights what is going on right now. We are in the middle of a battle. And it's a battle not between Republicans and Democrats. It's not a battle between Trump and Biden. It's a battle between those who want to fundamentally transform America and those who want to fundamentally preserve all that is noble, true, excellent, and praiseworthy about America. So if you wonder why we get shut down in the media, what's the first thing that happens in a coup? you go over and try to control. You want to get information dominance. That's a term that Colonel Waldron used, right? You want information dominance. That's what's happening right now. So please share all the stuff that you learn out in the mock election with your friends and family and clerks and elected officials. Please share everything that you've learned throughout today here. Share the hex data out with everybody. There's much more to come than what you're seeing right now. This is going to be building up over the rest of the next couple days here. I can tell you there's a lot of information that is popping day to day, minute by minute, hour to hour, so please stick with us. Thank you, guys. God bless. Remember, my name is Pat Kolbeck. See you guys.
Where's
mic on? Great. Thanks, Pat. You all get all that? All righty.
Where's my
have,
guy?
put up. Can you guys put up the big picture? We're going to show you something now.
Where are my glasses? Just plug it in down here. Where are my glasses? You got my glasses?
Put up the big lie. Okay, this is the map. This is the map. This is called the big lie. This is the 2020 election. Remember, the big lie is the big lie. This is how they say it ended. Okay? What we're going to do is we're going to go through each state and we're going to show you what really have, based on the data, the captures they took, all of them for the election, and you got your cyber machines back there, the machines, you know, you put in, if you guys don't want to go up there, and I'm sure the press is here, where the journalists are going to go up there and go, I already know what happened in Minnesota. Let them leak it out. We'll see if what they put out there, right? Because we're going to call out every bad journalist. But the whole world is going to watch this. We're going to go through it. And while these guys are getting ready, I'm going to do an example state. So if we can put up, let's pick New Hampshire. Do we have New Hampshire? Okay, here's the election with the big lie, okay? So I'm going to show you here. Everyone watch that number. Now look at that. New Hampshire, you all worked really hard on your election, didn't you? The campaign, I was up in New Hampshire, and you know what? Remember they had the audits going on up there too? I'm sure the media never talked about it. But in New Hampshire, I was up there, and everyone was going, we had to have won. We had to have won. It's impossible. This was just like 3-4 weeks ago. Well, they were right. Go ahead. What is the truth for New Hampshire? There it is. That's what really happened in New Hampshire. Donald Trump won New Hampshire. So I'll do that. And the state of New Hampshire goes for Donald Trump. You know. But this is what we're going to do. We're going to talk about individual states. I'm going to have David and Steve Bannon come out here. Y'all know Steve Bannon from the War Room. And by the way, what heroes he's been in the War Room. There, you know, obviously I've been on there a lot lately. That became, for a while there, was my only voice. Almost every day, right? But what we're going to talk about, I want you both to comment. Here was the big lie. We just pulled one state, the state of New Hampshire. So we're going to go through like different states and talk about. Did you see, Steve? Go back to let's pull New Hampshire again. Put up the state of New Hampshire, the big lie first. This is how it ended. And remember how long it took to end? What, a week, 2 weeks? But here's the big lie. In the state of New Hampshire, Donald Trump lost by what? 35 and 25, about 60,000 votes. And then, and so we're going, and one of the things too with these machines, it was every state. But China attacked every state. Every single state, all 50. Remember, we have 47 states represented here today, and you should all care. Every one of them. Remember when they put through the Supreme Court, oh, you didn't have standing or whatever, like Texas didn't. Isn't that right? They didn't have standing?
Standing was the legal tool to dismiss the cases.
Well, let's talk about standing. So when we find out, when we go through this for 2 days, and we show all 50 states, some of them are going to flip. Let's flip New Hampshire right now again. There's the big lie. What's the truth? There's the truth. Donald Trump won by 7,000 votes. Now, why did they take so much there? You know, you got to realize if you take so many votes, a lot of them, if you act like you won by a lot, why do you think they made it 80 million to 75 million? They had to react, though. They figured he would only get Donald Trump would get about 68 million votes. So you had to set that first algorithm. Well, that was one of the first miracles of the election. On the night of the election, about 11 o'clock, 11:30, Donald Trump was going to win anyway, in spite of that. But you realize that if they wouldn't have done in the middle of the night what they did, we wouldn't be standing here. Our country's gone. I want everybody to think about that. Our country's gone. If that happens, Steve and David, because you know why? We would have sat and went, okay. They didn't, if they figured it right, we'd all went to bed. Biden would have won. Every state would have been in like a normal election by 3 in the morning. And we would have said, better luck next time in 2022. We'll campaign hard. Those darn mail-in votes, the cities, they all go Democrat. Well, that's the big lie, part of the big lie. In the middle of the night, when they stopped all them states at the same time, they had to expose themselves. And when they did that, you had Arizona took 1 week to count 1 or 2%, Maricopa County. That's weird. Michigan drops 100,000 votes in the middle of the night, all for Biden. That's weird. And then they got in Wisconsin, 100,000 votes dropped in for Biden. And remember, this isn't a Democrat or Republican thing. This is what happened. And what was the big lie the media told us? The terrible media. I can't, this is where we're at in this country. The media is our worst enemy there. They're as bad as China attacking us. You know why? Because the media said, boy, those mail-in votes. Middle of the night, all of a sudden, everybody's going, those mail-in votes. Well, let me tell you something. The mail-in votes were counted on the morning of the 3rd, not in the middle of the night at 3 in the morning. Now, you think of that. Oh, except for Pennsylvania, where they made new laws in the Constitution, where they broke the law and said, we're going to count mail-in votes for a week, right?
Yeah, and then in Arizona, you had, I think, up to 10 days where they're still bringing ballots, day after day, to bridge the gap.
Right. But all those deviations, I'm going to really dig into now so you realize that if that wouldn't have happened, you guys got to realize this is the first miracle. This is an election of miracles. They misjudged Donald Trump. That all of you, everybody that voted for him, everyone. And if they hadn't misjudged, they would have set it up here at 74, 75. And they would have had Biden win by 5 million votes. Okay? Well, they had to react because Donald Trump was going to win anyway. And when they reacted, that was the first deviation. We all thought, what is with this? It was every single state. But every state had to make up in the middle of the night, let's Georgia. Let's tell them the plumbing's bad. We all heard that lie, that plumbing's bad. But you had these different things that happened, and they all had to react and scramble. All these states had to react. Now you look at with the reaction, and if that would have happened, though, if that wouldn't have happened, we wouldn't have known about it. They would have would have had the machines, and our country's done forever. If they wouldn't have underestimated that, it's done forever. Then the second miracle, I always call it, and I want to go through this. The second miracle is, with you being a lawyer, nobody looked at it. All these things were broken. They called the election. All of these things, we went all the way through it in November and December. All of these, the evidence, mountains of it from every state. Every state, mountains and mountains of evidence. But the legislators didn't do their job. December 14th came and went. But think about that. If that didn't happen, if they would have said, okay, and done their job and put in Donald Trump, it's over. We don't have a country. Does everybody get that? Because we wouldn't have known about the machines and the attack by China. I call that organic cheating. And I used to think the 20,000 votes or this vote, the non-residents and stuff, I was thinking to myself, 20,000 non-residents that voted, people are good people. They didn't go out and say, hey, let's get together and all 20,000 of us vote. We don't live there anymore. That's a crime. It wasn't them. You heard it before from Dr. Frank. It was the voter rolls they used. Those people didn't live there anymore. They didn't live in Nevada anymore. They didn't live in Georgia anymore. They needed to take it off something. But if that don't happen, it's a miracle. You know, so you think about the news, the terrible media and journalists we have in our country and around the world, traitors, all of them, treasonous, I call them. If they wouldn't have done that, though, and suppressed it and buried and made that news, guess what? We wouldn't have a country, because by them doing that, they did whatever they did to keep lying and keep suppressing. That's not evidence. All in November. Sidney Powell, that's not evidence. Rudy Giuliani, that's not evidence. Doug Ducey in Arizona called, said Arizona was good, and there was, 10 hours of data coming in, Steve? 10 hours. 10 hours. He called it in the morning. Now, everybody look at your... What's that?
2 hours into it.
2 hours into it. He said our state's good. Now, he's a Republican governor, and you got to ask yourself, why wouldn't he at least let him look at the evidence? It doesn't make sense. But realize this, if Doug would have said, let's look at the evidence, and they would have, flipped it on December 14th, we would have never known about the machines. Our country would be gone. Does everybody get that? These are mini miracles. You know what the odds are of every judge in the country not looking at a case except for Antrim County, Michigan, or Massachusetts in a primary with Dr. Shiva, which will be here tomorrow speaking? The odds of that, but the odds of that happening, I look at odds, I'm going, that's impossible that this many states, legislatures, you got a lot of politicians here, over 200 today, or their delegations, 47 states represent. Nobody did their job. But if you would have done your job, we probably wouldn't be here and our country be gone. But this is the time now, you need to do your job. We don't know why you did before, but now you can do it because you have the real crime. The crime of the biggest crime in history, as far as I'm concerned. They're taking our country through the machines, the CCP. They took it. We're going to go through this. All the data we have for this election, they're back there now, which I already know. I validated this stuff for 5 months, spent millions of dollars. And all the media did was attack me every day. Don't you think any of the media would have said, Mike, what do you got? Or our government say, hey, can we come out and, knock on my door? Hey, Mike, could you show us that our country's really under attack? Isn't that something? Bill Barr, it says it's a good election. I gave him grace back then because he didn't have what I got on January 9th. But then he doubled down. Didn't he double down? He doubled down a couple months ago and said the same thing. At least Chris Krebs, he said the safest election in history, but then he didn't double down. He got on MSNBC and they said, what's the biggest threat to our country right now? And he said a cyber attack by China, right down to the local races. So that what I'm saying is this is a story of miracles, of things that didn't happen because, then we would have never found out about the machines, and it's over. It's over. So it's a miracle on January 9th that I got what I got and said, wow, this explains everything. It doesn't explain when you got Republicans like Brian Kemp, though, why did he do that? Why wouldn't he let us look at all this stuff? It just doesn't make sense. And I'll tell you, today, these next 3 days, we're going to make sense of it all because it was a cyber attack by China. Take our country through the machines. You can never have elections with being on the internet and with computers again, ever. But I'll let you guys talk. I mean, it's just what we got here. We're going to show you state by state, and it happened in every single state. I'm going to give you an overview. If you think your state wasn't hacked, you're wrong. Hawaii, yes. Alaska, yes. What they did, everybody, you set that algorithm, and if you they told us the fake news said this is our projections, our polls. They set them so high, not just to get out and not vote. What do they call those? Where you put the polls so high that you don't even want to vote. With Minnesota, we've never been red since 1972. But they put polls out there but this time they did it for a reason, to brainwash everybody, going that Donald Trump's going to lose by a ton. And they had to set these algorithms as such. So when you have states like Pennsylvania And you come in there and you dump all these things so high, so you're going, why should we even have audits when Biden won 80 million to 75 million? He won the popular vote. You're going to watch today. You're going to watch over the next 2 days, and you're going to see who won the popular vote. I'm not going to tell you who did, but we'll get to that.
Let me just say for a second.
Yeah.
So this is a physical manifestation, right? A graphic of what is. Yeah.
Breaking news.
How vulnerable our elections are, right?
Mike.
Guys, can you get the mic on?
Come here.
All right. I just want to highlight, how long ago did I make the challenge to break into our voting system? Yeah, maybe 10 minutes. Literally, I think it happened within 5 minutes. Gentlemen, you want to stand up? We actually pinpointed who did it, too. Come on. Within 5 minutes, he broke into our election system. But you know, this is the most secure election in history, right? Thank you very much for demonstrating our point, how vulnerable these election systems are. We didn't put you up to that, did we? All we did was ask you to go off and try to break into that, and he reset the entire voting system. He could have gone in and modified the database, all from a handheld smartphone. Wow. All right. Carry on. Have fun.
How long? Just so everybody knows, right now we are doing a mock election. It's ready, right? You're doing the mock election now, though. Encourage them, you guys. Anybody that wants to vote, you can get over to the mock election.
We got to reset the system because.
Oh, we got to reset it because it's been hacked before we even started.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, in Arizona they preloaded votes too. That's fact, Jack. Right?
So thank you for demonstrating. Thank you for the audience participation. As soon as we get it back up and running, then you can start queuing up now whenever you want to go off and vote. We'll have it up and running here shortly, but thank you.
Remember, the first vote is who's done more damage to our country than last year, Fox or CNN?
All right.
What would y'all say out there? Is it CNN? Raise your hand. Let's raise the CNNs. Is it Fox? Raise your hand. Look at that. Look at the room. Fox wins it by 2/3. And you know what? It's kind of like this. So I compare it to is what Brian Kemp and Doug Ducey did. They're down there. They're supposed to. They had a party agenda, and they were obstructionists. What's worse, if you know where the other person's coming, but you don't know where you don't even have your parties back, and you call it? That's incredible. Fox, you're supposed to be not even if you were leaning right. But to just not say nothing, and you've done it for a year. I said to everybody, I said they should become a weather channel. I think I said it on Steve's show, The War Room. The next day I changed my mind. I said no, because they probably wouldn't report an oncoming storm. Serious. But with all the states, we're going to go through each one. I want to say, Steve, what do you believe? When you talk about this election, and you've been on the War Room, and you every day you've been a fighter. You're talking about explain what you got. You got the air game, we got the ground game.
So look, this is a physical manifestation of data that in these breakout rooms, you got some of the top cyber experts in the world that are double checking and drilling down in their due diligence. I think everybody that comes to this ought to be skeptical, right? That's to be proven. You've got the manifestation up here. They'll show you the states that got flipped. I may want to add, in starting, is that Donald Trump won New Hampshire in 2016 by about 2,200 votes, proven by Chris Kobach, right? About what they did with the same-day registration of the college kids coming up from Massachusetts. So these elections have been stolen for a while. What we're talking about in 2020 is many orders of magnitude different, right? And it's not just everything that they teed up about how Perkins Coie and everybody was going to do this. It is the fact that Mike Lindell's theory of the case is that the Chinese Communist Party, working through various computers and voting systems, etc., actually changed a presidential election to make sure that Donald J. Trump, the first president in our history that confronted the Chinese Communist Party, was defeated. Now, that's a pretty big charge. I would say that next to the CCP virus that obviously came from the Wuhan lab, and he was either deliberately let go or inadvertently let go, but exacerbated by the Chinese Communist Party. If Mike Lindell is correct, that's the second act of war perpetrated by the Chinese Communist Party on the United States. There's a book that got published about 6 months ago called Chaos Under Heaven by Josh Rogin of the Washington Post. Now, Josh Rogin is the most informed reporter about China working in Washington, D.C. And this was a book that went through all 4 years of the first Trump term and talked about the confrontation. In there, he said there's realists, there's hardliners, there's accommodationists, but there's one group called the Superhawks. And that Superhawk group is headed up by Steve Bannon and Peter Navarro. And from day one have been very close to President Trump. And the difference in the Superhawks and everybody else is that, you have Pompeo and Pottinger, and you have Mattis, you have all these hardliners, is that the Superhawks do not believe the Chinese Communist Party is a legitimate government. They believe it's a transnational criminal organization. And that criminal organization, it is the duty and obligation of the American people working in conjunction with Lao Beijing, the Chinese people who are suppressed by them, to destroy this criminal organization root and branch. So, as at least the co-head of the Superhawks, I am naturally predisposed to say, yes, the Chinese Communist Party did this. Now, what we have going on is we have two major kind of forces that are really converging here at the Alliance Center over the next couple of days, and that is a great representation of that, or representative of that is Professor Clements. You have what I call the ground game, and that goes from the Patriots in Arizona that were at the new Concord Bridge of the Convention Center in that laborious physical full forensic audit of the ballots, and will eventually start with the recanvassing, and also you have the machine aspect of it, right, the computer aspect of it. And you have that in Arizona. You're about to have that in Georgia. You have various pieces of it. If Senator Corman in Pennsylvania backs up Doug Mastriano with subpoenas, you will eventually have that in Pennsylvania. You're starting to see that shift in Michigan. You're starting to see it shift in Wisconsin. And what's Captain Seth Keshel and David Clemens with these great patriots in the Telegram chat rooms of America First audits, you're now seeing patriots across the country saying, we need full forensic audits of all 50 states. We need to look at every county supervisor. We need to look at every representative of the House of Representatives. We need to look at every congressional district, okay? Because something is not right, and we're not going to stop till we get to the bottom of it, okay?
Yes,
that is the ground game. Then you have the air game, and that is what Mike Lindell's been doing with these data scientists and these people that have pulled this data, and he's saying, hey, I've got a theory of the case that was the Chinese Communist Party through the Dominion and other machines, right, that did that. And the linkage, and this is where I think you have two tells. The linkage is, he says, you just couldn't go back, even as smart as Perkins Coie did, and all this, and how they did it with the illegal alien votes, and the kids are too young to vote in Georgia, and you've got people out of counties or overvotes, all these different things. You had to do it, and you had to do it through a computer. And he says this is why the hill they're going to die on in Maricopa County is those routers. Under no circumstances would they give over the routers, because the routers proves the case that the linkage between the full forensic audits and what Mike Lindell's talking about is those routers, okay?
That's true. I want to chime in just for a second on the routers. The routers, when you do the mock election in there, once we reset it, because we did a good hack, but once we reset it, we're going to show you an actual packet capture where they'll pull it out of there, and one of our cyber guys that's in the audience will be in a room where he wouldn't, with no device, and he's going to come out and read that capture. This is stuff that goes through the internet, and it's captured. It's what it is. You can't change it. It's like captured in time. It's like taking a picture back in the 70s where you knew you couldn't doctor it. It is what it is. I keep saying this stuff is what it is. And if you're at home, all the data we're running on Frank's speech, we're running it nonstop. I'm going to run it through August. You can even take it apart yourself and see the 2020 election. Every single state. And you know what they'd find if they gave those routers in Maricopa County? They'd find who did it, what time they did it, everything. Now, why wouldn't they give us those? It's bad enough they never gave us the machines, which we paid for with taxpayers' money. I mean, isn't that something that we pay for stuff with taxpayers' money? They're going, you can't look at it.
Well, their argument is, if you look at the Dominion argument, Dominion argues it's our intellectual property. This is how ridiculous it is. That's something that would give something about a federal election that they would actually argue. Their argument in Maricopa County, when they came back, is that this is our intellectual property. We can't turn it over. That's the type of nonsense. All they're trying to do is slow walk this. They're going to fight. If they had evidence of 81 million votes, if they had any evidence that they had a complete sweep of Donald Trump and a crushing of the Trump movement, they would rub your nose in it every day. Rachel Maddow and MSNBC and CNN would have nothing on there every day. They would have parades, right? They would do everything. They refuse at every level to cooperate with this. They refuse at every level to do anything but fight in every court, using every technique they can to slow walk this as far as possible. This is also why they're in complete panic mode. Complete panic mode that now, if you look at the polling, the American people are saying, hey, you know, at first it sounded crazy, but the more I hear about this, the more I kind of see it, I'm not so sure he is the legitimate president. That's why his polling numbers are in free fall. Okay, look at what independents are. I think independents right now are supporting by 41%. And these are not right-wing polls. These are polls done by The Economist and CNBC and others. And that bleeds out his political capital, right? And you're not going to see another 5 states. You're not going to see another 15 justices on the Supreme Court. All that nonsense they talked about on the 20th of January is just that. It's nonsense. He doesn't have any political power except when Republicans step up like today at 11 o'clock in the morning and vote with 69 to 38 or whatever it was, 27 to support the infrastructure bill that basically gives Biden a free pass. That's the uniparty coming together to make sure they protect themselves, okay? And every day you're seeing, and that's why this conference is not the end of it. This conference is what Churchill called the end of the beginning, okay? The curtain's coming down on the first 9 months, and now this kind of convergence of the ground game and full forensic audits in every state, in every election, right? Full forensic audit across the board, right? Merges now with Mike Lindell's, and by the way, he's invited, this is the power of Lindell. He said, come one, come all, right? You show up, I want the best cyber guys in the world, I'll put my own money on the table to incentivize you to come to prove that the data is not correct, to prove that we didn't know what the process was. Okay? And you'll see coming out of the next couple of days, right, the evidence that backs up the manifestations of how these things were flipped. And so what I think the power of it is that Mike Lindell said, hey, he's like old Fresno State. He'll play anywhere, anytime, anybody. Okay? So the data experts should have their go at it. The hacker already had his go at it. And try to disprove what Mike Lindell says. Because I think all the evidence shows that the Chinese Communist Party has the capability. They have the intent. They knew they had to get rid of Trump because what Trump was doing to confront them full on, that the Chinese people were restless, that Lao Beijing saw in Trump somebody that was actually going to stand up to this regime and take it down. And they saw in what they saw in Biden, the Chinese Communist Party, is somebody that's already been compromised financially, and his son compromised, been honeypotted, right? They understand, and not just that, all the executives they have, the complete infiltration and compromise of the Biden administration. And so you have the intent, and now you're going to see what the process is. And so this gathering of patriots should only understand our work is not done, right? Even if Mike proves it all right here today, we're not going to be embraced. The one thing I do disagree with Brother Lindell on, we're not going to be embraced by the left. This is not what they want to hear. That's why they're in panic mode to pass $3.5 trillion of this radical Green New Deal that is really a social engineering project. This is why they're trying to pass new federal laws to take over our state elections. This is why the oligarchs in Silicon Valley have more social credit scores and a bigger control on things they do in China. In China. This is what they're about, and they're not about to turn over that power until we sit there and confirm in front of not just the American people, but the entire world.
Yeah, good job. But I will say this is, when you say the left, I'm telling you, my friends that are Democrats, they're seeing this isn't what's in power now. When China came in with this communism, This is going to be a great uniting. And our enemy right now that we have to defeat these next 3 days, this is where Steve says we got more to do. No, we already have 100% the evidence. I've already validated. That's neither here nor there. What we got to beat is them, the media. Let me tell you what just came in when Steve was talking. This was written by Josh Kurp, K-U-R-P, Josh Kurp. For Approx Viral, Mike Lindell claims his long-awaited cyber symposium was hacked and it only descend deeper into BAT, S-H blank T-T-E-R from there. Says, at long last, Mike's cyber symposium is here. The goal of the 3-day conference is to prove without a shadow of doubt, and he goes on. Here he goes. By August 13th, the day Lindell originally said that Trump would be reinstated, he now claims nobody said that. That's a fact. That was their big lie, too. What I said to the media, because they tried to make that a date. They tried to pinpoint that date, like everybody in the country is going to go crazy because he wasn't put in on August 13th. I'll follow the facts. Here's the fact. And I didn't learn it from the Facebook fact checkers either. About 5 months ago, when I got the evidence on January 9th, and I just dug into it, got it all, validated, had guys look into it, white hat hacker that are looking into this. Now, by what I had, when you have 100% evidence, I'm going, okay, I'm going to keep putting it out there, and it's going to be, because it's non-subjective. I said, I believe this is what I said. I think Donald Trump will be in August. And that was, and I even said it, that's subjective. I said that's what I figured based on the timeline things that was going on. Because the media, the bad media was attacking me every day, so more and more people knew I had something. We've said it before. Mike Lindell, what did you lose today? Did you hear about China and Dominion? I did it every day for months. But then you get down, they put out a big lie when I said after the symposium, this is what I said about 3 weeks ago. Maybe it was on Steve's show. I said, by the morning of the 13th, and I still stand by this, by the morning of this coming Friday, everyone that watched this from around the world, and don't miss tonight at 7 p.m. Central Time, I'm telling you that. Tell your friends, everybody. Every single person that watches this, you're going to go from the movies to the people we've had up here to know what's going on. We're going to show that movie again. We're going to show it a lot. You guys need to share that and share that. Is that a powerful movie or what? And by the morning of the 13th, I said, everybody's going to wake up and go, we need to do something. What are we going to do? Yeah. That's what I said. Because everybody, Democrats, Republicans, liberals, conservatives, black, white, we're all in this together. We're all people. We've lived the American dream, and we're sitting here going, okay, just because the Democrats got picked by China when they're the ones that warned us of this, I would expect my audience. I'll tell you what, when I helped the president during the campaign, and in Minnesota, they gave me the chairman of that, co-chairman, and I made an ad, and I made my ads, and I made it to go to talk to a Democrat. That's what I did. I made it. I put in a room full of Democrats, and I said, I want to make it so that I convince a Democrat. What better to hear? These are Democrats that switched and said, this isn't what I used to have. This doesn't make sense. You know, what had been going down. When we did that ad, some guy argued with me. He goes, the money spent to turn a Democrat is like, I don't know, they had a number on it. You know, the money spent to turn a Democrat, we could do a lot better if we spend X amount turning an independent. You know what that is? They're talking about dollars spent in a campaign. You know, let's raise money over here, and then we're going to win. You know, that ship sailed when Donald Trump came in and just did it with common sense. You know, common sense. Instead, you got these parties going back and forth spending all the money. But what I wanted to do was a different way. I wanted to educate anybody out there that's been brainwashed by who? The terrible journalists and media we have in our country and the world. They've gotten away from what they're supposed to do a long time ago. I don't know where it went wrong. I was on crack back then. I wasn't paying attention. Seriously. I mean, it's just ridiculous. I come out of addiction. I go, what's going on? You see something on the media, you're going, no, that's not real, you know? But people were taking it as real over and over and over again. You know, I have family members to this day as I speak that still are over here when you talk left and right. And when I'm over here not talking right, I'm talking about things that don't work for anybody. And that's communism. They thought that socialism, oh yeah, we'll do this. All of the things, that's how they snuck in and said socialism brainwashed us, right? That socialism's okay. It's a gateway to the most evil thing there is. But we skipped right over it because they said, if you see in that movie, you guys, it says, we will take the United States in 3035. You see that this morning? I seen that right away. Well, somebody said, let's skip right over that because there's only one way to take a country as fast as they took ours. A cyber attack on your election.
I want to hit on something really quick. That date, August 13th, if what we're seeing Mike do here, and why I'm proud to sit here next to him, is he is sharing not only his heart, he is pleading for the American people, for the people in this room, to see how desperate this situation is. And if we were all wired like Mike Lindell, we would have had this solved 6 months ago. He's seeing things. So for all the folks out there that have their thoughts and opinions about Mike Lindell, this is America's heartbeat right here. And I'm proud to sit next to him. So let's talk about some of the cons that are going on right now. Number one, Mr. Bannon brought up the intellectual property defense by Dominion. Do you remember how Dominion got into our states? I think we were at 28 plus Puerto Rico. Remember that? Don't worry about the electronic interface. Don't worry about the machines. You will always have access to your paper ballot. That was the promise. So if you don't want to share it with us, your IP, let us see your ballots. They won't do that, though. In fact, in Maricopa County, they tied it up in courts for four months, and they're still fighting it based on the legal subpoenas. So we knew that that was a big deception. They got their foot in the door, and they've got all these contracts, and I've seen some of these Dominion contracts where they have basically said, we will indemnify the folks in the county. We will cover your legal expenses to ensure that you do not comply and turn over things to the American people. That's how rigged this is. So how are we going to solve this? Well, we've got the America First audit groups, and I want to make sure that we give them a shout out. They're actually watching this. They've got their watch party. And I like to think of them as patriot prosecutors. I used to be a prosecutor. Well, the numbers that we have right now, we have over 250,000 patriots in these channels that are not going to give up, folks. We're going to get this done. We're going to see it. We're going to see if we can get to August 13th, God willing. But I hope that you all have a light, you basically have a fire that's lit here. And start fighting like Lindell. Fight like him. We got a lot of people here that they're just looking around, waiting for someone to save them. Get in the fight. Get in these channel groups. Demand a full forensic audit. Support those courageous legislators that have actually put some skin in the game. Senator Borelli, Mastriano, Steve Toth. Where are the rest of you all? Where's everyone else, right?
And to do all that, this is why this platform's here, frankspeech.com. You can come here. We have to have a central location where we can just put out the voice day after day of all the real news, because these guys, I can't say it enough, they're enemies of the people. Media, terrible. You can put out, you guys can do all these great things. Do you know Arizona, the months of fighting there that they did, they wouldn't give up. Do you know, you heard about it through the grapevine. You think that would be, Fox would be all over that stuff. Hey, look what's going on in Arizona. The senators, but you didn't hear about. We had to all hear about it through the grapevine, and probably like right away. And there, I could list up here on the board day after day, week after week. I talk to them. It's been going on for months. Day after day, they block obstructionists, starting right at the top with Doug Ducey. And you're going, it doesn't make sense. Some are Republican obstructionists. Why don't we, the Senate gets an order. Let's just see it. They get, all of a sudden you hear, wow, we got a subpoena for this, or we won this. All of a sudden, no, we changed our mind. Who changed their mind? Or why do you have to go to the next step? It's like the slow game, isn't it? All it was, with all the lawsuits at Dominion, by the way, Smartmatic, all the machines are the same. And so they slow play the lawfare, they slow play that, and they slow play. Look what they did in Michigan. Look at it in Michigan. How long did that take? And they still the secretary decided to just stop it?
Yeah, you had issues in Antrim County. You had issues in Wayne County. You had the infamous video of the van showing up, unloading boxes of ballots at 3 o'clock in the morning. Thousands and thousands of ballots. We've got all kinds of issues, absolutely.
Why don't we have, if we can get from the Cyber Center, if we can get Michigan. Can we get Michigan? Do you guys have Michigan on the board? Oh, you don't. Okay. Can you ask the guy over at the Cyber Center if he could get Michigan? Can we get Michigan up here? Do you have Michigan's numbers? It is up here. Okay. Can we pull? You want to come over here and pull Michigan out of the thing? I want to see Michigan. What? Oh, you got Michigan. Okay. Let's pull up Michigan. This is the big lie. Remember, Biden said they won. Remember the 100 and some thousand votes in the middle of the night, right? Okay, I didn't have it when we went to bed. I don't have those numbers when some of us went to bed. I stayed up. I couldn't believe it. Well, that right there, now I'm going to show you with the data, if you take out the hack data, everybody, and by the way, everybody can watch it rolling at home on Frank's speech. That's the big lie. Here's the real truth. Taking out China's hacking our election. Donald Trump won Michigan by, 300,000 votes. 300,000 votes. And this is, so there we got one red state there. This isn't 10,000 votes. This is 300,000 votes. And you know why they didn't want to make it just a little bit? Because they didn't think anybody would, it's 300,000. I don't care how much you can cheat. That's the lie in our head. Your mind goes, well, those mail-in votes in Michigan, they weren't mailed in. They weren't counted in the middle of the night. They were counted on the morning of the 3rd.
Yeah.
So when they put that in, they brainwashes the media. The media. You didn't have Fox out there going, hey, sticking up going, how could that be? Did you know the mail-in votes were counted on the morning of the 3rd? No, it was the big lie. They had to come up with something, the media. So they go, okay, you know what? Let's just tell them all those darn mail-in votes.
Well, one thing to keep in mind, for all the snake news outlets out there that want to make this a partisan issue, we're only looking out for the Republicans. We're all pushing for full forensic audits in all 50 states.
Absolutely.
That includes states where Trump won every single county. Does that seem like we're just partisan hacks, that we just have an agenda? We suspect that you have so many problems in places like Oklahoma. Maybe you remember that video with Rachel Maddow, where she was triggered over the fact that we would dare audit a red state in every county. The point is we're out to prove the truth, and that's going to actually affect some of the Republicans out there. A lot of you think this is football. Either a Denver fan or a Raiders fan. This ain't football, folks. There's going to be a lot of folks that have R's by their name that are going to be in hiding. So remember, this push is for all 50 states. We're going to get to the truth in every single county. We've got 250,000 patriot prosecutors ready to do God's work.
And that's a good point, because I've said it all along. This isn't about Democrats or Republicans. We're just showing you in a state. If we could pull up Ohio, Now, Ohio, what Dr. Frank showed you, he won Ohio, so why even do it? The reason we're going to show all the states is because there was deviations there. This was the big cover-up, which they had to have the media. You had to have your Jack Dorsey's and your Facebook, Mark Zuckerberg. You had to have this to shut us down in YouTube and Vimeo. You had to have the media, all the fake news out there, or the non-news like Fox. You had to have that, or you couldn't have this great cover-up because it would have been reported, the deviations. And then what we're showing is by affecting every state. Now here's the 2000, like the big lie. Ohio, remember the deviations? If you take, if you take Ohio and Florida, you win everything, right?
Every time.
You win every time. There were so many things where you had congressmen that they won districts, red districts, but the president lost. Doesn't make sense, does it? So mathematically, it doesn't make sense. They're called deviations. This is what they did. They did every state. Wouldn't you notice if the CCP, if they hacked in and took, wow, let's make Ohio, Donald Trump by only 100,000 or whatever. If you make something that's just too much, if they took let's say if they took Ohio there by 1 million votes, it wouldn't make sense. We'd all question that, right? They had to be the setup for the big lie and all these polls and stuff, and then diluted over all the states. And look at Ohio. Right there, what's the real truth? Look at that. Almost a million, or over a million votes, almost a million votes. So, you look at these states. Texas kind of cracks me up. They go, you know what? We didn't take those Dominion machines because we checked them out. No, you had ES&S and Smartmatic. 57,000 votes were taken in Dallas before noon. Before noon. And this isn't about who won or lost. I want to go back and say somebody missed it. When I was on Jimmy Kimmel, he asked me straight up, would you do this if your friend Donald Trump got put in, if they picked him, like the Democrats warned, that this election was going to get hacked? They warned us and warned us. Nobody listened to them. And we did that, and I said, absolutely I would, because our country's over if we keep these machines.
Now, speaking of Texas, keep in mind, we've all heard about this thing called the blue wave. So when you think in terms of this algorithm being deployed in every state and every county, there's a conditioning to make you believe that in Texas, it is in fact becoming more progressive
Let's
and Marxist.
get Texas ready.
Now, folks, I live right next to Texas. I guarantee you it's the exact opposite. All right? Look around, use your common sense. So the way that these algorithms are being deployed, you think, well, if the fix was in, why didn't they win in every state? Well, then you give up the con, right? So you have to be able to adjust people's expectations and have the pieces to the puzzle come together. So people were ready psychologically for a possible outcome in Texas, of all places, to go and favor someone like Sleepy Joe. Right?
No, but that's true. That's what the media did. Who did it, everybody? They did. They conditioned us over and over again. Here's right there. Look at this. This is the big lie. This is Texas. What is that right there? 640,000 votes that Donald Trump won by. Let's look what really happened. What's the truth? Look at that. You think Texas is blue? Look at that.
There's your blue
Almost
wave.
1.5 million votes, but you got conditioned. I heard the conditioning. I heard it. I said Texas could turn blue. I'm going to tell you something. We're going to leave 2 states for tomorrow. One of them's going to be California. One's going to be Minnesota, my home state. That we were conditioned in Minnesota up until about a month before the election, for the month. And I promised the president we'd win in Minnesota because I went to every state, every county. I went all through Minnesota. I worked every single day. I know it like the back of my hand. I went, back in the day, I went show to show with carton pillows around. But I went there and spoke, and we know what happened. We've seen in our state, all the way to the Iron Range. I don't care if Minneapolis, St. Paul, it don't matter, inner city or not. He was going to win Minnesota. And then what did they do? Right before the election, they came out that he was down in the polls. I think it was 17.
Yeah, suppression
You
poll.
remember that?
It's a suppression poll.
Not just a suppression poll, but a conditioning. This is what they changed. That's what the word I was looking for early. The suppression polls. Hey, the suppression polls were out on the suppression polls. They would do that so we wouldn't vote. Like in Minnesota, we did. Why vote? Same way, why vote? We're always blue. But this was different. This last election was different. Why did they do it there? They did it to condition us that we're going to lose Minnesota. And they're talking about in Elon Omar's district where they did catch them, actually harvesting ballots. I call that the organic theft, right? The organic theft. Harvesting ballots, so everybody, and even that came out, and it conditions you that you're gonna lose. And they, what do we have up here? Okay, we're gonna wait for them all. Y'all want to do it today? All right, it says, look at how much they took it by. How much, they really want. I think this one they really wanted to get Mike. So they're going, you know what? Because I had promised the president we were going to take mine. I said, sir, 100% we're getting it. And I'll tell you what, that was 2 days before the election. Here's the real truth. Look at that. Donald Trump takes the state of Minnesota. Donald Trump won the state of Minnesota, and we already did New Hampshire. There's 2 states you wouldn't have thought of, right? Because they condition us. Like David said, they conditioned us. The fake news, the evil media did. That was the cover-up. They did it with social media to everything. It's not only suppression polls, it changed, didn't it, Steve? Yeah. It's just, they condition us for each state. I want to do North Carolina, because in North Carolina, remember this is the whole big lie. In North Carolina, when they didn't, does everyone remember after the poll stop in North Carolina and Georgia, we're sitting there for like a week? It's like you just knew things kept going, and Georgia's creeping up. I don't know what happened in North Carolina. I haven't been able to prove it yet, but they were taking that one too. Do you know why they wanted to do that? If you take enough electoral votes, they only had to take 3 to win. They wanted to take enough so we'd just go, oh, you know what, those darn mail-in votes, conditioning us.
Yes.
And then if you put in these huge numbers, slide them in there, the main poll, the overall polls, the overall vote totals. But in like North Carolina, you just watched it, so they conditioned you each day like that they would take it. Now look at this. Look how close. Okay, what was it first before you switched it there? Go back to. Oh no, this is the big lie. That's right. They let him win. They let him win because they grabbed Georgia, and then they fought Arizona for a week. Pennsylvania, remember, they sat 700,000 votes. Let me tell you about Pennsylvania. Do you know when votes go through the U.S. Post Office, when it goes through, they know every single piece of paper that went through there. Well, in Pennsylvania, even though you could turn in for a week mail-in votes, they had to gain, 800,000 or something? It was like an incredible number. So that number, they said there was like 600,000 or 700,000 more mail-in votes came in than actually went through the post office. Because they had to they had a lot of work to do in Pennsylvania. But they had made a law there, or changed the law, broke a law, so they could have the time to do that. Now this is North Carolina, who they almost grabbed, and they figured, no one's going to bring it up. We got enough state. Here's the real truth. Look at that there. Look at how much he won by. We all seen this in real time. North Carolina was way up, and they clawed at it for a week. This is what went on in every single state. You want to do another state? No, which one?
South.
All right, South Dakota. We'll do South Dakota. Do we have South Dakota?
Make sure the media records it as North Dakota.
You guys,
consistent.
Hey, do we have South Dakota? We need South Dakota. Okay, we're coming with South Dakota. We have a request.
Now, while he's loading this up.
There it is, South Dakota. Or no, we got it. This isn't South Dakota, is it? Okay, there it is. Doesn't say it, but yeah. All right, look at this. Now, South Dakota, you guys wouldn't even think anything. I was asked when we came here. They go, the media here said, Mike, there was no, I was told this. There was nothing happened in South Dakota. And no, they said this, and this was the media telling me this. We did a Frank speech rally in South Dakota. I was attacked there. The governor said I would be. They attack her relentlessly. By the way, when political decisions are made, you sure can tell when you make political decisions how they affect you. South Dakota, right now, when she let go back on the people with the China virus and said, you know what, you got to be a little responsible too. I'm not going to shut anything down because every business is an essential business, including the churches. And it manifested It manifested to the number one economy in the United States right now, and the tourism was up right in the middle of this, up 150%. But let's see if anything happened. Why would they even bother with South Dakota? Now let's look at here. You got 110,000 votes that Donald Trump won by on 400,000 votes. Let's see the real truth. See if it happened. Look at that, huh? Look at that. South Dakota, it didn't happen here. We weren't online. Yeah, you were. They knew where South Dakota was. And people are coming here like crazy. They're probably they're moving to South Dakota. I know this. You want to talk about politics? My border that's right over here in Minnesota, that horrible decisions that a bad politician can make versus a good one. And I'm not even going to say Democrat or Republican because we know there's bad Republicans and bad Democrats. Brian Kemp. But here you go. You have Minnesota and South Dakota. You could literally step across the border and everything was different. It was like, you know, and it's those political decisions. So put South Dakota, the truth, back up there again.
So wait, real quick, one question then. So as we go through these states that were already won legitimately by Donald Trump and we're seeing these huge boosts, ask yourself, if you're from that state, which representative, which senator is going to be bold enough to request a full forensic audit? Kansas, you name it. But that needs to be on your lips as we go through this. Where's Senator Tom Tillis with North Carolina demanding a full forensic audit? Where are all of your representatives? You've got delegations here, right? So let's ask that question.
Hey, you guys, so we're going to do one more state. I think we heard Kansas, right? What's that? Who is this one? Which one?
Which one?
Okay, Wisconsin. Okay, put up Wisconsin, last one. We're going to, hold it. You guys, we got a special guest coming on now from another country, and we're gonna do that next. We're gonna be doing this all day long for other states. You're gonna see this, how powerful a cyber attack can do, what it can do to every state. And like you said, like David said, I want all the politicians, over 200 a year representing 47 states. When this cyber symposium gets done, every single state will be concerned and every state will have standing before the Supreme Court. So watch this. Here is Wisconsin. Look at that. 20,000 votes won by. Now remember, they had to react to Wisconsin. That's one of the states that was shut down at all the same time in the middle of the night. And they had to backfill. Let's just see what happened. The real truth on Wisconsin. Look at that. 200, 300, 250,000 votes. This is massive. Yes.
Wisconsin should be the #1 priority. It's the easiest one to prove. The ICs. This should be every politician in Wisconsin has got to support a full forensic audit to get to the bottom of Wisconsin. It's the easiest to prove and the one they stole right in front of everybody's face.
Yeah.
All right.
Amen, brother.
Yes. And look at that. It was what, 10,000 votes?
Yeah, 20,000.
20,000 votes, and 250,000 votes were hacked. Now, why did they do that? Why didn't they just do, they hacked 250,000 votes? Because Wisconsin was one. They were at the end of the track on that one. They didn't have enough railroad to take anymore. They had to take enough just to barely win. Or if they'd have took more, they couldn't find any more in the middle of the night. They couldn't because they were remember, Wisconsin was like 96% in. Yes. And so that's what I was telling you. Even in spite of the in spite of these algorithms in China doing this attacking, they were running out of track. Donald Trump was going to win that state, and all these other states were going to show you. But for now, I want to bring in Steve. Maybe you can introduce your friend. You guys, we have from another country, Brazil, and
Eduardo Bolsonaro.
You want to hear? Put this up here. Here, put this on here, Steve. Yeah. Say that.
Thank you.
Good.
Thank you. Great. Thank you.
Hey, Mike, thank you very much. Thank you. God bless you, too.
Is he going to sit right here? Yeah.
That's all. Oh, please. Thank you.
Steve, for those that don't know, you can go right over here. Everybody listen.
This individual has been a career police officer, a graduate of law school. He's got the greatest number of votes for Congress in the history of Brazil. He's the third son of the Trump of the tropics, President Jair Bolsonaro of Brazil.
Thank you.
And he's here. I met him in a divine appointment back in January, and they told me of stuff going on in their country. They were watching what was happening here because all their fears were right here. Now, I want to bring in an example of what all the other countries in the world are watching what's happening right here in our election. Because if the lights go out here, they're going out there, they're going out everywhere. And I want him to tell you all about his country. He's got I just seen some videos that you guys need to watch. But they're a great nation, and he's a great man, and thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Just before start, yesterday I was with President Trump, and he gave it to you. And it's written to Mike.
Yeah, to Mike, a great patriot.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. President, our real president. Wow.
It was a really nice meeting.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mike, I ask you excuse because I will walk around because I took too much coffee. Is that all right for you?
Walk, it's yours.
First, my name is Eduardo. Thank you very much to have me here, to give me this opportunity, Mike. And I would like to explain how the things works in Brazil about elections. We use electronic ballot box, so we don't use a paper. What happened in Brazil is you go to a machine, you dial the number of your candidate, and then you pray for God that in the capital in Brasilia, they're going to count it correctly. This is the Brazilian system. So, since 1996, we lost the right to have a public counting of the votes. Until 1996, we had the chance to see if something got wrong during the counting. You can, this is wrong, stop with that. Nowadays, you don't have this right anymore. So nowadays we are fighting in Brazil for the printed vote. And how we are doing that? First thing, we are exposing how ridiculous is this system. Because hackers can go into NASA, into, I think, all of the governments around the world. But the president of our superior electoral court says that this is the perfect system. You can trust on us, we will do everything right. And they say, Eduardo, you were the most voted ever congressman in Brazil. This is a proof that the system works. Yes, and with the authority of the most voted ever congressman in Brazil, I'm asking you to more transparency. Imagine if I lost the election and start to do my complaints. They will say, you're complaining only because you lost that, man. You're a bad loser. Come on, Even make jokes with me. You know how it works. And, and President Bolsonaro, he started to expose suspicions of fraud. Every week on Thursday at 7 p.m. Brazilian time, he started streaming on his Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and some other places. And he exposed, for example, what happened in 2014 election in Brazil. 2014 election, you have on the second round 2 candidates, Aécio Neves and Dilma Rousseff from the Labour's Party, the same party of the former President Lula. All right? After a point, on the last 4 hours of the counting, minute after minute, you had Dilma Rousseff on first. 1 minute later, Aécio crossed Dilma. 1 minute more, Dilma Rousseff crossed Aécio. 1 minute more, Aécio crossed Dilma on the counting. It happened 269 times, one after the other. This is the same, it can happen. But this is the same chance that you have to win 6 times consecutively the main lottery of Brazil. Can you imagine that? Winning the lottery 6 times consecutively? And I'm talking about Brazil. We are like 210 million people living there. It's not a small country. But they say this is not a proof. Okay, this is not a proof. You can win 6 times the lottery. Why not? Okay. So then, a little bit later, on the 2018 elections, they were counting again with the same system. They were counting, blah, 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 blah. And on the southeast of Brazil, you have São Paulo, Rio de Janeiro, and 2 other states, all right? These states are the states where Jair Bolsonaro came from, Rio de Janeiro, and we are very strong in São Paulo, very conservative state. And in this state, the counting was really low. Only 10% of the count have done at a certain moment. So, at that time, with all the other regions of Brazil, they are almost done with the counting, only waiting for the southeast of Brazil to count. Jair Bolsonaro was with 49% of the votes. So even the mainstream media, our wonderful media, start to say, hey, very probably Bolsonaro will win in the first round. But then guess what? Things changed. And it got really bad when you expect, it's like, I don't know, let me say, Trump will win in California and Biden will lose, I don't know, in other place here, in Texas. Biden will win in Texas and Trump will win in California. It's like that. So you have an idea of what was going on. It can happen, but it's very strange. And then the last one is the best one. Last year, we had elections in São Paulo, in the city of São Paulo, for mayor, all right? When they start to count the votes, the first moment that they showed up, the counting of the votes, you had 0.39% of the votes counted, less than 1% of the count. And then you have the first one, the first candidate was Bruno Covas, 32% of the votes. The second one, his name is Boulos, he had 20%. And then on, the third, the fourth. Oh, you have the images, you lied to me. I'm kidding. No, this is not the one that I'm asking for. One more, one ahead, one more. That's it. Right there, on the right corner up, this is a print of the stream of President Bolsonaro showing what he has. 0.39% of the votes. You have the first one with 32%, the second with 20%, the third with 30%, and the fourth with 10%. In the end of this counting, if you see, they have the same 32%, the first, the second, the same 20%, the third, the same 13%, and until the number 8, the candidate on the position of the 8th, is the same thing. 0.39%, 37%, I have here the right number, 77%, and 100% of the votes counted. This is the picture. 32, 20, 13, 10. It can happen, but it shows what? It shows that you have a standardization. When you start to count the votes, you expect that a big city like São Paulo, we are talking about almost 90 million voters, all right? So when you start to count the vote, you expect that on the poor area, a candidate very probably will be better than others. And then you start to count the vote on rich area or whatever, you You tell me what you prefer to look, but expect that you have kind of variation, and you didn't. You have this picture, and they tell you, you have to trust on the counting. You have to trust in the electoral court. Electoral court in Brazil, they organize the election, and they are the judges of the elections. So I complained about that for the same people who organized that. There is no way to you prove something. So they also don't have a way to prove that you didn't have fraud. I can't prove, they say, that I have fraud, so okay, you can't prove that you don't have. This is the main point. So in Brazil, it became a big issue. So big that people went to the streets. We Brazilians, we are not used to go to the streets. Here you have rallies, you have organized things. In Brazil, you are more disorganized. People just go to the streets. And if possible, please show the video of people on the streets. It was August 1st. Fake news media will not show you about that.
Yeah.
Os mesmos que soltaram Lula e o tornaram elegível, nos pedem para confiar que eles vão contar direitinho os votos. Dá para confiar nesse pessoal, Vila Paulista? Liberdade! 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 O primeiro passo é expor o quanto ridículo que é se colocar um deputado federal preso por falar. E também não vamos aceitar eleições fraudadas. Daniel Livre.
I will explain about that. We have a congressman that went to the jail because he speaks. His name is Daniel. That's why people are screaming, Daniel free.
Atribuída a Chesterton,
I'm almost finishing.
que diz o seguinte: o verdadeiro soldado.
There is a phrase that's British to Chesterton that tells that true soldier do not fight because he hates what is in front of him, but because he hates, but for loving what is behind him. That's our family, our freedom, it's democracy, the pride of being Brazilian, and to know the destiny that we want to our country. I end with the slogan of Jair Bolsonaro 2018 elections, that is Brazil above all and God above all. Thank you. So this issue is not about America. It's not about what is going on here. I'll do an exercise with you, all right? Just think about that. I'll tell a story. Don't tell me what country it is. What country it is. I'll tell you in the end. Imagine a country that on the day of the elections finish, and the authorities start to count the votes, all right? Minute after minute. And then, in a point, it stopped for a couple of hours. And when they come back to start the counting, guess what? The number 2 now is number 1. And the number 1 is number 2. What country is that? You're wrong, Bolivia. If you answered any other country, you have to know that you are in the same level of Bolivia when you talk about elections. So, all respect to Bolivia, is a great country. But in Bolivia, when it happened, there is a police state that got revolted, grabbed some guns, and told, we are going to the capital. And then Evo Morales, the former president, left the country. They had, for a couple of months, a provisory regime and new elections. This is what happened in Bolivia, only to make sure that Everybody knows what is going on in Latin America. So, coming back and going to the end about the printed vote, for 3 times in the history of Brazil, we had approved in the Congress the printed vote, which it is only a printer aside of the electronic ballot box. So you can confirm that what is going to be counted on the electronic ballot box is the same count of the paper that go to a regular ballot box. And at these 3 times, the Supreme Court said this is an unconstitutional law. The last one, it was in 2018. In 2018, they said this is non-constitutional. Do you know why? Because the printer can get, how do you say, stuck? Jam. The printer can get jam. And if you need assistance, someone could see in who you were voting for. And then you ask, okay, what about if the electronic ballot box, if the screen freeze and you need some assistance? This guy is not going to see in who you are voting for too? It's so ridiculous, the argument. And if you look for Germany and India, the Supreme Court of Germany and India said that you can't have here, Germany and India, a system like the Brazilian, only electronic system, because this is against our constitution. It's the opposite. But we are very proud because our system is used in very good countries. I mean, only 2 countries, Bangladesh and Bhutan. Bhutan. So, what we are doing nowadays in Brazil, why people was on the streets, they're asking for the printed vote because there is a new bill in the Congress, but not to approve for a federal law, but to change the Constitution. It's an amendment, what we are willing to do in Brazil. Change the Constitution in Brazil is a little bit better, easier than US to do. We are 513 congressmen, and we need 308 votes. Last time that the printed vote got approved, it got approved with 433 votes. 433 is much more than 308. Much more. Easy. Unless, one thing, you remember that in Brazil, who counts the vote, who organizes the elections, and who judges everything about the elections is our electoral court. In our electoral court, you have 3 justices from the Supreme Federal Court, all right? The president of the electoral court, who is a member, who is a justice from the Supreme Court, his name is Luiz Roberto Barroso, he had a meeting with 11 leaders of the Congress. And I don't know how, I don't know why. After this meeting, 11 leaders, party leaders in the Congress that was pro-printed vote now are against printed vote. And I have to tell you too, do you know who judges the representatives and the senators in Brazil? The Supreme Court. They judge us, and they asked for 11 party leaders to change their opinion about the printed vote. I really would love to know what was the arguments of the president of our electoral court. I really would love to know what was the business about. Because when you talk about politicians, pork and barrels, you always have something to deal. But this is a question without answer until now. What happened after President Bolsonaro exposed the suspicions of fraud? And what happened after all of those people went to the street is the president of the electoral court now is investigating the president of Brazil. No, wait. In Brazil, things always can be worse. Do you know why? Because fake news. They say that the president, you make fake news, now you're under investigation. Okay, what is fake news? In the first year, at any law university, you learn that before you have a crime, you need to know the definition of that crime. Murder someone. Okay, murder is a crime in Brazil. From 6 until 20 years in the jail. Murder, kill someone. 6 to 20 years in the jail. Okay, this is in our penal code, Article 121. Stole someone, steal someone. This is a crime. When you get something that is not yours, you can go to the jail, like 3 years until 10 years. It's written there, Article 157. I ask you, where is the crime of fake news in our law? You don't have it. You don't have it. But they use it to kill our reputation. I don't know if you like CNN, but see, Brazil's Jair Bolsonaro will be investigated over voter fraud claims. What they are doing with that, they are preparing the field to tell to you that are outside of Brazil and don't have idea how things work in Brazil, that we are the dictators. Dictators that ask for more transparency in the elections. Can you imagine that? We are the dictators. I don't know if you know that, but if you Google on Wikipedia or whatever, or maybe CNN, I don't know, you see that we are racist, fascist, Nazis. We are against women, against black, against poor. I don't know if you know this story. It's crazy how things just repeat. For sure, I'm doing a joke with you because, you know, this is the same thing that happened here. What do they do over Brazil? They copy you. The left in Brazil copy the left in US. And that's why it's very important to be here, to see that we are connected. This is a point. And going to the end, if we are really dictators, I think if the president asks you to go around with him, oh, no, before of that, you have a video, but it's a long video, and I'm not going to use that. After all of that, the investigation against the president, people were on the street, and all of that, an investigation of the federal police that was classified came to the hands of a congressman. The congressman who is writing about the printed vote inside of the Congress. With the investigation of the federal police, we discovered that the Electoral Court confessed, is that right? Confessed, admitted that a hacker got into their systems. I'll show the video. It's a 5 minutes video. Is that okay, Mike?
Sure.
Put the video of the president. The president is streaming live.
Na verdade, o que nós temos, irmãos, aqui. A comprovação.
Stop a little bit. This is the video. This is the president, and this is the Congressman Felipe Barros. When you have a law in the Congress, you have someone responsible to do a report. And then the congressman, they vote if this report is okay or not. If it's okay, it became a law. So this is why when you talk about printed vote in Brazil nowadays, because it's on his responsibility to write about the printed vote. So he has access of a classified investigation of the federal police in Brazil. And this investigation asked for the Electoral Court, did you have any hacker inside of your system? And they answered, yes. From April until November of 2018, at least. I remember you that our elections of 2018 was in October. So until April, from April until November of 2018, you had someone that no one knows who it is inside of their system. This is the Electoral Court talking. This is not me, it's not Bannon, Lindell, or President Bolsonaro, or whatever. But they tell you, they still tell you, this is okay. We fixed the system, and the system is safe. You can trust on us. This is the same thing that you say, like, someone got into your house, went to the bedroom where your wife is, and got out. But it's okay. You don't need to even change the keys of your house. It's okay. It's the same thing. So this is a 5-minute video where you have here the English subtitles. If you can play, please.
Quem diz isso é o próprio TSE, não é nem a Polícia Federal, é o próprio TSE, que no período de abril a novembro de 2018, quando tivemos eleições, onde eu fui eleito presidente, você foi eleito deputado federal,
I will read.
de que o código-fonte esteve na mão de um
hacker.
O código-fonte
code being in the hand of a hacker, he can do anything. He can even press 1 and as it 13.
Entre as reclamações,
This
urnas que
is
supostamente
in
preenchiam
2018
o número do candidato à
happening.
presidência do
Exactly
PT,
what the
Fernando
president
Haddad,
is talking. You press number 1 and
como
then
se
appear
pode
the
ver
number
nesse
13.
vídeo.
Which is the
Outra
Labour
queixa
Party candidate
compartilhada
number.
nas redes sociais foi de que o sistema de algumas urnas encerrou a votação antes de o eleitor confirmar a
Before the
escolha
voter
de
confirms the
candidato à
presidency
presidência.
candidate, people, for who doesn't know me, I am João Armentano, architect. I just voted here in the South Zone, in the ex-college Sacré-Cœur, but when I went to vote for president, I typed my candidate number. Came the surprise. There was no confirmation. It went directly to the finalization of the vote.
Reclamações frequentes que
Frequent
viralizaram
complaints that got viral on the internet was that electronic ballot boxes didn't show the photo of the number of Jair Bolsonaro from PSL. My friend here, I doesn't know her, but she voted for president and it didn't appear our president. Didn't appear the picture, and I got it finished immediately before appear any picture. There was other couple here telling the same thing. Where this hacker even got the password of one of the ministers of the TSC, the justice minister, the justice. Only the sources of code inside. It's simple. What do we fight for here? We want clean elections. The electoral court, if you allow me, I'll read the email. Due to failures application, this is the email of the hacker. I ended up getting remote access on one of the equipments connected to it, so I had. You can stop. It's very hard to follow the subtitles. You can stop with the video. I'll explain. What is the Congressman Felipe Barros is talking is what I told to you. He's reading the document of the electoral court saying that you had a hacker from April until November inside of the system. And he explained how he got there. If you search, you're going to find that on the internet, the whole video with English subtitles. So, how can you have fair elections in Brazil with that? And in Brazil, by the law, every law that we will apply in the elections of next year, October of 2022, have to be done and ready 1 year before. That's why we are really hard working on that. Because we have until October of this year to change the law and change everything. So what I'm doing here, I'm exposing the situation of Brazil. I'm showing to you that problems don't have only here or in Bolivia or in Peru. It would be necessary maybe days to show what is going on when you talk about fraud elections in Latin America. But I will end with a last video of the president. Because if he is fascist, nazist, racist, against women, against the poor, against the foreigner, against everybody, probably people would not love him when he goes to the streets. But he's the only one politician that goes to the streets with the people. And when I say talk, it's really talk. Like he goes to, I don't know, to bakery, to restaurants. People sometimes tell, Eduardo, you have to stop with that because that's not safe. Because I don't know if you know, but my father got stabbed during 2018 election. During the campaign, even in the end of this video, you have the video of the guy stabbing my father on the belly, and he almost died because he lost 2 liters of blood, and his heart was stopping to work out of blood. So, what he's doing now, on weekends, he's going around Brazil and asks everybody, hey, do you have a motorcycle? Are you a biker? Let's go with me around, only for fun. And this is the video of by the polls and by the mainstream media, the most hated president ever in Brazil. The one who will lose for everybody on the second round next year, even for the former prisoner Lula. Rio de Janeiro. I want to see the other politicians doing the same thing. No, it keeps the best part. São Paulo. We have only 1 minute and a half more. In the south of Brazil, state of Santa Catarina, arriving on a horse. Every city, doesn't matter how big it is, like he stopped the whole region. On the border with Argentina and Uruguay, Porto Alegre, Rio Grande do Sul. I don't know if you ever see this, but people start to follow the president by the rivers and the seas. Florianópolis, Santa Catarina. I'm sure you saw that, huh? Don't you? No? This is about the stab in 2018. 15 centimeters of a knife inside of the belly and a small twist. He's better nowadays. In Jesus we trust. That's it. Thank you. Thank you, Mike, once again for the opportunity. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Well, you see, it's just not in the United States, right, Steve?
Well, next October, remember, about 30 days before this monumental midterm election, he's going to face, his father, Jair Bolsonaro, is going to face the most dangerous leftist in the world, Lula, a criminal, a communist, and supported by all the media here in the United States, all the left-wing media. This election is the second most important election in the world, right? In the most important elections ever in South America. Bolsonaro will win unless it's stolen by, guess what? The machines.
The machines. And you see, when I talked to them in January, they said one of the things that they're up against the most there is what? Them, the media. That's what they're doing. They're conditioning them too. Just like you said there, David, It's a conditioning. So he's not going to win. He's going to win. We've seen our numbers on a lot of the states. And, this is why we're here. This is a turning point in history today. Because if like Ronald Reagan said, if the lights go out here, they go out everywhere. That's why you have Brazil here. They're not the only one that have called me. Australia, Italy, Israel today was just attacked by China cyberly. Did you see? We said that earlier. There was a coordinated Chinese cyber attack just hit Israel today, both government and private. It's the largest scale cyber attack ever on Israel. And this is what's going on. Are they taking everybody, Steve?
Well, they're trying to, right? This is a global, look, this is about the globalists. This is about a populist nationalist movement that's international in scale against these globalists. And they're going to try to steal every possible election because they don't have the support of the people. They can't win free and fair elections. They can't win elections if you go to paper ballots. If you go to paper ballots, we will win every election from now for the next 100 years. And they understand that. That's why this whole system was set up.
Yeah. Well, in the media, and I'm going to do something right now. I got another notification here. You got Lead Stories is here. They're the fake book fact checkers. And Martin is overseas. He's over, I think is it Belgium?
Yeah.
He's over in Belgium. And Martin's coming in remotely. But I'll tell you, they did do their due diligence. They do a good job on the cyber stuff, okay? And what he checked was in the screen, and I'm going to go over here, there's a screen for all 6 states we have streaming to show you we have 6 states up there. Now, I made that video, I had it made the last 2 weeks taking all the data. If I take just all the data, it runs for a month on those streams, okay? So I divided them into states to do a presentation for those 6 swing states. Well, apparently, according to Martin, but I don't know if it's true yet, the Pennsylvania and Wisconsin ones are identical. So we will check into that. We might have put up 2 when we divided all 50 states. But the good news is, what? He certainly can't say they're not from the 2020 election. And but he did find some. That tells me they're looking, Steve.
Yep.
That tells me they're looking, and that's what we want. We want all the cyber forensic experts that are here. I want you to keep going and keep going. They keep feeding them in the cyber forensics rooms. They're feeding them more and more data, more and more of the stuff that was collected by these heroes that I got now 37 terabytes of data. And I don't know if we're still, I believe we're doing the election. We're still doing, if any of you all want to go in the election room, right now I think we're voting on which 2 networks have done the most damage, CNN or Fox, to this last year. But did you see on the sign there, what was it in Brazil? CNN.
CNN.
CNN's all over the world, and everyone in the world watches them all the time. I used to say I'd go over to Israel and stuff, and I'd go to Italy. I've been to Australia, New Zealand. You go over there and you see CNN everywhere, but you also saw Fox. So I was over in Israel a few years ago, and I'm going, wow, I'm this part of we over in Tel Aviv, and it was all CNN. You go over to Jerusalem, it was Fox. I'm going, wow, they're even dividing that. But now we got a big problem because we got CNN over there brainwashing everybody. We got Fox just not doing anything. They're not reporting. And that's a big problem. When you have journalists that have been in it, the media, look what they're doing in Brazil. That's what they is. If you don't have that, you wouldn't have the block because people could speak up, and you can't brainwash without the media. You can't. It's, look what Hitler did. Look in Germany when they brainwashed the whole people. One of the best marketing ever. You convince the people they're better than everyone. The guy that was, I think it was Goebbels, or what was his name? Goebbels. The guy, that's what they did to a whole country. You take away the media, then you have one narrative. And then you can condition polls. You can condition, like you say, it's not suppression polls anymore. It's conditioning your mind that this is going to happen. I mean, if we've seen something in this last election, it's so bizarre. But what if we did? What if in this last election, Texas would have been completely blue, and California would have been completely red? Would anybody have said that's weird? Of course we would have. Or if you'd have said Florida, Biden wins by 85%, you'd say, what, that's weird? Those are called deviations, bizarre deviations. Nobody would believe them. Not one person would believe them but the thing is, we're not in this election, because he was going to win anyway, they had to break it, and they had to show us these deviations. Nothing was shown until they stopped all the polls in the middle of the night when they had the big deviation. We just seen Wisconsin. We just seen Michigan. Have we shown Michigan yet? I think we should show a couple more states. What do we have over there for states? Which one? Pennsylvania they want. Pennsylvania. Now remember, Pennsylvania, Donald Trump had, what was it, 800,000 point lead? Do you know on the morning of the 4th, I called up, I ain't going to say his name because I know he was, and it was with the campaign, with the administration. I said, wow, I said, they said, we're going to win Arizona because that way you could see the trajectory, even though they had front loaded, he was going to shoot by like 80,000 votes. And we're going to win Georgia, but we're worried about Pennsylvania. And I said, Pennsylvania up by 900,000 votes. I couldn't believe it. Remember, they got there and they put stuff over the thing. They had to backfill these votes. Now, Pennsylvania, look at this. The big lie, Biden won by, 90,000 or 80,000? 80,000 votes. Let's look. Remember, the big lie is the big lie, everybody. With the data that we have, 100% evidence, here is the truth. Look at that. Isn't that kind of strange, huh? Almost 700,000 votes. Boom. Donald Trump wins by, 500,000? This is what they did. And why did they go that large in Pennsylvania? Well, because they could. They broke the Constitution, right, and put in their own laws. Tell us about what they did there.
So every state in their Constitution, they set the time, place, and manner for their elections. And what we saw in Pennsylvania and other states were backroom deals where the Secretary of State used COVID as a pretext to back people up, to not have meaningful observation. And Pennsylvania was a classic example of that.
Right. Put that back up, the big truth for Pennsylvania. Put up the truth for Pennsylvania back on the screen. Because why? Because they made new things that you could turn in mail-in voting for a whole week, wasn't it? Could you put, yeah, there we go. So the whole week. So when the election was supposed to be over on the 3rd, done counting on the 4th, they said, well, wait a minute, we're down by, I don't know, it was thousands of votes, 800,000. So look what they had to do. There's no way they could have made that up. Even bringing in fake ballots and stuff or whatever they did, we heard the rumors trucked in. And unless they changed what the legislators didn't get to do, they changed the rules, right?
Yeah. It's pretty clear. And you had different legal challenges. You had a different category for each. So you had Team Giuliani, who was talking about voter irregularities. And so there were legitimate challenges based on that. And then you had legal challenges brought by Lynn Wood, where we were changing in-person voting different from people that were doing mail-in voting, which is unconstitutional because it wasn't set by the legislature. And then you had the fraud category, which is what Sidney Powell's been focusing on, which is really the heart of the issue. But it's hard to prove a fraud case in 2 months when you're trying to get the right president into office. So we covered all three bases, but at the heart of the issue here, this was a major failure of our state legislators and legislatures because they have the authority to call this out, to not certify fraudulent electors. And they had the opportunity to do that before January 6th. And, of course, we saw what happened then.
But what was it, everybody? That was a miracle. We should all be so happy, everyone in the world, that was a miracle. Because if they wouldn't have broke the law or broke what they're supposed to be doing and changed the rules, we would have never known about this cyber attack through the machines. And our country would be gone forever. And this is why we're here. This is what I've been saying for 7 months. There's hope. We have all the evidence. We have it all. They had it all then. Everybody, there's more evidence you need. We could fill up this whole thing. We could fill up the state of South Dakota with evidence stacked 10 feet deep. But it didn't matter. Why? Because they beat us. They pushed it down. The media, the social media, Zuckerberg and Jack Dorsey, Twitter, Facebook, the CNNs of the world, all these guys we've been calling out here. The Facebook fact checkers. They've been more damage to our country. Who are they to judge? Some guy over in Belgium. That's where he's at. There's 5 of them in that thing. There's 4 owners. Alan Duke, everybody heard that name? Shame on Alan Duke. He put, before I even came here today, he put fake news over the top. I invited people here at this frankspeech.com. This morning, I get up at 6:30, I go, Alan, I invited you guys here and you do a thing like that. Where's the love? It's disgusting. And then he goes, you know what? He goes, Mike, I'm a Christian. And he gives me all this stuff. I go, you know what? I don't know what you are. You know, because that's a deviation. Either you're with the communists there that did this, or why are you covering it up? How do you sleep at night, Martin and Alan Duke? How do these people sleep? I don't get it. Even with the MyPillow. That's nuts. No, I'm serious. I just don't get it. And when we get done in these 3 days, everyone's going to see it. This is the time, everybody. If they try to divide our country because of Democrat, Republican, or race and all this stuff, they try and deflect. And they talk about, oh, boy, we'll put legislation in our state for the no more mail-in ballot, no more mail-in balloting, or no more mail-in ballots. Well, let me tell you something. If the mail-in ballots were done fairly, do you realize that this is just the machine stuff taken off of there? That's just the machine stuff. Look at Pennsylvania. Look at Pennsylvania back up there. Just the machines. So that was with mail-in balloting. Even if there was ground cheating, I call it. You know what I mean? Yeah. All those things that Mark Zuckerberg stuck, those things. This is the big lie. And now you flip it to the truth. Okay, I guess we got to bring remote there. The election. It looks like we got a long line for the election room. So when we get, why don't we make it 5 more minutes for the last call for the election? Is that what the line is over there? Is that what the line is? Are you guys waiting to vote, or you already voted? Raise your hand if you've already voted. Okay, so we got a lot more waiting to vote over there. Remember, the vote is which news outlet, CNN or Fox, has done more damage to our country the last year. You know, we took a poll before. We took a pre-poll, but this was a real one. It was like 90% Fox, wasn't it? At least. And why? What's worse? Someone that badmouths and does this stuff and this fake news every single day where you know where they're coming from? Or somebody decides just not to talk and just not even report anything and goes round and round. Oh, Hunter Biden's laptop, Hunter Biden laptop. Who cares? We got our country we're losing right now. And they talk about that. I don't get it. I mean, what has happened to them? What's happened to Fox? I don't understand it.
Well, you know, the last speaker that we had, I just want to touch on something at how severe this is, because a lot of us get to sit here in comfort and think, well, none of this would ever happen to me. I wouldn't be the politician's dad that gets stabbed in the gut trying to save Brazil or their country. Just a little reminder, folks, we've got political prisoners even today that showed up peacefully to support the true president on January 6th, many of which are still behind bars right now under gruesome conditions. So the cost here, when we talk about the snake news, when we talk about how they've been weaponized, they don't care that we've got people that have been incarcerated for close to 8 months, 9 months, based on what? A misdemeanor charge. Now, as someone who's prosecuted cases, usually if you're going to confine someone to solitary confinement, usually they have to be a flight risk or they have to have a criminal record. The vast majority of the folks that are political prisoners that were targets for their political choice to support the president don't have a criminal background, and they turn themselves in. So you all need to be forward-thinking and where this could potentially go. They're going to pick off people one by one, apply pressure where they can. We're seeing that through our platform suppression. We're so lucky and fortunate to have Steve Bannon, who has amplified so many of our voices to get out there and fight. But don't think that this can't happen to you. These are veterans. These are Marines. These are people that served with dignity. And that's the landscape right now. So let's not forget, as we are fighting for our country, that there were people that were so passionate about their support for the president that they traveled, and hundreds of thousands of people assembled. And what's happened to those folks? So I hope that today we take time to think about folks that right now are isolated. They're by themselves. So it's real, folks. It's very real.
They're weaponizing every aspect. They're going to weaponize not just the media. They're going to weaponize every aspect of law. They're going to weaponize the criminal justice system. Look at what's happened. President Trump, over the last week, we found out that a patriot named Jeffrey Clark, who at that time was an assistant attorney general, head of the Civil Rights Division, wrote a series of memos. Those memos are very clear about exactly what the problem is. This was written right before January 6th. I think they were written in late December. The memo lays out, a memo to the president, a memo to then the acting attorney general said, hey, there's so much controversy in these individual states, we don't have enough time to do these investigations. What we need to do is to basically send this back to the state legislatures to let them get their hands around the certification process of the electors. It never said we got to flip these electors to Donald Trump. He says we have to follow the Constitution and do this, right? And send it back and let the state legislatures do it before we get to Inauguration Day. And we have to do it immediately. And what happened, you've seen over the last week, the left-wing media has been all over this as some huge crime. They just had Rosen slip in on some sort of technicality about executive privilege, which to me is extraordinary. First time executive privilege has really been waived in this regard. The acting attorney general Rosen spent 6 hours on a Saturday in front of the Senate Judiciary Committee giving testimony about what? It's another aspect of how they're coming for President Trump. Whether it's a grand jury in Atlanta, whether it's the Attorney General Merrick Garland, right, coming after President Trump, whether it's his deputy Carlin sending letters out to Wendy Rogers and Sonny Borelli and the great senators and the people of Arizona, threatening criminal action if you're participating in a canvass. They are going to weaponize every aspect they can because you know why? They fully understand one point. These people are very smart and they're very tough. They understand they cannot win elections of the American people when you go to paper ballots. So they're going to weaponize everything around it. And if you think you've seen their toughest moves, or you think you've seen the hammer drop, we haven't seen anything yet. One thing about this conference and going forward, they've sown the wind and they're going to reap the whirlwind because the American people are going to demand full forensic audits of 3 November 2020 in every state. That's what they feared. If they had the receipts, it would be totally open. They would rub your nose in it every day. They would show you every ballot. It wouldn't have to be any subpoenas. They would turn the routers over. They say you not just lost, you got skunked. You lost Arizona, you lost Georgia, you lost these states. All the blue wall that we won in 16, you lost, you lost, you lost. They can't prove it. They don't have the receipts. So they're going to use every aspect of lawfare, of the media, of the criminal justice system, of everything they possibly can to do what? To thwart the will of the American people. And that's why this effort over at Telegram and what Mike Lindell's done, and the convergence of this now into a national movement. There's no going forward. There's no 2022. There's no 2024. The Republicans say, oh, elections are about the future. The future is now, and the future is about 3 November. There's three things in this world. There's 3 things in this world right now. 3 events. If we get to the bottom of it, everything becomes clear. What happened in the Wuhan lab and who's responsible for it. That virus, number 1. Number 2, what happened on 3 November of 2020. Who's responsible and who's going to be held accountable. And the 3rd is what happened on 1/6. Was it a failure of intelligence as we've been processed and been told? Or is it a failed intelligence operation against the American people? You get to the bottom of those 3 things, you find out who's responsible, and you hold them accountable, and you're going to get your country back, okay? Yeah. And it's going to be the country that was bequeathed to us. It's going to be a constitutional republic that's been passed down for, 12, 13 generations to this generation. That is the calling of everybody in this room, okay? History is going to weigh and measure us. Because of these great patriots, we know what went on, and all they want us to do is quit. All they want us to do is say, yes, we'll get them in 2022, we'll get them in 2024. Let's go change some laws. Let's change laws in Georgia. Raise more money. No, that's the sucker's play. That's the great con. And if you want to see the con, you want to see the scam, just look at the vote today in the infrastructure bill. There is no reason a conservative should vote for that bill. Number one. Here's the con. They can't raise the debt ceiling by 1 penny. They can't spend 1 penny that you don't authorize, okay? So what they're trying to do now is a 3-card money, shell game. And the uniparty's trying to support the Biden administration as it implodes before our eyes. And why is it imploding? It's not just his incompetence. It's not just the radical nature of this regime. It's not just what's the invasion on the southern border, what they're doing to our military, critical race theory jammed in our schools, this debacle, right, with the vaccines and with the CCP virus. The central beating heart is the American people are sitting there going, you know what? The more I hear about it, and I'm not hearing it on mainstream media except on MSNBC that covers it every night, and they covered it every night in their own perspective, but they cover the details of everything that's happening. When people sit there, you go, you know what? I've got a lot of questions about 3 November. I've got questions about his legitimacy. And as people question his legitimacy, his political capital recedes before us, right? That's why it's not going to be 10 new states. That's why it's not going to be 50 new Supreme Court justices. Do not look at the pro wrestling in the foreground that they're trying to get you to focus on. That's noise. This is signal. With no money, they can't do anything. And you are the only people in the world that can grant them to raise that debt ceiling, right? If they can't raise that debt ceiling, there's no $1.2 trillion infrastructure bill. There's no $3.5 trillion radical Green New Deal that's really all these social programs wrapped up into one. You have the ultimate power. You have the power on November 3rd. You have the power to get to the bottom of the 1-6. You have the power to get to the bottom of the Wuhan lab where we've changed all what the world thought about it, right? That it came from some cave 1,000 miles from Wuhan and somehow mysteriously wandered up over the back roads and mountains of China to a wet market in Wuhan. We know that's a lie. We know what happened on 3 November, what they told us is a lie. And we're about to find out what 1/6 happened on 1/6 is a lie. Okay? They cannot stop you, and they fear you, and they will use anything to chop the leaders of this movement, whether it's Donald Trump or Jair Bolsonaro. They will use any method they can. And the one thing they can't stop is a righteous, relentless people that determine they're not going to back off. And so we leave here in the next couple of days. Your righteous indignation is what's going to save this nation.
Well, here's a providential thing. We talked about the word righteous. There's something really sweet about what's happening here and what's happened this past 9 months or so. Remember on January 6th what happened. We were going to present the electors, but there were 7 states that had dueling electors. Those electors are unsealed and counted alphabetically. And wouldn't you know, right when Arizona was opened, curious thing happened. This breach. And all of a sudden, we can't get to the heart of the fraud that the American people wanted to know more about through the rule of law. And it's curious that it was Arizona that was silenced when all they wanted was like a 10-day investigation. That was what was being asked by Senator Ted Cruz. Look what happened, though. Look who rose to the forefront. The state of Arizona. Right? And instead of a measly 10 days with a bunch of politicians looking at stuff they didn't understand, they got 60 full days and counting with people that got the best experts in the country. And right now, we have it all. We don't have the routers, but we still have enough. Okay, so it's these divine providences where the enemy thinks they've won by going through this smoke and mirrors debacle, but we the people, demanded more. And we had some courageous senators that helped accomplish that. So Maricopa is still in play. Great news is going to come out of there. We know it. Just have faith. But the enemy intended the 6th for a different outcome. And we're seeing an exact opposite, where Arizona is just shining very bright. So I can't wait till we get to the next state, and the next state, and the next state. And once we have enough of those electoral votes where you can subtract, get down below 270, and we get the real president back in office, we still have to proceed. We still have to do a full forensic audit in every state. Why? Because what we've just seen over the past hour, 2 hours, we have corruption everywhere, and we have to root it out. We got to build the foundation all over again.
I think this is very important, what David's saying. For too long, you've let the professional politicians not just make decisions in the country, but you've let them run elections. The thing that is the most powerful about this movement is personified in Arizona. Why do every day on the show I call that convention center the new Concord Bridge, right? Because when that interim report comes out on the numbers, right? When that interim report comes out on the recanvassing, that's going to be the shot heard around the world, right? Because you've been told time and time and time again that this is nonsense, it was perfect, everything was okay, and it has been the relentless move of essentially volunteers, nameless volunteers in that convention center that on global TV, 24 hours a day, you saw them doing the process, right? And none of them came out in front of the media, in front of the cameras and said, it's me, I've been doing this. This is the same thing that happened in Lexington and Concord. We don't, except for 1 or 2 people, we don't know who was there on those bridges. We don't know who was at Concord Green or at Lexington Green. That's the backbone and the DNA of American patriotism. That's why what's happening in Arizona is so important. Why do you think they hate Colonel Wendy Rogers? Why do you think they hate Sonny Borelli? Why does Mark Fincham worry them? Because now you have people that are prepared to back, elected officials prepared to back the will of the people. And it is the will of the people in Arizona that's coming forth. What has inspired this movement that's now on Telegram? What has inspired people in Georgia? Ask John Fredericks, who broadcasts about Georgia every day. It is this movement of patriots. It's a populist movement that you're seeing, and that's spreading everywhere. That's why you have moms at the school boards. That's where you're confronting CRT. That's where you're confronting mask on kids. That's why people are sitting there going, no, I need more information about the vaccines, okay? In 6 weeks, they're going to come back and say that you people are going to destroy the full faith and credit of the United States because you're not prepared to back off the debt ceiling. When you, in fact, are the full faith and credit of the United States. It all rests on your shoulders, right? You pay all the taxes. It's your pension funds that drive all the industry. All power rests with you. It's always rested with you. We've just gone asleep for a long period of time. And that's the providential nature of what they stole. It is providential that they stole this on November 3rd, because now there's no questions. You've seen the radical nature of this regime. Is this cultural Marxism? This is nothing different than what the Red Guard did under Mao in the 60s. This is nothing different than what the Bolsheviks did in Russia at the turn of the 20th century. This is nothing different than the radical nature of the French Revolution, not about people having rights, but the radical nature to destroy all of society and to destroy religion. And at the end of the day, get to the central thing they know they must destroy, and that's the family, the nuclear family. We've seen it. They've played all their face cards. So now we know, and there's no middle ground. There is no compromise for this. It's either one side or the other, okay? And that's why any politician that tells you about 2022 or 2024 and give me money and let's focus on that and elections on the future, we got to get more election laws, that is a bald-faced lie. It only depends on what happened on 3 November, how we get to the bottom of it, and how we write it.
And it's worth mentioning one last thing, because we've drawn our battle lines. We know who the enemy is, and Mike has graciously pointed out those folks over there several times. And but it's not just the media. Remember what Colonel Waldron said this morning about China's ties to all kinds of things that we take for granted. There's a soft power war, a war for your mind, and we're seeing it through the Wanda Group, for instance, which is a communist-financed, looks like a capitalist entity, but it's not. It's controlled by the Communist Party. They bought AMC movie theaters. They've got 99% of our theater chain. And so a lot of you have heard of the old adage that politics is what, downstream from the culture? Well, culture is downstream from art. And when you've lost your stories, you've lost your movies, and all of our movies are being sent to a communist script doctor, you wonder why we're so ill-equipped to deal with this problem, right? People talk about the university setting. I have news for you. Yes, I inherit people that have been watching films that have been promoting communist China their entire life. Legendary Studios, for instance, was bought by the Wanda Group, $3.5 billion. When we saw those images on the film earlier, where you had Tom Cruise's bomber jacket on the back, maybe you didn't pick it up, but there was a flag of Taiwan in the original film. In the sequel, it's a geometric triangle that kind of looks like it. We had First Man, the movie with Ryan Gosling about landing on the moon. You would think that the most cinematic scene in that movie would be planting the American flag. Did that happen? No, sir. When it was sent to a communist script doctor, it was taken out. We have so many examples of our children being raised in a culture where they have turned against Western values and they are endorsing Eastern communist Marxism. And by the time they get to the university, you've got these things called Confucius Institutes, right? But they won't call them Mao Institutes because they know that's pretty negative, right? Let's go with the fortune cookie guy. And under the guise of language training, they are force-feeding propaganda. So this is a complete information war from a culture standpoint, from an electoral standpoint, through the big lie with the pandemic, and it's all coalescing at the same time, and we're finally awakening. The question is, do you all realize your power? Do you see the power that you have when you become agitated and angry? We're almost there. I hope that the next 3 days we get this past the finish line and we start seeing results and hopefully, Lord willing, convictions.
Thank you very much. I've got to go do the war room. Oh, yeah. Thanks, brother. Oh, yeah. Let's talk afterwards.
All right. Thanks for joining us. You've been watching Mike Lindell's Cyber Symposium. Started at about 9 a.m. Central Time. Thank you so much for tuning in. We want to thank everybody for watching. And also, don't forget to support Mike Lindell over at MyPillow.com. That's MyPillow.com. Put in the promo code RSBN at checkout and get up to 66% off your entire order. Keep in mind, Mike Lindell has funded all of what you're seeing today and all of the initiatives from the very beginning on election integrity. We want to make sure that we support him. So please do your patriotic duty. Go to mypillow.com, put the promo code RSBN at checkout, and get up to 66% off your entire order.
And what I want to do now, what I want to run is that video because there's two things I want to say. So it is 4:35 Central Time. Tonight, I want everybody right now, you need to send out to everyone you know at 7 o'clock p.m. Central Time tonight. You're going to see something nobody's heard about, nobody's seen, and it is the biggest news, okay? It's big. Everyone in the world, they'll be talking about it. Even these fake news people will have to talk about it. Fox will have to talk about this one at 7 o'clock. This is how big this is. This is the one thing. It's a big surprise. At 7 o'clock, everyone's got to be tuned in. It is the most important thing. This is historical what's going to happen at 7. Okay? And but what I want to do right now, I want to run the video that everybody should be sharing out there. And we got to run this again. Everyone, if you're just coming in now, This is the most important video you need to share everywhere, every day, every minute. I'm going to go over it, and I'm going to tell while we're waiting for the video that, remember, on Frank's speech, we're running data. The data that I've gotten with the 37 terabytes that are running. Remember, the cyber forensic experts are in all the room. They're tearing it apart. They're still checking it all out. The data that's there that they're running, I mean, Alan Duke's guys, they said the Pennsylvania and Wisconsin are the same data on there. I'm the one, I had the guys take it apart for visual so people at home can take it apart, so they did. But it's the 2020 election, okay? So you see a duplicate. We're going to get that fixed if it is, and put the other one in. Tomorrow, we're also going to have the whole election for all the 50 states where it's a continuum. And that thing, before it ends, takes a month. I'm going to run it on Frank's speech. Every day you can just watch that go and watch it go by. If you're a cyber forensic expert at home, you can freeze the screen and you can dig in. And you're going to see, you know, what happened, what we're doing. This data that extrapolates to is the states. We're going to watch this. I can come back and we're going to finish up the states that we have to see today. I want everyone to watch this movie. Everyone out there, remember, we have to beat the media this week. This is it. All the liars out there, I've read them. I haven't looked. While you're watching this movie, I'm going to check out. We're going to call out because I'm sure they're out there everywhere right now. They don't want you to see this at 7 o'clock, what it is. At 7 o'clock, it's going to be such big news that Fox might even report it. Seriously. I mean, they you know, we're looking, if you work for Fox, you know, maybe just for your country, just go, you know what, I'm going to report it. I might lose my job, but I'm going to report it. Look what happened to Lou Dobbs because Fox says, okay, I get sued. Lou loses his job. Shameful. Shame on you, Fox. All right, let's watch the movie.
After the 2018 midterm elections, an investigation was launched to delve into irregularities in the U.S. election results. Detailed logs documented entries into the tabulation system for the election itself, and the team saw many anomalies in areas of extreme concern. Then in November 2020, multiple groups of concerned Americans came together because they all observed something incredible in the 2020 general elections. The groups united to launch a full-scale investigation led by former members of the U.S. intelligence community, the Department of Defense, NASA, the U.S. National Laboratories, private investigations and cybersecurity companies, and legal firms from around the country. The discoveries gained through intense forensic research left everyone involved deeply concerned about the future of our nation and our world. While the U.S. media will undoubtedly discredit this information as far-right conspiracy theory, the fact is, the people involved in this investigation represent all colors, all creeds, and all political parties. To ignore this message is to surrender to a government takeover that will gravely affect the lives of every man, woman, and child of every nation. If there ever was an authentic, nonpartisan issue, this is it. In 1970, Henry Kissinger said, "Who controls the food supply controls the people. Who controls the energy can control whole continents. Who controls money can control the world." This concept is critical to understanding the thinking of those who seek to cripple and control America. To achieve their goal, they've got to disrupt families, divide races, destroy small businesses, dismantle the middle class, and distort the American dream of owning land, a home, and everything necessary for the pursuit of happiness and sovereignty. In collusion with our foreign adversaries, these treasonous few are working hard to tear down the last standing wall between them and their agenda of global domination. That wall is you, the American people. By focusing on specific election system vulnerabilities, our investigation confirmed that the entire U.S. election system is under the total control of private equity firms and foreign money. UBS Securities LLC New York and UBS Securities Company Limited Beijing injected hundreds of millions of dollars into Staple Street Capital, the current owner of Dominion Voting. UBS currently holds the intellectual property of Dominion as their equity collateral. Up until December 2020, UBS Security LLC New York listed 3 senior Communist Chinese Party members as being on the boards of both UBS Securities LLC New York and UBS Securities Limited Beijing. The companies owned 75% by the Chinese government. Seidel, the parent company of Clarity Elections, located in Madrid, Spain, a data management and early election night reporting company, went bankrupt in May of 2020 and was subsequently purchased in a closed private equity deal by an Irish company called Paragon. The election sites for numerous counties in the U.S. go to a Clarity Elections web address. The counties don't own or control their voting data, and the positions of president, secretary, treasurer, and CEO are all occupied by one man, Jonathan Brill. Brill also happens to be a part of Seidel's senior management team and has run campaigns for Democratic Party candidates. Our investigation also revealed that contrary to the current political narrative, the election systems and their equipment were connected to the internet, making them infinitely hackable.
Voting machines themselves are not connected to the internet.
No voting machines are connected to the internet.
The devices are not connected to the internet.
They do not connect to the internet.
Those things are not connected to the internet.
The Department of Homeland Security says the 2020 election was the most secure in American history.
The 2020 election was the most secure in U.S. history.
That's what they say now, but just a short while ago, the political narrative was very different.
In 2018, electronic voting machines in Georgia and Texas deleted votes for certain candidates or switched votes from one candidate to another.
We brought in folks who, before our eyes, hacked election machines.
Workers were able to easily hack into an electronic voting machine. It was possible to switch votes.
Even hackers with limited prior knowledge, tools, and resources are able to breach voting machines in a matter of minutes.
Remote access software, which would make a machine like that, a magnet for fraudsters and hackers.
Unfortunately, Dominion has recently been thrust into the national spotlight as part of a dangerous and reckless disinformation campaign aimed at sowing doubt and confusion over the 2020 presidential election. First, there were no switched or deleted votes involving Dominion machines. Dominion is not and has never been a front for communists. The company also does not have any ties to China whatsoever, including no ties, including investment or source code transfer. Let me be clear. Voting systems are, by design, meant to be used as closed systems that are not networked, meaning they are not connected to the internet.
Sounds like some of these machines, or certainly the tabulators, can and are connected to the internet.
Throughout, you're going to, particularly where a vote is cast on election day, those machines tend to and should not be connected to the internet, certainly as a best practice.
But some have the capability, don't they?
Some may have modems that are typically disabled, but in certain states, I believe in Wisconsin, some are temporarily activated to transmit some counts.
But those tabulators are connected on election day because that's how they transmit the data to the counties and also into the unofficial.
In some cases, yes, sir.
Yeah,
that's right.
Okay.
Through forensic analysis of election management system computers in Antrim County, Michigan, affidavits from numerous election officials in Georgia, as well as the operator's manual for Dominion's Democracy Suite 5.5, our teams have gathered indisputable evidence that the entire system can indeed be connected, hacked, and manipulated. And in fact, it was. Here's what triggered this investigation back in 2018. This is the Allied Security Operations Group primary finding in the 2018 governor's race, where a direct flip of 560 votes was made from Matt Bevin to Andy Beshear. So that was exactly 560 votes was deducted from Matt Bevin. 560 votes were added to Andy Beshear. This race was decided by a little over 5,000 votes. So this one switch represented about 25% of the margin of the vote.
Andy Beshear is declaring victory because he is the leading candidate over a Republican incumbent governor in a state Matt Bevin won by 10 points 4 years ago and in a state Donald Trump won by a ton.
Here's an example of election anomalies that took place in 2020.
So now we would take the ballots and we would scan them. It's going to feed these ballots through the scanner. So what we're going to do is we're going to take and we're going to overvote
What do you mean by overvote?
Overvote is when if there is multiple people in a section where it says only vote for one.
So you're scanning the same ballots twice. That's already been scanned once.
I've already scanned them once.
Yeah, so you're scanning the same ballot.
Same ballots twice. You just accept that every one of them went through the system. There it is, the 5th batch.
Okay.
It's pending adjudication. I think I want to vote for Biden. Let's let Biden win this and complete.
So you made a vote for someone where someone did not vote.
I did, didn't I?
And you're the election supervisor?
I'm the election supervisor. I am the person that sits and does the adjudication.
All right, board, I want y'all to step outside with me.
Initiated by a court order, the Michigan investigation team obtained forensic access to a DS200 tabulator, the machine that counts the votes. A Telit 4G wireless chip manufactured in Taiwan was discovered embedded into the motherboard. The voting machine tapes clearly indicate modem engagement and transmission of election data. Some of the anomalies that we noticed in the 2020 general elections, that 5 key states all stopped counting at a certain time in these key battleground states. These were all where the software, Dominion machines, ESNS machines were used, the Smartmatic, the GEMS software. So when the vote stopped counting, and this has been noted in other countries as well, President Trump was significantly ahead. When reporting and counting resumed, there was a massive spike occurred that favored Joe Biden. The next major observation the teams made was that there were significant financial transactions from private and nonprofit organizations that had a severe impact on the 2020 general election. As revealed in a Time magazine article in February of 2021, individuals and organizations have been plotting to fortify the election since at least 2015.
This is the inside story of the conspiracy to save the 2020 election, but it's massively important for the country to understand that it didn't happen accidentally. Democracy is not self-executing. There was a conspiracy unfolding behind the scenes, one that both curtailed the protests and coordinated the resistance from CEOs. Both surprises were the result of an informal alliance between left-wing activists and business titans. They got states to change voting systems and laws and helped secure hundreds of millions in public and private funding. That's why the participants want the secret history of the 2020 election told, even though it sounds like a paranoid fever dream. A well-funded cabal of powerful people, ranging across industries and ideologies, working together behind the scenes to influence perceptions, change rules and laws, steer media coverage and control the flow of information. They were not rigging the election. They were fortifying it.
This network influence diagram really shows the interrelationship of money, people, and influence and control between key players and key organizations. Now, there were over 200 nonprofits that we found in this network that are all connected. What's even more troubling is that all of those 200 organizations have received substantial funding from a single source.
Of all the financial titans and philanthropists of the 20th century, none are more complex or mysterious than George Soros.
You're a Hungarian Jew who escaped the Holocaust by posing as a Christian.
Right.
And you watched lots of people get shipped off to the death camps.
Right. And I would say that that's when my character was made.
My understanding is that you went out with this protector of yours. Christian.
Yes.
Went out, in fact, and helped in the confiscation of property from the Jews.
That's right.
I mean, that sounds like an experience that would send lots of people to the psychiatric couch for many, many years. Was it difficult?
Not at all. Not at all.
Like Carnegie, J.P. Morgan, and the Rockefellers, he amassed billions through ruthless business decisions, only to turn around and give away most of his fortune to advance his own personal philosophy.
I am basically there to make money. I cannot and do not look at the social consequences of what I do.
Do you believe in God?
No.
This is not the first time that Mr. Soros has been implicated in a plot to destroy a nation. His cover organizations have been banned from several countries for doing exactly what they're currently doing to America. The Philippines, Russia, Turkey, Poland, Pakistan, as well as Soros's own homeland of Hungary, have learned the hard way the true intentions of this ruthless multi-billionaire.
És egy percig sincsen kétségem afelől, hogy Soros György és a vele együttműködők mindent megtesznek, minden alkalmat megragadnak, hogy azokat a kormányokat, amelyek...
The growing emergency unfolding at the southern border.
Thousands of Central American migrants are vowing to continue their march to the U.S. border.
Has surged in recent weeks, alarming officials who are strapped for resources.
And overwhelmingly elected with George Soros's money, and they're a major cause of the violence we're seeing because they keep putting the violent criminals back on the street.
I'm not sure we need to bring George Soros into this. I was going to say you'd get the last word, Speaker.
He paid for it. I mean, why can't we discuss the fact that millions of dollars he spent?
I agree with Melissa. George Soros doesn't need to be a part of this conversation.
Okay. So it's verboten.
All right, we're good. Okay, we're going to move on.
It was in 2006 when Soros said, "The main obstacle to a stable and just world is the United States." Translated into truth, that sentence would read, "The main obstacle to destabilizing the world is the United States." While Soros is often accused of unfounded conspiracies, that should not detour from the heinous crimes against humanity that he's actually guilty of. Many of those crimes he keeps hidden in plain sight. According to a white paper called U.S. Programs 2015 to 2018 Strategy, Soros's Open Societies Foundation began funding radical operations in Arizona and Georgia in 2015 with the goal of subverting the 2020 presidential elections. Through massive campaign contributions and nonprofit funding, Soros owns and controls countless public officials, university professors, teachers' unions, mayors, district attorneys, judges, congressmen, senators, secretaries of state, sheriffs, governors, and electronic voting machine companies around the world. In 2010, George Soros shocked even his most devout loyalists when he declared that China has a better functioning government than the United States. While the Chinese people should be considered friends and allies, the Chinese Communist Party is anything but. The CCP has been plotting to take over the United States for the better part of this last century, and their unconventional warfare principles are barely recognizable to the U.S. population.
America's top intelligence official even went so far as to say, and I quote, "If I could communicate one thing to the American people from this unique vantage point, it is that the People's Republic of China poses the greatest threat to democracy and freedom worldwide since World War II."
While we were sleeping, their poisonous seeds planted long ago have taken root and are now in full bloom within U.S. soil. The Chinese government and their operatives are buying up the United States at an alarming rate. Through cover organizations and individuals, they're purchasing American farms and businesses in mass volume. In addition, the CCP has co-opted the U.S. entertainment industry. Chinese firms own several major U.S. entertainment companies and control more than 8,000 American theater screens. Hollywood movie scripts are often reviewed and censored if they pose any threat to the image of the Chinese Communist Party. And many professional sports teams and players are controlled in great part by the CCP.
The pandemic sped up a trend that was already years in the making, and it's brought about another change: the Chinese government's growing influence over the content of these films. That has people worried, including members of Congress, as they point to a growing list of examples of Hollywood seemingly bending to China's will.
Now, here's a case in point. If you're a Hollywood actor, whatever you do, don't call Taiwan a country. Here's WWE star John Cena apologizing for doing just that.
我很抱歉对我的错误，对不起，我很抱歉。你必须了解，我很爱、很尊重中国跟中国人。
And that's the fear now, because you're now making movies for 16-year-olds and China. And that's it.
LeBron James taking on Houston Rockets general manager Daryl Morey, whose tweet supporting protests in Hong Kong set off a firestorm between the country and the league.
China announcing this morning they're pulling NBA games from their airwaves.
I don't want to get into a feud with Daryl, but I believe he wasn't educated on the situation at hand. Just be careful what we tweet and we say.
Why would the NBA take $500 million plus from a country that is engaging in ethnic cleansing?
They are a customer of ours, and guess what, Megan? I'm okay with doing business with China.
One of the stark realities of this past year is the clear and present threat that China represents to the United States of America and to the daily lives of Americans. And it's not just about exporting a pandemic. China has also potentially compromised Joe Biden's family.
Joe Biden, while he was vice president, took billions of dollars in bribes from the Chinese government in the form of payments to his son Hunter's businesses. In exchange, Biden was soft on Chinese military and economic aggression.
This is the reason why I've held the view for so many years and continue to hold the view that a rising China is a positive development. They're not bad folks, but guess what? They're not a competition for us. Yeah, I think that the biggest competitor is China.
Joe Biden had a bit to say today, suggesting that China wants to own America by 2035.
They literally have a stated goal of toppling America as the world superpower. How on earth could Joe Biden, with a straight face, negotiate with a government who's put billions of dollars into his family's businesses?
And finally, new rule, you're not going to win the battle for the 21st century if you are a silly people. And Americans are a silly people. Half the country is having a never-ending woke competition deciding whether Mr. Potato Head has a dick. Don't tickle me. We are a silly people. Do you know who doesn't care that there's a stereotype of a Chinese man in a Dr. Seuss book? China. You think China's doing that? Letting political correctness get in the way of nurturing their best and brightest? You think Chinese colleges are offering courses in the philosophy of Star Trek, the sociology of Seinfeld, and surviving the coming zombie apocalypse? Those are real, and so is China, and they are eating our lunch.
China is going to eat our lunch? Come on, man. Last night, I was on the phone for 2 straight hours with Xi Jinping, and you know, if we don't get moving, they're gonna eat our lunch. When he called to congratulate him, we had a 2-hour discussion. He's deadly earnest about becoming the most significant, consequential nation in the world.
China is currently making big moves to gain control of U.S. port facility operations and already controls the Panama Canal. They're building 5G networks throughout Europe and the West, which can be used to feed personal information and sensitive data directly to the Chinese Communist Party. The Chinese government uses commercial software and apps to spy on U.S. citizens and extract their private information.
The CCP doesn't ask them for information. They don't need to. They have access to the information.
There seems to be a great disconnect. I mean, the American people, at least the kids who are on TikTok, have no concern about what we're talking about here.
Their ignorance of the threat does nothing to diminish it.
It's estimated that at least 80% of American adults have had their private information harvested by China. Big Pharma has exported the vast majority of their production to China. Currently, 97% of antibiotics in the U.S. come from China. 30% of personal protective equipment, such as face masks, come from China. 80% of U.S. imports of rare earth minerals come from China, which are vital for smartphones, electric cars, defense, and other technologies. In 2017, the U.S. produced 0 rare earth minerals. China, on the other hand, accounted for more than 80% of the world's supply. In lockstep with the Mexican drug cartels, 97% of fentanyl, one of the most addictive and deadly drugs, is smuggled into the U.S. from China. People's Liberation Army hackers are executing unconstrained penetration, surveillance, theft, and offensive cyber attacks on U.S. businesses, critical infrastructure, intelligence apparatus, and yes, even the U.S. election system. To ignore this message is to surrender to a government takeover that will gravely affect the lives of every man, woman, and child of every class, culture, and nation. Our goal is to reach and revive the heart of humanity while there's still time. This is your wake-up call.
we have put together, I think, the most extensive and inclusive voter fraud organization in the history of American politics.
Ladies and gentlemen, there is a hot dinner in the back hallway at the buffet. Please make your way there at your convenience. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, don't forget, you can support Mike Lindell for all of his hard work today by going to mypillow.com and using code RSBN. That will save you up to 66% off your entire order. We want to break records today and show him that RSBN has his back. So let's go buy some pillows.
So I see a lot of cameras shut off, but anyway, what's going on here, the cyber forensic guys are just about done for the day on their room so they can come out and watch the rest. We did do an election, got done over there, and we're going to have the results of that, the first run through, and then we're going to be able to show that video. What I want to do before that, we've got another media outlet we need to call out, and they're probably the worst one in the country because they are the Facebook fact checkers. They've done more damage to our country than probably, I don't know, 6 media outlets combined because they decide what's fake and what's not. Alan Duke and Martin. And let me tell you, I just caught him red-handed, everybody. Here it is. So if you go to Frank, now, you guys can't see this, but what it says here, it says, Mike Lindell has, it says, does a blurry video posted to Mike Lindell's frankspeech.com show internally consistent evidence of fraud? No, the clear screenshots serve as a thumbnail. He put duplicates over it, but he put it, so he didn't realize that that's not the data. So why can you put up the data screenshot of the, look at this. You see in the middle there? That's a screenshot on Frank's speech if you go down. Well, I had to put, you see where it says click here to view? I had to put click here for Alan Duke. I mean for Martin, this guy over in Belgium that decides our country. He decides for Mark Zuckerberg on Facebook what's real and what's not. And let me tell you, on that platform, if they find out later that it's true, you know what they do? They just take it off, say, oh, our mistake. But the damage they do to our country and the damage they have done is beyond belief. Everything that was put false information over, here's a good example. He looks at one thing. Of course that's not the data. Now I want you to, if you click on that on Facebook, I mean on frankspeech.com, if you click on it, show them what you see when you click on it. Go to the next slide. That's what you see. So do you see how they do that? They'll take a screenshot. Here is what Facebook fact checkers put over this right now. The data from the 2020 election we're talking about. Their forensic guy in the back, I don't know if he's even here. Maybe he wants to come up on stage and tell us all about it. Martin, if you're watching out there in Belgium, could you explain yourself? This is disgusting. Then he's sending texts here. What about this person? Where'd you get it? Where'd you get it? It doesn't matter. I got it all. I have it. Mike Lindell. It doesn't matter where you get it from because it speaks for itself. They try to discredit everything. Why? Why would they do this? Why would they do this? Why would Alan Duke, we didn't have this, 4 years ago? Isn't this something that has up now with election, with vaccines? Does it sound like it's part of the takeover? I mean, they're the worst. When you put something up, remember when I put out absolute proof, people kept reading it even though it said false information, and you know what he put up then? Contains nudity and porn. That's what he did. That's what he did. So here's a guy, but he did find something, everybody. So now remember that this was to come in here and show you that anyone that could prove this data was not from the 2020 election. That was the $5 million prize. Well, another thing he did is he put up a thing. It's false information because 2 of these are the same, Wisconsin and Pennsylvania. 2 of them are, they could be, we haven't checked that. I made 50 states. I had 50 states made by these white hat hackers, these experts. They made 50 states. So,
I thought they were too blurry to compare.
but see, if you stop them, they're very clear, by the way. If you stop them, that's what all the cyber forensic experts at home, we got it on the big screen. It's running over here on this TV. You can stop it and look at it and stop it. So Martin did that, or somebody did for him. If we find out he lied about that too, then this would be a mistake if I put two of the same by accident. They're still from the 2020 election. But we're going to find out tomorrow if Martin lied again. These are the Facebook fact checkers. And let me tell you a story about them. These guys, when something last summer, it was actually the Seradivir that these guys had brought me. We actually had a guy that used it, and it was very public. He used it. He said, yes, I used a therapeutic to do it. And another guy that had a YouTube channel said that he used it because he knew he used it. But he didn't name it. He said he was a therapeutic. So old Alan Duke of Facebook fact checkers called Lead Stories, they have hurt our country so much. Here's what he did. Bam. The guy, he put not only fake news on his podcast, but Facebook took away 1.5 million followers out of 2 million. And that's his livelihood. He has employees. They took 1.5 million. So we got on, it was a friend of mine. We got it that took this. And I got on there. I got a hold of Lead Stories. That's when I met Alan Duke and his henchmen. And we got on the phone. We get him on a Zoom call, and we end up, the guy that said he used it, he said, yes, I did use that for the COVID. And now, so they go, you know what? Wow, we made a mistake. So they took it off. You know what? Mark Zuckerberg never gave those followers back. And that's pretty sad. The guy's business got ruined because of Alan Duke and Martin putting up a fake thing because they decide. They're the almighty decision makers. If they decide, kind of like where the China virus came from. Remember that one, everybody? Remember when they said, when our great President Donald Trump is in there and they're talking about, hey, it came from here, it came from Wuhan and all this. And they're going, false news. You're talking about fake news, fake news, fake news, Alan Duke and Martin. All of a sudden, they find out it really did come from there. And then they go, oh, I guess he was right. But you don't get to bring it back the damage you do. And they need to know, and all this fake media, and what they're doing, these journalists that are ruining, they're blocking the truth. And you know what? This election was stolen by China in a cyber attack of historical proportions. And we've got it all. It's 7 o'clock tonight. Everyone in the world needs to tune in. Everyone in the world, 7 o'clock Central Time. And there's stuff out there in the news that this is going to affect. This is it. Anybody out there with Dominion, remember what Dominion did this morning. Right as we opened Frank's speech and started this, they took down, I had 4 platforms set up for that it would hold up before they attacked. And they attacked 40 million people this morning, but a lot of them were bots and attack groups to attack the technology. They took it down, as we all remember this morning. They took down the first one I had set up. They took down the second one I had set up. They took down the third one I had set up. And then we put down the fourth one. We put down the fourth one. Well, when they, hold on, we got news here. Okay. But they took this down, and then right away we heard, now they thought, the media out there, or who's ever behind this attacks, they thought this was no way we would be able to do this today because they had it set up to just attack. So for almost an hour we were down, okay? But during that time, Dominion filed another lawsuit, 3 of them this morning. Newsmax, OAN, and Patrick Burns. What do they have in common? I don't know. They maybe said something about the election, or they're filming. What did OAN and Newsmax do? They came here to film this. I mean, it's just, it's disgusting. Look at Fox, who's not here. What are they, cowards? Are they in on it? I don't know. But it's just bad. Oh, the con is winding down. Here we go. Let's go. Here we go. This just came out. This is the Washington Post. Okay? The Washington Post. Is there a name here that wrote it? We got to call out the name.
Yes, right there.
Where is it?
Philip.
By Philip Bump. Philip Bump, B-U-M-P. He's a national correspondent for the Washington Post.
Compost?
They're probably the number one. They're probably right there with my hometown paper, the Minneapolis Star and Tribune. The worst papers. We'll have to have a vote on them in our voting booth tomorrow. The con is winding down. Here's what it goes. So, MyPillow CEO greets fans before former President Trump arrives to speak at a rally on the fairgrounds June 26 in Wellington, Ohio. What does that have to do with this symposium? Does anybody know? Now let's think about that. Remember, this is about our country. This isn't about Donald Trump or Biden. This is about our country who's taken by China through the machines. Whether you're a Democrat or Republican shouldn't matter. And here's what it says by Philip Bump. Allow me to present to you the evidence that China stole the 2020 election. Please sit down. I don't want to be injured when you faint. So Viola is writing this hit.
Voila.
Yeah. Voila. Oh, then he's got all this.
He's got a PCAP and he can't interpret it. So of course it's not good evidence.
Yeah, he's got a PCAP. He can't interpret. By the way, okay. Yes, you're reading that right. Looks like you owe MyPillow, Mike Lindell, an apology. That's what he wrote. You think that's what it really is?
He can't read a PCAP, so he
No.
can't.
But you think that's what the story ends? No, let's read. And you say you can figure out what you're supposed to be looking at. Well, that's just because you mumbles, and you know what? I really have to get going to this dentist appointment. Let's change gears for a second. And he goes on and on and on. Presumably you call the local police and you present them with the original document in translation and the FBI. So what he's saying here is, why didn't I bring this to the government? Why didn't I bring this to the FBI and CIA? Why didn't they call me when I've been attacked by them every day for 7 months? Why didn't the government call? Why didn't Bill Barr call? Why didn't he call me up and say, hey? Then he could have told the whole country how he lied back in whenever it was. He actually doubled down this spring. Chris Crabe should have called me because Chris is the one that said this is the safest election. This is the safest election ever, or the most secure. The most secure election ever. What did he say 4 months ago on MSNBC? He said, they asked him, what is the number one threat to are you the United States right now? And he said, bar none, a cyber attack right down to the local precincts. So the gibberish above is the result of the latter process. Lindell, who has claimed for months and months that he has definite proof that the 2020 presidential election was stolen by China. It goes on, it keeps going down here. Rob Graham, a technologist and author, went to the summit to validate what Lindell claims to have. Is Ron Graham here? You want to come up and tell us your findings? During a breakout session, he and the others were provided with access to Lindell's team's claims to obtain. Graham shared what they were given. A collection of files consistent with the computer internet protocol, blah, blah, blah. Well, technically, they were given rich text format files converted to hexfile coding. Well, I don't know if anybody knows what we're doing back there, but we keep feeding the forensic experts all the stuff so they can just keep examining. So old Ron here, he decided that Mike had planned to pledge real information Tuesday night or Wednesday. Meanwhile, Lindell's live stream, being watched by hundreds of thousands of people on one streaming feed, presses on. Well, there are millions there. That's a fake news fact checker there. There's millions of people watching right now. OAN streaming it live, RSBN streaming it live, and frankspeech.com streaming it live. But this is just disgusting. MyPillow, a useful bit of advertising given that Lindell's conspiracy theories have cost his company plenty in the number of retailers' inventories. Again, that's been the case for months. He goes on and on and on and on here. Pretty obvious it was. For a while you were skating, cashing checks. At least you spent some time writing. Watching this symposium live this morning, he thinks he figured it out. I think I figured out. The start of the event was delayed by technological problems Lindell claimed were a function of his bespoke social media site being hacked. In other words, I lied. That was the refrain. He'd done everything right, but the hackers kept picking apart his site's defenses. He said the same thing when his site first launched and quickly got flooded. He also said Tuesday morning that his plane had trouble landing Monday night, hinting at a conspiracy aimed at silencing him. That's not what I said, everybody. Now we will call. So the Washington Post, okay, let's just see how they write. This is really important. Philip Bump. Everyone knows what I said this morning. The airport here closed last night, and my plane couldn't land. They closed. I didn't have any problem with my plane. It says Lindell had a problem with his, claims he had problems with his planes, and did they attack that too? This is what they do. Why are they doing this? Why is this Bump guy, why wouldn't he say, hey, the evidence is coming out, it looks pretty promising, and guess what? They're going to have it 7 o'clock tonight at Central, 7 o'clock Central Time, something that the whole world should see. Because you know what? When they couldn't get us shut down this morning, they had a whole plan of what they were going to say, but they didn't get us shut down, so now they're reacting and trying to discredit it. So if you read that, it's just another conspiracy, right? Everything I've had to put up with every day for months, and all of you out there, anyone that speaks out like Sonny, right? You went through it.
Right. Well, this
is what they do.
Well, you just witnessed the liberal sin.
Yeah.
SIM. They shift the subject, ignore the facts, and then name call.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly right. Yeah.
Hey, Mike, we got breaking news here.
Okay, here we go. Pat's back.
Breaking news.
All right, I know everybody wants to focus in on the 2020 election, but that's so 2020. We've gone through a few mock election cycles out in the back there. How many people here have had a chance to participate in that? All right, here's our real-time voter turnout numbers. And what we've gone through is a few election cycles in the back here. Now, a lot of people are asking, what the heck is a PCAP? No, it's not a four-letter word that we can't say here. It's actually, this is an example of a PCAP. It turned out as we were conducting our mock election back there, we were monitoring our traffic that was going on over the network that we had. We were transferring data from our scanner out to our election day server, if you will, and we were monitoring the traffic along the way. And something very interesting happened. We actually had our election results that came out. The first one came out, we had a real count. The actual voter count was Fox 10, CNN 16 for our election.
And what we were voting on there was the network that did the worst damage to our country last year, right?
I think it was Who Lies the Most.
Oh, Who Lies the Most?
Yeah.
Well, you know what? Fox don't talk, so I don't know. I'd have to go with CNN. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, this isn't big news, but we found out that somebody didn't think that the margins were significant enough. So obviously we had some guy that was in a black hat hacker. I don't know if it was our gentleman that hacked into our network earlier or not. I don't think so.
He only used a phone for that, I guess.
Yeah, he only used a phone. But if you used an Apple, anyway, we won't get into that. But the bottom line is he actually decided to increase the margin a little bit. So the certified vote tally that came out after the hack was 35 for CNN and only 10 for Fox.
Wow. Did everybody hear that? Now, so he hacked in, and he switched it or whatever. Okay, but now tell us about why PCAPs and why internet traffic is so important.
Well, it's so important because first of all, look up on the screen over on the right-hand side. Everybody wonders, well, where the heck does data like that come from? And you're going to see a lot of similarity between the data that you see up on the screen and what you'll see over here. As a matter of fact, the hexadecimal printouts that you see down the bottom, you're seeing down at the bottom of this. This application that you're seeing is called a PCAP sniffer. And it's essentially going through and looking at and monitoring the network traffic that happens. And you can't see it in this particular screenshot, but you can see SQL Server calls, for example, when it pops up. So this is the stuff that people are monitoring. This is the stuff that we're monitoring, and a lot of people were monitoring during the last election. And you'll notice the raw data that you see down the bottom here is going to look very similar to what you would see over on the screen on the left-hand side in its raw format as well. Does that make sense? In an attempt to connect the dots between what we see down here and what you're going to see out here. All right? So you see a lot of similarity with timestamps and everything else, all right? So that's the basic translation. If you want more information, you want to walk through it in detail, we can show what happens when you pull up the SQL Server Management Studio we're talking about. We can show how these adjustments are made. Please join us out in the mock election area. We're going to be conducting this all 3 days.
And what y'all need to know, which we're going to show live later, we'll probably do that tomorrow because I want to take the whole show in there. But I will say this. So when you pulled out the packet capture, now there's a lot of cyber forensic experts here. How long did it take them to show that to where that they knew what the vote flip was, they knew the IP, they knew everything?
Well, we were on the inside of this, so it was pretty quick for us to go off and take a peek on the inside. So we can.
How long did it take you guys?
I mean, it was real time. We were looking at that stuff real time.
So you knew what that is. It showed the flip and
everything?
everything?
Yeah, we had people monitoring this real time.
So you can read this. You can read this.
So if you were plugged into that network and able to monitor it, you can see that data real time.
Okay. So when we do it, though, what I want to do tomorrow when we're doing the mock elections, I want people to see. I want to see you actually pull the router or pull the PCAP out of there, and we'll have a cyber guy in another room to come in and read that packet capture. Will they be able to do this and tell us what happened?
Yeah, the red team you put together for us in this that went off and pulled this together, they've done an exceptional job, and I think a lot of the people are happy with the answers that they're getting. A lot of people are surprised at how easy it is to modify this data.
So what everybody needs to know is the data that's running beside the stage there, that the data that's running, it's running on Frank's speech. It's what Martin said. We know he didn't know a screen cover from the real data. So that data is running. There's 37 terabytes. There's raw data, and then it got converted. These guys these heroes captured these packet captures and this data coming through the internet on the election from China. Coming over here, it's like, will you explain how that works? Let's say I'm China, and explain how one transfer would go, Pat.
Well, in regards to the technical transfers on it, I'm not the guy to go off and get into all the details. Sorry, Mike. Okay. But the bottom line is I know that you can trace that traffic if you have the right access and you're actually on the inside of the system.
We'll bring, what we'll do tomorrow too. We're going to bring maybe some of you cyber forensic experts up here, and you guys, if you wanted to come up, you can actually try and explain, to us. We'll have our own experts, but if you want to explain, because they all get it, and I can tell you what I do know is here comes an attack through the internet, and if you capture it. You have to capture something. It's captured in real time. It can't be altered. If you do alter it, I've been told it's forensically you'd see it. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Why don't you, Dr. Frank, tell us if you would just say with a packet capture or with an attack, do one just attack, follow it, and tell us how they capture that and what would it show us?
Well, whenever there's internet communication, what happens is it's not continuous. The information is sent in packets. So let's say I say hi to Pat over there on the internet. Well, my phone records it, and then it says, what's Pat's address? Okay, and so it writes Pat's address, and then it puts a timestamp on it, and it has to decide how it's going to route it, which service and whatnot. And then there's the packet of it, there's the payload, all the information, and then also where it's from. And then it sends that up on the internet, and it whirs around, it finds its way, because it has an address, to the router that's going to go to Pat. And so it hangs out in that router, and then the router says, hey, I just received a packet of information. Did it get here, or is it corrupted? So it sends a message back to the sender and says, hey, I just got this message, and when I check it, I get this total. What do you think the total should be? It's called a checksum. And he says, oh, I think it should be such and so. Okay, that's a good packet. And then it passes it on to Pat. So what the beautiful thing is since it's saved for a moment there in the router before it gives it to him, you can put a program in there called a sniffer. It says, hey, is that an interesting packet? Ooh, that's interesting. I'm going to pull it out and save it. That's a packet capture.
So what are you saying that Would that be why in Arizona they wouldn't want to give up the routers?
Yeah, because the routers have all the packets in them, and,
No.
and also the IP addresses and, all
Now,
that stuff.
now I'm gonna appeal to the media. Why don't you guys do something about it and say, why won't you report that the people want to see the routers? I mean, why wouldn't you do it, media? Why don't one of you, if any one of you media would sit out there in the bad ones that we've all talked about, Politico, I got another hit job here from them.
Just one more thing. It's not just the routers. It's all these IP addresses. You want to actually understand what the address of these equipment is. And in Michigan, what's happening right now is there's a company coming around called Election Source that does some quote-unquote maintenance for these electronic voting machines. Now, under federal law, all election records, not just ballots, all election records are supposed to be preserved for 22 months after the election.
Correct.
So this company sent out notices to all of the clerks in Michigan saying, we're going to be doing some preventative maintenance on your equipment.
The cover-up.
And in that preventative maintenance, what they want to do is remove the batteries. Now, it just so happens that in the contract with the state of Michigan, they provided a preventative maintenance checklist for these Dominion ICX machines. Guess what it did not include as part of preventative maintenance on that checklist? Removal of batteries. And that's exactly what they said that they were going to do for preventative maintenance in these counties. It's been conducted all the way through Michigan, so the great wipe, the great cover-up is continuing right now. Why is that important? When you take out that battery, what happens when you reboot that machine? It's going to go reinitialize. And guess what it's going to reinitialize? All your server connection settings, like IP addresses. That's what's going on right now.
That's Dominion and other machines trying to get this covered up before we get the word out. But it doesn't matter, because you know what? All the stuff that right now, we have all the evidence. I've been telling you all that for months. When we did that, when you do the audit in Maricopa, when that finally comes out, the packet captures I already have, they're going to match up identical. Because a packet capture, the truth is the truth. There's only one truth here. There's only one truth. It can't be, one thing says 8 to 9, and the other one says 10 to 3. You know, it captures, right? Am I right?
Yeah. It's going to tell you where you had the mods.
It is what it is. That's why the evidence we have, it is what it is. That's why I keep telling you with the Supreme Court it'd be 9-0, because it can't be 7-2 or 5-4, because you're bringing them non-subjective evidence. Here it is. It's over. Okay? But what's preventing us? What's stopping us? Just like this hit piece article here. What's stopping us? Thanks, Pat. Thank you. With the hit piece article, you guys, that they do, instead of reporting that, and saying what he just told, we're bringing it out to the people, what's going on, the media, what they're doing, hit piece after hit piece after hit piece here. I do have good news. I just got a report from the frankspeech.com. We've had 81 million requests today.
Woo!
81 million. Now, granted, I don't know if that counts the initial attack, because a lot of them could be just bots or whatever that attack, so we don't know that. But maybe we'll look at the packet captures. But what I want to do now is you've heard the data. So when we capture, when these were all captured, and you got them all, we got them all. So what I want to do is go back to the states. Can we pull up the big lie? Can we pull up the big thing of the big lie? Can we pull up, Tim, the thing of the big lie? Oh. The whole map. I want the full map. Okay, while they're getting that, what I want to talk about is, remember, we're going state by state, and they got it. And Sonny here, one of our heroes in Arizona, I want to show, goes in with no fear. fearless. And that's where more and more of us that don't live in fear. Here is the big lie. The big lie is the big lie. This is what happened when our election, when it was what they say, they lied and said 80 million to 75 million. Every state was hacked. Everyone. I'm going to summarize. China did a cyber attack on our country of historical proportion to take the whole country through these Dominion machines, Smartmatic, all the machines. Every state, everybody was hacked. Every single one. And what I want now, I'm going to start pulling up states. We have the states ready. I'm going to go right to Arizona, and I'd like to get Maricopa County too, because we can do separate that. But if you don't have the Maricopa, let's do Arizona. So let's go Arizona. Now this is the big lie. Okay, now remember, I want to talk about Arizona a little bit in depth. When I watched, this is the reason, on November 4th, I woke up and I watched one state. This was my number one I kept watching because it was so weird to me when the election started. Right away, Biden had this huge lead, like right out of the gate. I'm going, wow, like every mail-in vote, voted for him. It didn't make sense. Well, you will find that that was injected over 120,000 votes. That's just another story. That was actually put in the machines. They just didn't reset them. But that's So we watched though, and I studied Arizona all week, and I'm going. It stayed at 98%, and it kept going. These two lines coming together, and Donald Trump was going to shoot by 80,000 votes. And I'm going, how can they be stuck on 99 all week? How long does it take to count the last 1%? It didn't make sense. Well, the reason it didn't make sense is because they were sitting there trying to figure out how to grab that because he was going to win. So they stopped it. All those states, they stopped in the middle of the night. They had to overreact. That was the big deviation. Arizona is the biggest deviation. It doesn't take that long to count 1% when 99 or 98% get counted before 3 in the morning. And then everyone's going, well, there was mail-in votes this year. Everybody, they were counted on the morning of the 3rd. The morning, doesn't it, the morning of the 3rd. So let's look at this. Now remember, Arizona sat, because I watched it, all of a sudden with 1 or 2% left, it stayed with Biden ahead by about what you see there, 10,000 votes. So whatever they did in Arizona just kind of hovered there and election over. Show us the truth based on the data from the actual election. Look at that. Look at Arizona, and I want this left up there for a while. 270,000 votes. Donald Trump took the state of Arizona. That's what they're fighting for, the truth. So if you're Doug Ducey, and you called that you had a fair election, and there was still 10 hours of evidence to go through, and you called it, and you're a Republican governor?
Well, Fox News called the election around like 9 p.m. that night. Only 16% of the vote was being reported up on the screen.
You remember that? That was when I'm going, what's up with Fox? I actually watched CNN the night of the election because they actually went down to the precinct where you could look and see what's left and study it and go, what's left? And Fox it was disgusting, them on election night. Why did they do that to Arizona? They put it, that's almost like, suppression, but, so you get used to you're going to use it in case at the end they had to steal it, which they did.
Right. They try to desensitize everybody to say, oh, well.
Everyone's going,
They tried this propaganda campaign about almost a year out before the election where they said that Trump was losing suburban moms.
Yeah.
It was just like, wait a minute, I've been to every one of these rallies and the ratio was women to men was like 8 to 1. So if you're a single guy, it's a target-rich environment. But
you bring up. I've actually used that example before. Okay,
so that was ridiculous.
Remember that the suburban moms in the 2018 election. Right. Oh, they're upset with Donald Trump. Well, let me tell you something. I knew that was a big lie because you have 2 buckets. Okay, we have 2 glasses here, and this is Donald Trump. This would be Biden. Okay, now. Everyone that voted for Donald Trump in 2016, we went in on faith. Never had a businessman before. Never had somebody he wasn't a lawyer. He wasn't a politician. and he went in. We all went in on faith. We demanded something different, something because it wasn't working. The stuff wasn't working for us, the people. And so we said, you know what, we're going to take a leap of faith. I had it easier than all you because I got to meet him on August 15th of 2016. I got to personally vet this amazing man. When I walked in his office all by myself, and he invited me there, and we talked about bringing jobs back. He said, like My Pillow, Made Here, and entrepreneurs. He talked about blocking up the borders because I told him I was an ex-crack cocaine addict. I told him I had the LindellRecoveryNetwork.org to help addicts for free around the world. If you're watching right now, you're one of the millions of people watching. Go to LindellRecoveryNetwork.org. It's free. I put millions into it. You go there, it's free. If you're hurting inside and you need help and you feel hopeless, and 1/4 of our country, of our youth now have thought of suicide in the last year and a half. Addiction, though, is an opportunity. You know why? People don't look for hope. They're looking for hope. And right now we have hope. And you go to my Lindell Recovery Network, that hope is Jesus. I'll tell you, you go there, going through, getting off drugs and everything, that's a bonus. But I want to say, with everything, with all the stuff that went on, like in Arizona, hasn't it been like going through mud, Sonny, where you get this far and they stop. And they stop.
Yeah, the hypocrisy and level of obstruction resistance is completely unbelievable. So, like, if hindsight is 20/20, I'd like to read something here. We must give the voters the confidence that their ballot was counted as cast by supporting mandatory, statistically meaningful post-election audits and full transparency of all election results and data to ensure every eligible ballot is counted. Vote-by-mail voters must be informed of and provided a meaningful opportunity to fix any problem of their ballot. Folks, that's on page 56 of the 2020 Democrat Party platform. The hypocrisy is completely off the charts. They've been fighting us from day one. The supervisors have been fighting us. Look, this is no longer a conspiracy theory, okay? We can actually prove it. It's no longer a theory. There is an ongoing conspiracy of obstruction and resistance coming from the Maricopa County supervisors and the Secretary of State in Arizona.
And you got to wonder why, right? Don't you sit every day and go, okay, Doug Ducey's a Republican. They're Republicans obstructing too, right?
Well, I think are they afraid of what we may find, or are they afraid of what they know we may find? And obviously, they're so dug into burying the truth and not letting us have an opportunity to getting the routers that will actually prove once and for all that there was no internet hookup, or if there was internet hookup. And of course, we need the passcodes and the hardware tokens to activate those machines.
But you know what? I'm going to tell you. You know why Arizona, why you heard about it? Because how long has this been going on? Since what?
Well, we had a Senate hearing the 14th of December.
The 14th of December. Yeah. Okay, the 14th of December, they legally, here's your subpoena, go in. Go in. Yeah. You see the game they're playing, the obstruction? Yeah. And who's behind it? Who's the one enabling it? Them. The media. This is what we're calling out these 3 days. 60-some million people, I hope 1 billion people see these 3 days. Because you know what? All the media that's suppressing it, people are going to know the truth. I'm going to tell you about the media. I was first known to them in the summer of 16 when I had that meeting with Donald Trump before he was president. I went in there. I was the media's darling, Oh yeah, Mike, you added 200 more employees? Boy, they'd all be there. CBS, NBC, ABC, everybody running, tripping over each other, to put out good news. I didn't think, wow, I'm on TV. They're telling, it's a good thing. I love helping people, my employees, people, all people. Well, all of a sudden I had that meeting on August 15, 2016. I was in there for 35 minutes with him, and it was just common sense. It was like, hey, we have a problem, solution. Problem, solution. He was, he's telling me, he goes, I'm going, yeah, I was a former addict. He says, I'm going to close them borders and stop the drugs pouring in. But all these things we talked about, I'm going, if he does that, he's going to be the greatest president ever. I got out and vetted. I talked to his employees and everything, talked all about it. And every one of them said what a great man he is, great boss. They'd been with for years. They had helped him personally. Okay? Remember, in the election, all the employees are out for money, everything. None of them badmouthed him. None of them said one thing. The media couldn't even get anyone to do it. But I fly back to Minnesota, and I wanted to do a press release. You know, I go, I got to do a press release. I go, he's going to, you know, be awesome for our country. And I do the press release. Guess what? First it was crickets, and then the attacks came like you wouldn't believe. They called me a racist. I'm going, I thought it was, you know, real people doing this, but it was hired hit jobs, bots and trolls. Better Business Bureau took me from an A+ to an F because I gave you specials for too long, 2-for-1 special. You think that was the reason they did that? Or what was it? This is how deep, I don't get it, what they're behind this and stuff. But I want to get back to the cup thing. So everyone that took our chance on him, on this new thing, because the input in our country wasn't given good output. If the same thing keeps happening, you got to do a different input, right? Well, everybody, when we jumped on a leap of faith, and he won, every single promise and everything he did came true, came to fruition. So when you talk about those suburban women in 2018, nobody left this cup. There was no reason to jump over there. Absolutely no reason. None. Because even if you left him in 18, what was this suburban housewife? That he said something on Twitter? Ooh, he did that from right out of the gate. Who cares? I couldn't believe it. I'm going, of course, this cup should be overflowing. Everybody from here, because when you get to December of 2019, they should have been just pouring into the cup by 18. Yeah. But they did that as a narrative. The media did. The media started setting up the suburban housewives, not going to vote for him, not going to vote for him, not going to vote for him, right?
Well, it was ridiculous. And the support we had in 2020 was greater than they had in 16. It just kept more and more and more momentum for pro-Trump. For God's sakes, they had a 94-mile road. Everybody was shoulder to shoulder with Trump flags for 94 miles. And then, of course, the day before election.
But the media had already brainwashed us. This is what it's going to be, like we had before. Oh, Texas might go blue. And Texas said down there that they didn't get hacked. You know, because they denied Dominion.
Oh, they were hacked.
But they had ES&S. I said it earlier, 57 votes just in Dallas alone got flipped before noon. This is a cyber attack by China to take our country. Now, who wants, you got another state you want to see?
Then, before we do another
Washington State? Let's do Washington State. Do we have Washington State? Okay, Washington State, the big lie, remember this is what they told us in Washington State. Now, if you live in Washington State, I mean, it's what, right, look at that. What is it now? 800,000 votes. Okay, I haven't seen this one. I have no idea what it's going to be. What's the truth? Look at that. So the votes that were flipped there was 550, 800,000, 250,000 votes were flipped in Washington State. Now you say to yourself, why? Why would they do that? Why would they bother? Here's why. All 50 states were hacked. You wanted to make it look like to us, and you see in Brazil here, in all these other countries, they wanted to make it look like the popular vote is so much, because that's also part of it. So you have to condition everybody. So some people that are out there and obstructing and going, maybe they really believe it really didn't happen. You know what I mean? Maybe there are some, because it's so hard to believe that you could take 10 million votes. You guys, we're going to show tomorrow what the real vote of the whole election is. The whole election. And believe me, Donald Trump won by millions in the popular vote. But if you do it like this, people say, oh, Biden won by 5 million votes. What's everyone else going to say? or Bill Barr, there wasn't enough to overturn the election. He never even looked.
Never looked.
He never looked. At first, I gave him a break because he didn't have what I got on January 9th, but then he doubled down a couple months ago and said it again. He said it in spite of great things going on in Arizona, Michigan, all these places, and it's disgusting.
Let me jump in here. We're talking about Arizona. Back in April, I did a complete analysis of Arizona.
Now remember, he does a different kind of an assessment mathematically. If you all just tune in, look up scientific proof.
Yes.
Okay.
And when I did it, I noticed that the margin was within a few 100,000 for the whole state.
Yeah.
I found in Maricopa County alone, there had to be at least bare minimum floor of 200,000 phantom voters. There probably were more, but the math says it could not be less than 200. That's easily enough to swing your whole election in the whole state.
Yeah.
And so that's a good thing there. Now, in the state of Washington, which you just brought up, I've done a lot of work with our teams there in the state of Washington. In the state of Washington, they have, you know how we mentioned how the Steele works, that before the election, they inflate the registration database, then during they monitor and flip, and then afterwards they clean up the database. Well, in the state of Washington, they've been dramatically removing the phantom voters after the election to hide the phantom voters because they vote and then they're too easy to find. So they clean them up afterwards. We're talking 30, 40% of the voters are removed after the election.
When that happened in Arizona, from our team, one of the results that came out there was after the election that 18,000 voters were removed from the voting rolls.
Do you have a list of that 18,000? That's a walk list right there.
That's we're working on that. Yes,
I want to jump down to Georgia. Can we put up Georgia before? Because there's a reason for this. Because I want to explain with this data, with this massive cyber attack, where they took tens of millions of votes and flipped. Now, remember, this to me was a deviation. Now, this is before, but there's a deviation. So this is the big lie. Okay, what do we got there? Remember, it was like 11,730. We all remember that. That's stuck in my mind for a lot of reasons. One of it was the phone call that our great president made to Brad Rassenberger. And I'm going to read something, and then I'm going to explain it, because I didn't understand. I'm going, okay. So here we go. The data works provided. This was Trump campaign files election contest in Georgia. This is on December 4th. Okay, 2,560 felons voted. Okay, 66,000 underage voters, 2,400 votes from people not registered, 1,043 individuals registered at a post office, 4,926 individuals who voted in Georgia after registering in another state, 395 individuals who voted in 2 states, 15,700 votes for people who moved out of the state before the election, 40,000 votes of people who moved without pre-registering their new county, and 30,000 to 40,000 absentee ballots lacking proper signature matching. Here's the thing. When all that came out, remember the president says, you know what? We only lost by 11,000. On that phone call, we only lost by 11,730 votes, okay? All he said was, you're on the phone with Brad Rassenberger and saying, just give us some, find 2, give us 2 of these piles. They can't vote. These people, it's illegal, right? Yeah. It's illegal. You can't vote. They're not eligible to vote. And the president said, and Brad Rassenberger said, those aren't the real numbers. And what it is, he said, well, where's the real numbers? Where'd we get these numbers? And you know what? The gal said to the president, said, we got them from Brad, sir. We got them from the Secretary of State. Do you all remember what he said? Well, when do we get the real numbers? Silence. But I'm going to explain something so everybody understands this cyber attack. There's a point here. All these people, dead people, did not vote. They didn't vote. The non-residents that were there, that moved out, 20-some thousand people.
They did not vote.
20-some thousand people did not commit a crime and vote that weren't residents. Right. Minors did not vote that weren't residents. People in jail didn't vote that were residents. You know what they did? Just what Dr. Frank proved. They used the 2010 voter rolls. Census, right?
Yep.
Census
to inflate
report.
the registration.
That's what they stuck in these algorithms.
Yes. Yep.
So all of these people, they really did move, but they used their name.
Yes.
They really, you know.
Phantom voters.
So when I looked at these, explained to me, like when I looked at all through November and December, I'm going, what do you mean 20-some thousand people in Nevada voted? I looked it up and they said you had to live in Nevada for at least 30 days. I'm going, 20-some thousand people would commit a crime? No. And you'd have to organize, hey, everybody, let's get together and go commit a crime. You know, people are generally good people. It had to be done with what? Computers, machines, a cyber attack. That's why you have, when you show his algorithms, that they show that. But there's a couple things, too, I want to tell my state, at Colorado and Iowa, probably not here in South Dakota because it's actually growing because of the great stuff going on here. But when you go back, you pick a county in Iowa. Well, since 2010, you might pick a county and double the people voted that live in the county. Double. And you're going, how can that be? More people vote that live in the county. Well, here's what. Since 2010, people either passed away and died, or they don't live there anymore because they moved into rural or into urban areas. It's such simple, and that's what his algorithm figured out. What his math? These are mathematics, everybody. Did everybody hear this morning or this afternoon? We had Dr. Frank on, and we said we could all do it. Do you know when he first did this? When he came to me, we felt absolute interference. When he first did this, I'm going, this is gold. Whatever he finds fits exactly into what we already have, the data from the whole election. But you know what? I'm going, wow, this makes sense. And I first asked him, I said, how could this be? And anybody could figure this out. And he said, yes, if you go to your Secretary of State's, right, if you go to their offices, you can get the data rolls. Well, guess what? Tell them if you can still do that.
No, you can't still do it because the Secretaries of States around the country are hunkering down and protecting the databases and not giving them out anymore.
The Secretaries of States are hiding the data.
Yes.
Tomorrow we're going to have Dr. Shiva on here. He was in the first movie, Absolute Proof. Okay, from Massachusetts. In fact, he'll be here tonight. Well, we're going to have him on tomorrow. The interesting thing about him is he was in a primary in Massachusetts. And he knew he was going to win. He's got better things to do than run for office, but he cares about our country. So he runs for office, and he's going to win hands down, and all of a sudden, bloop, he loses. Well, he is a very smart man. How many degrees he have? I don't know. Not
he's
as
a good
many
guy.
as you, but he's got. But so he didn't take it. He went out there and started fighting it as his own lawyer. I think he still is. He's going today. I'm calling, can he get her? He goes, well, I got to tell these lawyers what to do, because he did it all himself on his own money. But what happened was all of a sudden the election, he lost. It wasn't even really close. So he went and studied all those things for the precincts throughout the whole state of Massachusetts. You know what he found? Every single county, I think it's county, if I'm saying this right.
Every one of his precincts.
Every one of his precincts.
Yeah.
That it was 60-40, 60-40, 60-40, exactly he lost.
Yeah.
Every one of them. So what does he do? He brings it to court, and the Secretary of State of Massachusetts, he'll tell you the whole story tomorrow, but the Secretary of State of Massachusetts, she threw away the ballot image, or she wouldn't let him have them, right?
Yeah, he discovered that he was the one who discovered that the ballots weren't being counted. It was the images.
It was the ballot image. So the ballot images, and he'll tell you tomorrow. I'm going to get right to the chase. Yeah. So he put on Twitter that hey, the ballot images are gone. And you know what? Twitter then took down his account. So he went to the fake book fact checkers, Lead Stories, the ones that just did this. Lead Stories, Alan Duke and them, he went to them and going, what do you mean? The ballot images really are gone. The Secretary of State really did that. Well, then now it backfired on Lead Stories, because through their investigation, do you know who ordered the code red there? The Secretary of State called Jack Dorsey and said to take it down. Do you know how illegal that is? It's bad. Okay, so then he finds that out, and he gets a restraining order on the Secretary of State. It's quite a story there. This is a primary election. I mean, this is a primary. And this was, and I really believe in that one. It was done by local hacking, maybe not even China on that one, because you can hack these things locally too. It doesn't matter. We had a guy here that hacked in. What, it took 5 minutes in our mock election with a cell phone. You guys, he hacked in, and we didn't tell us he was doing it. Hacked in with his cell phone about 3 hours ago.
Amazing.
Before you leave Georgia, we should talk about absolute interference. You brought in somebody in absolute interference, the guy who worked for the telecom company that recorded. Remember how the machines were communicating through the thermostats, and so they cleaned all the beatings.
Absolutely.
That's a great.
And we're going to show. We're going to break that stuff down too with the. But I want to do a few more states.
That's
but
okay.
this, we'll do a few more states. So the big lie. Which one do we have here? This was Georgia.
That's Georgia.
So
that's
here's
Georgia.
Georgia.
Yeah.
No. Go back to Georgia on the big lie. And now let's find out what really is Georgia's numbers going to be when they finally, the media says, wow, here it is. Look at that. 400,000, 400,000, everybody. Donald Trump wins the state of Georgia by 400,000. That's it. Look at that. Leave this up there for a while. I want all the media to take shots of it. I want Alan Duke, the Facebook fact checkers, to take a picture of that, put a thing over it, false news. No. You know, the media back there, you know, if they're taking out, we got some leaving. I wonder which ones are leaving. They didn't get a story maybe, huh? Because we're calling out the bad media. But anyway, they, All right, we're going to do Connecticut. All right, let's do Connecticut. And by the way, when we're done with the week here, you're going to have the truth up there on the big map. Okay, so what we're doing, if you're just tuning in, we're getting with the data we have for the whole election that we extrapolated so we know the real totals. Okay, here's the big lie. Remember, the big lie is the big lie. Okay, it says here in Connecticut, wow, so Connecticut, it's 300 and approximately 80,000, 370,000 votes it said went to Biden. Now, let's go for the truth. What's the truth? Look at that. 210,000. So did you write the numbers down? How many were flipped?
I didn't write it down.
Go back one more time to the big lie. Okay, what do we got there? Write this down.
714 to 1080. 714 to 1080.
So we got, okay. And then go back to the truth. Okay.
So they added
wait.
75. They added 75.
Go backwards. How did he lose
75,000 was flipped.
How did he lose 75,000 votes?
What's that?
Go back to.
No. Donald, right.
1080.
Right. So you have 714. They took, in the big lie, if you flip it now, Donald Trump really had another 76,000 votes.
Yes.
And then the other one, they took, there was 60, about the same that was taken away. They just flipped it.
Yeah.
But everyone says, well, why did they bother with Connecticut? Just like Washington State. Remember I told you, you have to do this for the popular vote during their cyber attack so that it would look like Biden wins by 5 or 6 million in the popular vote. But he didn't win the popular vote, and that's going to come up. We're going to finish that one tomorrow. Remember, everybody, at 7 o'clock, in less than an hour, we are given this. You have to tell everyone you know around the world. We have millions of people watching. At 7 o'clock, you're going to see this is big. I wouldn't sit up here and tell you it is so big that everyone, even Fox will want to tune in. I'm going to warn Fox right now. If anybody knows somebody at Fox, why don't you call them up? I know Sean, but it's not his hour. Call up Fox. The local news should be here. Every news should be here. I don't know why the cameras are moving. Maybe isn't that something? A lot of cameras left. I don't know. They do know that we go 9 to 9, and then we flip it so the rest of the world can see it. But since this morning, we're going to go to 10. So we want a continuous stream. So anyway, 7 o'clock Central Time, everybody out there. FrankSpeech.com, OAN's running, RSBN's running. At Fox, you should be here to see this. This should be headlines all around the world. We're going to save California for tomorrow. What's that, Virginia? Okay, all right. All right, we'll do Virginia first, and then we'll get to them. Okay, Virginia. The state of Virginia, the big lie. What we're doing, okay, here's the big lie. This is the state of Virginia. Now write this down. Here's
I'm ready.
You had about 500,000 votes total, or let's see, 450,000.
1962 and 2413. 1962 and 2413.
It's about 450,000 votes that says Biden won by, about 450,000. Here's the truth of Virginia. Flip it.
2146.
Okay, look at that. Now, no, he didn't. Now, this is the truth. Virginia could just say, did I really win? No, you didn't. But look at how close it was. Okay? Look at that.
Really close.
They flipped. They stole how many votes from Virginia?
Looks like 40 plus 140, about 180,000.
About 180,000 votes. But why did they do that? Because they had to make it look like the popular vote. That mail-in voting. This is all what the media does. The media, they're in on it. It's horrible. This is what they're doing to our country. Them and Alan Duke and the Facebook fact checkers. It's terrible. Alan Duke and Martin, all the hit jobs today just happened here. That's why I did this live, everybody, so we could call them out. Call them out, every one of them. That's our victory. We already have all the evidence. We had all the evidence in what? November, December. They've had all the evidence. Everyone's had all the evidence out there. It's been out there. All your Rudy's, your Sidney Powell's, your Patrick Burns, all these people out there that they're calling conspiracy. You know, you guys here, these are senators. State senators are going, wanting to, all we want to do is look at our stuff. You can't look. Why does the media do that? Why? It just doesn't make sense. So do they care about their country? You know what? The ones we do find out when we melt those machines down and make prison bars, some of them are going to have to be behind them. But I want to do another one. Why don't we do Rhode Island? We'll do the 3 states that didn't show up. Every state, by the way, is represented except for 3, either politicians or their delegates. So 47 states are represented here today. You guys, that's awesome. You guys are awesome, all of you. You care. So we're going to put up Rhode Island. Do we have Rhode Island? Okay, here's Rhode Island, the big lie, about 100,000 votes. Okay, go ahead and flip it to the truth. Look at that. 100,000, so there's 60. They stole 40,000, just almost identical to what they did here in South Dakota. Okay, so now let's do the other state, because they didn't show up. They didn't think it happened in their state. Delaware. Let's do Delaware.
I'm working with a team in Delaware.
Dr. Frank's working with a team in Delaware.
Yeah.
Yep. So Delaware, the big lie is coming up. Here it is. In Delaware, what do we got? 96,000. Let's flip the truth. They took, what did they take? 9,600?
About 20,000 they flipped.
It's about 30,000.
Gotcha.
About 30,000. And you say, why? You know what? I'll tell you why on that one. If I'm looking, and this will be subjective, but a lot of these states have laws within the states about Sonny. You have to be really close to get an audit, right?
Yeah, usually.
The state has to be close. Like Arizona was within 10, thank God, that you could ask for the audit. Some states, they wanted to make sure it was big enough so you're not going to bother and do an audit because it wasn't close. So this could be one of those, but I'm not going to say anything I don't know for sure because I don't know their law. But they didn't show up. They didn't show up here. Hawaii is the last state that didn't show up. So let's do Hawaii. Alaska's here, by the way. We'll do them next after Hawaii. Here's the big lie of the whole country. Okay, we have, what do we got here? Is this Delaware? So this is Delaware. You have 166,000 approximately in Delaware. What's the truth for Delaware?
That's Hawaii.
Oh, no, this is Hawaii. I'm sorry, this is Hawaii. Let's go back. Let's go back. This is Hawaii. Go back. The big lie says in Hawaii about, what is that, 100?
197 to 366.
About 200, about 160,000. What's the truth? So 160,000 minus 120, so 40,000 votes. Isn't that something? We have these states with 40,000 votes. Well, here's Hawaii. Look at that. And Hawaii is supposed to be all blue. But so why bother and take it? They did it because maybe they needed to boil the ocean. What I'm showing you here is that all states are going to have, they're going to have standing. Every single state. They can't say, oh, Michigan affected it, didn't affect us. This is Hawaii. Do you realize the internet goes to Hawaii? How do you think they get it out of Hawaii if they say this stuff doesn't go through the internet? I mean, think about that. That's just such a big lie. Oh, nothing's on there. Remember when CNN, when they flipped it on CNN in real time? Everyone's seen that? Except for CNN. They didn't bring it up. No. So here, let's do, you want to do California? Okay, let's do California.
I didn't see.
Okay, we did Texas earlier, everybody, and Texas just was huge. Now here's California. Okay, 500,000 votes, 500,100, 5,100,000 votes. Ready, everybody? Flip it. Here's the truth. So you had 500,000 votes, so you had 5,100,000.
720,000.
No, 7.
But they
4 million.
Because Trump started with 6,006,000. Now he's up to 6 million. So they added.
They took away 7,000 from Donald Trump, and they added. It's almost an exact flip. It added 800,000. 1.5 million votes in California with the flip. 1.5 million. Now, I will tell you a little caveat of California. These numbers, there was a lot of stuff in California which I call organic cheating. And they're organic cheating. Illegals that voted, okay? They really did vote. This stuff wasn't done by machine. So there's a lot of stuff that went up there where you could say that was probably one of the highest states where you had organic cheating going on. But now how much would that numbers be that big? I don't know. Why don't we do, anyone else want out there? Nebraska, we'll do Nebraska, then New York. Nebraska. And remember, these are numbers, everybody, if you're just watching now. The data we have, the 37 terabytes, the data, the packet captures and the data, this is what you take it through, you take it out, and these are the real numbers. So it shows what was hacked by China. So here is Nebraska. Donald Trump won by the 556, so you got about 200,000 votes, 190,000 votes. Now what's the truth? What did he really win by? He really won by 270,000 votes. So how much did they take?
I'm sorry, I was thinking about
270. Go back to the back page. 270. Back to the big lie.
95.
Okay, let's write it down. So it's almost 200.
40,000.
It's almost 200,000, so it's 190, right down 190. Go ahead and flip it. What's the truth? 190 and 260. So 260, 70,000 votes in Nebraska they took. In Nebraska. Yep. What was the other one? New York City? New York. New York. Let's do New York. Here's the big lie of the whole map. Okay, here's New York. 2 million votes. That's easy. Flip it to what's real. 2 million, and it was really 1.2 million. 800,000 votes were taken in New York, the state of New York. 800,000. Unreal. Okay, let's do anybody else. Got anybody? Indiana.
I hear Susie.
Okay, here's Indiana, the big lie. And remember, the big lie is what they certified and said was real, but it wasn't. Okay, in Indiana, Donald Trump won by 500,000 or 480. 480. So 480 won by, what did he really win by? 600 or 740,000. Wow. See, I mean, what was that? That's probably double what he was up.
Yeah.
So, any other ones? How about Florida? How about Florida? Let's go to Florida.
I gotta go.
All right. Thanks, Sonny. Going to Florida, it is about 370,000 votes. Huh? Write that down. 370. That's what we won by.
370 is close enough.
Okay. Yeah. Now, what's the truth in Florida? Wow. Let's see, what is it? 1,300,000.
A little bit.
1,300,000. Is that a million votes?
Yes.
1 million votes were taken in the state of Florida. 1 million. You know why they couldn't? You know why he couldn't win Florida? Because everybody voted for Donald Trump. Just about, you know. So they couldn't. You realize they couldn't even take that many. You know, with the voter rolls, the 2010 voter rolls, they couldn't even do that. That's amazing. 1 million. That's got to be a record state for the flip.
It is, and Lady Draza's analysis, she did a whole analysis of a time series. She said that they were planning to win Florida, and so they took it right to the limit. They did everything they could, and they still lost. But the minute that Florida lost, that's why they had to stop the others, because they were must-wins.
Did everybody hear that? That's why they stopped the other, because they had to take Florida, and they knew they couldn't because it was running on a railroad track.
That's why Florida's pushed so high. That's why it's a record. They had to win. And
they wanted to take Florida, but they didn't realize that the polls, the fake polls were out.
Yep.
I'll bet you it was
they
probably
believe their own polls.
Yeah, it was probably 70% Donald Trump, in the polls.
Yeah, yes.
So here we go. I want to do Georgia. Did we do Georgia earlier? Yeah, we did.
We did Georgia.
Is there any other ones out there?
Oregon, someone said.
What's that, Oregon?
Oregon.
Oregon's here. Let's do Oregon.
I got a super mom in Oregon.
Here we go with Oregon. Oregon, the big lie said 340, about 400,000 votes. About 400,000 votes. What's the truth in Oregon? The truth is only 200. They took 200,000 votes in Oregon. 200,000 votes in Oregon.
Let's find them.
Yeah, let's do the state of North Dakota. That's close by.
Dakota.
So here we got North Dakota. Okay, we got 120,000 that Donald Trump won by in the big lie. 120,000 he won by. Go ahead, what's the truth? The truth is he won by 150,000.
30,000.
30,000. That's more than 10% of North Dakota was flipped. Isn't that something? 30,000 votes out of that state if you're watching North Dakota. What's that? Montana. Let's do Montana. The big lie said. In Montana, 100,000 votes. Let's flip it. What's the truth? 150,000. So 50,000 votes were taken away. Why don't we do, let's do Iowa. I did a rally in Iowa right on the day before the election, I think, and the polls came out that he'd win by 7%. That was the polls they put out. Now here's Iowa. You got 140,000, yeah, about 140,000.
Yeah.
You won by what's the truth? 300,000 almost. So they took 150,000 votes in Iowa. So you guys realize what that does to the percentages. If they say Iowa won by 4%, it's almost 8. You know, and let's go to Ohio. Did we do Ohio already?
I don't think.
Now, Dr. Frank did Ohio with his mathematics. He goes, they wouldn't have done it in Ohio. He goes, because, you know, Donald Trump won Ohio. That's when you first found out they did it in every state.
Yeah, it was first
I already
discovered.
knew they did it because we already had validated that I was validating for months.
Yes.
So here it is. Here's Ohio. Remember, if you take Florida and Ohio traditionally, that you win those 2 states, you win. Well, here's the big lie. It says 500,000 votes that Donald Trump won by, or 480. And here's the truth. 1 million almost, 1 million. So 500 and something, it's almost double. It's right? It's almost double.
Almost doubled, exactly
so winning
what I
by
predicted.
7%, he won by almost 14 or 15%.
Yes.
The point we're making is this was a cyber attack by China, and every state was affected. Every single one. If I'm going to do why don't we do Oklahoma or Kentucky? Oklahoma.
Where the wind comes sweeping down the flame. There it is. With the handle.
So here's Oklahoma. Oklahoma, 500,000. What's the actual? Look at that. That's a huge win in Oklahoma. They shouldn't have took any. But what's the real one? What's the truth?
520.
So what's that? 100,000 they took? About 100,000 they flipped in a state.
70,
Why would they do that?
70,000 flipped.
You understand? I want you all to understand. It was for the popular vote, so everything. So you didn't have a big deviation, and we would suspect something. And then we had what's that?
Wyoming.
Wyoming. Let's do Wyoming. Yeah, then we're going to show you the whole map when we're done here, yeah.
Tomorrow, I said.
Okay, here's Wyoming.
74,
So we have 120,000. 120,000 in Wyoming. I'll bet they thought they didn't take anything there. That's a huge, huge, huge difference. So what's the truth? So they took 20,000 votes. That might not look like a lot, but that's probably what, like 6% of the vote?
That's about right.
You know, 20%, they took like 6% in that state. Does everyone see a pattern? They did every state. Anybody else, any states? Illinois? What do you say?
Kansas.
Kansas. Let's do Kansas and then Illinois. Kansas. Here's Kansas, 200,000. What's the truth? About 300, about 100,000 votes. About 100,000 votes they took in Kansas. I want to do Illinois.
Chicago.
Illinois, the big lie is the big lie, everybody. Illinois, 1 million votes, just about 1 million votes. What's the truth? Wow. So 600,000, 400,000 votes flipped in Illinois. Does everybody see a pattern? How they take votes, like look what they did in Florida, 1 million votes, yes. No, this did not come from Dr. Frank. That's a good question. Dr. Frank can validate. He's just telling you his mathematics would show the same thing. This came from the data that's spinning. When I've been telling you we have the evidence of the packet captures and the data from the whole 2020 election. So you took it. I've hired white hat hackers, Cyber forensic experts to protect our country. These guys went in and validated. I spent millions over the last 7 months out there sounding the alarm. And this, so we took it. It goes from raw encrypted data that are the packet captures. That's what they're doing in the back room. They're trying to say it's not from, to prove that it's not from the 2020 election. The only one you heard was the fake fact checkers from Facebook, and they couldn't read it because it was a screenshot that we had on free speech. But we put on there, click on it, Martin, you'll get it now. It's disgusting. So that data, we worked on it to show you, if you go over to the Cyber Center, we did it too for counties too in the 6 swing states. So you can actually go, tomorrow we'll show you Maricopa County and other counties. We don't have them ready, but we do in the Cyber Center. So that data backs up, what we're showing you with the big lie is what they said happened. What we're showing you with the truth is what happened, less the China attack, less whatever happened in the machines. Now, if there was other crimes committed, those were people that, and I'm sticking more ballots in, or actually going ballot harvesting, or paying someone to vote this way, whatever, or really voting and you don't live in the state. I don't know how you could do it because they do have some checks. But I call that organic fraud, organic cheating, organic crimes. But there are not that many people. You can't get hundreds of millions of people, or tens of millions of people, or tens of thousands, to go break the law, because they're going to go, well, my vote, I'm going to go commit a crime and vote as a non-resident. I don't think so. This is what they did. That's what his voting rolls, the 2010 voting rolls, is what they use for the data that I have. That's how they set their base. And here if we go, I want to do Illinois, or we already did Illinois, I think.
Yeah, we just did Illinois.
Is there any other ones? Tennessee. Why don't we do Tennessee, where I got kicked out of the governor's convention? So Tennessee. And you guys, in about a half hour, everyone in the world's going to want to see what we got going on. And all of you here that are sitting out here, the food's free on the back wall. Everybody, all the meals are free. I've got them all. I just want to thank each and every one of you coming to represent your states. Every one of you. 47 states represented. 47 states represented. You guys are awesome. And you're going to see something firsthand that's historical. You're going to see these 3 days, the first historical thing that's going to be, we already know, you guys already knew I had the evidence. I've been telling you that. But you're going to see at 7 o'clock, you're going to see the first historical thing. Then it's going to start, you're going to see it all these 3 days. And what are we doing? What's our big win? Getting by the media. Getting it so they quit writing hit job stories. We're going to call them out. Maybe they'll report. You know what? At 7 o'clock when we do this, and we're going to find out what journalists we have left. If there's one outlet or one journalist that doesn't report what we're going to show you at 7, we're going to call them out all over social media, all over the world for months. Because you know what? If they don't put that out, then they're in on it. I would say then they're going to end up behind, when we melt all those machines, they will be behind those bars, because they got to be hiding something if they don't put this up. 7 o'clock, everybody's got to watch. This is Tennessee, 700,000 votes for Donald Trump. What's the truth? 700,000, here's 950, so about 150,000 votes they took in Tennessee. Okay, any other states? Louisiana? You're representing Louisiana. We're going to do Nevada next.
We need to do Colorado, too.
Yeah. Louisiana, the big lie right there, Louisiana. Louisiana was 400,000 votes. Donald Trump won the state of Louisiana in the big lie. How much did he really win by? Boom. Almost 600,000, so about 180,000 votes they took in Louisiana. Now we're going to go over to Colorado. That's everyone curious about Colorado?
Yes, we care about Colorado.
I said curious, not care. Is anybody curious? So here's Colorado. The big lie is this. It says that Biden won Colorado by 440,000 votes.
No, we didn't.
440,000. What's the truth for Colorado? Did it go? The truth is 170,000. So what was the difference?
280.
280,000 votes were flipped in Colorado. These are the numbers, everybody, the real numbers if you take away China's attack. Okay? So now let's go to Nevada, the state of Nevada.
Nevada's going to be big.
Did we do Pennsylvania?
I don't remember. Did you do
Okay,
it earlier?
Nevada. Nevada, look at this. This is pretty close here. You know, what is it? 31,000. Remember, this is one of the states they stopped. You know, these middle of the night things. 30,000. This one I want you to write down.
Sir.
33,000, 34,000 votes that says Donald Trump lost by 34,000. Did Donald Trump win the state of Nevada? Yes, he did, huh? Look at that. 25,000.
25,000?
25,000. What was it up here? The difference.
He had lost by 34, but no, it's
So
up to 20, so it's 59.
60,000 votes were flipped in Nevada. Just flipped. Did you see a little pattern there? There it is. All those swing states that shut down in the middle of the night, did you notice he won them all? Every one of them. And I want to go to, I want to show Texas one more time if anybody's just coming in for a reason for that. Because remember the media, the big lie with the media we were talking about before, that they were saying, oh, Texas could go blue. Texas could go blue. And that was the narrative, right? Well, let's do Texas. Here's Texas, the big lie. Boy, it was, 540,000, let's see, 640,000, right down 640,000. 640,000. What's the truth in Texas? Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. He really won by, 1,600,000 instead of 640? They took 1 million votes in Texas, it looks like. 1 million votes. It might be a tie for Florida. Where do you take the votes? They're conditioning. They condition us. Do you realize how popular vote do you see now just in those two states? That's 2 million. That's 2 million. When we get the final totals here for the whole country, you're going to see why the popular vote was won by Donald Trump, and a lot. So now let's go. We did Virginia. South Carolina. South Carolina. South Carolina, 300,000 approximately, 300,000. What did he really win by? He really won by about 500,000. So 200,000 votes in South Carolina were taken. 200,000 votes. Is there any state we missed? If you're out here, we have 47. Utah. The state of Utah, the big lie is the big lie. The state of Utah. State of Utah. Donald Trump won by 300,000 votes. Does anybody think it might be more? What's the truth? He really won by almost 400,000 votes. Almost 100,000 votes. You see a pattern? There isn't one state that didn't go the other way. Isn't that weird? Isn't that, it's kind of strange, right? Okay. What other states we got? Is there any? Alabama.
Sweet home.
The big lie. In Alabama, it says that Donald Trump won by 600,000 votes. What did he really win by? He really won by 800,000 votes, 820,000 votes, 320,000 votes flipped in Alabama or stolen in Alabama. 320,000. Isn't that something? The more the population, it seems like, other than like Florida and Texas, where they just grab, you know, 1 million votes each. Any other ones? Maine? Okay, let's get Maine. Maine was on the list, but thanks for, remember 47 states were represented, and Maine's one of them. Let's go with Maine. In Maine, Donald Trump lost by, with the big lie, 70,000 votes he lost by in the big lie. Okay, there's the truth. He almost won by, look at that, 8,000 votes. 8,000 votes. Let me tell you, if I lived in Maine, I'd do an audit in Maine because I guarantee you there's enough organic there. You take the cyber attack out, that's too close. That would order an audit. And when we talk about audits, it's a full forensic audit. You do the whole thing. You do the machines, you do the paper ballots, and you do what? The routers. If they won't give you something, you know there's something good in there, right? They're hiding something. I said it before. I mean, Dominion, just by the way, if you didn't with us this morning, the first thing that Dominion did this morning is sued Newsmax, Patrick Burns, and OAN right before this. And they shut us down, attacked us to shut us down. They had a plan. You weren't going to see this live streamed to millions of people. You were going to hear it on the news that they shouldn't have had that. You shouldn't have filmed that. And then other networks would have feared the last ones. Do you know how many? There's a handful. But OAN, they were patriots the whole time. They aired stuff. They went out there. They got sued. They didn't care because you know what? We lose everything. Our country's gone. It doesn't matter. Fox, it doesn't matter, Fox. Come out and start reporting something. At 7 o'clock, you guys, that's 22-minute countdown. 22-minute countdown. They,
Dr. Kurt.
Yeah. Okay, so you want to do the rest of them?
Oh, we can do them tomorrow if you want.
I gotta go to get. I have to go. He'll do. Dr. Frank will stay here till I gotta go get the 7 o'clock thing ready. Everybody, this is big. Tell everyone you can right now. They got 22 minutes to get tuned in from around the world. All right? And you can do that. There's more states. Go ahead and do the other states.
Okay. Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Mike. That's sort of his thing, isn't it? He's having fun with that. The question came up, how are these numbers derived? My calculations are not involved in this at all. What he's doing is he's going through all the electronic data, taking the reporting that's coming from the machines. So it's the real tallies, not the reported tallies that you're seeing in the media, which are incorrect and manipulated. He's taking the real tallies from the machines and watching the votes flip, and that's how he's getting these values. I think maybe I need a break too. So actually he told me to do more states, but I think I'm going to take a break. I need to eat something before 7 o'clock.
All right. If you're just now joining us, welcome. We are live in Sioux Falls, South Dakota at the Cyber Symposium here, and we have been really doing this all day. Our coverage started about 8:30 Central Time here locally, also going into about 9 o'clock starting here on stage. But anyway, glad you're joining us. Coming up in about 22 minutes, a major announcement here from Mike Lindell and at the Cyber Symposium. So if there was ever time to share and like and subscribe and all that good stuff, it's right now to let everyone know, your family and friends, that, hey, there's a major announcement in regards to the 2020 presidential election. A lot of evidence, a lot of things been thrown out here today. We got all the talk about machines and voting, and you just saw kind of a rundown of the various states and what it was, the big lie, and then actually what the truth was. And a lot of states flipped to Donald Trump when the truth came out, and some states were not as close as one would think as far as the Biden victory. So Liz has been standing by. We're doing some social media. You can continue to do that. We got a lot going on right now, but we also want you to really support Mike Lindell because he has really stepped up today.
I wanted to come over and remind him for the next 3 days, we have code RSBN. You can use that for up to 66% off your entire order at mypillow.com. There is no time like the present, like right now, to go and just blow him away, wow him. We want not just Mike, but all of MyPillow to know that RSBN has their back. They've been just getting hit right and left. And those innocent MyPillow employees that we have seen, so many of them immigrants working incredibly long shifts for their families, making these products, these incredible products for us. And they're the ones that are going to have to get hurt from this. It's not fair. So we're going to do everything we can to not let that happen. And you guys are helping us do it by taking your wallets and going directly to the wholesale. You're going to buy directly from MyPillow. We're getting rid of the middleman, those people that decided that they should just cancel Mike Lindell for standing up for President Trump and election integrity. Absolutely not. So go directly to the source. It's www.mypillow.com. Not only does that take out the middle guy, but it brings you huge savings because it's set up for you to get wholesale prices if you have a promo code. And we have that promo code for you. It's RSBN. So mypillow.com, use code RSBN up to 66% off your entire order. This also works at his rival to Amazon called mystore.com. So you can check that out as well. A lot of really neat individual entrepreneurial type items there. So it looks like we have a special guest coming on. Y'all go do some shopping, don't forget. And it looks like we're going to have gubernatorial candidate for the state of Arizona, the one and only, the beautiful Carrie Lake. And I don't know if and then there's Brian.
And there's me. But I will say this, though, Liz. She's talented. She's beautiful. She's also leading in the polls. And they've had the polls ever since she announced her gubernatorial race there in Arizona. And she is, without a doubt, the people's choice. Joining me now is the amazing Carrie Lake. And you've departed an event that you were out here prior because you thought this is very important for you to be here and to hear all this information coming out about the election.
For sure. I was just over at the RGA Candidates Conference and just didn't feel right to be there. I'm a MAGA candidate. I am a Trump Republican, and this is where I feel I need to be. We're looking at an election that a lot of people question. We're seeing the forensic audit, which is hopefully is wrapping up, and we're going to get the report. And I think people are really eager to find out what's gone on with the election, and I'm eager. You know, I'm a reporter at heart. I was a journalist for 30 years, so I believe in covering a story and getting both sides, finding the answers, and this is the place to be. Mike Lindell has put everything on the line to get information and try to find out what went wrong in this election, and he's here today. He's put everything out there, and he's going to be revealing some information, and I feel it's important to look into that and at least hear what he has to say.
Absolutely, and that's exactly what we're doing today and the next 2 days. Okay, let's get to your candidacy. You've been all over the state of Arizona. My lead-in was you're leading in the polls. If the election was tomorrow, you're the governor of Arizona. Quite frankly, the people are gravitating towards these grassroots candidates that don't have a career in politics.
You know what? I'm a modest person, so it's really hard for me to brag, but I'm going to brag because my campaign is not my campaign, it's our campaign. It's the people of Arizona's campaign. And if the election were held today, I would win by a landslide. We've gotten some polling numbers that show that if you take all of the other candidates that I'm up against in the Republican primary, and there's 4 others, I would beat them by a wide margin. The next closest competitor to me is more than 20 points down. So we are resonating. Our message is resonating with the people of Arizona. I'm really proud of that because it's all about putting Arizona first, getting us back on track, and that's what I intend to do. So I'm thrilled to be running for governor because I love this state. I've been here for 27 years covering this state, up, down, sideways. I've covered every single thing, north, south, east, west, and I love the people of Arizona.
When you travel around and you ask what are the concerns of the people of Arizona, what is a couple top things that's on their mind?
I think you know what number one is: election integrity. The people of Arizona feel that something went wrong. There was a debacle in 2020. They know it. We've already seen some information and evidence coming out from the investigators who are part of the forensic audit team. We've already gotten some clues as to what they're looking at. We know there's so much more. We've just barely touched the surface. It's kind of like it's an iceberg, and what you see, there's so much more below it. And I think we're going to find out a lot more information. And we have to get it right. This isn't about Republican or Democrat. It's about getting our elections right so that whether you are Republican or Democrat, you know that going forward, the person that you voted for, your vote counts. And it's not muddied up with all kinds of ballots that shouldn't have been counted, whatever they're going to find. And we're already finding information that's very disturbing. So
talk about the border.
Border is a huge issue. I mean, there's so many issues, and you know this. You've covered Arizona as well, especially working for Right Side Broadcasting. We have a ton of issues we have to deal with, but if we don't get the election right, none of that matters. The border is a huge issue. Texas is really getting tough, and that's your home state. Yeah. I wish we were doing more of it in Arizona. I'm not the governor yet. People reach out to me and say, what would you do? And I would just go the way they're doing it in Texas. You just start going after every law on the book, and you start pushing every law. If the feds won't do it, you've got to go hard on it. And Governor Abbott is doing that. I'm hoping that our governor, Ducey, will start getting a little tougher on it. I wouldn't take office until 23. In my opinion, by then, we will have millions more people here illegally, and we need to take care of it now.
Let's talk about your latest political ad. It's gotten kind of another viral effect on it. You talked about the corrupt media. If I had a dime for every time Mike Lindell or anybody on stage talked about the corrupt media, I could retire. Let's talk about your I wouldn't say attack of the corrupt media, but you're trying to hold them accountable for the destruction of our country right now.
And they've got blood on their hands. There's no other way to say it. Their coverage of COVID was so irresponsible, it hinged on being criminal, in my opinion. When you're not putting information out that can actually help people, that can give them information about therapies that are working, treatments that are working, and all you want to put out is scare, fear, division, then you've got blood on your hands. And I think there's a lot of people in the media who need to look in the mirror and do some self-reflecting, because once you realize how crooked it is, if you remain in the media and continue along, then you're part of the problem.
Well, part of the problem, I'm not going to name any alphabets here, but one of the mainstream media kind of gotten trolled out of this venue because we felt like, I was just saying we felt like, I observed them not really covering the event, but more covering the people around this event and trying to, I guess, create a narrative. So thanks to some other journalists, I mean, they literally pretty much pushed them out the door.
They try to shame people. They try to shame people for speaking out on what's important and what's right. And we've been seeing this. This is the cancel culture, and the media takes part in it. I'm sorry, I'm getting hot right now. I'm pissed off.
Bring the heat. It's okay.
The media's been doing it, social media's been doing it, the left has been doing it. It's called cancel culture, and their whole point is to scare people in not speak the truth. And we've had it. We're not doing that anymore. Yeah. So if CNN got shamed out of here, you know what? They deserved it.
And they really
embarrass people for being here, and we won't have it anymore. It's a free country. We've got free speech still, despite CNN and the others, and we're not going to stand for it anymore. We are at a precipice. We are at a tipping point in this country, and if we don't take back our rights now, we will have nothing to take back because it'll be too late.
Kari Lake joining us, a gubernatorial candidate for the state of Arizona. And of course, that is about, a year from now, you're really heating up into the race.
It's funny, we're working hard. Nobody will outwork me, I will tell you that.
I can confirm that.
I will tell you that. We did 5 appearances, 5 campaign stops in 24 hours. I've crisscrossed northern Arizona, and now I'm here because I want to hear what Mike Lindell has to say. He's been working very hard to help sort this election out, and I want to know what he has to say. I hope he finds something. If he doesn't, I'm okay with that too. I just have a curiosity as a journalist into what happened in this, and I'm willing to listen to what Mike has to say.
And God bless Mike Lindell. We've always told people to go to his website. 250,000 people watching us right now, and that is on via our app. So you've got 250,000 people watching us. Now, could you imagine, Kari, Liz, could you imagine if we were on YouTube right now or Facebook, what our audience would be right now with this massive topic? I mean, think about it. You've been doing it long enough.
Yeah, it would be exponential to this, but at the same time, we wouldn't be on it because they would have taken our stream down hours ago. So we're good with Rumble.
Yeah, we are good with Rumble right now.
Are you still in trouble on YouTube? I guess you are. You answered it.
Well, we're not in trouble, but we would never air this on YouTube because it would go off immediately. So
think about that. Isn't that just frightening?
Yeah.
That
All right.
United States you can't
It
do
looks
that?
like we're probably about 9 minutes away from a major announcement. We don't know what this major announcement is, but it's all in regards to what we've been talking about today. And he says it's going to be so big, 251,000, thank you. It's going to be so big that even Fox News will have to cover it. That's not my words, that's his words. So I'd like to see what that is, but I'm really looking forward to it. And of course, you're going to be here tomorrow, right? And you're on Thursday as well.
They should be covering it right now. They really should be. It is the biggest story, and it didn't just start breaking November 3rd when we saw the results of the election kind of go where people were questioning it. President Trump was warning us of all of this before the election.
All right, but how can people follow you and get involved with your campaign? 256, by the way, by Liz, counter over here. How can people follow your campaign, donate to your campaign? You are a grassroots effort, and it does take money, right, to do all these things. So how do they get a hold of you?
They can go to KarriLake.com, KARILAKE.com, and you're right, we are funded by the people, not the swamp, and there's a very deep swamp in Arizona. The people I'm running against are career politicians, they are career bureaucrats, they are people who are just trying to fund their own, throwing billions of dollars of their own money into it. We need to take Arizona back. If we lose Arizona, I fear the whole country goes. I mean, as Arizona goes, the whole country goes.
Absolutely. She is a patriot. Go out and support her on social media as well. Follow her. Stay up to date to all your travels. High five on that. Kari Lake joining us here at the Cyber Summit. Thank you. All right, we are moments away from the big announcement. Do we have a total update on here yet?
Yeah. We have 261,000 watching right now on Rumble. So thank God for Rumble for giving us an alternative platform other than you know who, so we can bring you information like this. I have been shocked. It looks like the average number all throughout today is 200,000. Those numbers beat mainstream media any day of the week, and it's just 3 of us out here shooting a camera. So it's really a blessing to be here today. And I want to remind you guys, we are almost entirely viewer funded. We do not have large investors or anything like that. So if you would like to donate to us, please consider doing it. You can do that by going to rsbnetwork.com/donate. Our website, or our address is there, as well as a link that'll take you through PayPal to donate via credit card or debit card. And then if there's something else you want to do, you can use code RSBN. Use code RSBN, promo code. Tell your friends and family. This code will save you up to 66% off. Almost everything on that website has a promo code for a certain value, and a lot of them are very high, like 66%. So go look at what you like. There's so much cute stuff. My bedroom, I've got the pillow shams, the duvet insert, 3-inch memory foam mattress topper, Giza Dream Sheets in white, and then I have the Giza Dream Sheets duvet cover to go over the insert. Got bathrobes, slippers, pajamas, bath mats, and probably maybe my favorite thing besides the Giza Dream Sheets are the bath towels. I love them. I get them in white, and they're so easy. They stay clean. I throw a little bleach in there. So this is turning into like a home shopping network commercial, but I am passionate about this, and I'm passionate about spending my money where it belongs for people that deserve it, and that's Mike Lindell. You can see the amount of money and sacrifice he's put into this, and I think, with 250,000 watching right now, if each of you go and buy one item, that would mean the world to him and the world to us here at RSBN. We want him to know that we have his back. We're supporting him. We know this has been a financial burden. He's risked everything he has to do this. And, he's got arrows on his back. So he's fighting for us, the American people. He's not even an elected official. He's just doing this because he feels the Lord has called him to do so. So if you can support him, I really do encourage you to look at the website. If none of that strikes your fancy, please consider donating to us at Right Side Broadcasting Network. We've got a lot coming up in the near future, including a President Trump rally on August 21st, and that's going to be in Cullman, Alabama. So we're not going anywhere. I can't believe it. We thought after the election we'd be done, but it appears that in an opposing party is when the opposite party does the best for the news cycle. So as a conservative news network right now, we feel that America needs us now more than ever. We're ready to sit back and take a nice 4-year nap, but that is just not at all what we ended up deciding today we're ready to fight. We're going to keep fighting, and we need your help and your donations and your support because we're not taking large investors. We're not changing up our business plan. It has worked till now. We are the People's Network, and that's how it's going to be. So that being said, how long do we have until?
We're about T-minus a couple minutes now.
T-minus 4 minutes until what Mike Lindell has said, information that will change the world. I'm hoping it's something good.
Yeah,
I have no idea. I mean, it could be anything. Maybe they're announcing that Bolsonaro is announcing another run down in Brazil.
They're just taking some Q&As right now. What they're doing right now is just some Q&A from the audience. So you're not missing anything of any substance right now. Just to remind everybody, that if you're watching, wondering, that's not the major announcement going on right now. They're just doing a few Q&As. But anyway, if you missed anything today after this broadcast, it will go to Rumble and rewatch all of this. They talk about several times during this a film that they kicked all of this off with. It's about a 40-minute mini documentary that really takes you back through the history of this election, the people behind it, and some of the tactics that have been used to change the outcomes. And it's really phenomenal. It even goes back to talking about George Soros and his involvement in Hungary and his involvement in this country. And the very things they did in Hungary that he got basically run out of that country for, he's doing it here in this country. And that is a fact. They're going to talk about that as well. So a lot of stuff dropping today, a lot of information. Of course, sometimes it's too much to take in. We know that you're not watching us 8 hours straight. We get that. But do go back and watch that film, because it will lay out a lot about what they're talking about today. And of course, they have been talking about the machines and the voter counts and the discrepancies in those. We haven't really talked about that much about the mail-in ballots or some of the other drop-off ballots. The paper ballots have not really been that much discussed today. It's been more electronic. So maybe that's a part of the big announcement today. I don't know. I can only speculate that it's got to be in relevancy of what we've been talking about. 295,000 people watch us right now in Rumble. Unbelievable. And this is in a day and age of such suppression. If you missed the excitement this morning, excitement in a bad way, this got a late start due to a couple cyber hacks that were imposed on Lindell and his system. I thank God that they had a backup to the backup to the backup. They were able to carry the transmission. Now, we experienced a little bit of a hiccup. I don't think that I know that we weren't penetrated like I guess Lindell's network was, but nevertheless, that was a little of the excitement as we kicked this thing off this morning that we could not get. And of course, Mike Lindell made it known that he was very aware that there was a possibility that the left, big tech, would try to take this event down. There was even some security concerns as well. I will say this, and Liz, you can comment on this. When you get here, this feels like a Trump event. It's got 301,000 people watching us right now. Thank you very much. It feels very much like a high security Trump event. We got metal detectors you come through. There's a barrier in front of the venue. It's a total security pat down. So as you would expect with this type of information coming out, you need that level of security here for that, because there's a lot of people that don't want this to happen. There's a lot of people here right now that don't want this to happen. There's media outlets here that don't want this to happen. And you can instantly spot these guys because they're not really about the information that they've been talking about. They're more into identifying and maybe getting that soundbite that someone says, yeah, maybe I have some questions about it. I don't quite believe what I'm seeing. That's what they're looking for, because that's the narrative that they'll run with for the next week and a half. So anyway, thank you so much. 7 o'clock straight up here Central Time. If you're just now joining us, we're live here in Sioux Falls, South Dakota for Mike Lindell's Cyber Symposium, moments away from a big announcement, which Liz, he says, no media outlet on this face of this planet cannot resist to cover this. It will be covered by everyone, or it should be covered by everyone. Now, whether or not it does or not, I don't know.
They're definitely building it up, so fingers crossed. We have
a total, right?
We have 314,000 watching right now. This is apparently the joke on the internet right now is that there are currently more people watching a pillow manufacturer's live stream than have ever watched all of Joe Biden's videos combined, which honestly, probably fact check true.
That's pretty funny.
And Brian, since we have some new people, I want to remind them, how can they help support Mike Lindell and Right Side Broadcasting?
This is beautiful. This is how it all works out. You can simply do this right now or do it right after the speech. Go to mypillow.com. Now, you've heard us say this 1,000 times, but folks, tonight's the night. I remember being in D.C. right after the election, and Mike Lindell was the first person that ever was talking about election transparency, and we've got to get to the bottom of what happened. He's been fighting the fight for all of us. So right now, go to his website, mypillow.com. That's mypillow.com. You also go to mystore.com, and you can shop away thousands of products there. Now's been never been a better time to put an American flag in your front yard. I've got one, you got one, Will's got one, and you need one too. They got those over at mystore.com. So go online to mystore.com. Put that promo code RSBN at checkout. Get up to 66% off, because when you do that, you're supporting Mike Lindell behind us, and you're supporting all of us here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. It allows us to do what we're doing here, traveling this great country, bringing this story to you. So I think it's a patriotic thing to do right now. Or you can also donate as well, which we love your donations. You've talked about that before. Yeah. So we have a total?
330, I believe, right now. And while this is loading, I want to do a shameless plug for both of our social media accounts. I think we've been here all day, so we've earned it. My name's Liz Willis. I'm Vice President of Operations here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. You can follow me. In fact, I would ask you to please follow me. Of course, we're journalists and we live off the internet, so please consider giving us a follow. My Twitter is @LizWillis_, and my Instagram is @LizWillis. My Getter, which I love, is @LizWillis. So consider following on all of those. Twitter I'm probably most active on, and then Instagram's like behind the scenes stuff, and Getter I'm trying to incorporate into my system because it's a really great platform. And I also want to encourage everyone to please make sure you're downloading RSBN social medias and following them. So they have Facebook, Right Side Broadcasting Network, Twitter @RSB Network, Getter @RSB Network, Instagram @RSB Network, and Telegram. This is huge. We post a lot on Telegram. They don't censor us. We don't have to worry about anything there. So Telegram, Right Side Broadcasting Network, and all of those accounts except Instagram are verified, so make sure you're following the right one. And make sure you're subscribed to us on Rumble as well. We're working really hard to build up our Rumble channel so that we can get rid of some of these commie social media, big tech platforms that we've felt like we've had to use. Now over to you, Brian, our Director of Content. How can people follow along with your journey?
It's easy. You can follow me at Brian Glenn TV. That's BRIANGLENN. Brian Glenn TV across all major social media platforms as well. We'll try to give you some behind-the-scenes look here, and you know what? Maybe we'll follow you back. You know, if you're some troll and you just want to follow us to troll me, have fun at it, because I'll get engaged with you anyway. So anyway, yeah,
it's terrible. Someone said my nose looked like Michael Jackson's, and I went off.
That is not true.
I'm like, first of all, that's just mean. Second of all, show me your face.
Yeah, there you go.
I said, I want to see your face. You better look like a Grecian god if you're coming up here talking about my nose.
Yeah, we don't mind throwing some punches back. But anyway, go follow us on social media as well and have some fun. Let me step aside, let you see, show the scene here. If you're just now joining us, this is what it looks like. I got about 225-ish people in here on the bottom and around the top. We've got some nice media outlets here. We're on the media risers here right now, and we are going to show you what's going on. And of course, it's 7:04 here locally, 7 o'clock. A major announcement has been planned by Mike Lindell. He stepped off the stage momentarily before this little Q&A session started with the crowd, so you're not missing any substance. They're just asking questions from earlier today, so I would definitely break into this and let you hear that if I heard something new. So he stepped away to kind of prepare this major announcement, and we don't know what it is, but he has said it is going to be something that is going to shake up the world and be very newsworthy. So we're glad that you're joining us. Please, if you could, we said it before, share, tag, text a friend, tell them, hey, download our download our new app that you can find on the Apple Store or your Android store, and download our app. You'll have it in the palm of your hand. Now, when you do that, it's absolutely free, by the way. When you do that, you have all these programs that we're coming out with: Red, White, and Truth. Mike Crispy brings the heat. on Thursday nights and brings the passion. We got the counterculture mom, Tina Griffin, talks about being a parent, talks about raising kids in today's society. Her show is great. The great Alexandra Lanes, she always has a hot take, our own verbal sniper there going after. She has great segments that air every Wednesday and every Friday. We just have a great list of show. The Joe Kozo Show, the 13-minute news hour by Bobby Eberly. So all that content is on our app, and that will give us the ability to show you events like this that we traditionally can't put on normal social media due to the nature of the content. Sadly, that is the world we live in. That is 2021. That is our freedom of speech being essentially censored in today's culture. So if your narrative doesn't match the narrative of the left and the socialist agenda, then chances are it's not going to air. So help us out by downloading that app and get involved in that. A lot of things we talked about here today. Of course, the vaccine, mask mandates across the state. A lot of states right now are going back to school, and it's a time to get these kids back in school. So that's been a topic. Perhaps that's something we'll talk about here in the next day or so, is the fact that kids are going back to school. Are they going back to school with masks on? Is there going to be a vaccine passport implemented in your school district? I know that in the great state of Texas, our governor had said that there would be no mask mandate for kids going back to school, but then Dallas Independent School District said not so fast. They overruled that, and we're starting this week and next week, and a lot of these kids go back to school. Everyone at school has got to have a mask. So that is a hot topic in our culture today, and we'll find out exactly where that falls as the month of August plays out. I have had this personal feeling the last couple of months that August would be a huge month in our country in terms of what's going on with the election integrity, with the audits in Arizona, the impending audits in Wisconsin and Georgia. And now that we're seeing all these states start to really look at their elections and going and call for a full forensic audit. You've got that going on. You've got the economy going on. We've got the price of gasoline going on. No matter where you're watching this from, chances are that gas is probably at least $1 more a gallon now than it was last year. So you have energy independence going on. And of course, you have China and Russia. You've got that stance in the world, and how our weakened stance internationally has made them stronger. So you've got so much going on. I don't know if we can go another year and a half to 2 years, even before the midterm elections. I want results now, and I want change now. And I've said this before, and I'll say it again. It starts with you watching this right now. If you want to change the world that you live in, then go down to your city council, go to your school board, and make your voice be heard. You raise holy heck there in that school board meeting, and make sure that your kids are not being indoctrinated by the teachings of socialism and leftism and Marxism, because that stuff is coming to America. That is trying to be forced into our curriculum for our kids in academia and the university level. We must stand up for that, and it starts with you, and it starts with me, and it starts with the people on stage right now, making sure that doesn't happen, protecting our freedoms and our love of country and God and family. The very core that makes this country great is being broken apart piece by piece, so it's up to you and I to do just that and protect what we love here. But a lot of stuff going on. We talked a little bit about California. We'll be out in California in mid-September, September 14th to be exact. That is the recall election day there for Gavin Newsom. And of course, you've got two choices on that ballot. Let me break it down for you. If you want to recall Gavin Newsom, that's question A. That's question number one. You'd put yes, and that's the point. Then you vote for who would you want to get to be replaced. Gavin Newsom. And if your answer is no on the first question, if you want to replace Gavin Newsom, it's no. End of story. That's the end of the election. That takes place on September 14th. That is a combination of a mail-in ballot and an in-person voting in the voting poll. So we'll bring all that to you coming up in mid-September. We also have August 21st. We're in Cullum, Alabama, going up to the great state of Alabama for a Trump rally. Let me step aside, making sure I wasn't missing anything there. So we'll be covering that rally as well. Tune in. That will be an extended coverage there in the great state of Alabama when Donald Trump makes his appearance there. That kicks off at probably around noon local time, and it goes well into about 9:30 at night. What a long day for us. But this is what we do here at Right Side Broadcasting. If you just now found us and you're new to us, congratulations. Welcome aboard the train. Let's go for a ride a ride for freedom, and that's exactly what we do here at Right Side. I tell you what we can do. Right now, they're still taking some questions and answers about what happened in the last election. I'll tell you what we can do. Let's turn it over to the House sound, because we're probably moments away from him coming out and making that announcement. Thanks for joining us. Let's bring it up to the question and answering session.
Where you will actually have a certification of the electors that were sent. All right? But before you have an inauguration of the president, all 50 states must be unsealed. So piece by piece, brick by brick, you build it. So now let's reverse engineer this. Let's say you're Arizona and you have evidence of massive fraud, which you do.
Yes, you do.
You have enough right now to recall those electors and decertify. You look at your tally. How many electoral votes do you have in Arizona? 11. So at that point, subtract 11. What's really cool about this is you no longer have, at that moment in time, a president of the United States. Not united. You have a president of maybe 49 states and an oh crap constitutional crisis.
Yes.
But if that's what happens, it's what happens. Then
That's
you
what
go over.
needs to happen.
That's what needs to happen. Then you've got Georgia, which in many respects is worse than Arizona.
Way worse.
If you just look at the chain of custody documents.
Yes, yes.
How many electoral votes are in Georgia? 16. All right, so we subtract another 16. And then we get to Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania's worse than Georgia. That's hard to believe. How many electoral votes are in Pennsylvania? 20? 26? 20?
20.
Do I have 20? Okay, we've got 20. We'll go with 20. So are we keeping track here? At some point, just in those 3 states, we're getting very close.
You're up to 47.
Okay, so we start subtracting from the resident and chiefs, those 3, right? Does that get us below 270? All right, you don't have a president at that point.
That's correct.
All right, so then the lawyers out there, and this is what drives me crazy, is they're waiting for a case law precedent to tell us, well, guess what? We haven't had an election coup where the rightful sitting president's been cheated out of an election. You're not going to find that case. It's a case of first impression. So what does that mean? Go to the common law. There's this thing called fraud.
Boom.
We have 200 years of case law, tens of thousands of cases that describe fraud. And what happens when you prove fraud? It vitiates all.
Subsequent wrong
null and
decisions,
void.
yes.
It's gone. And so you have different forms of fraud. One of which is fraud in the inducement. That's where you lie to someone, and you want to induce them based on your lie to get them to sign off on a deal, but you're not being fair and square with them. You could make an argument that there's certainly a fraud in the inducement with the contract that we, the people, have with our electoral representatives.
Sure.
But there's another type of fraud that's even more egregious, and that's called fraud in the execution. That's like a sleight of hand. So I want you to think of something here. Let's say that it's my birthday, and all of you forgot it was my birthday. Shame on you. Shame on you. So I bring my birthday card. And I said, it would really make my day if some of you would sign off on my birthday card. Would you sign my birthday card, sir? No? How about you? Who wants to be a good sport? All right. Dr. Frank, would you please do that?
Happy birthday.
Now, Dr. Frank got an autograph here. Lo and behold, he didn't understand that there was like a carbon sleeve that was over it. So he signed the dotted line, and once you flip it up, it says, I, Dr. Frank, hereby leave all of my earthly possessions to Professor Clements. That is fraud in the execution. Every type of fraud that's committed in that way is void. A court can't enforce that fraudulent contract. The people, the litigants can't. The same concept applies here. We have a contract or an understanding as to how our elections are supposed to work. And it looks like through Dominion and others who seem to be the triggermen, the hitmen, they're participating in something that is de facto illegal.
Yes.
And that's the other thing. When you have gross illegality, you can't enforce that contract. So it's void. There's so many ways to unpack this.
Right.
For sure.
And there have been many fraudulent elections in the past.
What's that?
All right. I can talk about that. You can talk about that.
Well, go ahead.
So this is a fluid situation, yes?
Gentlemen, we are currently awaiting for Mike Lindell to come out at what he said would be a 7 p.m. reveal. So, of course, past 7 right now, everyone is still around. This was supposed to conclude today at 5, but not a single person has left. We are all so anxiously awaiting this tidbit of information. They're really just dangling it in front of us, and of course, we're just like you guys. We don't know it. We want to find out with you, and we want to know what this is, and if it, is potentially relevant to anything. I'm sure it will be, but we have no idea. We have absolutely no idea what it could be, so you guys are just in as much suspense as we are. I do want to remind you, there's so many new viewers. We are so close to 400,000 on Rumble, which has only happened once before at a President Trump rally. So we're really close to beating our all-time high, which is also Rumble's all-time high on a single video for concurrent viewers. So you guys keep sharing this. It's the only bittersweet moment is that as we're waiting, our audience is building and we're breaking records. But I want to remind you guys, code RSBN. Michael Lindell has put his life on the line, his family on the line. Everything he owns is on the line right now. And if you are wondering how you can support him, I've talked to him personally so many times. So just on the phone last week, he was saying, Liz, this is my money. This is my money that I'm putting up and doing all of this with. Not just hosting the event, but offering $5 million. That is out of his pocket. He said, I hope y'all sell some pillows. Give that code out to people. We're going to try and help him. We want to sell some pillows. We want to be able to fund him so that he can fund this incredible research that he's doing. And this is one of the best ways to do that. You can purchase from mypillow.com. Use code RSBN. That way you're getting rid of the middle guy and you're getting wholesale prices as long as you're using that promo code. The website will prompt you to have a promo code. RSBN works for all of them. And it also works at mystore.com. But that promo code RSBN saves you up to 66% off your entire order. Different products are at different sale percentages off, so it will vary. But again, this is the best code you're going to get. They know to look for it. We'll have updates tomorrow. MyPillow and RSBN, we are just side by side fighting for each other because we love covering events like this, and we want to support him. This is just the perfect way how. So if you need anything and you need pillows, blankets, bed sheets, towels, go buy them right now while we wait. There's no time like right now for you to actually see what Mike Lindell does with his money, because this man could be on a private jet with his beautiful girlfriend, Kendra, and could be anywhere in the world right now, but he's in South Dakota at a cyber symposium to keep hashing out data from the 2020 election because nobody is taking it seriously. Ridiculous. This should not even be his job. He is a civilian. He is not a politician. He didn't sign up to be a politician or a poll worker, but he feels led and called by God. And you know what? Thank God that he's doing that, because someone certainly has to. So I'm glad that he has stepped up to the plate. Please support him. And I've told you how. Brian?
Well, I want to add to that. We started this election integrity conversation months ago after the election, and he was one of the first to do that. And now that we fast forward, 7-8 months past that, now we're sitting in Sioux Falls, South Dakota, having that conversation, and now he has evidence. Which, mind you, one of the top questions we've gotten today is, after all of this is said and done, now what? What's next? And that answer I don't have for you, although I know that someone needs to take this to the Supreme Court, where Mike does claim. Wait, Mike has taken the stage. Hang on a second. Let's turn this over to the podium, if we could, please.
I'm comparing what we're seeing across the country as a vote trafficking organization.
Okay.
Much like a drug trafficking organization. Guess what? I had drug traffickers that were out there, and I knew who they were. They thought they were never going to get caught. We also had to build our case, and sometimes they were trafficking drugs for more than a year before we had our case. We've been operating for the past 9 months waiting for something to happen to build that case. So what I can tell you is, at the end of the day, in my case, we got them under RICO, we got them for racketeering, and we also got them for underlying charges like murder, fraud, arson. It's not abstract to me because I've done it and I've seen it. So the same questions that you're presenting is, do you believe? And all I can tell you is that I'm not going to worry about that. I'm going to keep fighting like hell till it happens. That's your answer. And the problem is we just don't have enough people that are demanding what I'm demanding. So it's truth time. This is what this is all about. All right? I wish I could give you more than that, but I'm not in control. But keep praying.
We got to go. You can go. Thank you.
Okay.
And you guys thank him. What a great. It's awesome. Awesome. All right. I'm sorry I'm late, but there was a development. This story's all over the news, but we have them in the back. I was bringing people here from Colorado on my plane, and while they were on the way here, her office got raided. And it's just what we're talking about today, but they're going to come out here in a little bit and tell you what happened before, why was their office raided, okay? And there's things, there's a lot of complications now in this. So when they come out, I'll wrap it at the end, but what you're going to hear right now will be right up to this point, because now, after what happened, we don't know why they did it, what they did, the ones that raided her. And what I'll probably end up doing, I don't know, I got to make a decision here, and they are too. They're back there with a lot of people. But it's a scary situation. It's what everybody gets in when they're going, they're doing their job, and then all of a sudden they take over within fear, put the fear into them. And we know it just happened. You guys were going to hear something. You're still going to hear. It's all over the news now, but you're going to hear from them. But I will tell you, because I have a red team here, this is kind of a godsend. When they're done talking, that red team is going to be doing stuff here, and they're protecting all of these people that came. And they're going to be, it'll probably be Thursday. It'll be a second part of this that's even bigger. But right now, they're getting ready. I'm going to let them, when they get up here, I'm going to let them tell the story, because I just had to hear it in the back. And, what timing? Isn't it timing? They're on a plane here, and this happens, This is what we talk about, the media. And this is the media. This stuff broke in the media, and you're going to hear it, a social media site. And then the media, and then all the media, this is what we're fighting, everybody. They almost didn't want to come up here. They almost didn't want to come up here. And I'm in the back going, you know what, where does it end? Where does it end when you can attack people for no reason? They didn't do anything other than they wanted to, help out this country. It's got to stop now. I'm back there, and they were going, no. There's people back there going, no, you shouldn't go on, you shouldn't go on. But they're coming on. There's millions and millions of people watching from around the world. I said, this is your protection. If everybody knows they're going to do it, you can't count on being protected by the law anymore or by the care. You cannot count on it. They take you to court. They take you to court and sue you like Dominion and put fear into people. This is horrible what's going on. It's got to stop now. It's got to stop now. These are politicians. What you're going to hear is involved, I believe it involves the Secretary of State, but it involves the state of Colorado. So today you're going to see it. They're coming on, but I just want to tell you, I sat back there. I said, no, you need to come on. Your protection is everybody got to hear it. It's kind of like one of those things. It's too late to close the gate. The cows are out of the barn. And you know what? We didn't have that. We didn't have that before. Like My Pillow. When I put it out as an infomercial, it went big right away because it was on all the media, right? Well, here, anything we put out, I told them in the back, whatever they did this, wherever they're doing this, it will get suppressed in the news, or you will be fear of getting sued or something. That's what it is, or fear, or worse. This has been going on since the election in this country. Threats. You know, Dominion doesn't just take people to court. You get threatening letters. The first letter I got from them sounded like a mafia letter I used to be back in the day when I owed football bets to the mafia. Stop talking or else. You know, it wasn't, or you're going to sue you. I go, well, else what? But they're getting ready. They're talking. They're getting ready. And you guys ready? 30 seconds. But I just wanted to tell you, because I know the expectations were here, but this is even bigger news. You're going to see it's all over the news right now, but to get on the way here, her office gets raided. I mean, and I don't know the whole story. I just heard up there. I don't even know what story's out there in the news. I just know they were coming here to say quite a bit, and I know the whole thing, but now we do need to get one thing where it's fortunate we have a red team here. Remember Colonel was up here, the red team? Well, what you're going to hear is we're not going to just go, oh, I'm in fear and I'm not going to go out there and tell the world. We can't do it anymore. So that's right. This is what oh, are we ready to go? All right, come on all, everyone.
Okay.
They're very brave. I'm telling you, all three of you. And why don't you guys, I'm just going to let you tell the story. Who would want to start?
I'll start, I guess. I'm Sean Smith. I'm a citizen and a veteran. I'm from Colorado. And I've got a lot of questions for our election officials. But they don't like questions. They refuse to answer the questions. In fact, we have a Secretary of State who is drunk with power, who makes decrees like the kind that no third-party election audits are permissible in the state. She makes some emergency decrees, and when we query her in accordance with state law, Colorado Open Records Act, for the basis of her declarations that they're forbidden, she refuses to answer in violation of the state law. We had over 1,000 citizens submit comments to her hearing, which she refused to separate from the general rules hearing. They had 3 hours of citizen testimony, cut it off. There were still 50, 60 citizens waiting that entire 3-hour period. She canceled the next session where they were supposed to hear the rest of those hearings and just proceeds with the hearings. Our Secretary of State is lawless, and at every turn she appears to be attempting to prevent citizens from determining what is true in Colorado elections. There are elections. Everything that can be destroyed by the truth should be destroyed by the truth. Mm-hmm. And Jenna Griswold is in between citizens in Colorado and the truth.
That's right. Thanks, Sean. Colorado is not lawless. We, the people, have had enough there, and we have found one elected official who's willing to stand up to the state and do what the people are asking, and that is to protect our vote. And so our clerk of Mesa County is here with us today because she took that on and took it serious. She was not a politician. She was a business owner, and her job was to defend our vote. And that's why she's here tonight. So I want to just encourage you guys to hear for just a minute what's happened in Mesa County. This has been a light of the state. We've come under incredible duress due to Jared Polis, who is the governor of Colorado, and the overreaching, overbearing Jenna Griswold, Secretary of State. She is punishing us. She's weaponizing her office against an elected official who is doing exactly what we elected her to do, and that is protect us. So please help me welcome my friend and an amazing patriot who is doing exactly what she should be doing in protecting and defending the vote. Clerk and Recorder Tina Peters.
Thank you. Thank you to you guys. Thank you to you guys. When I started having citizens come to me and tell me that something didn't seem right in our local city council elections, something didn't seem right in our county from years ago to the 2020 election, and they wanted answers. And I said, you know what? If there's a there, we'll find it. And I've made that pledge to the citizens of Mesa County and all over Colorado that the people elected me, not the Secretary of State. She has come into my office several times already in the last 2 years since I've been the elected official, because I am a Republican, I'm a conservative, and she's not. And she weaponizes her position to attack people that disagree with her. And so I'm not, I mean, my son, who was a Navy SEAL for 9 years, a lot of that blood runs through our veins. Tragically, I lost him 4 years ago in a very tragic accident on duty. And, but you know what? When you've gone through, when you're a cancer survivor and you've gone through losing a 27-year-old son, there's not much people can do to you.
That's right.
Right? So when the people came to me and they said, can you help us? Can you help us find something? And I said, if you bring the information to me, I'll look at it. And I think that's what we all should do, right? Don't just turn a blind eye and say, well, you know, I believe this or I believe that, but really look at it. And because of that, I've been persecuted. They've tried to take over my elections office because Mesa County election Mesa County is on the western slope of Colorado, and we are the last bastion of freedom in Colorado. So we would be a big jewel in our governor and our Secretary of State's crown to take over my office and control the way you vote. How do you like that?
At least the outcome of that vote, right? Dr. Frank? Yes.
So we have listened. I've listened to people. They send me things all over, and I've looked at it objectively. And there's some discrepancies there that I cannot deny. And I tell people, I say, I can't unsee some of these things. If I'm going to be honest with the people in Mesa County and in Colorado and with all of you, I cannot unsee some of these things. So I'm willing to put myself out there. I've been attacked, slandered, everything the media can do to me. Just yesterday, I got an order from the Secretary of State that she was going to invade my elections department today. And guess what? When I was on a plane to come see you kind folks and to talk to you out there, guess what they did? They provided a search warrant and raided my office. We don't know what they were doing in there because for several hours, they wouldn't even let my chief deputy clerk, who is the acting clerk for Mesa County when I'm absent, would not even let her observe what the Secretary of State and Dominion were doing in my office.
Alone for several hours in the voting room.
Alone. Alone with no one that knew anything about elections watching what they did. But they did do this. After several hours, they allowed my chief deputy to come in and they go, oh, look at this. Look, see, we found this. I don't know what they did. I don't know what they did, but I can tell you that I don't trust them. And because I don't trust them, we're going to find out exactly what's going on.
What was the thing on, I thought you said there's something about some passwords that's out in the news.
Oh, yeah.
We need to talk about that passwords that's out in the news, all over the news now.
So I've been accused of passing down or allowing someone to expose our passwords at our elections office. And these just happen to be passwords that only the Secretary of State has. As a matter of fact, when they were in doing this trusted build in my office, they told me that I'm not allowed to have those passwords, that only they are. And so I question that because we have passwords to get in our system. Why do they have passwords I can't have to get in the back door of my system. Why is that? What do you think? I don't know. That's a question that we need answers to, and we're going to find it.
I don't know if the Colorado Secretary of State knows anything about elections at all. But if she does know anything, she ought to know her own passwords. So up until that point, my understanding is the social media post of the passwords wasn't associated with Mesa County. So the Secretary of State did two things. One, she told the world those are Mesa County administrative passwords or BIOS passwords. And then she asserted that the county clerk might have released them. And she let all the media run with that. But she knows those are her staff's passwords.
And if you think that the left doesn't love stirring the pot, wow. They have been harassed. They've been violently threatened. The Secretary of State of Colorado has opened up Mesa County to incredible reproach throughout the state. The people are concerned for their own well-being now because of these radical actions that the Secretary of State, Jenna Griswold, took. She could have called. She could have done something beneath the radar, but that's not what she chose to do, and that's the question, is why? Why are they acting in this manner and drawing all of this attention and even saying criminal charges? They're looking at criminal charges when nothing's been done, as been pointed out here tonight.
And their intimidation, they try to intimidate and bully. I had to send my staff home yesterday. I said, take your laptops and go home. And because the calls were coming in after General Griswold put out a press release, that was the first I'd heard of it. Nobody gave me any warning that there was something wrong or that they felt was wrong. I had to send my staff home because of the hateful outpour from people.
They did a press release?
They did a press release.
Who did that? Secretary of State? Secretary of State's office did a press release. Are you kidding me? You mean the media would go along with this and wouldn't ask you anything? What's up with that, huh? The news. Remember what we're fighting for here? We're fighting to get past the fake news and the news that they're using. She came and raided her office on the way here. And the news, you know what it'll be? So we'll wait and see, because we're going to call them out like we've been doing all day. This is the hill to stand on, is our First Amendment right of free speech and getting past the media. They can do anything. People can commit crimes like the Secretary of State probably did. Doesn't seem suspicious. But who can cover up better than the media?
That's right. That's right.
I know there are decent reporters. I know there are. I've heard some of them. If you're a journalist, I beg you, stop doing your job for a minute and do your duty.
Yeah, huh? Whoa! Do your duty. Do your duty. That's what we've been talking about. If you're a journalist tonight, maybe you sit and pray about it. Get on your knees and pray about it. You owe your duty to our country.
Ask Clerk Peters. Ask Clerk Peters if the allegations are true before you publish them, and put her staff in jeopardy. And the Secretary of State knew she was doing that and did it anyway. She could have called, she didn't. Ask the Secretary of State whose passwords those are. And if they're not the clerk's or her staff's, if they're the Secretary of State's, then ask her, did your staff release the passwords, or are the systems insecure? Which is it?
Colorado claims to be the gold standard for voting and for voter integrity and voter outcomes. I think this is an incredible example of the opposite. How did her passwords get out to the public? She can't even answer that. What's interesting about Colorado is the same thing that's interesting, amazing across the country. We're all gathered here all across the United States here for one reason, to get to the truth about what's happened here in America. Because under this communist regime, we're all suffering. In Colorado, we are a red state. We know we are. And there are amazing people who are out there. They are verifying this. They're going door to door. They're doing the work to prove that our elections were stolen. Yes, that our elections were stolen, and we're not letting these politicians dictate our lives anymore. They've taken everything from us.
And I want to say something too. Remember I said when I came out here, we have the red team we happen to have here, okay? So we're going to come back on Thursday. This is just a side thing. Maybe we'll find out why they raid your office. Stay tuned for Thursday, because I asked them if they wanted a day, they want to make it 2 days. And it's disgusting what they've done. It's horrific to our country. This is what we're living. This is lawfare. This is lawfare. This is fear of going to jail. You haven't done anything. This is fear of standing up for our country. This is fear of even speaking. Even speaking.
That's right.
Look what's
Secretary of State's office is the one that issued, Jenna Griswold, which is the one that issued the demand, and got law enforcement come in on trumped up charges without my being able to defend myself. Got law enforcement come in on trumped up charges without my being able to defend myself. No, it was well, I wasn't there, so.
she wasn't there.
No, it was. No, it was well, I wasn't
It was
there.
a DA.
She wasn't there.
And trying to think
I
of
just
who
think
else
it's
was
what
there,
a what you know. This is what a wake up call, though. All of you politicians are their representatives. We have 47 states represented here. You know,
that's awesome.
47 states represented. These are the, you guys are all the patriots here. You 47 states represented. You're not afraid that they put a camera on you. Your CNN, you know, Fox ain't here, but those CNN, you put a camera out here so you live. You're not afraid. You guys bravely put a camera on you. You bravely came here. You know, because you know what? A lot of you probably had fear out here. So if I come there and be seen there, you guys bravely came. You know, I'm going to be a target. You bravely came here. You know what? You know what? When there's a lot of you 50 million or 100 million or 200 million or 300, we can't all be targets. We can't, you can't all be targets. That's why we got to get out the word now and not live in fear. We can't all be targets then. The more we tell to the world what's going on in this country, what went on, this was an attack by China on our election. The more we tell to the world what's going on in this country, these bad actors, this was an attack by China on our election. This is just an example, and we're going to Thursday will be big. But I'll tell you, look at Brad Rassenberger. I can say that. Secretary of State. Look at Brad Rassenberger. We got a list of it. These are the people, these elected officials. Well, how do you think they got elected? It probably wasn't by us. Look at Brad Rassenberger. By cheating, by hacks, by cyber. These are the people, these elected officials. George Soros, how do you think they got elected? By the way, if everybody missed a movie earlier, we're going to play it one more time a little later. And then, because that movie needs to be sent out worldwide. Did you guys see that? By the way, if everybody missed a movie earlier, we're going to play it one more time a little later. And then, because that movie needs to be sent out worldwide. Did you guys see that yet? I mean, it's amazing.
Yes.
But tell us more about the Secretary of State in your state.
Well, I mean, Gateway Pundit just released a story letting us know where all of her funding came from. Would you like to know how Jenna Griswold her election was paid for? You know, it's Soros, as always. They are planting and positioning people, and that's why this is so important that we get to the bottom of the voting. We have to know and understand what's going on with the voting systems in every state, because they're taking over, the progressive leftists are taking over our states by stealing our elections. And if we can prove it, we have to prove it. We have to do what's necessary to get it out to the public and get it out to the forefront. We have 64 counties in Colorado, and we have one clerk who would stand up for us and who would fully investigate. And you know, you can never know what the fallout is going to be of being brave and coming forward. But what else is there? What else is there? This is what we've got. And we've got to protect what we have. It's our obligation, it's our duty, as Colonel Sean Smith said. This is what we have, and we have to stand or we will lose it all. And that's not being dramatic anymore, is it? No.
It just takes one.
By not being able to communicate because of the media being the worst blockers, they're the enemy of the people too. The media, the bad media, they know who we are. We know who the good ones are. but there's very few. The journalists in this country, you know what? We'll see what the headlines are going to be tonight. We'll find out, gee, you're talking about this raid. How do you think they're going to twist it? You know, we'll have to wait for that to come. Is it already in the news?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, so the news is
Probably,
broke.
oh, yeah. Somehow they always know ahead of time.
It's amazing.
Yeah, isn't that something?
It's amazing.
They probably know what's going to happen tomorrow. Just a
to see
minute.
your face.
Oh, they already got the narrative wrote up.
That's right.
Oh, seriously. Of what?
Foldgate or Dustgate?
I mean, my stuff that I have, as you can see those packets going by, it's all about the cyber attack, capturing all that data on the election. When these guys brought me this on January 9th. All the other stuff, there's so many other things that went on, but I have stayed hyper-focused on it because we already have the evidence. This is what you need to know, everybody. We already had the evidence. They had the evidence in November, December, but we didn't have the evidence we needed. We needed to get rid of the machine evidence. We needed to know this cyber attack, because if we had evidence for other stuff and it flipped states the election, it didn't matter. We wouldn't be where we're at right now. Remember, we got to get rid of the machines, melt them down, make prison bars out of them, and that's it. We do. That's all.
Yes, I remember you.
All right, come on up. Come on up.
This gentleman wanted to say something right here that's filming. Which one? The one in the front right here. In the burgundy.
Well, good evening, everyone. I'm Virginia State Senator Amanda Chase. I am a second-term state senator. Hi to the folks back home. I am the only legislator from Virginia here. And I know that there are many of you who are legislators here as well, and I'd ask you to stand at this time so maybe we can connect later today. If you're a legislator, can you stand up? Thank you. What I want to tell you, there we go, is so I'm in session right now, and I am skipping. For 6 years, I've never missed a day in the Senate. For 6 years. And I chose to come here because I believe that your heart is in the right place. As a small businessman, and let me tell you something. Mike Lindell has put his personal fortune on the line. He's been attacked, persecuted. I want you to know I have been too, but I'll tell you that later. And so we've got to band together, and I've never been more encouraged to be here because, like I said, in Richmond, we're in session right now. They have, and I got censured in the Senate for saying this. The 2020 presidential election was stolen. And then I had the audacity to go to the January 6th Stop the Steal rally to stand with my president. Yes. I was cited for being an insurrectionist by 3 Republicans and the rest of the Democratic Party. They stripped me from every last one of my committees. They put me in the corner. They built a plexiglass wall around me on the floor of the Senate because I refused to wear a mask because I think that's socialism. They try to shame us. They have stolen the House, the Senate. I live in a Marxist state right now, and I'm pissed. I'm one of those moms in 2015 who got really pissed off and ran against an establishment Republican, a rhino, and I won. But let me go back to, they're in session right now packing our courts. And that's what they're going to try to do in your legislatures next. They're going to steal your House, your Senate, your governor's races. Then they're going after your courts. They're doing that today in Virginia. And I left the floor of the Senate. And by the way, I want to thank Josh Barnett and David Jose and Heather Mitchell for helping us, because I actually, Wendy Rogers, State Senator Wendy Rogers and Sonny Borelli hosted my team in Arizona when they were doing the audit, and they were teaching us how to submit notices and affidavits. Well, guess what? Here's some good news. Yesterday, on the floor of the Senate, because the governor called a special session, I decided I'd take advantage to let them know that I wasn't real happy that they rejected my budget amendment for $70 million out of the $4.3 billion federal dollars of our taxpayer money they were spending. I figured, $70 million is nothing, right? For restoring our integrity in our elections and the confidence of our voters. They would not even accept my budget amendment. And so, during the conference report, I said, well, I think you're missing something here. We're missing a $70 million budget amendment by we the people. And the people of Virginia, not legislators, we the people, they drove to my house the night before session, brought me over 4,000 notices and some affidavits, and I had those with me on the floor of the Senate yesterday. And guess what? Here it comes. So I gave them a courtesy. I said, I have a big surprise for you today. And so I served during session yesterday 4,000 notices and some affidavits to the Senate of Virginia, and is recorded. It is documented online in Virginia, virginiageneralassembly.gov. You can go see it there. Washington Post was there. Richmond Times-Dispatch was there. All the media, they sit right in front of me on the floor of the Senate. And I told them yesterday, we actually went, before we got on the plane yesterday to come, I said, tomorrow and the rest of this week, they're going to be meeting through Wednesday. I'm not going to participate in your packing of the courts, and people are going to know that I did not participate in this because I'm going to be in South Dakota with Mike Lindell.
Thank you.
But what I want to say is this: I want to thank Dr. Frank, because he's come to Virginia and been on some of our calls. In Virginia, we have a call that I spearhead twice a week to bring all of the grassroots leaders in Virginia to discuss what we're going to do and to put together the evidence. But I want to encourage those of you who live in a Democrat trifecta that you can still do something. You've got to mobilize the people, just like the left did all during the last summer with all the rioting and the looting and all of that. Yeah. That's right. And we must demand every single state across the United States of America. We have seen what they have shown us today. We have to have a forensic audit in every single state. Yeah. Every single one.
Senator, you're exactly right. And Senator, I just want to say the people of Colorado are demanding a forensic audit in Colorado. So it's not a shock that the Secretary of State has chosen to weaponize her office. She, when you talk about the election rules that are creating these Democrat states, mail-in ballots automatic voter registry. We have over 5,000 dead people who voted in Colorado. We have 25,000 people who don't live in the state of Colorado who voted. We have new rules saying that we can't have outside audits, that only the Secretary of State can audit her own self? Since when do we trust the government? When do they ever audit themselves? When do they ever tell themselves no? It's never happened. There are other foolish rules that come into play, being able to print off your own ballot at your own home. I'm sure that's going to go over real well. I feel that this is going to be a very integral election the next time around. We believe that these people are creating rules to cover up what they've already done. And Virginia is such a great example of that, full of amazing conservatives who've been robbed of their birthright of freedom there. It's the home of our nation, Virginia.
Do you know when you bring up their You brought up how many dead people stuff? Say that again.
Over 5,000 dead people voted in
Okay,
Colorado.
now let me tell you this. We've talked about this all day, everybody. What does that prove? 5,000 dead people didn't vote. They needed them for the 2010 census report for this cyber hack from China.
Right.
If Dr. Frank proved down there that you can do in every single state if you get, what do you need to get? The registration voter rolls, right?
That's
when he
right.
started out getting them, everybody could get them. Do you know now? Try and get it from your state, from your Secretary of State.
Exactly.
You can't. They blocked it.
That's right.
They blocked it. So when you talk about dead people voting and all this stuff, every single thing proves one thing. Of course they didn't vote. You think one person went out there and filled out 5,000 things? It's because of the world we're in. Cyber forensics, cyber attacks, that when you can take anything. You can go take the pipeline thing. You can hack into credit cards. They can get money. Hack into businesses. They can get this. But you know what? When you take an election, you take everything in one grab.
That's right.
Because you know what? If we'd have waited any longer, look what's happened until we skipped over socialism right to communism. Every day that goes by, you're seeing stuff getting done that doesn't help anybody in this country, whether you're a Democrat or Republican. They're taking our country and destroying it piece by piece and as fast as they can. It's like we're in a race. We're in a race.
That's right.
And there is no 2022 or 2024 unless we address 2020.
That's right. Okay.
So I was
And then I want to say this: all the politicians, like all of you, you know, when one thing I learned for me, I got to meet. I wasn't in politics, being an ex-addict. In the summer of 2016, we've heard the story. I met Donald Trump in a private meeting. But I'll tell you what, I didn't think politics affected me. I really didn't back then. Of course, I didn't pay attention. But you think of it, it affects every single thing we do. They can make the new rules, and it's over. It's over. But I have met, out of all the politicians I met, and I met them on both sides, Republicans, Democrats, it didn't matter. People that are even in government that aren't even elected down there. And here's what I have found. 99% of them, it's a high number, either have a party agenda or a political agenda or a personal agenda. And that is bizarre. I mean, I can count on two hands, including our great president, Donald Trump, that he had one agenda: to help our country and people, all people, all people. So when we get this election fixed and we melt down those machines and make them into prison bars, and we get this election pulled down and get that righted, then from that point on, not only are you going to have the best elections here and in the world, but we're going to elect politicians that have the people's back.
Amen.
Right.
That's
Can
right.
I finish so I can leave? So, real fast too, I know, Amanda, you want to finish, but I do want to just take a moment and acknowledge one of the major instigators and fire starters in America right now is Dr. Frank and his movement with these amazing super moms all throughout the nation. I know a lot of you guys are here today. And I think that's why we're here with Clerk Peters. She's a Gold Star mom. She's a super mom who saw a need and stepped in and filled it. And we moms have such a calling on our lives. And Amanda, you're such an example of that too. So we are going to do this. We're not going to stop because our babies deserve to go up. They deserve to grow up in a free nation.
And let me tell you something. The thing that the media keeps asking me is, give me the proof. Show me the proof.
gonna show
And so
them the
here's
proof.
my answer to that. You
We're
show
gonna
me
show them the
an
proof.
election integrity audit, and I'll show you the proof.
Yes.
That's right. So I said to, I've done 3 tweets, I think. I'm not a big social media person. I've done 3 tweets, I think, in my entire life. One of them was my body, my right when it comes to the jab. And the other one was that to Senator Toomey in Pennsylvania when he kept saying things that I knew were incorrect. And so I put a tweet out and I said, okay, number one, you can run a ballot through a Dominion system more than once.
Yeah.
Number two, if there was a nefarious actor, they can program that computer to do whatever they want it to do. And then I said a couple other things at the end of that tweet, as much characters as I had. And I said, either you're complicit or you're dirty. Look at Eric Coomer. I unleashed the media. Boy, I tell you, I got it. And what they try to do is they try to shame you. And they try to put you down to shut you up. And so I had the Secretary of State leaning on our Colorado County Clerks Association, 64 counties in Colorado. And he calls me up. He goes, Tina, you know, you gotta tone it down. And I said, well, let me ask you something. So, Matt, is it true that you can, number one, I said that you can run as many ballots as you want through the Dominion software? And he goes, yeah. I said, number two, if there was a nefarious actor, could they write, you know, scripts in there to do whatever they want to do? And he goes, yeah. I said, so what's the problem? And he couldn't answer.
The problem is the truth.
But I was shamed. I'm still being persecuted.
They
for
can't
that.
find fraud because they're not looking for it.
They don't want to.
And you can't find fraud because they won't let you look for it.
Right.
But the elections belong to us. They belong to us. If you find an elected official who will stand with the people, stand with them.
That's right.
And if they won't, remove them from office because they're unfit. They're unfit.
Where were my bipartisan judges today to witness the Secretary of State being in my office? The Democrat Secretary of State being in my office doing who knows what kind of little voodoo with my machines. Where were the bipartisan set of judges? Where was my representation in there?
And you know what? That's the problem. They're using fear tactics to scare everyday average people into being quiet. And we are patriots. Think of our founding fathers who risked everything to stand up to the tyrants.
That's right.
You have to stand up to these tyrants. And that's every
Just
last
takes
one of you.
Just takes one.
And
one
don't
of you.
fear the media anymore.
That's right.
They can't hurt us anymore. They lie. They don't talk like Fox. You know what? And don't be afraid if someone calls you something from the media or Alan Duke and Facebook fact checkers put that something's not true. It's just the opposite. Just like when we say the big lie is the big lie.
It is.
Anything they say is fake news is real news, and anything they say, you go the opposite. It's pretty easy, right?
I believe it.
And I'll tell you what, you want to stick with journalists, you stick with the ones that are out there telling the truth. We hope that during this symposium, these 3 days, that we bring journalism back. You bring media back to telling that. The problem is we've seen the video. Soros has bought all the media. I can go down media and who owns it and stuff. This is our voice of free speech. If you have that, you have it all. You take an election, you have the media, you can put out your own narrative. We don't know why you're on the way here. She gets her office raided. We're going to find out.
Well, the timing's been unbelievable because the solutions are here. You are the solution. John Wayne is dead and the cavalry's not coming. We are the answer. We are. We're the solution. We are what we are looking for. And that's what this time together is for, is to come up with those solutions to protect one another and defend our right to preserve our own backyards. It's God-given. It's not man-derived. And it sure as hell isn't government-derived. So thank you, Jesus, for this time. Thank you for all of you guys. And Mr. Lindell, thank you for the sacrifice that you've made.
Thank you, Mom. And we're gonna have on Thursday. Remember, we got a red team here, and we're gonna dig into some stuff because it doesn't make sense. Isn't the timing weird? And you'll see it all over the news tonight. Well, you know the truth, okay? And we're gonna dig, and we're gonna put out even more of the truth. You know what they're talking about out there now? They're trying to discredit during all this. Now they're trying to discredit where the data came from that I have. It is what it is. So here we are on the first day. There isn't one of them that said, they could have said, hey, this isn't from the 2020 election, like they're supposed to show. Not one of them, everybody. Even the fake news fact checkers lead stories. You remember what he did do in that six-page data over there? He said, 2 of them are the same. Well, gee, I'm sorry. I had 50 states made and they put 2 in there. We're checking on that. He might be lying. Wouldn't that be something? The Facebook fact checkers lying?
Never.
But that's what we have to break through is this media. And so you wouldn't have to live in fear. We can't live in fear.
It's a badge of courage. If they're attracted to you because of your message, it's almost like a badge of courage. You know you're doing something right.
And no weapon formed against us
shall prosper.
That's right. That's right. So can I just finish, because I'm ready to go sit down. I didn't plan to come up here at all. This was like very spontaneous. But when this is over, could I just ask that all the legislators come forward? I see Representative Fincham here. Mark Fincham had the opportunity he's a champion as well in Arizona. But if y'all could just come down front, I would love to exchange business cards and then set up a weekly call where we can collaborate as legislators and encourage each other.
Support.
47 states are represented here, everybody.
Representative Mark Haynes.
Oh, sorry.
Does anybody we could do some questions if anybody wanted questions.
Yes, sir.
Have backup. Was all of the information kept in your office, or did you have backup?
That's a good question. I think Thursday we will be talking more about that. So make sure you're here.
We have a Colorado representative here in the House, Representative Ron Hanks in the back. Get on up here. This guy's our hero.
Here he comes.
Retired Colonel Ron Hanks. Deserving of all of that. That's right.
Okay, he's going to hold the mic. That gives me a lot of free hands. Now I got it. May I? All right. What I wanted to say is I have put out a lot of conversation and documents to our Secretary of State, Jenna Griswold. I will tell you, she has blamed us for the threats of violence. And I told her to reorient her finger and point it directly back at herself.
That's right.
And I will tell you what, the media, which I call lion media and yellow journalism, is causing the division and the hatred and the threats here. We have to get through the membrane of this evil and knock it back, because look at what we saw with the son of the Brazilian president. And he did that, they did those motorcycle rallies. And I teared up at the patriotism of Brazil. Look at the potential brotherhood we have in this world if we get rid of this kind of evil.
The media. I mean, it's everywhere. If they got that, if you control the media, and that's why they went on, the first thing they tried to do was take away our First Amendment right to free speech. And Dominion's right there, the lawfare. Fear of getting sued, fear of getting threatened, fear of being, and what they did, this hasn't been done since 1798, Alan Dershowitz said, in our country. 1798 they did it, called lawfare, where they threatened these news outlets, probably newspaper, probably more than just threatened them with lawsuits, huh? But they didn't do it for all those years. And you know why I figured out about, if you go back a few years, it would have been a story if another journalist did a bad story, you know what I mean? It would be a story if Dominion's over here suing someone, and then the other media would go, wow, why are they getting sued, and who is this Dominion? Right. It doesn't make sense. Instead, they all piggyback on. And then you got Fox. Fox gets sued, and then they get sued again. They got double sued. Wouldn't you want to be here, Fox? And if you got your lawsuits you're worried about, and that's why you're not talking, to see the evidence, wouldn't they have sent a forensic person here, a cyber forensic expert? Let's think about that. I'm out there. I pulled millions of dollars worth of ads. It cost MyPillow $1 million a week in revenue. That's revenue to MyPillow. Right. We're direct response, direct sales. So if we don't have that, we can't go replace it somewhere else. This isn't like advertising, like branding. So it hurt us, and I did it. You know why? because I wasn't going to give them any more money. I'd rather lose money myself, millions of dollars, than succumb to the cancel culture. Because when the lights go out, it's over, everybody.
Yeah.
And I'm so happy we got here, and I'm looking back, and there's 20 cameras back there, and it'll be just so interesting to see, because tomorrow what we're going to do is go right down all the stories they put out. That's why we're live streaming this 72 hours. What we're going to do so everybody overseas can see this too. You know, they're worried overseas. Who do you think controls all their media over there? CNN and Fox. Right. Now, if you know, Facebook. I don't know. We don't hear much about Fox, but CNN, they're everywhere.
Yeah.
And if they're controlling, other countries are worried. You've seen with Brazil here today, Eduardo, and they had the same. It's identical. They're going after their media. The media is going after the people, and then they're going to go in there with the machines and take their 2022 election. That's what they're going to do. And it's so here. The whole purpose of this isn't whether we have the evidence or not. I talked to some guys last week, and I said, you guys had so much evidence, you could have put everyone in prison in the whole country with the evidence you had. In November and December, it was, of course dead people can't vote. Right. Of course this can't vote. Brad Rassenberg listed them off. The president listed them off, and he doesn't matter. We were all in the twilight zone. Going, this can't be. It's like everything was thrown out the window. Well, no, you don't get to do this. Oh, no, that's not real. How do you control that narrative? There's only one way, and that's the media. So that's what the purpose of this Frank speech is, and this 3 days. It's to break through, like was said there and said here. We have to break through, and everybody's got to have the voice. And that's why I made frankspeech.com. I got millions, 15, 20 million into this, counting Frank's speech. Easy. I don't care. I don't care because you know what? It's the best money I ever spent in my life is to save our country.
Thank you.
And the help I need. You guys, thank you, but the help I need is everyone watching. All you got to do is keep sharing. Get everyone to watch tomorrow. Get everyone. Now you got something to look forward to Thursday when we come back with their red team that we've got. You've got that, but we've got other stuff coming up every single day. Those cyber forensic guys, what do you think they're going to find? Of course they're not going to find it's not from the 2020 election, because it is. That's right. It got you all here. I showed you those states today. That's real, And then you got that cyber attack, those packet captures and data, and then you got Dr. Frank's thing where he came in out of nowhere and did a mathematically where they proved every algorithm. You guys think of this in every single state you live in, including Colorado.
Especially Colorado. Especially Colorado.
Well,
we're the jewel. We're the jewel in this takeover.
Right. But let me tell you the way it is with his work. You take one county, and in that county, or precinct, I'm not sure, either one, and there's a pattern. The same percentage of 25-year-olds vote, pick a number, 45-year-olds vote, 70-year-olds vote. You take that pattern, and you can, it's like it goes in every county. Yeah. I mean, only machines could do that. And every single state is like that. Why do you think they took away the registry where you could just go out to your Secretary of State and get, hey, I want to see our voter rolls, registered voter rolls? Because then you could have done it yourself. Right. Then it's real. I guess it's real. But it is real. It's all real. Every single thing. His thing is completely separate from all this, which is completely separate from all the organic fraud. When you show this, everything shows the same thing with the dead people. How do you have, like in Colorado, how many non-residents for it? Do you know that number?
Around 25,000.
25,000. Let me tell you right now, everybody, 25,000 people in Colorado didn't have a meeting and go, hey, you know what? I don't care if George Soros is leading the pack or not. You can't get 25,000 people to commit a crime. It's impossible. Right. You can't. Try it. And try not the word leaking out. They're not going to do it over their one vote. How do you get 25,000 non-residents to vote? Because you used the 2010 voter rolls, and you did it with a cyber attack from China and stole our country.
That's right.
Well, you know, it's interesting because why would a Dominion is just, the machines are just a scanner. So you put the ballot through, it scans it, it determines that oval is for that person, that oval is for that person. It's just a scanner. My question was, and this is what got my attention, is why would there be Wi-Fi access? Why do you need Wi-Fi access? And why did I not know that? And why is it that I don't have passwords, and who has those passwords to turn that on and off? There's certain things you can't unsee.
Yeah, and so you know they had Wi-Fi access.
Yeah, wireless access. It says it on it.
Says it right there when they were doing they were.
You know, here's what's funny. They sit there. We've seen the movie. Oh, there's no access. There's no access. You could say, gee, our government should have been collecting those packet captures and data last fall, right, to protect us from a cyber attack. But they didn't. So should we give them a pass and we say because they called up Dominion and Dominion said you don't need to look at anything there because we're not going to be online.
Right, exactly.
Right? And then it's like flood insurance. You go, I'm going to sell you flood insurance. Don't buy anything. There's no water here. It's a desert. Right. They lied.
Right.
That's it.
Okay, so I have been saying that story for the last few years. Well, we're not even connected to the internet. How can anybody access it? Until I saw there on the screen when the Secretary of State and Dominion were in doing this trusted build, what they called a trusted build, and I said, wow, look at that. There is a toggle switch that you can turn on Wi-Fi access. Wow. Why would you need that in a scanner? And why did I not know that?
And why would the executive director of the Clerks Association deny it repeatedly that it was even a capability? And Sean, if you want to speak to that, I think, do you guys want to hear a little bit more about the actual machines and how they work? And how we know that they have this capability? Because we have the expert in the house.
Well, you can look it up for yourself. Right? I mean, Colorado, the Secretary of State, unfortunately for her, I guess, she probably hasn't even looked at it, publishes a list of the certified equipment with the serial numbers, and you can look them up and see how they were ordered. So voting machines that aren't ever under federal law supposed to be connected to the internet or outside the voting system network are built with wireless modems at the request of the company that ordered them.
So then they are not shocked. They shouldn't be shocked that it has it. Is that what you're saying?
Well, no, the Secretary of State and the staff of the voting system companies know. I mean, this is a question, is how long do you let them lie to you? Yeah. Right? How long do you let them, once you see, I mean, how much do you need to see before you know they're liars? You want to see what somebody does? You want to see their character? Watch what they do with power. For years, they have been saying the same thing. We still have clerks who are saying it because that's what they've been told. They don't know. They're not.
I didn't know.
God bless Tina Peters. She's not a technical expert. They're not allowed to open up the machines and look at them. They didn't order them. The people who did order them know what's in them. They asked for it. They asked for that configuration. Secretary of State has the legal obligation to know.
And the passwords.
The Election Assistance Commission has the responsibility to accredit the testing labs. The testing labs are responsible to test them, and yet we still have voting machines with wireless modems in them, and people who don't know better assuring us that they're not connected to anything.
And it's all a lie.
And until you demand something different, until we demand something different, that's what we'll have.
That's right.
Yeah, you know what? When you talk about something different, remember, the same input, you have to change the input to get a different output. I'll tell you one thing, we can never, ever have an election with the internet, with the world we're living in right now. You can't have it. The machine's got to go. And you know what? I said this. This is what I said 2 weeks ago to tell you about the news, the fake media, the terrible media, the evil. All of them there except for we could name them. We know who the good ones are that are still journalists. There's a few left in our country. But let me tell you what I said. On Thursday, when we wrap this, we're talking about where do we go from here. You know, there's different paths to pull this down. The Supreme Court, we're going to reveal at least 2 or 3 paths. But I will tell you this, we also are going to reveal a replacement for the machines. Now, I put that out there. These guys developed this. I've looked at it. To me, it's foolproof. So I said, and you know what? The media did. Mike Lindell at his symposium is it's a money grab. He's going to run his pillow ads. This was CNN. They're going to run his pillow ads nonstop, and he's going to reveal a thing so he can get cash money or money for replacement of the machines. Well, let me tell you, fake news, they're going to give the technology away, these guys, because they love our country. I'm going to quick announce this. It was Robert Sutherland, a state's representative from Washington State. Remember, 47 states are represented here. And he has given me this note. He wants that I announce that he's calling for public hearings this Sunday, August 15th, to read affidavits of voter integrity, or no, irregularities, in other words, crimes. Already hundreds of responses. Well, now you're going to get thousands. And do you know, you know what? Just think of November, December, when we all heard all this and everything. You heard about voter crimes everywhere. Everywhere. You couldn't, they were like, between Dominion and the media was like whack-a-mole for them, right? I mean, that's what they're doing. But they were so powerful, the media, and they used fear. They used fear in people. They started using fear. And that's what they did. And then they separate us. They call us a divided country. You're racist. No, we're not a racist country. We're a united country. We're the United States of America. And they put that in there to divide and conquer. Divide and conquer. Oh, there's this party and then this racist. It's not true. What they've done, it's just a deflection. Put it over here, and everybody look over here, or the mask thing, and then the vaccine thing now. Put it over here. The vaccine is serious. What they're doing is overplaying their hand. How dare they take and if you want a vaccine that wasn't okay by the FDA, that's good for you. If you want to listen to whoever, I don't know who they are, and you listen to them, but you know what? Then don't worry about me. I'll do what I want. I feel if I would die if I took it more. I have a more chance of dying. That's just me. You're not going to tell me what to put in my body, and you're not going to make me lose my businesses because you can't, like they tried in New York. I don't know if that even went through. I've been so concentrated on this, where you have to be vaccinated there, and the restaurateurs are supposed to. They have to have proof of vaccination. Yeah. When only 30-some% of like blacks and Hispanics are vaccinated, so you're not letting them in. And they're supposed to enforce that. Businesses, small businesses, as if they didn't destroy it enough, destroy them, and then let's do this. But you know what? That's all working to our benefit, everybody. Because why? Because as long as we got a platform and we break through the media that's ruining, the terrible journalists ruining our country that make the people the enemy. As long as we break through that and we all have the same voice, this is our freedoms. We're fighting for our freedoms. This is just, if we would have went any further on this curve, we almost lost it. You get here, you got to thank God that we're in the best time in history to be alive. Ever. Because this is going to change the course of history. Right. Because if they would have took the machines that took our country, if we didn't have all these deviations, we went through that, you would have never known. And then it's over. You never get it back. You can't go back and say, once communism is here, what are they doing? They're going to destroy it. And you can't, if you control your elections, if you don't have elections, you never get to go back the other way. Right. And I think we were probably getting there. Now that I met so many Republicans and Democrats, sometimes you don't know which one's which. And that's scary too.
I think that's why it's so important that a clerk and recorder is here to just speak to you and share with you, because you have an obligation to defend your own vote. You have an obligation to secure your own backyard. It really is we the people. It's our job. I think about Sean, who's already served his country, and Representative Ron Hanks, who served his country, and yet here they are getting back in the fight again because they didn't fight just so that we could give it all away. Right. They didn't fight just so we could surrender we haven't even begun to fight yet. And so I think it's really important to know that when our vote is our weapon. And so if the Secretary of State or a government is weaponizing your vote against you got to fight back. You got to push back any way that you can. And today is the day. Today is our battle. This is our fight. Somebody said we weren't here for Normandy.
I'd like to hear a little more about the actual Dominion machines. I mean, tell us, when you talk about a Dominion machine or any of these machines, I mean, what was your thought when you hear all the lies out there from the media that they're not online, they're not online. They can't even go online. We all heard that one, right? They can't even go online. Well, how does the data get to CNN when they flip to those votes in real time that time? How does that get there? Of course it goes through the internet. Everybody needs to get it. Do you know that you can hack it if you hack the Dominion machines or directly, then don't they go to this point and you could get it in between, correct?
Yeah, I couldn't do it, but
somebody could.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, they call them commercial off the shelf. They're not commercial off the shelf, they're ordered. But regardless, they're commercial quality machines. They're not defensible. You cannot defend them against it. If they're not a target for a nation state level threat, if they don't want our elections, what would they want? And they've already demonstrated, foreign hackers have already demonstrated their ability to penetrate any system they want.
We had one today just in our mock election. He hacked it from out here in 5 minutes from a cell phone.
We were hoping
from a
for that
cell
one,
phone.
but it's true.
I couldn't believe it.
Yeah.
But with the machines, another thing too. We paid for them, taxpayer money, $6,000, $7,000 a piece. I read on the Facebook. Alan Duke will figure out if that's true or not. But it's $6 to $7 grand. But it's not just that. It's the maintenance on them. I've heard there's a charge, a monthly maintenance. They're doing this maintenance fee that we're all paying. I mean, you'd think that would be enough for them, right? Rather than be in on stealing our country. But no, there's something very evil there. It's like Dominion. When I went out and said, Dominion sued everybody but me. And you know what I did? I kept going every time I was getting attacked. Mike Lindell lost 4 more retailers today. Then the bad media, they'd all call me. They all have my direct number. Mike, you lost 4 more retailers. Did you hear about China and Dominion attacking us? Dominion. This went on and on and on. Mike, you lost your Twitter account. Did you hear about Dominion and China attacking us? It's the only media I had. As they're attacking. But finally, Dominion, I had to beg them to sue me. Did I beg them to sue me to give them evidence? No, to get back in the news because none of the media was calling after I put out absolute proof. Now they did it the other way. Don't talk to him anymore. He's getting his message out even though you're attacking him. And that's all I had though because you don't have Fox. Fox is silent. They get you another way. I said it the other day and I'll say it again. I said there should be a weather channel. I changed my mind. They wouldn't report an oncoming storm. It's disgusting.
Can I just say, so I have a lot of criticism for a lot of the media, but there are some good media, and we should praise them.
OAN, number 1. Newsmax was here. They went like this, but they're back. Don't live in fear anymore, Newsmax. You're already in now. This is the second time they went after you, and I think you just stay with us. Right Side Broadcasting. They're right over here.
And you know what? You know what? I really do believe that there are good people in the media. And I think it's just those people, just like me, out of 64 counties in Colorado, I'm willing to stand up as the county clerk, 1 out of 64. And there are people in the media that need to stand up and say, I'm not, if I have to risk my job or whatever, I'm going to say the truth.
Right.
And I think if enough people did that, you might have to start your own media company. But
why are you so afraid to say the truth?
Well, in their defense, because I know most of them, okay, they have my direct number. I'm going to give you a story about the New York Times and the Washington Post. 2 months apart, they came to me and they wanted to do, the one kid from the Washington Post wanted to do it like they call it a long, I mean, this would be the whole front of the paper, right? It's a 2.5 hour, actually, no, it was a 4-hour interview. It's a long interview. I said no, and he wanted to do it over the phone. I said, we're going to do it by Zoom, but you got to read my book first. Okay? It's a 27-year-old kid. He read my book, and we went on Zoom. Now, he's torn. This is a story of an ex-crack addict you know, living the American dream on steroids. You can be anybody you want in this country because of our freedom. Anything can happen. It's the American dream. So this kid reads it, and we do this Zoom interview, and his article is going to be printed, right? And I didn't hear about it, right? Didn't hear about it. Now, on the same path, the New York Times, it was down in Florida. She did almost identical thing, 4 or 5 hours. Now, she showed me her article ahead of time, and I'm going, there is no way they're going to be able to print. The New York Times will print that. Neither one got printed because their bosses, it was too good. You know, so what I do, I have to take the bad media, that Zach that wouldn't come up here, he's a little coward shy, but he, I blocked him. I took him off my phone. I blocked him for 2 months after the Frankathon. I blocked him, right? And he finally, the other day, about a week ago, he said, Mike, will you please unblock me, you know, so you take his calls. I said, yeah, Zach. I said, I don't mind you printing your garbage like you all do, but you better at least quote me, and all outside of that, you can do what you want. And he was pretty good about it, you know, except for today. You know, he puts it up, and he said, why don't you come up on stage and say this? They're cowards. Some of them don't even put their names on it. They don't even put their names on it. This is the enemy. This is the only thing stopping from getting our country back, everybody, is the media and the journalists, and including social media. That's it. We have all the evidence. Are you kidding me? All the actors, the terrible actors like your Secretary of State, they would be called out if the media was right. They would be the ones that should be in fear because they did bad things.
Right.
Right?
They sure do. You know, I have a saying that, I mean, our family is very much a proponent of integrity. And I've always said, one thing, I'm getting too old to remember some things, but the other thing is if you tell the truth, you never have to worry about what you said. And so I think it comes down to integrity. It's just tell the truth.
Right. That's a good point, because everybody says to me, I put up with them every day. I don't have to think of a lie I told. I just put it out there.
Right.
I'm on Jimmy Kimmel. Everyone says, Mike, that was great. Actually, it was pretty easy because I just answered the questions. Right. Have you seen Bigfoot, Mike? Would you believe in Bigfoot? I haven't seen one, but if I did, maybe. I don't know. You know, but I haven't seen one. He asked me these questions. You know, you're a lot like Hunter Biden. You both were crack addicts. I read your books. You know, you just give them the answers, you know. So this attack, but I got to say it again to where there's hope for this country. I got to say this. Did y'all see when I was on Jimmy Kimmel? Okay. So did everyone said, don't go on there. Well, you know what? I had to get around the media block. There's a whole group of people out there that don't even know that we have stuff like this. They don't even know because they're blocked by the only channels they watch. The garbage CNNs of the world and the MSNBC and the Washington Post, they're reading that. My paper in Minnesota, and I'm sure there's papers all around the country that are horrible. There was the Minneapolis Star and Tribune, in case everybody wanted the name. Horrible. But they, with all of this media.
The trust of the people. They've lost the trust of the people.
They've lost the trust of the people, absolutely. And with that being said, these people had not heard. So I go, well, if I go on Jimmy Kimmel, yeah, I knew he was going to attack me. There was a guy on there, they're making fun of me. We're going back and forth. But he said he watched 19 hours of our Frankathon when I launched Frank's speech, which by the media says it was a failure. That thing stood its ground. 150 million people came to there that weekend. Awesome. You know, and people got to see stuff. But I go on Jimmy Kimmel, you guys. This is really important when you talk about this. I get in the green room. Kendra and I are in the green room out to California. And I hear in the green room that he read my book. So I had a little piece. He had read my book. And, you know, I was just a guy, had, you know, functioning addict. I'm always an entrepreneur, owned bars. I had bought my sister flooded a third-story building of an apartment complex once with a waterbed. I became a carpet cleaner. You know, with the American dream, the freedoms we have here, you can be anything you want. You know, I'd fall down and pick up and do another thing, you know. And so I go in there to Jimmy, and I come walking out with the book. And I take over, and I tell about my Lindale Recovery Network. And I'm going to do it one more time. If you're out there and you have addiction, the LindaleRecoveryNetwork.org. Around the world, go there. It's free. I spent millions making it. It's free. There's no time people are looking for hope more than this. Go there. Instead of masking it with the, addiction, go there. There's your answer. The same input will get the same output. Try a different input. Go there. It's the best online that I've ever known, ever. I'd say it is the best, but we'll have to see if I get fake fact book checked by Facebook. Well, anyway, so I go into Jimmy, you guys, and I get on there, and you all know he hits me with these questions. He had a list. This was a setup. Get rid of Mike Lindell. This was a setup. This was their last thing they're going to... So I go on there,
Sounds like
and
Secretary of
during
State.
the commercial, it goes to a commercial, and everybody needs to hear this. Jimmy, a year ago now, they tried to go after him because he had done something in the 90s, blackface or something. He did a lot of stuff. A lot of people, I can't help my past. I can only move forward. But in between their commercial, I said to Jimmy, I go, Jimmy, we have something in common. I said, they went after you last summer too. And he looked at me and he said, Mike, he said, the difference is I did something bad. All you did was back a man you believed in. And that meant a lot to me, That's Jimmy said that, Jimmy Kimmel. And we talked about things like, I go, Jimmy, they laid out, 50,000 union jobs they stole. I said, what I have for this evidence of this cyber attack, it's real. And he's listened. He listened. We talked about it. We had the conversation. Believe me, he had a whole bunch of people, trolls, people upstairs all the way to Disney, owns the ABC, telling him, don't put him on. Maybe, I don't know. He said there were a lot of people sure said don't put him on, just in case they couldn't crush me, right? Everyone over here said don't go on. When that show ended, this was by the grace of God. And I'll tell you, God's been watching over everything I've been doing, because here's what happened. At the end of that show, right towards the end, they all had that fake Mike that came out with the pillow thing, and he's always doing this perverted thing on his shows, with the pillow, and he comes wobbling out there, and he's doing this little skit. Well, I knew he was going to go to that, and I turned to the camera, and I said, no, you do it like this. Guaranteed the most comfortable pillow you ever owned. Use promo code Jimmy to save up to 66%. Jimmy goes, God, he stopped, right? That's the only part they cut out of that 18-minute episode. But think of this. If I wouldn't have done that, everyone would have remembered with this thing that was done at the end and taken away all the good stuff that was in there. That got seen by 10 to 20 million people. It's still up on YouTube and Vimeo. Probably the only thing up there where a guy says, we were attacked by China through the Dominion machines. You got to say the word Dominion. So that's using the media, the left media. And you know what? We shouldn't have to do that. We shouldn't have to do that. We shouldn't have to say, like right now, you got hit jobs out there in the media. I haven't even looked at them all. You got all this terrible media that's right here, and you've seen it here. But you know what? This is live. So everything you're reading tonight, but it's not you guys. You guys have seen that. It's the other people out there that are watching the BAMI. If you can't change the media, you got to try and get reach our people that are our friends that are just watching this brainwashed media, and get to them and say, it's a wake-up call. It's a wake-up call. All of our voices have to be united. That's what Frank's speech is all about. I didn't put that out to make money, I'll tell you that. I put it up there to help save the country so we had a place where we could safely go. I bought my own server, bought this. I did something in 2 months that was impossible. That would take 2 years to build. So it was safety. There is no way that any platform had this on today on YouTube or Vimeo. If they were, it wasn't there very long. And that movie that we shown, and I'm going to show it probably one more time tonight to close with it, and then we're going to loop this from 9 to 9, so everybody overseas is watching this. And we're going to get through this, and it's going to be, now Thursday we're going to have more news.
Right.
And it's going to come back. Remember, we have what's called red team.
Red team.
We have a red team here. I didn't know what that was, but these are cyber forensic people that go deep, and they dig deep. And by the way, it's the end of the first day or getting close to it. Remember, There was a $5 million prize I put up. Why did I put that up, everybody? Because it got media last week when they weren't talking about it. And then they come up to me, CNN's going, they did their hit job. 2.5 hours I sat with them. 2.5 hours. They pulled out 8 minutes. Did everybody see it come out? It comes out, he goes, come on, give me a hug. I don't know if you've seen that. You know why I said give me a hug? They sat there, that Drew, they couldn't find anything, because you know what? When you say the truth, they can't change it. They can't change it. I'm not just some guy that's going, you know, if I know the truth, I'm not going to go over here so I don't get attacked. If you do that, that's what's got us in this position with the media. You know, people are afraid back in social media, if you say one thing, you know, then everyone's dive bombing in there. Those are bots and trolls, and people don't get it. They're not even real people. They sit in a room over in China and attack. You know, and you got to get rid of the fear, and then we can get rid of the bad media. If you don't fear them.
It's an interesting time right now because we have so many people who kind of hold on to what they think they have, and they're afraid to let it go. They're afraid to lose it. We have doctors who should be coming public talking about the real aspects of the China virus and the real aspects of the jab, and they're not because they're afraid of losing their position. We have nurses who need to let themselves be fired rather than bow down to any mandates. Restaurant owners. We get so many emails on America's Mom asking, what do we do? We're about to get fired. My husband's a surgeon. I had one today. My husband's a surgeon. Do you have any ideas? Get fired. Let him fire you and then sue them.
That's right.
Where we're at right now. We have to stop holding on to what we think we have. We don't have anything if we don't have our freedom. You can't compromise.
Right. That ship will sail. It's here now. You're exactly right. And when you talk about that, for me personally, I know a friend of mine is a pilot. He was one of my pilots. He went out and he went to work for another airline right before this China virus. He's out there, and now I know of one person that was close to me that died. That's it. Now, we're not even that close, just somebody I knew on COVID. And I know now 6 that have died on the vaccine.
Yeah, absolutely.
And his parent died, took it, died, and the other, I think it was mother died and his dad was sick right away. So then he now, for the airlines, the private airlines he works for, they told him, if you don't take the shot, we're done. And where's that coming from? Here's the guy, what are they going to do if what if you're allergic to it? It's not been proven.
That's right.
It's just so, what they didn't tell us, and you know what? The people that want to take the vaccine, if it's supposed to be so good, it's choice. It's the other side. I get that. Don't make the people that don't want to take it.
That's right.
If somebody does their research, because we don't get the research, we don't get to hear about it. I have family members that took it, and I would have liked to know is it really bad? Is one better than another? Just because they were emergency use thing?
Right.
I just wanted to know about it, I don't know if they laid it out. I wouldn't be one, but if I was, I'd like to. If it was absolutely, I wanted to take it for some reason. I would want to know everything about it.
You want to see the research.
Yeah. What happened? What happened with HIPAA? What happened? I walked into a place the other day, and they said they were writing it down. Have you been vaccinated? I said, what about HIPAA? I have to ask you this. I'm like, what about
your damn business?
What about HIPAA? What about HIPAA?
We should not be readily
ship sailed. Isn't that funny?
Yeah. We should not be readily giving our medical information to anyone. It's become this common talk where people think they can just walk right up to you and ask you your medical status. This is America. We have privacy here. We have privacy.
Yeah, you think about that. Do you know in Nevada, I went to Nevada about a month and a half ago, and I get down there, a friend of mine, it's a casino. It's the Riverside Casino. I had so many friends there back in the day, and they still do. Well, I get in there, and they had a thing where in Nevada there, the people that, let's see, how did it work now? You had to, if you weren't vaccinated, if you didn't prove it, you had to wear a mask, but then they offered money. So you got money if you took the vaccine.
Oh, yeah.
And when they did that, so I'm talking to my friend who did it right away, took the vaccine. He goes, I did the right thing and took the vaccine, and now these guys are getting money for it. You know, so it was like, you know, it's crazy what they're doing, and you got to say, what's the motive behind it? If they can't get that, what are they going to do? Here's more fear. Let's see, name another virus. Delta, you know.
Can I mention something, Mr. Lindell? So, you know, in the military, so I'm retired now, so I'm out of uniform, but I still have a lot of the people that I trained and helped mentor in the military. And the chain of command that is now mandating vaccinations for military members is breaking faith. It is breaking faith with them. It is a betrayal. They sign up to defend the nation. They offer to sacrifice their own lives. And we have to stand up for them. We have to tell elected officials, you cannot do it. Because they will gut the military.
That's what they're doing.
They will gut the military if they do this. They will just destroy the combat effectiveness of our national defense. We have to stand up for military members because what they are doing to them is wrong. If they want to take the vaccination, that's their business. But you cannot look at the data and think that there is a threat to the readiness of the military from COVID. But you can look at the data and easily conclude there's a threat from the vaccination. It is wrong to mandate that they be vaccinated. And
that's right. That's right. And you know, there's when we say government controls everything, which they do, decisions made there, the decisions that come out of there. I want to tell you about last summer when you talk about these vaccinations. Well, I found out this now. I didn't realize it back then because I was attacked. People were bringing me all kinds of things that would work. And I put one on Anderson Cooper, got attacked. Hydroxychloroquine came out, then it went away. All these things attacked. Well, what I found out was that in order to be, for the drug to be in emergency use, there had to be nothing else out there. So you got to get rid of everything out there to get that emergency use status. Now, all that would have took, let's use common sense. Why don't we just make an exception? We were in an anomaly where you make an exception, say, you know what? Anything that works, let's do it, including the vaccine emergency use. Make everything an emergency use instead of just something. That's what they should have done. But then you got to wonder, why didn't they do that? Because big pharma, I don't know, it goes deep.
$22.6 million for Pfizer, that's why.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. But this,
it's sad. It's a sad situation.
Yeah, but we can say what we have here today. I want to say, it's with coming here, you have all these. One of the things that's done too, a good manifestation of the things that happened here in the last 8 months, is if this stuff went, you can look. God's had His hand in all this, and if you can't see the miracles of what we're living, here's why. When this happened, if you catch it right away and it goes back to Donald Trump and we don't find all this, not just finding out the cyber attack and that China took our country, but how about this? How about all the bad, evil politicians that pop their heads up? How about all the media that really went south? You go back 2 years and you just had a few and you just put up with their narrative. But then they turned just, whoa. We all thought, you know what, I thought about this once, and we were doing something where we were talking about, it was a solution to something in our country, but it involved getting people's emails and phone numbers. And this was 2 years ago. And everyone's saying, Mike, that'll never work. That's not going to work. People aren't going to give you their personal information like that. And I said, really? You gave everything you had to Facebook, Twitter, and you didn't even know them. We did it. We did it. We gave them all our data, everything about us. And you know what? It came back to get us, didn't it?
That's right.
But you know what? Now we know who they are. There's great things coming up, all these social media platforms. You know what? We get through this, and your Twitters and Facebooks will be gone. For sure, there'll be a few people in prison. But I'll tell you, and either that or they're going to have to change the rules on there. You don't sit there and censor us. Who said that they can do this? Right. That's insanity. Right. Shame on you, media. Shame on you. It's what you've done to our country. How are these people going to answer to our country when this gets, what are they going to say? You know, what are they gonna
All right, you're watching the Cyber Symposium. Mike Lindell, we've been live here in Sioux Falls, South Dakota since early this morning. We'll remind you, all of this coverage is brought to you by our friends over at MyPillow. And right now, Liz, they can go to the website, put in the promo code, and get up to 66% off on the best stuff in the world.
Absolutely, Brian. That's code RSBN. Use it at mypillow.com for up to 66% off your entire order. This is not just pillows. If you haven't checked out their website before, you're going to be blown away. They have over 100 different products to choose from, including, of course, memory mattress toppers, bathrobes, all different types of pillows. I personally like the green ones, a little bit more full. And they've got pajamas, slippers, you name it. They've got it all different colors, shapes, and sizes. So it's a lot of fun, especially for those who are into interior decorating like myself. It's a great way and a really low-cost way to redesign your home and feel like a whole new place. I know we've been spending so much time inside our homes this year, so don't forget to use code RSBN for those huge savings. Again, up to 66% off your entire order. And I think it's evident now more than ever. Mike Lindell said he spent around $20 million on Frank's speech alone. And he said if this is what it's going to cost to save America, then he doesn't care. But heck, let's support him.
Yeah, and let's support him as well. We'll be back here tomorrow. Our continuous coverage kicks off at 8:30 Central Time here in Sioux Falls. And, of course, you can continue to watch this throughout the night on Frank's speech, and we'll have it there live for you as well. Liz Willis, Brian Glenn, live from Sioux Falls, South Dakota. Until tomorrow, goodbye. God bless. We'll see you later.
around, if you call me, I'm going to call you out on national TV, and I'm going to say you didn't even bother to watch to see what we had, to see the evidence we have. It's 100%. This is cyber forensic evidence. China attacked us. We showed it from 6 different angles. Now we got to do something about it.
That's right. That's right.
And it's going to be great.
I'm looking forward to Thursday. I'm looking forward to seeing what Red Team has for us on Thursday and just further evidence of what we know has happened state by state, and especially in our great state of Colorado. We want to see exactly what transpired during the election. We know that there was interference. We know that there's been mischief in our elections, and we're excited to see this play out and to hold those people accountable, just like you're saying. But it does take courageous individuals who will step up and who will, it costs. It costs.
Right.
Could I ask a question from the audience? Can I just ask, just show of hands, anybody who thinks that our voting systems are secure? Because we got a lot of elected officials in our state 100% sure, and I just got to ask them, and you're not allowed to say the name either. You can't say Dominion. People are afraid to say Dominion. If you want to know who rules you, ask who you aren't allowed to criticize. So I got to ask, why can't they say Dominion? If they're so sure, take the machines out to DEF CON, to the voting village. Take them out, set them up, show us they're secure, see what happens.
That's right.
I guarantee the hackers don't think they're secure. They've never taken a system there that the hackers didn't take apart in seconds or minutes, and I'm talking about kids.
Nobody does over 200 threatening letters and lawsuits. You know, I've said it before, I'll say it one more time. If everyone said that my pillows had rocks and knives in them, you know what I'd do? I'd open up and say, look at it, there's nothing in there but beautiful patented fill. And you know what? They have rocks and knives in their thing, or they would be showing us. It would have been so simple. The first case was in Colorado, their first lawsuit in Colorado that they went after. The first one started, I think it was November 9th. Since that, they just have to have a big map at Dominion going, oh, this guy's talking. They wait on it. Today, just 3 more lawsuits this morning. You know why? Because they're airing this event. OAN, Newsmax, and Patrick Burns. They did it this morning, right before we went on. Isn't that, that's bizarre. For what? They didn't even know what we were going to show. You got to think about that. The Facebook fact checkers, lead stories, which are here, which this Mern that's over in Belgium or whatever, he makes the calls for all of us in our country. He decides what's real or not on Facebook. It's disgusting. When they put out absolute proof, contains nudity and porn. They said they didn't do that one. Oh, did Mark Zuckerberg do it himself? I go, you know, you're the guys that have the power to put the little stamp on it. You know, it's disgusting. And these guys, with those guys and what they do, and they make it, they make this possible for it to keep that this has been suppressed and suppressed for Dominion. If there's nothing to hide, why is Facebook and why are they all covering it? Why do they care? Why do they care about Dominion? I mean, we paid for the machines. I think we should call up Brian Kemp of Georgia. Shame on you, Brian Kemp. Why don't, if you want to clear stuff, oh, Brian, he's worried about signature and not having mail-in ballots. It's a cover-up. You bought $107 million worth of Dominion machines in 2019, Brian. Brad Rassenberg didn't give the list. And when the president asked him, all these dead people, I read it earlier, all these dead people, non-residents, just give us 2 of them. We lost by 11,000 votes. Those are the wrong numbers. That's what he said. Who gets by with that? Well, where do we get the numbers? We got them from Brad.
Only Democrats get away with that nonsense.
No, but that was a Republican.
Okay, well, rhinos too.
Yeah, and those two. No, there's Doug Ducey. This is another thing.
But they do cover each other.
People have popped themselves up. They're not for the people. Why would you have? These are deviations. Everybody can figure out for themselves. You got Doug Ducey. Let's just take Doug Ducey and Brian Kemp. Why would you obstruct if you have a party agenda? If you have a party agenda, which most politicians, the parties are so split now. Yeah. If you're here, you got to be over here. If you're here, you got to be over here. And they try and tell the people got to be the same way.
That's right. Yeah.
You know, that's what they're doing. If you're here, you're right down the middle. You know, it's everything over here. And we can list off what's over here or whatever and over here. But you got to wonder, let's just look at it. Doug Ducey, you got the Arizona audit. When Arizona came, when they've been working on it, they said since December. But you know how that started? Because Doug Ducey, when they were showing the evidence that they worked hard to get, 10 hours of evidence, 1 hour into it, Doug Ducey went on national TV and says, our election is good. Now you got to ask yourself, why would he do that?
Right.
Is he have a party agenda? No, he's a Republican.
Right.
Does he have a personal agenda? Maybe.
Well, I can tell you.
I had his phone number. I said,
history.
Doug, lose my number.
Well, the history in Colorado is really interesting, and I think other states are this way too. Their ego doesn't allow them to backtrack. So in 2013, we had a Republican Secretary of State, and they purchased the Dominion voting machines. They actually centralized the system, and we had county commissioners pushing back, Republicans pushing back, saying this isn't right. We don't centralize our voting here in Colorado. Each county makes their own decisions of what they want, and that's what we do. But the Republican pushed it and actually was going to decertify counties who would not do it, who would not go along with it. And so, of course, there was a lot of money to be made. That was Dominion voting machines. And then we have Republicans who get into positions like Matt Crane in Colorado, the executive director of the Clerk and Recorders Association, and they have partnerships with Dominion. They serve as consultants for Dominion and Lafayette and other agencies that work in the voting system. And so it doesn't benefit them personally to come against that agency. It doesn't benefit them personally to come against Dominion voting machines, especially when their wives work for these companies. And so they may be nice people and they may not in and of themselves have negative or bad motives, but they have to recuse themselves from even commenting because they're so vested in the companies that they can't tell you the truth because it would hurt them, it would make them look dumb. They don't want to apologize. They don't want to go backwards and say that was a bad idea. It's ego. And ego is in Republicans, Democrats, and unaffiliated. And so we have to put the will and the best need of the people first. When we do that, we're all going to be all right. But if we're self-serving and we're watching out for our own political futures, this is what we're going to have. Whether is seeking to centralize our voting and have everything flow from her office rather than our duly elected clerk and recorders as well. So it's just power. It's power and it's ego. And it's why it's so important to have God and to have accountability and be among the people when you are an elected official. People like Ron Hanks who choose to hang out with us hickerbillies because we keep them in line and we're going to keep them in check. That's what you want from your elected official. They need to be with the people. And then they'll keep straight. They'll stay straight. I think one of the most incredible things has been, too, watching amazing people that you find, the talent that you find around you in your own local communities, and giving them a place to stand. People like Sean Smith, people like, we have some great people in the room tonight. Our vice chair is here tonight, our Republican vice chair, Jackie, and she's amazing, Jacqueline Anderson, and we give them a place, and we give them a voice, and we say, here you go. They're regular people. That's what we need. And when our politicians get power hungry, and they start centralizing, that's a founding principle. You don't centralize government. No. Because guess what? When there is a problem, you can go to that local place. You can go to that one county and fix it there. You can go to Boulder County and you can dig up all the corpses in Boulder County. But if Denver has everything, if they have full control of the state and they run everything, what can we, the people, do? We no longer have local control. That's a founding principle. So what do your elected officials believe? What do you believe? That's significant. And so giving people, regular people, a position. I love even just more about the clerk that we happen to have. Just regular people, business owners who get it, who understand. We're not looking for people who have political science degrees anymore. Those days are kind of over because we don't trust them. We're not interested in advancing their careers. We're not interested in giving them a representative, then senator, then governor. We're not interested in that anymore. We want people who will come in and serve the people and protect and defend their God-given constitutional rights.
A year and a half ago, the Secretary of State
Go ahead, please.
Wanted to come in and take over my office and threatened me to hire someone that, had some experience, but she also had a record. And so my county said, you can't hire her. So then they said, well, then you have to hire this other person that was the Democrat Party treasurer. And so, or I will shut down your office. I will take over your election. And that's how they do. It's, that power and control. And I said, the last time I checked, the people of Mason County are the ones that elected me, and those are the people that I serve. And so...
Right. That's right. These are literally the tactics, physically coming in to remove her from her office. The people didn't want that. That was the Democrats coming in and doing that in our own hometown. It's just unbelievable what the kind of power they think they have. But really, it's our obligation and our duty to say, no, that's not happening. And essentially, that's what Tina did. She said no. And here we are in this battle again that started because the Secretary of State is weaponizing her office, and I'm sure this is happening all over America. I mean, just not everybody has the opportunity to be here with Mike Lindell, being able to talk about it publicly and hold these vicious people accountable.
And if you're just watching this started, on the way here, her office gets raided when she's on the plane. I mean,
yeah,
it's unbelievable.
But
we'll come back on Thursday, and you guys, thanks a lot for being brave.
Thank you, sir.
And that's you, and it's just amazing.
Thank you, guys.
Everybody, we all got to be brave. And you guys, what we're going to do is we're going to put up the movie that everyone needs to see, and then we're going to see you all tomorrow. We're going to flip this for everyone overseas that's watching, so it's going to be a 72-hour stream. And then we'll be back tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Actually, since they did that this morning to us, it'll be a little after 9, so we keep the loop. Would you? Okay. Okay, but yeah, we'll see you tomorrow. And by the way, today, everybody, we have the cyber forensic experts. Every one of them so far, no one's even said even close. The data you're seeing is not from the 2020 election. But remember, you're going to read about it out there, lay down tonight, and just pull it up and pull up. You're going to see the fake book fact checkers, Martin from overseas, putting stuff in there. Where did it come from? Where this? It is what it is. I have it all in my possession. You can't change it, and we're going to get through. So far, it's all good. So, good night. And you guys, tomorrow, I think we open the doors. What time do we open the doors tomorrow? Tim, what time do we? 8 o'clock, we can come here. Tomorrow will be all different, everybody. Tomorrow we have a lot of stuff going on and a lot of speakers. Dr. Sheba flew in. We have a couple other ones I'm not going to tell you yet. It's going to be a surprise. There's stuff coming tomorrow that you're not going to want to miss, and we're going to keep going, and we're going to get through this so we get our voices out there. Tell everyone you know, every single person you know, to go to frankspeech.com. This is how we win. We have to get it out there, get the truth out there, and God bless you all. We'll talk to you tomorrow. See you.
We have put together, I think, the most extensive and inclusive voter fraud organization in the history of American politics.
In the U.S. election results. Detailed logs documented entries into the tabulation system for the election itself, and the team saw many anomalies in areas of extreme concern. Then in November 2020, multiple groups of concerned Americans came together because they all observed something incredible in the 2020 general elections. The groups united to launch a full-scale investigation led by former members of the U.S. intelligence community, the Department of Defense, NASA, the U.S. National Laboratories, private investigations and cybersecurity companies, and legal firms from around the country. The discoveries gained through intense forensic research left everyone involved deeply concerned about the future of our nation and our world. While the U.S. media will undoubtedly discredit this information as far-right conspiracy theory, the fact is the people involved in this investigation represent all colors, all creeds, and all political parties. To ignore this message is to surrender to a government takeover that will gravely affect the lives of every man, woman, and child of every nation. If there ever was an authentic, nonpartisan issue, this is it. In 1970, Henry Kissinger said, "Who controls the food supply controls the people. Who controls the energy can control whole continents. Who controls money can control the world." This concept is critical to understanding the thinking of those who seek to cripple and control America. To achieve their goal, they've got to disrupt families, divide races, destroy small businesses, dismantle the middle class, and distort the American dream of owning land, a home, and everything necessary for the pursuit of happiness and sovereignty. In collusion with our foreign adversaries, these treasonous few are working hard to tear down the last standing wall between them and their agenda of global domination. That wall is you, the American people. By focusing on specific election system vulnerabilities, our investigation confirmed that the entire U.S. election system is under the total control of private equity firms and foreign money. UBS Securities LLC New York and UBS Securities Company Limited Beijing injected hundreds of millions of dollars into Staple Street Capital, the current owner of Dominion Voting. UBS currently holds the intellectual property of Dominion as their equity collateral. Up until December 2020, UBS Security LLC New York listed 3 senior Communist Chinese Party members as being on the boards of both UBS Securities LLC New York and UBS Securities Limited Beijing. The company's owned 75% by the Chinese government. Seidel, the parent company of Clarity Elections, located in Madrid, Spain, a data management and early election night reporting company, went bankrupt in May of 2020 and was subsequently purchased in a closed private equity deal
Divine appointment here. I actually met a gal that was running for Congress in Pennsylvania. I met her in D.C. at random in January, and she said that she had won, and then all of a sudden we woke up on November 4th and had lost. And she knew that there was something terribly wrong. She basically went door to door. She did her own investigation, and she proved, herself. She goes, yes, it was cheated. But she didn't really know how, and so she went out and got a hold of different people to help her with this. And one of them was Dr. Frank. And when I was doing this documentary, she said, "Well, you need to see what he has. It was amazing." And so let's get into it. What's your background? Tell everybody.
I'm a PhD scientist. I've been doing science for about 40 years aggressively. Got about 60 scientific publications.
Right.
Some of them are cover articles and invited articles because I happened to make a pretty good discovery once back in the early 90s. I left academics in 1996, and ever since then I've been teaching at a special school for extraordinarily gifted kids, as well as working on new inventions and analyzing election data lately.
Right. So very overqualified, everybody, but it does.
Yes.
But what you're going to see just speaks for itself. I mean, for him to even dig in and get this and figure out the algorithms, and then to have absolute proof. What we have over here, what you're going to see when this is done, when I showed you in absolute proof, the first documentary we did with all the cyber attack on our country, who did it, when they did it, why they did it, the IP addresses, the IDs of the computers, everything. Now you're going to see that this was nationwide, and these two come together, and it is absolutely fits like a glove. So why don't we just get right into it? So what do you have?
I found were the algorithms that control how many registrations and how many ballots you need in every county to control an election. That's what I figured out.
Right.
And it's widespread. It's in every state that I've checked so far, and it's to magnificent part per million detail. So I know it's not an accident.
Right.
It has to be done by an algorithm.
Right. It cannot be done by humans.
It could not be done.
I want everybody to know that.
Yes.
But you're going to see it's impossible to be done by humans. It had to be done by machines, i.e. computers, and they had to be online?
Absolutely, the whole time.
Yeah,
The whole time.
so
You have to beforehand, during, and after.
Before, during, and after. In other words, you have to plan the attacks.
Yep.
You have to plan the algorithms.
Yep.
Input them.
Yep.
Then it has to be online during.
Yep, it does.
And then afterwards to check your work.
Well, and clean up the
clean up the
mistakes.
mess. Clean up the mistakes.
Because computers are stupid. They can't do anything themselves. You have to tell them everything. And what you tell them is a set of instructions.
Right.
That's called an algorithm. It's just like a recipe.
Right.
A recipe is a set of instructions. And so don't be afraid of that word.
Right.
The first thing you need to understand about the way elections are managed is they have what they call a registration database. This is for every precinct, every county in the country. They have one of these. And in each one,
Can anybody get this?
In most states, you can download these for free.
Okay.
But in some states, they're expensive. You have to download them. But politicians use these all the time because they tell them every person in the district. And it also tells their voting history. Is this a Republican? Is this a Democrat? Do they usually vote? Do they not vote? Because why would you want to go knock on, if you're a Republican, why would you go knock on a Republican's door who you know is already going to vote for you anyway? You're looking for the people that don't usually come out. You want to go knock on those doors.
So why is this significant here?
Well, this is significant because this shows you, I mean, if you have access to this, which basically everybody does, you notice that this person here votes a lot and they're a Republican. But this person hardly ever votes, and only every once in a while.
This one down here hardly never voted.
Yes.
But he only voted once here. What's that?
This is the November 3rd election here, this last call.
So the only time in his life he voted was right there.
Exactly, and there are a lot of those, too many of those this time around.
Right.
But I don't think that's an accident. I don't even think they're real.
Right.
And so when we were originally starting this work, we actually went out and knocked on doors after
to find out if a person like this was real.
Yes.
Were they real?
30%. We predicted. We went to 1,600 houses knocking on doors.
Right.
We trained a whole bunch of volunteers. It took about 4 days.
Right.
We predicted that we'd find about 30% of the houses we knocked on would have at least one phantom voter. What that means is it says on the roll that John Smith lives at this address and that John Smith voted.
Right.
But then you go knock on the door and no John Smith lives there.
Right.
Okay, so wait a minute. That's a phantom voter.
So you were basically, this raised a flag.
Yep.
And then you said, well, I'm going to go out just to make sure I'm not going down a bad path. Let's find out if these people really exist or
Exactly.
not. Your theory, though, proved right. 30% did not exist.
It's 32.
Or 32%.
But we predicted 30 and we found
Okay.
32. So that's
All right.
really good. So this is not just theoretical.
So that made you go, I'm going all in. I'm going to look at this.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And absolutely. In every precinct, you can show too. Like, for example, in this precinct, this is by age. And this is by age and how many people in this particular precinct. This just happens to be one from Ohio. You notice that this is the number of people that are registered by age, this blue curve, and then this is the number of ballots you have by age. So if you needed some more ballots, if you needed to, because you wanted to swing one of the down ballot elections, like there's some judge you want to win, you just have to go along and find out, well, gee, I've got a few more voters here. Let's go look and see who never votes, and let's print a ballot for them and turn it in. It's a really simple thing. So that's an algorithm. Find the people that never vote, print ballots, turn the ballots. They don't even know. So the only way to know an election whether it's valid or not is to actually confirm every mail-in ballot. You have to go say, Mr. John Smith, does he really live here? Did he really print that ballot?
Right. And so what is all these matching and stuff? You showed me before. We had a chart where they're taking the data. Can you show us what the machines did?
The fun thing about this, by the way, too, Mike, that I just love about it is you've done some really excellent forensic work on the one side of the.
Talking about Absolute Proof, the documentary we did, where we have the spyware and these American heroes that were whistleblowers and stuff that were there and that worked for the government and stuff. That former and present that were there, and they were taking these footprints, these cyber footprints, the night of the election, actually from November 1st to the 5th. And we have all the IP addresses, the IDs of the computers. We have all this of the attacks. When I heard what you're going to see here, it's just so amazing.
I was on the edge of my seat watching that.
You had no idea your work was done, and you're going, wow, now you knew who did it, right?
Exactly. I can see. But the thing about it is, you're showing the incursions into the machines. Right. But what do they do when they're there? They have to know what to do.
Right.
That's what the algorithm is telling them what to do.
Let's see what you got.
Everything here, anybody can do.
Anybody can do.
You can download it and confirm.
Okay.
So that's part of. So anyway, so here's the population. This is downloaded from the census. You can see the millennials and the baby boomers. And the people
What this is, it's just a graph of Hamilton County.
Yep.
And the age group of each one on the graph. So there's 10,000 or 11,000 people around 60 years of age.
Yeah, exactly.
All right.
This curve, this black curve, is from that voter database that I showed you a minute ago. This is how many people of each age are registered.
Okay, now that's impossible, correct?
Yes, and the look
everybody's registered. And then there's a little line here where there's more people registered than there are population.
How interesting.
Yeah.
And a little bit over here, too.
Right.
But still, when I've shown this to political experts, they're all saying, Doc, no, it can't be that much. There's supposed to be about 80%. Right. No, this is like 95%.
95, right.
So that's the first.
That raised a flag with you.
That's the first red flag. Okay,
right.
That doesn't make sense. The red curve here, from the same voter database, these are the people who turned in ballots.
Right.
Okay, and notice I didn't call them real voters because I don't think a lot of them are.
Right,
okay?
right. Don't think they aren't. You know they aren't.
I know they aren't. Now I, because if I'm a scientist going into it, I didn't know, but now I know.
Right. Let's make that clear. There's no room. This is 100%.
Yes.
We know machines did this.
Exactly.
Okay. So what you have here, and you showed me before, notice that the ballots turned in match the exact curves. The odds of that are impossible.
Oh, yes.
And then look at I want everyone to look at this because this is going to come up. That little jump and that little flip.
Yeah.
You know, it's the exact same pattern. All of a sudden, everyone, exact percentage gets turned in and votes. I mean, every age group.
It's ridiculous.
Right. Now with this, was that another flag?
Yes. If I just take the black curve and multiply it by 86%, that helps you to see that those little bumps and wiggles are just absolutely reproduced.
Right.
It's just the odds of that happening in one county are ridiculously small.
Right.
But guess what? They happen in every county.
Every county.
And it's and
did you do every county in Ohio?
All 88.
All 88 counties, and they were all the same pattern.
And I'll show you that pattern because it's even better than this. I call it the key. So if you think of it, you can think of that 86% number as the key that converts the registrations into the ballots.
Right.
And so that's flag number 2. Flag number 2, that those are similar. Now, the thing is we don't have to just use one number. we could use a different proportion for every age.
Right.
Okay?
Did they do that?
In other words, if you use a different proportion for every age,
Right.
then you just have a little more sophisticated key. When I show you that key, you're going to be surprised.
Okay.
Because that's also some breadcrumbs as to the algorithm. If I use those proportions, then this is the ballots on top of the registrations.
But you set those proportions yourself
Yes.
just to see if there was duplicated across the state.
Yes, and that's why it doesn't quite agree here. Because actually, I'm using one set of proportions for the entire state.
Right.
I'm never changing
You're
them.
not changing it.
No, and it's, think of it, it's 18 to 100, so that's 82 proportions. You put it in one time, you
So
never
what
change
you're
it
saying
again.
is, what you're saying across the state, every single 70-year-old across the state was exactly this percentage.
Yes.
Exactly.
Every single county.
Every single age group was exactly like X percent of
Yes.
each age group voted.
Which, of course, is preposterous.
It's preposterous.
It's preposterous.
Right. Okay.
This is the shape of that key.
Okay.
This is the key that converts registrations to ballots. In other words, the proportion of 20-year-olds,
Right.
or the proportion of 30-year-olds, or the proportion of 40. And you look at that curve.
Right.
That's a really smooth curve.
Right.
In fact, mathematicians recognize this. It's called a sixth-order polynomial. The beautiful thing about a sixth-order polynomial is you only need 6 numbers. So now I don't need 82 numbers anymore.
Right.
I just need 6 numbers and a turnout number, which would be a 7th number.
Right.
And I can predict every county in Ohio.
Right.
Now 6 numbers.
So what you're saying there, Dr.
Yes.
Frank? They're saying that they set this in the machine.
Yes.
Or set this beforehand.
Yes.
They set to see who was going to win, and
Yep.
they set this algorithm.
Yes.
Okay. These are the algorithms we've been telling you about.
So, for example, this is Stark County. It's
Yeah,
the
I
northern.
want to show a few counties because what you got here, you guys remember that little flip. Every county, these are the ballots of people that voted.
Right, the red curve.
There's
yep.
the registered.
Yep.
And there's the
Population.
population.
Yes.
It doesn't follow that. It's impossible to have this same glitch
Every time.
in every single county. And so far, it's been every single county you've done in the United States.
So far.
The same thing, the
Yes.
same machines, the same attacks, the
Yep.
same people,
Yes.
the same corruption that went on, the same crime against humanity
Yes.
was all across all the states.
There's an interesting thing. I'm going to go back to this key for a second because this key works for every county in Ohio.
Right. Right.
If you step across the border into Pennsylvania, this key doesn't work anymore.
Really?
You change it just a little bit. Now that new key works in every county in Pennsylvania. So in other words, it proves that the algorithm works at the county level and at the state level.
And maybe even at the federal level.
Well, the federal level is how you decide the outcome of the election.
Right,
So you just
right.
so you choose the key you want for each
So you
state.
could even do this for down tickets.
Oh, absolutely,
Yeah, yeah.
absolutely.
And does everybody hear that? You can actually, all the down tickets were
Yes.
affected too.
Yes.
No. So
Here's Ohio. So the population, registrations, and the red curve is the ballots. That shaded curve underneath,
right.
that's what I'm predicting based upon the key.
Oh, wow. So you already said here, without looking, you're going, here's what it's going to be.
Yeah.
And it matched.
And you know how I did that? I ran 14 counties,
Yeah.
took the average key, and then never changed it again. And it works in all 88.
All 88 counties.
And you know, and by the way, there's this R number. R is a correlation coefficient, it's called. If R equals 1, it's a perfect correlation.
Right.
If it's -1, it's a perfect opposite correlation.
Right.
If R is 0, that means it's not correlated at all.
Right.
So for me to get 1.000, and I'm a physicist, that ain't natural, buddy.
Right. So it couldn't be done by humans.
No, this
It's
is not by natural.
100% impossible.
No.
Had to be machines.
Yes.
And they had to be online.
Be constantly online.
Constantly online, everybody.
Beforehand, getting the registrations in place.
Right.
So that you can use the phantom ballots.
Right.
Because if you think about it, you can have all the machines in the world changing ballots all you want. The problem is that afterwards, if they count the ballots, it's got to match.
It's got to match.
So you have to figure out.
So were
how
you
to-
surprised? Were you surprised? I want everyone to understand this. So you're seeing this. Were you thinking, how did they do this? Did they have to have some supercomputer? Did that go through your mind?
Oh, are you kidding? Yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
So now I want everyone to know this. When you watched Absolute Proof, Okay, and you had worked on this for months.
Months.
And you've seen this, okay?
Yes.
And you've seen that last fourth of absolute proof.
Yes.
You knew that there was such a device out there.
I was on the edge of my seat. I was going, oh my gosh, I see that column. I know exactly what they are doing at each of those steps.
Right.
But until that point,
you're going, how could they have come up with this supercomputer or whatever this is?
By logic, I could deduce things.
Right. You knew it happened, but you didn't know, like,
Yes.
wow, what did they have, a
No.
computer the size of Iowa, you know?
Yeah,
or-
right.
But they do it, and it does exist, and it's out there.
Yes.
And we have, by the grace of God, we had
Yes.
people that were using that, or I mean, at least watching them use that the night of the election and the 5 days from the 1st to the 5th.
Yeah.
And so we have every cyber footprint, every flip, every computer, every
Right.
ID. We have all that because
good.
it takes a lot of technology to be
lot.
able to pull this off.
Yes. It's
Right.
like you have to have a whole bunch of computers always online, always interacting with
right,
stuff. I just want you to see that it's not an accident that it
Okay,
worked.
yeah, let's go to a couple different counties. So
Here's
here,
Ashland,
okay,
Butler,
right.
Clinton.
So if everybody's watching here, you remember them two glitches? I mean,
Yes.
they're all following these same patterns
Over and over again.
over and over and over and over again. And when these R is your 999, and so it's the same algorithm.
It's stupid. It's too good.
It's too
That's
good.
not
It's
natural.
yeah, it's unnatural.
You notice that they're being careful to keep the black curve under the blue curve.
Right, the black is the register and the
Yeah.
population. Here it
Yes.
went a little bit by it, okay?
Yeah, and you don't. But think about it. If it goes by it, then you're going to have dead voters, and you're going to have
Right,
you're going to have
which right there went by it,
exactly.
right,
So you're going to get caught later.
You're right. You don't want to get caught, so you want to try and keep it under the blue line.
So you keep the black curve under, and then the red curve is
Right, and
always
here
under
they
that.
went over, you know,
Yeah,
but they,
exactly. So
you know,
it's
it's like coloring, and you don't want to go outside the lines.
Perfectly stated.
Right. Colorado, explain that little. Here's the population.
The blue line.
And this means that even more people voted that live there.
Yes.
And way more people registered.
Yes.
Thousands more registered. Well, how do you explain that?
If I was
Look at this. Look at that. What's going on
there are
here?
there are more registrations than people. Well, what normally happens is people move out of an area, people die,
Right.
and you're supposed to take those people off the registration rolls.
Okay.
And so most registration rolls shrink by about 1% per month. I've noticed. If you don't do that. If you don't clean up the registration rolls, then over the years, you can build up a nice credit line of phantom voters to draw upon.
Right. More people voted than live in the county. Okay.
These are all the county names, and this is the eligible population to vote. And this is not me making this up.
Now, what year is this? Is this?
This is 2020.
2020.
Yeah,
Okay.
and this is what percent of the population is registered.
Really? 150%.
Yes. Okay. Now,
I mean, this is all, you know.
You notice that there are 64 counties in Colorado, and you notice the first 20 some of them.
Okay.
There's more people registered
Okay,
than.
I want to know. Okay, so after looking at all this data and looking at this research that you did, they could, if they based it on the 2020 population.
Yeah.
You wouldn't have had this, but they had to base it on something else, right?
The shape, I think they have. I think they based the shape, but they shifted the shape.
Right.
Because I think they started from the 2010 census.
The 2010 census.
And that's how.
And that
how
one
we
is
discovered
what?
this.
That one you're not 100% sure, but it matches that.
Well, I'm gonna stake my reputation on it because of these two interesting little bumps over here.
So tell us about the bumps.
So this was the first district I ever looked at, District 4. It's mostly Montgomery County in Pennsylvania, and everybody knows it's corrupt, and I was asked to look at those data. So this is the population. Now you notice that
there's a corrupt county in our country? What?
So this is everybody, and of course everybody can't vote.
Right.
You got to get rid of your 18-year-olds, and
Right,
plus, and then I did a little research and found out about 2 to 3% of the people from other countries and things. So I subtracted 4%. So this is starting from the total population. You can download it from the census. It's not a big deal. And subtract 4%. So there are about 550,000 people eligible to vote.
Right. Got it.
Now, if you actually download their database, this is who's actually registered.
Right.
And by the way, did you notice those two bumps again?
Yeah, there's those two bumps again.
Wait a minute, I was just showing you Colorado, wasn't I?
Right. It was
The
exact.
same two bumps.
It was identical.
The same two bumps. Now wait a minute. And so noticing that pattern tells you something. It's breadcrumbs, and you can.
So you seen a deviation, or you know, that was there.
Yes.
And then you went and found what you had to go back in time and find out what year did the population match that.
Yes.
And what year was it?
2010.
2010.
Yes.
And I am going to backtrack a little bit now. I want to tell people out there, you're going, why are you showing Colorado and Ohio and these other states? You know, you had told me earlier, when you went into Pennsylvania and seen all this massive corruption and massive algorithms steal of our election, you're going, wow, I'm from Ohio. Nothing happened there, right? You went jumping back into Ohio, and it's just like I've been telling everyone all along. Donald Trump won 80 million to 66 million. We know that from our spyware and those great people, those great patriots. But what we also knew that couldn't happen in just these swing states. Right. It was all across our country. Yes. So Ohio, that won by 7 or 8%, really won by
16 or
17. Yeah, and I've been telling people that for a month and a half. Yeah. Double Iowa, double Florida. Yes. The thing is, they didn't expect when you set these algorithms. Yes. Okay. Now when you set these algorithms, one of the things you really need to know, isn't it kind of like what you predict could be the number of people that are going to be in the race, so to speak?
You have to know ahead of time.
You have to kind of know, at least get close, right?
Yes, exactly. And then you can adjust it later.
Right, and they can adjust it later. But they were so far off with Donald Trump because they predicted 68 million. And he ends up getting 80 million in reality. Yeah. Now you got to make some. That's why it all shut down at 3 in the morning. Yeah. And we go, what are we going to do? We're out of race.
They had to adjust the algorithm.
They had to adjust the algorithm.
Yes, exactly.
And, so this is amazing. I just want everyone to know that, and why we're showing other states and not just the swing state. Right. It was every state. It happened in your state, happened in your state, happened in your state. Texas, when they said, oh, we didn't use the Dominion machines. Doesn't matter. The name of the machine doesn't matter. No. Smartmatic, ESNS don't matter. Right. Just in Dallas alone, there was 57,000 votes flipped on, and I don't even know if that was before noon. You know, but you see how you can get misjudged by 12 million votes. You know, we ended up with 75 million. So you basically 5 million votes disappeared somewhere, and then you give the other guy 12 million.
Yes.
I mean, and it can only be done by machines.
Only by machine, because too much is happening too fast. Right, and you need to know where you stand.
You got to know where you stand. And there has to be some supercomputer that's doing that.
Can you imagine if this black speak was way up here? You'd say, oh, no, something's wrong.
Something's wrong.
And so it has to be tracking
So it has
time.
to adjust it.
Yes.
But these things here, can you show, let's go back to these things here where you see this. Do you have another?
Yeah, I do. And
other counties where you can show that.
Every county I've looked at. Right. It's funny because we mentioned the 2010 census. Let me just show you that.
Wow, look at this.
This is the ballots for this district, and you notice the amazing parallelism, just like in the Ohio County that I showed.
Right. And I'm going to stop there right there. Look at this, you guys. These are the registered voters. Now, do you really think on a normal election that's not using machines, this number could be down here? You don't have the exact percentage turn in their ballots and vote. Exactly. You know, every single person that to fit this thing would go and vote. It's 100% impossible. Right. And then to happen, you could say, well, in District 4 in Pennsylvania,
one time maybe.
One time it would be a 1 in a trillion probably. Right. But then everywhere it's impossible. 100%. It can only be done by machines. I can't stress that enough.
Absolutely.
And they all rhyme with Dominion. Oh wait, there's other Smartmatic, ESNet, all of them. You know, all of these, and it's just. You know, I sit here and look at. I want to bring this up. When you found all this, I mean, what went through your mind? I want people to know. You know, this is brand new, everybody. You're seeing this for the first time. I'm seeing this for the first time ever today. I was so excited. I'm going. You know, we have enough evidence that we're going to dump for the next 6 weeks on the whole world and the country. That by the time it gets to the Supreme Court, they're all 9 going to go 9-0. Yes, our country's been attacked. Yes. We have been attacked by foreign actors, starting with China, and with help of domestic actors here that, they had to be let in. There's some bad people. But it doesn't matter if you're a Democrat or a Republican. This is an attack on our country. And we got to get the word out. We have to spread the word of this. And I want everyone to know, they go, well, all this evidence was looked at. No judges looked at any of the evidence. All those cases that were dismissed, except for a couple in the United States, Antrim County, Michigan, Massachusetts, before the election in a primary, Dr. Sheba, which we showed in the last film, or back documentary. But now it's popping up all over. You got Wisconsin, you got New Hampshire, you got Maricopa. They're going to let Georgia. Now all we got to do is take it. You get an audit these machines, but we don't even need that, everyone. We've got it all right here now, and we have the spyware, so we marry them together. It's 100% absolute proof. If I see one outlet over there of all the media going, it's a conspiracy. No, it's not. It's an attack on your country, Mr. Fake News. I mean, you should be worried about, everybody should be worried about our future of humanity, of this country. So when you see this, I mean, you probably thought I have the key to the world, and you're, I mean.
It was a little scary, but I admit, when I was watching the last part, I was on the edge of my seat because I was watching the 3,000-page log, and you got the IP addresses, and each one was removing ballots. And I'm thinking, I know what's happening in that last column. I can explain.
How long did you work on your stuff?
I mean, when I first discovered it back in December, I was working day and night because I was trying to be done by January 6th. And then I was working day and night because I was trying.
By the inauguration.
by January 20th.
This is a crime where there's no statute of limitations. This is a crime against every one of us, every person on the planet, actually. It goes far and wide into everyone. The whole world is watching. I said in the first documentary is, Ronald Reagan said, we're the beacon of light for the world.
Absolutely.
And if the lights go out here, they go out everywhere. But I'm so happy. It's like living inside of a movie. More keeps coming up. This is brand new. And you put it, when we get it all out there, everyone spread the word, share it with your friends, tell everyone. We're putting this one out first, then our next documentary, but then we're going to dump so much evidence that it'll make WikiLeaks look like a tinker toy. We're going to drop it everywhere. Every piece of evidence that's ever been found. There's like 50,000 sworn affidavits out there that even, these have to do with machines, but also just the organic steel, the stuff that they did on the ground. Which, by the way, the machine algorithms had to also take into effect all that stuff too.
Absolutely.
So that's why if people wonder, if you go back to this chart here, I want to tell everyone this. You realize that these machines that set this percentage of win, so to speak, these algorithms.
Exactly.
So let's say you had, because they're going, well, how can this be when you have cheating, the other kind of cheating?
Right.
Because it has to factor that in.
And that's why you have to have real-time access.
You have to have real-time access. Otherwise, you would see, well, actually, we did see it. Like in Michigan, in the middle of the night in Michigan on November 4th, you see beep, beep.
Yeah.
Now, have you gotten to Michigan yet?
I haven't done Michigan
yet.
I
guarantee you when you get to Michigan, that probably won't follow this line right at the end. I don't think it will. Do you?
I don't know.
It would have to go. It would have to go.
It depends how good their algorithms are.
Right. Well, they were working under pressure. Same way with Wisconsin. Wisconsin they got it done, I think, within a day, and they were 90-some% in. They were running out of track, and they in the Wisconsin now they're going to be looking into Wisconsin, and these. What I want to tell everyone, this is what we've learned here too. And I want to tell you this, Dr. Frank, I feel it's a blessing that it's took till now to get all this, to get all this ready with your work, with what we have over here in Absolute Proof. Because if we would have found out earlier, I said it in our first documentary, if earlier they would have done the right thing and everyone would have done their jobs, the legislature said, hey, of course dead people can't vote. Of course people, non-residents can't vote. You take them off, Donald Trump wins anyway, he's in power, but we never find out about what? We would have never known about the algorithm.
I would have never even looked at it.
You would have never looked at it. You hear that, everyone? We would be done it's over. It would be over. You will never, ever have this opportunity again to go, this was the big elephant. This was it. This was the monster that started in Venezuela, and the foreign interference, the foreign attack on our country and every other country in the world that's going to be attacked after us. And with these machines and with these algorithms and with this technology that they have. And so it's a blessing. We're living in this time, and it's and besides that, everyone out there, I have Democrat friends of mine are going, this is not what we voted for. We didn't vote for socialism and communism coming into this country and canceling people out, taking away our First Amendment right of free speech, which we're doing with our new platform, which you probably haven't heard about. It's called Frank. You'll be able to use free speech again. Right now, what Dominion did, what they've done is, like I said it before, in My Pillow, if it was out there saying, Mike, there's rocks and knives in my pillows, I would say, no, there's not. Come and look. Look at that. It's beautiful patented fill. Well, Dominion and Smartmatic and the machines people, they didn't do that. They said, you're not looking at our machines. We're going to sue you and scare you all, live in fear, and we're going to threaten you with lawsuits. So you better not even have somebody coming on your show to talk about, i.e., like a Mike Lindell.
Yeah, right.
He's going to say something. He's going to say the word Dominion, and then they're even using that, and then it gets into the vaccine. People that say, I could talk about that. I'm not taking it. That's it. But they're going to try, doing all this. If you say something like that, boom, you lose your YouTube, you lose your social media,
right?
And all these
And
things
I
are
have.
taken. Yep, and you have. Well, you have too.
Because I said I wasn't going to take the vaccine.
See, yeah. I mean, but what is getting revealed here is, even if you're a Democrat or Republican, doesn't matter. We're all people. And with stuff that's coming in, both with this election fraud that went on, everyone should be concerned. This is the biggest concern probably ever for the future of our country and the future of the world.
No doubt about it.
It's over if we don't address it now, and we are, So it's with all this. It's like living inside of a movie. I've said before, we were in the bad part of the movie. I am so happy because I know we have it all. Can you imagine sitting here now and not being able to know that this happened? We would, if we'd have never known, and then we're sitting here going, "Oh, we're going to get them in 2022, or things are going to change." As our country's getting destroyed, as we sit here now, destroyed day by day. So this is like a race against time, everybody. We have to stop this attack, and we have to stop it now. So you got to spread this out and put it out far and wide that this happened, and we're living it. And all you college kids out there, all you people that went through colleges that got brainwashed thinking socialism is sneaking around going, having a cup of coffee. Hey, I'm being very social today. Think again. You're living it now. Your friends are getting canceled out. They're getting squished. They're getting attacked, and you're next. That's the way it is, in that world. So, but anyway, I got a little tangent there.
That's okay.
So let's
That's
keep
fun.
going.
I love it because I think you're absolutely right. If we would have been living under the illusion of an election.
Yeah, we would have because we would have said, "Oh, it was mail-in voting."
Yeah, right.
And there was, that's why they did not want this China virus to go away. That's why I was attacked last summer. There was people that brought stuff that worked.
Yes.
They brought stuff that had already worked.
Yes.
And they wanted to keep everybody, locked up. Like my terrible governor of Minnesota says, you could have like 8 people in your house over Thanksgiving. What are you talking about? This is crazy. Or California, where before the Super Bowl, all the restaurants, you got to dine outdoors. They put little partitions on, but then they say, oh, by the way, you can't have TVs in your room or in the restaurants for the Super Bowl. Crazy logic. If you're a worker and you work for some of these corrupt places like Dominion, and you've been part of it, and you're feeling like hey, I don't want to spend as much time in jail as the next guy. Turn yourself in. I'm serious, because you're all going to be found out. All of you. The criminals that own these social media platforms, Jack Dorsey, Mark Zuckerberg. We talked about that, what he did, putting these machines in. Where did he put them?
In Pennsylvania.
In Pennsylvania.
Easy voter kiosks.
And they were online.
Yes, of course.
They were online.
They
How many did Mark Zuckerberg put in there?
It's somewhere between 200 and 300 machines.
200 and 300 machines just in Pennsylvania.
Yeah. These two things are what I recognize.
That's what you recognize. Okay.
Exactly. And I noticed the crazy correlation.
Look at the same 2 bumps again.
Exactly. Isn't that amazing that's staying there? And so, but just by a quirk, I had been teaching my advanced math students how to do differential calculus on census data. This is the I know in September.
What are the odds that you were teaching that?
I know, it's amazing.
Census data to your class. So this is the 2010 U.S. Census.
Yes, and I multiplied.
And you remembered these 2 things.
Yes, and so, but only because I was just teaching it to my kids.
Wow.
How many geeks use the census to teach their students differential calculus? Not very many. But I'm at a special school, and I'm always doing real life examples.
Yeah.
And here it is. So this was fresh in my mind. So I kept seeing those 2 bumps, and I'm like, wait a minute, I've seen those 2 bumps somewhere. Moved the 2010 census 10 years to the right.
Right.
Because that was 2010. Now we're in 2020.
Okay, you just have someone out there, maybe the head of Dominion, the head of the China Tech. They just spilled their coffee, going,
yes,
exactly. You're found out.
Exactly.
You got it all from the 2010 census. You didn't even bother on the biggest crime in history. Use the 2020 census.
Well, they don't have one,
right? Oh, they don't have one.
It's not
ready.
Yeah.
So
Wow.
anyway, so now so I shifted it 10 years because there's 2020, and I include the mortality curve because people die. You know, they don't just get older.
You realize they're already planning how they're going to try and cover this up. They're getting a hold of all the fake news media and the no news media, and they're saying, whatever you do, don't let this get out there. Somehow we have to stop it. But bad news, you can't stop this because this is getting out there through the new social media platform. Frank, this one's getting out there just on, it'll be on LindellTV.com. We'll put out that they couldn't get us before. We had enough power, safety, or whatever where they couldn't break it. And over 150 million people seen absolute proof. People want to see the truth and they want to get help. Everyone, you can all help by just spreading this far and wide. Tell it to your neighbors. If you live next to a Supreme Court justice or you're in their neighborhood, you